I will say Shopify Rebellion look hot, but they have been tested here in 2025.
They certainly have indeed. And tested they shall be throughout the entire weekend. Let's take a look right now at our brackets. A first look for you guys. Here is the upper bracket, and we'll see where all of our teams are sitting right now and potentially their journeys that they will be going on, because it's got a little bit mixy because of these pool play results, and I'm intrigued to see exactly what our brackets look like, which will be up on screen for you guys in just one moment, so bear with us. Here we go. Here it is. Here they are. Okay, so we actually have elimination bracket first instead. So we're going to have a look at some of the teams that have fallen short. I like to call it the safety net of the HCS. TSM, round one with Infamous, waiting to see who's going to be falling down, as well as Gen G and Ether. And I think my big eye right now is definitely on TSM. I need to see something happen here. I need to see a new lease of life, Wes. And, you know, quite disappointed with, honestly, their entire run so far this season, even in the offline tournaments.
Yeah, on the bright side, when you see this, you're like, TSM, if they win their first round, depending on who that is, they'll play the winner of Infamous and another team. Like, you can only really look at the teams that are already placed here. So Infamous being in this same side of your bracket, you're pretty confident going up against Infamous. Kind of that last pick squad, last put together, not a ton of practice under their belts. So TSM, they're capable of a run here. The scary thing is one of these little losers quarter one placements is going to be Optic or Shopify, and everybody on that side of the elimination bracket is going to be pissed off when they see their names up there, because you know Optic, Shopify, whichever team loses is going to be a serious problem dropping down to this bracket.
You know, I'm excited about that top half of it, but I'm looking down at the lower side, and I just want to give a shout out to Ether Gaming. I mean, coming out of the open bracket, being able to come into pool play, make your presence known, and being the only team to make it from the open bracket here into the championship bracket, I think that's huge for them. Obviously, you're down at the lower, you'd rather be in the winner's side, but who knows, their journey's not over yet. So I just want to give a quick little shout out to Ether Gaming.
100%, rightfully so. Let's take a look right now at the upper bracket to see who's sitting pretty for now. We've got Shopify Rebellion going up against Optic Gaming. Space Station, they take on Zero Tenacity, another European powerhouse, and I'm happy to call them that. They've proven that so far. FaZe Clan going up against Complexity. So much on the line there for those two. I'm excited to see what Cole can actually do and if they can step up to the table. And then Nemesis and Cloud9 again. I really do feel like a lot of these are pretty equally matched, and I'm excited to see what the outcome might be.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect by the lower side of this bracket, but when you look at Shopify, Optic, and Space Station all in the same half of the bracket, that is our top three teams coming into this event. And that's a scary thought that only one of those teams is going through winners to top three. When you're on the lower side, like FaZe, this is what I was talking about. This is what happens when Optic Gaming loses in pool and comes out second. Now, all of a sudden, FaZe is the favorite to come into the top three from the lower side of this bracket. You do have Nemesis, who have showed that they are a true threat. Complexity has pushed SSG in several different games yesterday to the distance where you know Complexity is a threat, and Cloud9 can surprise us as well. But FaZe Clan have got
This is the
to look at this
goofiest bracket I
and
ever seen in my
just
life, bro.
at the opportunity that's in front of them.
I will say, I know everybody's butt's going to be in their seats for that Shopify Rebellion and Optic matchup, but that bottom matchup, Nemesis and Cloud9, I think a lot of people are really high on Nemesis right now because we just saw what happened late last night. We saw what happened early today, but a lot of people forgot what Cloud9 did. They played Shopify Rebellion fantastically. They went undefeated after that. Cloud9 have sneakily had a very good tournament so far, and they're in the winner's bracket for a reason.
They certainly are indeed. I will say though, I think if it was a slightly different result and Nemesis didn't come out to play this morning, you could have maybe said, okay, it was a last night thing. You guys were feeling it, you were flowing. But the fact that they went to sleep, had something quite dramatic happen, go to sleep, come back early in the morning, and it's the first thing that they do is play Optic Gaming and manage to seal the deal. That says an awful lot about that team to me, that they are ready to play no matter what the time and what day it is. I'm very, very excited about this, folks. I don't know if you can tell, but the main stage match is ready to go. We are ready to have our
Let's
first
go.
round of champ bracket. It's Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion happening right now.
Let's fucking go. Winners won, man. That's unbelievable. Alright, lock in, man. Lock the fuck in, man.
The kind of match that you pay good money to watch, the kind of match that puts butts in seats, and the match that everybody has been waiting to see ever since we saw these two rosters lock up against each other. We've got Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion sound on main stage here in Arlington, but a little bit earlier than we were expecting to see it.
Yeah, this is the match we came for. This was the match that was guaranteed regardless of how the brackets fell, but it should not be happening this early. Make no mistake, it is only happening this early because Optic Gaming taken down, as you just heard on the desk, by Nemesis in pool play.
Saturday afternoon prime time.
They now have to face their biggest rival, and what we would say is maybe the hottest rivalry in quite some time, with bad blood on each side, in Shopify Rebellion.
Now this is a dramatic series.
Absolute cinema, winners round 1 at the HCS Arlington Optic Major.
The tournament overall as well. One of these teams will be going to the elimination bracket this early on a Saturday. We'll have to think about the comeback of all comebacks if they want to be the champions at the end of Sunday. These are the game types. This is the series that we will see in our winners quarterfinal.
Oddball Live Fire Game 1. Plaza TS, Aqua Flag, Recharge King, and Kali TS Game 5. That is a mixy-ass map set, my brother in Christ.
Versus Optic Gaming, and the question is, how does Optic Gaming bounce back? Do they shake off the loss against Nemesis? Let's not forget, the Optic Gaming story changes completely if they are to win this series.
The only times these two teams have met on land so far was just a few weeks ago.
Make myself a
the first one went the way of Optic Gaming with a reverse sweep, and then Shopify Rebellion in a Game 7
that's a little better.
managed to take that final series. So when it comes to games on land, they are split
right
down
Lock
the
in.
middle.
Optic versus Shopify. Winners 1. Because Optic fucked around and lost to Wootum.
Rings from last season. Of course, now on different sides of the stage in the tournament.
Like I said, man, Saturday afternoon prime time. Absolute cinema.
Official meeting of Shopify and Optic Gaming in 2025.
It's still early. It's not even dark outside yet.
To see. And what a game type it is to start off with as well. Oddball, we know that this is one of the most testing and taxing game types that we have in the Halo Championship Series, with two teams that are so evenly matched.
Renegade gets the snipe.
Kill. One sniper rifle can make the difference, and Renegade has started exactly how he would have wanted to.
Greenwall going to be happy about that opening.
Oh my god.
Also hits a body on Royal 2, but we'll have to rotate.
Renegade on live fire with the snipe. We saw this brother absolutely blading at the Kason Invitational. Kills for Optic. That should be a ball play. 15 seconds to open up the game for Shopify.
But you would imagine Optic with that 4 there, they're going to be able to get that ball back in their hands and get their first points.
Optic's at least going to tie the game here. This is good kills for Optic though. Optic should probably take the lead here, to be honest. They're going to get a good chunk of time.
Shopify only recording their second
they're gonna have kills.
Of the game just now. That's how heavy the outslay is happening, and it took a little bit of time, but we will
they
see
are
a
getting
lead change
fried
as
off the
Optic
rip
Gaming
right
will
here.
go into an early lead.
Now as if Optic needed something to remind them
Renegade's
how tough
peeling.
the competition is going to be. That lost a nemesis.
Crowd getting loud for Renegade snipes, bro. I've never seen this shit before in my life. Optic Renegade, bro. This shit crazy. This shit crazy. E5-0 too. Live fire really his playground.
Nemesis has distracted from the Shopify Optic rivalry already. Let's not forget there is a chip on Optic Gaming's shoulder after splitting games.
Careful.
3 dead again for Shopify.
Whoa, what the hell?
After splitting
What the
games
hell?
with the Kason Showdown, yet placing second place. That now comes
Yeah, they
back
literally
into
were
focus,
tied
back into
perfectly
games
in map
30
count at the
58
last
favor
tournament, I
Optic.
think.
One bullet to play with here for Renegade.
And Shopify came away with the win because there was no winner's advantage. Oh, Jesus. He did get the trade though. That's an awkward fight. Oh my god. The fucking finesse.
Cyclable trade, but as you say, 3 dead. Those
That
first three
new
spawners
like
will be
lava
staggered spawners as well,
DMR
though maybe
kind
wait
of
for
looked nice,
cycle, but it's a
bro.
rotation of the ball
I
over
thought it
here.
was goofy
Eight
at
cuts
first,
maybe
but
to
I
see
think
as
I
well.
kind of
He has
fucked
a
with it. I'm
lot
not
of
gonna
health.
lie.
He's going to be able to stay alive and continue scoring.
Yeah, one thing I love about the way that Legend plays when he has that objective in his hand, he's so aware
Oh,
of when
shit.
teammate spawns are coming in, and his spacing with that oddball between him and the teammates that are coming back onto the map. It's going to be a pretty good-looking lead in this round.
Oh.
That's a good-looking stick from Royal 2, who after
See ya.
leaving the present,
Did he just do it again?
out there and
Oh my God.
refocuses his attention to more kills.
Nicely done. That's 2 dead, maybe 3 in a second if they're able to time these kills. Bound also being a nuisance, but it looks like he might be cleaned up soon. A lot of help. The Bash brothers on A bags. They stay alive. 4 dead for Shopify. What a response immediately from Optic on the hold.
And off the back of it, Renegade moves top middle.
4 dead for
Stick and said, "Hey,
Shopify.
let's have some more
Boom.
fun." It's
I
the
just
second
choked on
sniper
air.
rifle in a row
Ugh.
that Optic Gaming have managed to grab off of that spawn. Almost 60 points on the board for them already. Here Optic and with Renegade holding these angles on the big door. Couple of big shots here and Optic might be closing on a first round win.
Oh boy, in the toes, that'll count. Oh, body as well, and so much damage coming out of him. Frosty knows he needs to be careful on how he pokes and peeks from A-Bags here. 67 to 15 already on the board.
Royal 2 gets a pick. Renegade maybe looking to just waste a little bit of ammo here as he knew the pressure was about to come in. It's Frosty who grabs the oddball and moves it back towards the garage, and now he has a chance with this sniper rifle to put on some highlights of his own. Formal, first target, first victim.
3 dead right away, and what a story this would be if Shopify was able to bring this game back. And so far, they're putting together the pieces to do it. It's still 3 dead, and it's a full rotation from Frosty as well. They're down by 37.
First time we've seen Shopify get a 3 or 4 dead situation in this game overall. And now we're seeing them turn it into efficient objective play as well. Points on the board, another body shot, another kill. Last shot starting to warm up a little bit as well. Quite start to this game for him, but he's moving closer and closer to being even in his kill-death ratio. Ball will be played though smartly by Renegade, so even though the kills were being picked up by Shopify Rebellion, it is going to be the ball that gets played.
Really nice angling. Frosty gets kept alive by Cycle, who is at B on pillars. That allows him to continue rotating around as well. And now still on the hunt, and the game is back within reason for Shopify.
Formal versus Frosty. It's going to be Frosty who comes out on top of that one. You can imagine the reticle was trained at the top of that scoreboard. For Formal, maybe expecting Frosty to challenge, but he just slides off at the bottom of it. Gets such a cheeky little angle to give himself an advantage in that 1v1. And the 1v1, he manages to win. Camo now coming up in a few moments for both these teams.
World 2 needs to rotate this ball. He knows, careful away from Big Door as well as A-Bags. That rotation will begin, and they still have a man advantage for this camo pop.
11 and 6 for Renegade at the start of this game. That's why you're seeing the lead for Optic Gaming, but you're starting to see Shopify grow back into this. Legend flies across the sandbags. He'll be taken down and Cycle with the camouflage. And Royal 2 with the oddball in their hands. This is looking like Shopify in the next few moments might be thinking about a lead change here.
Oh boy, big kill, a killing frenzy from Cycle. You wonder what was going on from his POV. He's 12 and 9 here, a killing frenzy to get them right back in this game. They were trailing by 50. And now essentially tied up here at 68.
It's 3 dead again, and that's the quietest killing frenzy I think we've ever seen in Halo. Goes about his business, puts 10 without response on the board, and it's Cycle who's the catalyst here for the comeback from Shopify Rebellion. They are now into the lead. Couple of grenades go down from Cycle, looking to add to the run that he's been on. It's good damage. Frosty collapses on one. We'll get the second as well.
What a dagger this would be as they go into the lead for Optic Gaming to fall the way that they might do. 4 dead again. Formal's your first spawner, and there might only be 1 or 2 pushes max left in this game.
Cycle's found himself a snipe as well. And with Optic having to get more and more desperate to get that ball out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion, a body shot, a headshot, anything that connects here for Cycle will bring them closer and closer to that win. There's a body. Oh my sweet Jesus, what on earth is that reaction time?
Unbelievable whip. Now Frosty's turn. Equally terrifying. Pressure is coming in from cuts and dummies. He's going to need to try to stay alive here. Still anyone's round. He's going to play the snipe.
Oh, no.
Even though he had the player momentum, but the snipe stays on the map. That could be big.
2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. Formal in the death screen for Optic, but they do have the numbers advantage on the map. The oddball is down on the key door. Renegade gets taken down by Larshot, who somehow gets out of there as well.
Ooh, no, gets punished in the end. Repulse almost gets him out of dodge, but now they will begin holding again. 3 dead. Cycle's your only player alive, and we might see Optic now go back into the lead.
Optic will go into the lead. Cycle does get a kill as last player alive, though. Renegade will trade it out. Optic go into that lead. They need 20 points with the pressure and the nades starting to flow towards that ball carrier. Formal with the responsibility of playing bodyguard here.
Oh boy, Renegade with the flank as well. Renegade on the flank in jail. This is going to be huge. They should pick up these kills. That will be 2 dead. Now man advantage, Camo in 10.
Camo's coming up, Cycle's in position to try and at least contest it, but Cycle now is out of position. He's out of shields, but still alive in that rat tunnel. They know the push is coming here, Optic. They have the bodies here to deal with it, but can they get these kills?
They're going to drop and shoot. They're going to try to drop and shoot and get the advantage. I believe they've lost Camo. Here comes Camo. Last shot with the game in his hands. They have the man advantage once again.
And the big one with the 1 win. Top middle from Royal 2. It's Legend who's last alive. He's bottom middle, and it's going to be Shopify who break. They get the camo, and they might go into the lead here as well.
Unbelievable. This is high stakes, Halo. Here comes the push here from Bound on Big Door.
It's desperate. It's a desperate push here from Optic Gaming. They're too dead. The rotation away from those players is coming in from Shopify Rebellion, but Cycle's fallen. Last shot's got a job to do, but Legend
No trade.
with the beatdown, no trade. 3 dead for Shopify.
Something Legend is able to do in jail. It's a little bit of deja vu. You've seen him do it again. They're going to be holding again. Look at the clock.
Legend grabs that ball. They're going to play time here. They say to Shopify, come and get this odd ball. You're going to have to go through these bandits. It's Renegade with 2. It's 4 dead for Shopify. And it's round 1 for Optic.
How about that for a first meeting of these two teams? You knew it was going to be a hot year, but that is unbelievable. Down to the wire. Optic Gaming closes out a win, and they avoid throwing a 60-point lead in that round. Shopify pushing them against the wall. But in the end, it's Optic. They take the round. They will lead 1-0.
Okay, we're back. Holy shit. That was horrible timing. I had a phone call.
The first round of the first game we see at the first major, 1 second is what separates
A
the
1
2
second
teams in round
round.
number 1.
Also, I
Renegade
was paying
swipe on the
attention.
rip here for
I
Optic.
apologize though. We're back. We're locked in.
Man, unbelievable start for these two. Jeez, Renegades.
I always, bro,
21
it doesn't matter who
in
it's
this
from,
game, by
and
the
it
way.
doesn't
Take a look at the
matter.
scoreboard.
It doesn't matter
Nobody is
what, but I always
close to those
get
numbers.
phone calls like the second I start stream. I swear to God.
Heavens comes Renegade, can't quite connect this time around.
I'm not mad at
Cycle makes him pay for that one. Cycle comes in with 2.
I'm not mad at the
So
motherfuckers
Optic
who be
Gaming
calling
find
me.
themselves 3 dead. The camo will be picked up by Shopify Rebellion, who so brilliantly managed to get that camo in the final
insane
moments
timing,
of that
bro.
previous round, but it was Optic with such a good hold. The trade from Legend was everything.
Let's see if they can hold off this camo as well. They do. They shut down the camo and they get the first pick. And you gotta wonder, what do the Optic Gaming comms sound like? The momentum off of that first
Optic's
round.
gonna
Let's
break.
get to it.
Renegade
Listen
gets a
with
snipe
Optic
and the
Gaming.
ball.
I'm tower, guys. I'm tower. You was back in row 2. Back in row 2. Row 2 was back in. Yeah, I'm watching. Watch us, Psycho.
Damn, he just flies at that shit.
He put again, guys. He put.
I'm at 30.
Watch us.
Yeah, he went big, I think. Big.
Play yourself now.
Oh, that timing. Ugh.
Yeah, he's bigger right now. Bigger walking in. He's sitting bigger guys. 2 guys. 2 big. 2 big. 2 big. 1 ball. That's it.
Watch the cycle. To there. Watch out to the left. Cover big again. Bigger shot mid.
30. On cam. Tap in.
Spot green. Spot bottom.
Rapid fire ass comms.
Camel's in 20 guys.
Spam behind them, guys. Audio bandage on behind him.
Yeah, I gotta be down, I think. Sprints, watch out.
Get both up. Just spam with fumble. MC. They're gonna spam good. Keep it bigger.
Camo in 10.
Keep it spam good, guys.
Camo's
Bring him up. Kids. Let me know. They're gonna play.
I can pinch rebound.
Let me know. Watch out. Watch out.
Yeah, Cement. Yeah, Cement, watch out.
I can see on the camo guy. Camo guy is in cuts. Right now, going top mid. All three dummies, okay? Camo, quantum, and ball. I'm gonna shoot the ball guy. Yeah, they do.
Double guys. Ball left shot.
Take your time on this.
Ready.
Camo guys here, cuts. Behind you cuts. Camo guys.
Green button up.
It's a good trade.
Pushing top in. Kids. Be cuts on him. Kids now. That's sweet.
Wow.
Come in, trapping in the vent. Watch out, roll 2. Scamming. See me in the vent. Watch out.
Oh my God.
Go on.
Nice, man.
Bro, there's a fucking alarm going off in his head every time somebody says the word snipe. Bro, Renegade's going ape shit, bro. Ugh. Yo, Vortice. Hope I said that right. Thank you for the follow.
Could be tires.
Yo, Pillar, roll 2. Pillar, roll 2. One's gonna come big. He pipe on. Last shot hit him once.
Ah.
He has like a bullet or two blocked her.
Well, it's beautiful to watch the POV of Renegade there. The man was not missing so many bullets. Guy here.
Big chunk of time by Optic though.
But the round situation is heavily.
Oh my God, is he gonna get away with this?
Already on the board for them.
Yeah, Optic Gaming not letting Shopify back into this round at all, unlike the first round. It's just been constant control and easy to do when you got someone like Renegade hitting the shots like he was, both headshots and body shots. And then just a dance between
Oh my
Cycle
God,
and
bro.
Cycle's gonna win it. Probably
30 and
traded out
18 for
momentarily.
Renegade.
It should have been traded momentarily. Somehow Cycle lives and gets away with it.
You can see why the Ola comparisons come in when you're watching the POV of Cycle. Somehow just stays alive a little bit
That
longer
body
than he
just
should. Gets
fall.
away with not dying a few more times than he should across a game, and that all adds up. Now we're going to see Optic 3 dead for the first time, and it's a similar looking pattern to what we saw in round number 1. Optic with early dominance, a lot of it off the back of that sniper rifle pickup. This time it was Renegade, much like it was in that first round, but Shopify have broken. Shopify now have some control, and they had that ball back to the tower.
Was it 2v2?
No ammo.
1v2 now, Bound trying to stay alive, and Royal 2 is going to do everything he can to try to get some help here. In the end, Bound wins the 1v2 for just a second, and he will now have spawners as well.
The score is getting ever so close.
Putting so much damage down, bro.
Second sick pass here. 50 points now on the board for Shopify Rebellion. 25 points the lead here for Optic. As the rotate now comes in.
Oh my God, but they're getting melted with the ball.
They want to try and get a play ball here. Renegade picks up a double kill. Cycle's going to be sliding across his vision.
It's a good play ball for Rebellion though. Although Optic is still going to get this ball. They all 4 die at the same time. Renegade also gets camo. Down should take this ball. And Rebellion's got to hurry, bro. Ooh, takes a risky ass 1v1. Renegade is yelling in the comms, bro. You know they all got to be top in like cuts and shit. They got to be big door side or fucking screen side.
Still 2 dead. They still should have the numbers and the position to close it out here.
Trying to fly top middle. He knows the time is not his friend. He gets
Oh my God. And Optic takes game 1. Yo, and that's a solid ass game out of Optic, bro.
The Optic Gaming story changes completely from last
They look
night's drama
great
to this
in
morning's
that game.
early morning drama.
Yeah, Renegade's fucking
Potentially to a
insane. What's
very
good,
different
Tikika?
storyline. They not only win game 1, they win it 2-0 with dominant finishes in each round. And
Renegade's fucking
goes
insane.
36 and 21, the only player to break 27 kills, let alone into the 30s.
When he had that power weapon in his hands.
Are they chanting for Lunchbox? Who are they chanting for?
Discussing before who's going to
I
be the
couldn't
player
hear.
who has to go God mode for a team.
36 and 21 for Renegade.
Not a bad start from Renegade in game number 1.
Will it be formal? Will it be frosty?
Yo, Tikika with the prime as well. 27 months. Welcome back. Much back. And as always,
Renegade is one that comes to mind.
I appreciate you very much, bro.
What
Welcome back.
a set of rounds from him, just racking up. As we
Well, it's
said,
good,
not
man.
only
It's good to
body
see
shot
you.
after body shot,
How are we
but
enjoying the
headshot
tournament
after
so far? How are we
headshot,
enjoying the
locking down
matches?
Every part of the map that he needed to, opening that round as you saw on your screen with a killing spree on the
Let
game as
me-
well. And even though we
You just make sure we locked in on the 1080-60, bro.
and it was Optic Gaming who had their number in their first meeting on land play of this game type. It will be Optic who takes it. Now, one thing we should
we should be
mention as we
good.
look at some of these highlights.
I'm on the
is,
scuffed
by the way,
ass setup, I'm
Frenzy
not
from
gonna
Cycle.
lie.
How about 2-0ing Shopify when Cycle is on a killing frenzy? Also not easy when he's hitting shots like that.
That was
One thing
gross.
we should mention, if you caught the Optic podcast, and we know many of you in this room and watching at home certainly have been listening to and watching the Optic Halo podcast, they said the new game types are not our strongest and we have work to do on those. You might have noticed in the series layout, only Game 5 is a new game type. So Optic Gaming proving that they might have the upper hand in a lot of the classic Halo Infinite
And
game
winner's
types.
advantage actually means something here in this tournament.
Game number 2 is going to be Solitude Slayer,
This a major, bro.
which is always an interesting one to see what pace
Yeah,
it
I
starts
mean,
at. Is it gonna be a little
normally
bit
I
of
would
standoff-y
be
with
there,
field game
but
between the two, or is it going to be a case of a couple of kills and we go? We try and cycle
I don't know.
this
There's a
one, we wanna go
combination
10,
of
15
reasons.
without response. The first few moments of this game could be very,
I just
very
moved and
important.
just
As
got a
per
new
the
job
last seconds of that first round, by the way. 1
in
second
Houston.
dividing the two teams. It's crazy to see as
On top of the fact that it's Easter weekend and I was trying to be home and spend some time with family because it's Easter.
Yeah, and we should talk about Slayer Solitude as well.
So yeah,
15 to
money,
37 Was the final
I was
score
trying
when
to.
they
I
played
kind of
this
already had
at the
plans.
K-Sun Showdown. It was
Plus,
Optic's Game 5 reverse sweep.
I don't know. The Optic
13-kill
majors are
win in
cool,
Slayer Solitude.
but
So Optic Gaming so far in the LAN history between these two has the upper hand in game number 2.
yeah, the Optic majors are cool, but like, there's not a lot for like me to do there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't be competing. I wouldn't be like playing in anything. I wouldn't be streaming.
This season provides us with these new rivalries, these new teams who want to beat each
So,
other more than anything.
I think it's probably better for me to stream the tournament. It's probably smarter for me. You know what I'm saying? As much as I would like to be there, you know. But I appreciate you. Much love, brother.
Back and forth in these crazy series as we take a look at some of the stats from two of the biggest slayers in the whole of the Halo Championship Series here in Arlington.
Separated by 1/100th of a point in KD. 1.43 versus 1.42.
Ex-teammates.
Remarkably close and not surprising, as we said, given the margins of between these two teams. It feels like that has not only been a common preseason theme, it feels like all year long we might see these two teams go down to the last second time and time again. The question is, in Slayer Solitude, will we see Optic find success yet again? Have they done the work they needed to in Slayer? Or will Shopify be ready to tie this series 1-1? Remarkably close shades of green as well.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. Not easy for the graphic softs to get these ones right.
All right, man. Plaza TS. Lock in.
Talking about before everything got underway here in Arlington was Optic at the Invitational K-Sun event just before.
Pretty good crowd. They're on day 2.
Bad habit of finding themselves down by 7.
This is a primetime box office matchup, though.
Now, they managed to
Gotta say.
Sometimes they managed to make these comebacks, but you feel like against a team like Shopify Rebellion, those kind of margins cannot be allowed to happen. But being one up in the series, certainly going to just restore some confidence to Optic, who certainly would have had it knocked after what happened a little bit earlier today.
And one thing I'm so impressed by once again is Optic Gaming's patience. You heard in the listening as well, Lunchbox saying, let's take our time with this, let's slow down. We don't need to force this. And of course, on a game type like Slayer Solitude, that will apply as well.
All right, I'm expecting a bang out on this shit.
Trail 1-0. We're underway in game number 2.
Actually, wait, did they play this map in finals of the K-Sun Invitational? Because I know they played it in Game 5 of Winners Finals. That was that crazy game where Optic absolutely ran their shit.
Not just in this series, but in this tournament, in front of their own crowd. Cycle, killing Frenzy in the last game, but it was the Frenzy.
No, that brother had a killing frenzy while I was on the phone. That shit was insane. Early lead for Shopify. They should also get camo and shock.
Yeah, I would say quiet in our POVs as well. I think anyone watching that game
Cycle bails him out.
was last shot in that game, and we didn't get to see a lot.
Who's
of
being
his
sneaky?
POV, and obviously
Soda,
there'll
though.
be even more that he wants to do damage-wise in this
Oh,
game.
it's formal.
We'll see if they can do a great pre-nade
Wow,
from
what a
out of
nade.
Cycle. That's not easy to pre-nade the pillar like that blindly against Camel. That's an important
The
kill.
Shopify is still in the
Last shot as
lead,
well,
but
9-6
important couple
now.
kills for Optic right there.
The way they spun around, that was ridiculous reaction time again from last shot. And after, I would say, a carnage and chaos.
5 and 3-star for Bound. 1-1 Legend don't even have kills yet.
Will have a 3-kill advantage. Renegade does get away with his shot though.
Cycle trying to do a little bit of a slipping through the dip. Royal 2 was there on the U-turn to help out. He probably will be wiped out. Almost trades a second kill.
Shit is
before
chaos
doing
at the
so.
bottom of the map
So
right
just
now.
like that, still a 2-kill lead, make it 3 for Shopify.
Frosty just threads the needle though, cleans up that damage. And manages to stay alive momentarily.
So you should die.
Hunt him down, chop him down. Slow start for Formal in this one.
The BR at range.
First kill, but we are still very early in this game.
Fantastic shot. Cycle forced to back down because Formal just
Holy fuck, brother.
absolutely sending damage across the map with the BR. And he's not
The
done
BR
yet.
at
Cycle
range,
yesterday
brother.
As well. You think back to that forbidden CTF game. Just winning battles he had no business winning. Just like that, tied 12-12, all eyes top mid for the camo pop.
Last shot gets a pick though, and that's big. With that camo coming up, it's going to be exchanged though. As Renegade wins his individual, Frosty's going to take that challenge, slide that moment. Beautiful grenade from Frosty. Legend picks up a kill and it's just trade, but in different areas of the map at the moment, which means that lines of sight are going to be available for a lot of players still on that camo.
Is Legend the camo player? Let's see if he's able to grab. He was around it, hasn't been able to do so just yet because they have eyes top mid. See exactly where that camo might have fallen. It goes to Formal. This is big. They're 2 dead. Trailing by 2. This is a big moment in the game.
Yeah, Formal's got to show experience and a little bit of calmness in this situation. He's got got information on where players are. Legend will find one onto last shot. Legend still fighting, by the way. In and around the LR. Formal looking to be the person who just breaks in, gets some damage down, the players can play along, but meantime, Legend is just taking 1v1s and winning.
Really nicely done. Formal has not taken, by the way, any damage for this entire camo, and he has dealt quite a lot.
Oh, caster curse.
Down. However, in doing so, they tied the game right at 17, and still anyone's game here at the 20 kill mark.
Formal just played that one very slowly. I wonder if it was almost too carefully at certain points.
Shopify players. Ugh, never mind. I was gonna say, bro, they Weasley, they staying alive and shit.
Fights like this, 7 and 5 for him. We have a tie game at 21.
A huge double kill to bring that game now tied up, as you say, instead of this game going all the way different.
Absolutely insane caster curse right there. Oh my god. What the hell?
But stays alive here in S1.
One kill the difference. Sticky. Hold that, Royal 2. As now he looks for more. Formal will find his first kill of the game that gives Optic their first lead of the game.
Like we said, slow and patient. That's been the story for Optic Gaming so far in this series. They do it yet again. Now they lead by 1, despite trailing by 3 just a few kills ago.
Camo coming up in a few seconds as well. Renegade versus Frosty.
Ooh.
With a beautiful bank nade to take him down. Bound now, looking for a little bit of a flanking angle here. Just the cycle's there, but might just have had the timing here. Timing on that flank was just off, and it's allowed Royal 2 to
Royal 2 gets away with camo. Couple kills for Shopify as well. This is actually dangerous for Optic.
This next camo, once again, a big
Renegade gets 1 though.
Shopify
Renegade gets 2.
27-26. 2 dead though. Royal 2 needs to play this slow. Let's hear the listen in.
Looking sight. Got my man up dead right now. High blue shock. High blue shock. Just try to show face for Matt for a second. Soda 2 shot, guys. Going loop 2 shot. Loop 2 shot. Let's do it, guys.
Formal 1 and 7 early.
Watch out blue, guys. Watch out blue. Watch out blue. Watch out. Yo, watch out drive it. Watch out drive it. Okay, sign play. Yeah. Oh my god, toggle. Yo, and glass LR. Yeah, they're dropping this. One LR and top gold. I'm waiting for a second. Alright, keep shooting. Keep shooting sight. I don't see him. We gotta put posters around. Yo, yard beer on you guys. Or on you guys. We got time on the awning. Be gonna go. Look at SUSC right now. We should go. LR now. Go. Oh, yeah, I'm here. Okay, we dip behind us. Dip. Let's surround them. Push it around. Try to get out dip, maybe?
Optic retakes the lead.
Yo, try to take solo fights. We're relying on each other.
Formal 2 and 7 and Optic is winning. And Optic starts going crazy. Shopify is dying.
Shopify fall behind here. It's a 5-kill advantage to Optic Gaming, and the fans here in Arlington, they know how close they are to maybe closing.
Oh, it's a big live by Frosty right there.
Huge set of kills. Very interesting piece of communication coming in.
Optic by 4.
Relying on each other too much. Take more 1v1s. Very rare piece of comms that you would hear. A lot of confidence.
Big flank from Bound. 14 and 10 for Bound. Bound going apeshit. 12 and 7 for Renegade as well.
It's going to be last shot on the flank here. Who takes down Bound. Formal looking to clean up some damage there on the stones, but Royal 2 flying across the map. He's taking some damage as well. Frosty's going to find one. Formal starting to look a little bit isolated here. In blue.
Optic's kind of staggered right here. This don't look good.
Next to him as well. Those squad spawns Bound. Speaking of the 1v1s, this could be a really big one. He's trying to create an angle separation.
Oh!
With a big kill, he brings it within 1 now.
Gets away with it as well.
Frosty, that was so sick. Renegade's fucked, bro. Oh my god. Now Optic is getting shit spawns, bro. Tie game. Optic is in a shit spot right here, bro. They're gonna get collapsed on so hard. Formal gets 1. Oh my god, and Frosty lives! What the hell? Optic's still getting kills though, tie game. 43-43. Frosty's gonna die here if he doesn't live. Frosty runs. Trades. Oh my god, Frosty! How is this brother still alive? 46-44 Shopify. 47-45. Formal gets 2. Frosty finally dies. Formal gets traded. 48-46. Holy shit.
This game just got extremely tense. Frosty
Renegade's still taking a 1v1 loop. Renegade fighting the whole team. What the hell? Wait, Optic gets 2. Tie game, 48-48. Optic gets another one, 49-49. Out of middle, Psycho running for his life. Team nades. Renegade gets team naded for the loss.
And Shopify Rebellion clutch up. It's 50-49 in our game number 2. How else would it end? How else would it end?
Psycho lives and Renegade gets team naded to die 49-49. I've never seen some shit like that in my life.
Absolute carnage at U-turn and truck in the end.
What the hell? Renegade just apes in bottom middle and just sits on a nade from whoever that was. What the hell?
After, let's not forget, trailing 41-36.
I gotta see the replay.
Wow.
I gotta see the replay.
Wow, these two teams just leave it all out there. We've only got two games into the series.
And we have a 1-1 series now.
It's the first time we're going to see him. It's winners bracket round 1.
And the difference right there, we're talking about a 2-0 series lead for Optic, where they would have won like a hype ass game 2. You're up 2-0, that's insane momentum. But now instead it's 1-1. And not only is it like, fuck, we could have won that game 2, but also you lost in like a shitty ass goofy way. You lost on like a 49-49 team nade.
Highlights from this game. I mean, look at the scoreboard throughout the entire game. Tied at 14.
If that doesn't fuck your momentum, I don't know what does. I gotta see this replay, man. That shit was sick.
Game 2 was yet another indicator of what we're working with here this season between these two. This heated rivalry. Before you even get into the bad blood between the two, they are simply that close, neck and neck.
I gotta see this replay.
Number 1 and 2 favorites for the year, and it is showing in every single game.
This whole sequence by Frosty was so sick. Staying alive, getting kills.
He gets up to the top of the snipe tower, gets to S3, gets more damage down.
That shit was insane. No, they didn't show it. Oh my god. Aqua Flag game 3. Damn. That shit was insane.
Keep your eyes on him and always will keep your eyes on him as an X-Factor player for Shopify Rebellion. Tied up a 1-1 then after that's done. CTF Aquarius, that is a game type I like to see as a game 3 swing game.
Man, and how different this series could look if one thing went differently throughout that entire game.
I think
the big focus there.
No, this is winners 1-ease. This is winners 1. Optic done fucked around and lost to Wootum in pools.
That is a late game call, right? Let's stop focusing on the team fight. Let's not focus on team shooting. And I tell you what, in 20 years of professional Halo, I've never heard a pro player go, hey, just win your ones. Let's stop shooting together. That's crazy. And what a tactical call from Frosty saying, let's be confident. And also the confidence that he showed in his teammates, saying, hey, take your 1v1s. Let's go separately. Let's win these battles. And even though they were trailing by that margin that late in the game, they put the pieces together. They keep Frosty alive. A truck, he weaves and bobs and dips and dives around it, giving them 3 extra kills as he stayed alive. And man, oh man, we'll take a look at these last few moments. Big thank you to the team.
Let me see this. It's a team nade, bro. It was Legend.
Take a look. Renegade pushes in.
Legend team nades them.
Psycho survivability again. He knows if he gets pushed from U-turn, that the only way he survives for an extra second, half a second, whatever it is, by jumping on the stones.
Legend team nades the dog shit out of him. 49-49. Oh my god.
Yes. U-turn from.
You got to think if he's hiding in that corner and not shooting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the difference maker. Sometimes it's not about who gets the kill, it's who stays alive in those situations. An Optic 1 bullet away from being 2 up in the series, but instead, we're at 1-1. Let's just take a second here. Game number 1, first round, 1 second. Man. 1 second divides the 2 teams. Round number 2, Optic, more convincing.
Yeah.
Game number 3, that's game number 2, excuse me. 1 kill, 1 bullet, you could argue, separates the 2 teams. How'd you feel about an overtime CTF Aquarius?
Give it to me. It feels like these two are going to be going the distance all year long. We should mention on CTF Aquarius, these two have not played this game type even in preseason on LAN. In the case on Showdown, we did not see them go up against one another. So it will be the first debut on LAN between the two. And how fitting. The two teams could not be closer in that game 2 Slayer, which tees us up perfectly for CTF Aquarius to be your swing game in this series. Let's get underway.
One of the Halo Infinite classics.
Let's go, man. I am locked in, brother.
Those flags to win this game. First to 5. Whoever's leading at the end of time. We've got 2-1 in this series. The trades, not surprisingly, going down at the bottom of the pink tower. Everybody just flying at each other. Desperate that there's no numerical advantage to be found.
And what does that game 2 do for Shopify Rebellion momentum-wise? You saw the intensity on Last Shot's face after the series, ended. Is it what they needed in terms of a boost, both energy and morale, to start to pull away in this series?
Frosty with the first camo here for Shopify Rebellion, but wasn't too much of an influence. Optic will clean out most of their base here. Or should I say, excuse me, will be cleaned out in the back of their base. Found and Legend both fell one after the other. Legend back on the roof. He gets a couple of good kills in the back of his base. It'll be Frosty who's just moving through though, looking for spawners at the moment and trying to find Legend again. Shopify with good map presence here, but just not able to really get the numbers consecutively to get that flag moving.
And Renegade's running a flag.
Nice little 2v1 there.
Flag on for Renegade.
Yeah,
And that's going to be a... Oh, Renegade dies. Still might be a cap.
Enemy lines there. Got into the base and was like, all the fights happening.
It might be a cap. That's going to be a cap.
Bound finds a little bit of space and Formal finds himself putting Optic one up.
Renegade just pulls a flag.
Who was forgotten about, who gets behind enemy lines, who starts all of that.
Beautifully done. Renegade not yet on the board in the kills category, but how big is that play? That's massive to get a play like that. And guess what? When you're at this level, at this speed of gameplay, there are scenarios where if you're in the right place and ready to pull, here he is again, by the way. Once you're behind enemy lines, you can make things happen.
He's just running into their base and throwing the flag out. My goat.
Became a little bit of a prayer, becomes a serious flag run. Optic Gaming, they lead 1-0.
3 dead though for Optic Gaming here. Shopify Rebellion will send that one back home and we'll be able to progress at least up the map to the midpoint to try and trap Optic in the back of their base. Camo coming up as well. Frosty and Legend pick up kills for their respective teams. Even though there was a bit of a shaky fight on both sides there, is Cycle who wins it and will find himself rewarded with a killing spree.
Killing spree and leads the game in kills. Looking to pop off and show up in an even bigger way. He will not get the camel burn, so it will still be down top middle, 2 dead each side.
2 dead each side. Frosty in a position to jump up to contest it top middle. But he's should be close enough to actually grab this one. Should be able to grab it.
Oh, shit.
Cycle through the inventory.
Brother, what's up, Swifty? Thank you for the 100 bits. Good, bro.
Even though that camo probably has pickup priority. 3 are dead here for Shopify. Cycle last player alive. Legend, no damage.
Another
yet.
pull
Pull
for Optic, excuse me. Try to say 2 words at once. Oh, and he can't get around the corner, and that's 2 kills for Shopify. 3 kills for Shopify, so they're going to stop this. Big kills. And Shopify's going to turn this into a little offense as well.
A lot of things done correctly there on that run. We'll talk about it in just a second. We'll focus on the
big kill by Renegade. Oh my god. Can they stop the flag though? Good fucking shots by Cycle right there. One will get there though from high. Oh my god. The last shot desperates.
Wow, they might even double jump this. Here's the pressure on Stroom's World 2. Gets the touch.
No, does not get a touch. Does not get a touch. That's a re for Optic. Holy piss. Oh my god. Bro, this series is fucking chaos, man. Oh, good shots. Cycle's gross, bro.
Gas pedal is down on both sides of the stage, without a doubt. This is very fast-paced Aqua flag.
2 kills for Shopify.
Still just 1 flag on the board. It's a huge stop coming in.
3 kills for Shopify. Here they come.
Hold off the opponent as long as he could in the end.
Cycle. Oh my god. Just he just ignores Formal to run the flag and just gets fucking nuked, and then Renegade gets 2 somehow. So Shopify's still running this. Frosty gets another kill. Last shot does die with flag. This is kind of a sketch flag run. Frosty is being an absolute terror on the map right now, though. And dodges the scan dart too. So Shopify can still run this. Yep, he's just gonna drop it.
Frosty smartly taking an angle behind Optic Gaming. Renegade spots him out, so they'll know where he is. But
that flag.
Going here? They get 2 dead.
is gonna get touched. I think it's 2 kills though. This is a big live by Frosty right here. How do they still have the flag alive?
Yeah, really staggered, really unorthodox in terms of the way they're trying to move this across.
How do they still have this alive? Oh my god, nice shots. They still do not have this read though. Renegade's gonna go for it. He does not get it. And Shopify gets the kills. And they're gonna cap that shit.
The slowest, most considerate piece-by-piece flag cap you will see. But it's effective for
That's the craziest shit I've ever seen, bro.
Considerate is a great word for it. So patient, unbelievably well-paced. Frosty
Brother said considerate.
opponent's util throughout almost the entirety of that. Finally, he comes back to help out, but they knew the angles, they knew the timing, and in the end, they tied the game. Most importantly, we're tied up 1-1.
3 dead hit for Shopify.
I was gonna say nobody has been full shields this game.
As Renegade flies up mid-map, going to find himself a threat seeker.
It's warfare.
Camo is available for both teams as well, but look at the control of the map that Optic have. They just try and zone in.
Oh, did he burn it?
Waiting for him.
He should have burned it.
Big kill there from last shot to stop down that camo. You feel like
2v2.
if Optic already had a man advantage and we're about to push with a Renegade camo, that could have been huge.
A lot of nade traps in this game.
Killing the feet as well.
Teamwork starting to roll here a little bit for Shopify Rebellion. You can see them running shoulder to shoulder. Royal 2 and Cycle working so well together. Last shot's going to fly past him as well. And now Royal 2 in the position that you don't want him to be if you're an Optic Gaming fan. Sat up on height with eyes and reticle trained on those respawners. He's one of the best to ever do it when he's in these positions, but it's a great job from Optic to make sure he doesn't do
Good
too
D
much
from
damage.
Optic though, 3 dead.
Cycle, last player alive yet again. Currently leads the game in kills, but finally will be taken down. That is a staggered 4 dead. Last shot's the first spawner. Let's see if they can hold here.
Spawn in the back of the base as well.
Oh, that's not a good nade.
Couple of well-placed grenades here from Optic may give them an opening to run that flag through the window, but instead, Shopify once again doing a good job to hold. Even though damage has been done, the numbers now wrap back through the fridge spawns and they take control of their flag.
I think one important thing to highlight here is Bound is 10 and 17 in this game, and I don't think that's a negative per se against the play that he's made. I think it's play style that is causing him to go 10 and 17. The team is, of course, they're looking good. They're tied 1-1 here. Bound is trying to make things happen. He's trying to get into his opponent's util, and you could maybe say he's forcing things maybe a bit too fast. We'll have to see how the rest of this game plays, but still uncharacteristic numbers from Bound being -7 at this stage.
3 dead hit for Shopify. It's Optic who are winning these fights on their side of the map, and there's an overextension now actually coming in.
There's gonna be a pull.
And
Renegade
Renegade
dies
will
though.
get that flag moving. However, it's Frosty who cuts him down. That flag won't get too far. Now, will he be able to take a page out of the Shopify playbook here? Look for these kills, piece it together, and if they can, then maybe there's a chance to get
Great
a
GAs.
touch.
Oh.
Two with that grenade just shuts things down. But
Legend gets a touch though.
nowhere. Top card drops down and gets this touch.
And Formal's there as well.
That's 3 dead. This should be a cap.
Very easily, 3 dead. Cycle was your last player alive. Frosty's a spawner. This flag will go. And with
Wow.
under 4 minutes left, Optic Gaming will punch home their second flag.
Where did Legend come from? He just fell from top car after being a few seconds ago on the flag bridge.
What the fuck? What the fucking stealth gameplay?
For Optic, and now Legend, having contributed to the success of that flag cap, controls the top
Bro,
of the
what am I
pink tower at
watching?
14 and 12, and most assists on his team. He's looking to push in for another flag that will give Optic just a bit of a cushion in this aqua.
Another pull for Optic.
Quite a bit. You see it now taking more
And he gets it out bottom middle?
taking any damage in the last 45 seconds, which is remarkable.
And
on a
lives?
game type
What
like
the
this
hell?
and an opponent like this.
He misses his third. That's gonna be 2 dead for Optic.
Bound wrapping back to the pink tower to try and find
Interesting use
the
of thrust.
elusive player who was the one to take him down.
Oy.
Frosty takes some good damage. It's gonna be an easy clean up here for Bound as he reads Frosty's route back to where he wanted to be. That flag, by the way, it's back towards the Optic Gaming base. It's almost on the shroom stairs, so keep your eyes
Good
on the
damage.
field. If Optic can get some kills here, then this could be that cushion we're talking about.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
Royal 2 taken down, and yes indeed, with 3 dead, Bound, who has just cycled the entirety of the map, comes back, gets
Beautiful.
one flag and puts Optic up 3-1.
How about it timing-wise? It's essentially a back-to-back cap. Yeah, it took a little bit of time and a little bit of slays.
Absolutely
in between,
beautiful.
but really, if you look at that on paper, that's a back-to-back cap, and they are showing no signs of slowing. Now leading by 2 with 2:25 left in the game.
Whoa.
Frosty in the style of a blue plasma
2 minutes
grenade.
on the game clock.
going to be 2 dead for the side of Shopify again. Optic really just trying to pick up the slaying game a little bit in this last 2 or 3 minutes that we've seen from their POV. Winning those individuals, making sure the damage gets converted into kills. As their camo comes up once more top middle. If Shopify want to way back into this, you get the feeling with just 2 minutes left on the clock here, Andy, they have to get this camo.
Absolutely do, and then they need to make things happen very quickly. To be honest, the second flag cushion, as it does, is going to allow Optic to play this very differently. They do
both
not
flags
need to
out.
at all. Just make sure they maintain
Camo
control.
for Formal.
This camo will be a big piece of that. Here's Formal.
Last shot is running there's car.
Here. Both flags are away.
Oh, what, the Eagle Eye? Holy fuck. Oh, and he's gonna get shot by Cycle. Yep.
Frosty can see camo.
Shopify might cap this, bro.
Smaller one. Frosty now trying to help his team. 3 players from Optic flying through. Legends trying to cut down that
Ugh.
but by doing so gets cut down by Frosty. It's 2 dead for Optic. Royal 2 runs this one in.
That's good ass blocking by Frosty.
Between the 2 teams with just over a minute to go, and Formal
All right.
is alive inside his base.
Enormous kill from Formal. Last shot was trying to pressure while there was 3 dead.
Minute on the game clock.
Split spawns, probably util and probably fridge.
One
splits that
flag
would have came in
difference.
If Formal did not get that kill, and last shot might be running the flag right now. So instead, we have another round of slays coming in. 60 seconds left.
It's a really brave play actually happening from an Optic Gaming member. I'm not sure who it is, but they push all the way across this Legend again. Who's got out of spawn, who's now rapping. You can see the Shopify go.
Oh my god, they just get jumped.
Legend turns into 2 kills. Legend still alive, by the way. This is a huge IQ play from Legend in a high pressure situation to recognize my job is to get us out of spawn, and by doing so has helped Optic back on the map. 35 seconds.
Optic has kills.
Make a play on that flag.
This is not only a
30
2 dead,
seconds.
it's a very staggered 4 dead. Last shot still has not respawned, which only leaves now with the respawn 26 seconds for one final push.
Optic
My god, and they're gonna play defense.
Renegade with a big kill, but it's traded out.
This
Down
is sus.
with another. Shopify
I think it's 2
rebelling,
kills.
find themselves 2 dead. Numbers stacked up defensively here for Optic Gaming. 10 seconds left. Formal finds one inside of the base. I don't think there's a chance. Frosty gets a touch.
Uh-oh.
But no one else
They gotta
is
get the
gonna be
re,
there.
though.
Formal jumps on the re. Legend makes sure he goes home, and it will be Optic Gaming who will go
That is
2-1
game.
in the series
Wow.
with a hard-fought win here at a
And
very
Optic goes up 2-1. It could have been a 3-0.
Showing up in a big way. 23 kills on the board, leads the
Yeah,
team.
that complexity had his fire.
And ensures that they take home game number 3, the go-ahead game. Taking
Yeah.
a series lead. Once
All right,
again,
what's game
I
4
feel
again?
like you're going to hear a lot of this year, and I think everyone's going to welcome it. Another one down to the wire. It's only 1 flag separating the 2, and now 1 game separating the 2. Optic Gaming will be 1 game away from closing out the series.
I really would talk about those final moments of that game and the play that I was trying to highlight that Legend made. Legend spawns Fridge, immediately gets out to P1, and I think it was Frosty who was top pink, if I'm not mistaken. Starts taking the battle with Bound, who spawns behind him, but I think he thought Bound's first spawner. Takes that fight, wins that fight, moves forward, but Legend in that meantime had overextended all the way through the pink side, all the way into the Shopify base, then to top car, and was able to backstab essentially the push that was coming in and had to be made by Shopify Rebellion. That window of timing that he got to get out and get behind Shopify is the reason that final push got shut down. If he doesn't get out there, he gets trapped in the fridge, it might be a very different looking push that comes in from Shopify.
And you see just how big it is for Optic Gaming as a key to success to get those extra flag cushions, right? Because we've talked about it across many game types for Optic Gaming. They play fantastic when they have a lead, right? When they find themselves trailing by quite a bit, it's such a long and a difficult road back into the lead in these games. So you see just how important it is to play the early game strong. And once again, this was back and forth. We saw a big return coming in here from last shot and Shopify to ensure they didn't go down 2-0, but amazing stuff from Renegade all game long as well. This one came down to the wire, but it really was that back-to-back cap from Optic that sealed it.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 caps, the last 2 caps of the game, are actually really interesting to talk about and watch as well, because think about how long it took for Shopify. They staggered that flag run. There was a few times I was like, is someone going to run this? It felt like they were getting the kills and no one was in position to run it, but it all worked out in the end. And then the second, like you say, of
They also had the slowest cap of all time that game, bro.
Similar, where Legend was that player who finally got that touch after they got some kills on Car 1 and started to run that one. It's really interesting to watch the style of which those flags were capped. It was never clean, but it was good enough.
I also want to highlight once again, see Formal popping off with a little bit of an LFG after that one. Feeling good here, Optic Gaming leading 2-1, and you can just take a look at the score lines of how close this one has been. Really, this scoreboard doesn't do justice to just how close that first round of ball was.
1 second.
But I think One important thing to mention is Formal winning the 1v1. If you saw it, we were watching it from Shopify's util. Last shot was pushing in Shroom Stairs and high util bridge in a 1v1 with Formal. If he gets that kill, not only does he get the pull, he forces split spawns. That flag is running. And we don't get to see that on the stats. We don't get to see that on the screen. But it is players like Formal who win those battles on the back of the base that completely sways how the rest of that game goes. And it's going to be a huge factor for them all event long. When we see how tight the margins are between these twos, it will really come down very often, as you can already tell, down to single 1v1s that will sway where these series go between these two rivals.
One battle influences the next minute and a half, it feels like sometimes, of which way the game is going to swing, who's going to have the advantage. And I think it's a really good example to highlight that Formal play in the back of the base. He dies, flag's running this morning fridge, everyone's chilling.
Yep.
That doesn't happen. Optic Gaming close out map number 3 and find themselves now 1 game away. It's crazy to say, from sending Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket, when all of the talk was about what's happening to Optic a couple of hours ago. King of the Hill recharge.
Oh, the fact? Sorry, I was muted.
Will this be
the fact that either of these teams is going to be in losers round 1.
And we should mention this is a rematch
fucking
from
insane.
the Case on Showdown. Optic has already taken down Shopify 2-0.
Recharge King of the Hill. That's what the game 4
King of the
was.
Hill recharge, so a slow game, but a convincing one in the end. King of the Hills per minute right now. Royal 2, by the way, is at 2.45. That is disgusting.
Kills per minute in King of the Hill is insane.
Unbelievable.
The man knows where to put his reticle, and usually, if it's on you, you're going to find yourself in the death screen for a few seconds. But what a chance, what an opportunity this is for Optic Gaming.
All right, man.
Shopify Rebellion.
Show me some.
Down to the elimination bracket. Shopify.
Or will we see a game 5? I don't remember what happened last time these two played this on LAN.
And what past 18 hours of competitive Halo, all the drama you could ask for.
But also shit, nothing matters, bro.
3 will fall. His bound still alive here in control.
All that matters is who came to play today.
Coming in from Shopify. They know they need to win this game. They need to send it to a game number 5. Otherwise, their tournament bracket will be a very different one indeed.
Royal 2 is just hunting at the moment. He knows he can't fire onto Formal because there's going to be more than one player trying to trace onto him. Royal 2 doesn't know where to look at the moment. It ends up looking
fucking
nowhere
insane.
Because Optic spots him out and make sure that that camo does not influence this next round of their push. Optic Gaming will be able to get some map control here.
Unbelievable comms and Eagle Eye. The timing there is such that not only do they Eagle Eye the camo, but in making sure that they got the damage bottom control, other teammates can also spot them. And that's a really great neutralization of the camo. However, Shopify still leading 50% progress on your first hill.
And Frosty is picking up kills as well. Frosty has that shock rifle. And Renegade, luckily, as he was taken down, managed to get the stick. Frosty will have to wait a few more seconds. Formal flies in, trade, and again, it's the gold side of the map at the moment, the pipe side of the map that's still controlled by Shopify, and that's what you need to hold if you want to win this hill.
Last Shot knows that there's probably an elevator spawner there. You can't just poke out pipes. Wisely retreats and still able to hold down. Look at the progress here. Only about 10% to go for Shopify.
It does have to go, though. Oh, nice shots.
Renegade challenges, still takes 3. He's going to be traded out as well. It's 2 dead on either side. As Royal 2 will fly through. Cycle still at the top of gold as well. He's actually going to jump into the hill. I like this play from Royal 2. Here's the call out of damage on bottom tower. And probably recognizes if he can finish that kill, that's the
a cap.
And now he can convert this.
1-0 Shopify.
Shopify Rebellion go up 1-0. There is life in this series yet.
An enormous play from Last Shot. You can tell how important it was that he stayed pipes. He did not fly into Whirlpool. He did not get greedy for that kill. And look at the domino effect of doing so. They get so much more time. Then he wins a 1v1 in pipes. Then he also gets damage.
3 dead though.
Which
And
is
this should
traded
be
out by
camo
Royal
for
2.
Optic.
Finally, Optic Gaming now getting a little bit back in control. They get 3 dead. They get the next camo. Let's see what Formal can do.
Well, Formal spotted out the first camo, and now he's probably thinking, let me show you what I can do with this power up.
They're just trying so hard not to get eagle-eyed.
Them in a little bit here. And I like this because Legend, he's the bait. Formal, well, he's hungry for kills.
Beautiful.
Be there in time to clean up that damage, and it's a really good tower hold here. And now Formal still with a little bit of camo to work with. Will contribute to 2 more. This is 4 kills that Formal has contributed to every single one. Damage on everyone. Almost takes down Royal 2 as well.
You get the feeling if he didn't bonk his head on this little ceiling there, might have even gotten another one. Amazing, as you say, amount of damage coming in from him. And just take a look at the progress on on the hill from Optic Gaming after all of that from Formal.
Holy shit, they're double teaming the fuck out of him.
It was patient once again. It was very selective, amazing trigger and angle discipline coming in from
And he's
Formal.
still
They're
alive.
10% away from closing out hill number 2.
It's going to be a perfect hill if they can do so as well, but a couple of kills start to go against them somewhat. And it's Shopify Rebellion who, for the first time on this underpass hill, will dip their toes inside of it.
Legend gets 2.
Royal 2 looked like he was not interested in anything else but a trade.
He was coming, yeah. That was almost Ryan Nubesque. Nightmares of Halo Reach.
Oh!
Flying at you. Nice bit of work from Frosty there. Those kills will be traded 3v3 on the map. Renegade trying to win a battle here.
What the hell?
Taken down bottom in the hill. So let's take a look at numbers here. 3 dead.
Big win by Formal.
That was the last player.
So this should be Optic tying the game 1-1. Optic has shock, and there's another camo in 6 seconds.
You do get the feeling that was a must-win hill. Let's not forget the last time these two teams played this.
You know where Formal is? He is fucked.
Finish, which shows you just how even and slay-based the last hour
Renegade does get camo though. Probably gonna burn it. Yeah.
Back convincingly tied 1-1.
So it's one camo aside, and the next one will
So
be
Optic
so no
earns the
to
camo, goes 4 dead.
3 dead. And Cycle will be
And that's
chopped
gonna be a
down
good
as he
chunk of
tries
time
to escape
for
from Star
Shopify on
away,
this
but it's
hill.
Formal now on the camo jump. He's trying to break through this setup. Royal 2 taken down. Another player in the whirlpool trying to be a nuisance.
Ah,
2v2 right now as Optic kind of a mini break here, but his last shot, he's trying to hold these spawns in the elevator. Trying to keep Optic out of that hill, and he's done a great job in doing so.
Last shot did so well there. That's an easy battle to get lost in when you're on half wall. You can really get kind of mixed up with Whirlpool and even long haul angles. Instead, he goes pizza, hits the slide back, as you say, gets the kill, and then stays in elevator and holds this part of the map down, and they get 3 dead off of the back of it.
They got info on where Bound is as well. You can see the last shot turns his reticle to where Bound is. Frosty's going to try and chase him down. It's the best situation here for Bound is a trade, but he's not even going to get that. Frosty cleans him out. Optic.
You made it a little sus.
Spawning a long way away from this hill.
Only a little bit to go here. Now, Formal last player alive. That's going
4 dead for Optic.
4 dead here. They will get this finish, and we'll see if they delay here.
This will be 2-1 Shopify. Bound is low-key getting fried, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
They're already set up for the next.
5-12 early.
I wanted to highlight that because Cycle, I love what he did. He aggressively
And
pushed
Shopify
down
has
on that
rotation
last
to new.
push. He
This
gets
is
the double kill.
dangerous
Not sure how it
for
happened,
Optic.
but it happens. Then wraps all the way through. They get those last seconds, but Cycle breaking
Shopify
open
said,
tower,
we want that game 5,
and
bitch.
Frosty moving towards top glass. Forces spawns away. Everyone leaves where that hill was from Shopify Rebellion.
Finally some kills for Optic though.
It's the next thought process. What do we
New
do
camo
next?
here
It's
soon.
executed perfectly by Shopify.
Momentary 3v3 of the map just now. Frosty already 14-8 in this game, and now with 2-1 lead. Let's see how they handle this C plat hill. There's 2 dead, 2v2 on the map. Let's get to a listen-in with Shopify Rebellion.
Shock and camo coming up though.
Long week, item 3 times. It might drop on camo. Long. Just camo stack. NC fly. Xbox, watch stack. Battery's on me weak. Battery's weak. Wrapping Chevron, okay? Batteries have one guy's big door. Yo, one guy stacks now, one guy bottom here. Bottom here now, bottom here! It's all you.
Oh my god, the milk.
Two C plat, 1 BR.
Legend's a little weak.
Yo, hill weak in
Two cases.
CQ, watch out. One shot, trip stack.
Yo, in red. One shot. gold,
What the
going
fuck? Everyone is cheesing so hard.
One shot, sees up. Eddie, jump over you.
One BR.
Oh my god.
Good trade.
Bound is flying at him.
Two in hill, last two in hill. One guy lock all. Spawn back solo. Spawn back solo. Yo, can you? Still sees it. Nobody's out red.
Optic getting this time though.
I'm watching you red. No, it's John. I'm in front. See point weak. Watch out, hill, guys. Then probably sinky. Yeah, glass. No, John's long. Two in hill weak. Glass 20, dead. Nice, in hill weak.
2 BR, guys. 2 BR weak. 2 have, last 2 BR. Guy back on the BR stairs. On the BR stairs.
Can you guys help me?
He's still on the stairs.
Remember.
On the stairs. Still on the stairs.
Yo, watch out. Back. Drive, person. And then spawner C. Take time here, No, I can flank. In hill, back. Solid. Yo, Matt, spun out. Yo, Golder, one shot dead. Nice. Yo, and long. Turn, one shot, go pipe door. Bound. And then one's long.
Bound.
Matt, you should hit that. Yo, battery,
1 minute left of the game clock here.
1
It's
minute?
still 2-1
Yeah,
to
I was gonna say
Shopify
1 minute
Rebellion.
regulation.
Now, how do you play this? How do you think about playing this with a lead? Are you going to look to convert this hill to make it your game? Or are you going to try and stop Optic from getting anywhere near it? It's 3 dead for Optic. Legend the last hope.
Legend last player alive. I think even orange door or so. They're going to have gold spawners as well. Going to play time here, of course. 42 seconds left.
Enemy team took the hill.
Optic are forced to step in that hill. Legend will be taken down. There's a double for Frosty. Bound. You're going to chase.
Whoa!
But you are going to be put down. It's a triple kill from Frosty that felt like a dagger in this game for Optic.
Also now blocking back Hydro. Knew exactly where he needed to block. 27 seconds left for the final Optic Gaming push. Otherwise, we're going to a game number 5.
20 seconds left. Optic trying to force this hill, but Royal 2 picks up the first kill.
Oh my god, they're in it.
Last shot's there to clean up things in and around that hill. That objective belongs to Shopify Rebellion. They are playing bodyguards. 15 seconds left, but you're right.
Narrowly.
Optic only need to put their foot in it once.
They almost snuck in just now.
Wait. They might touch it. They might touch it from tower. From tower. From tower.
Renegade might go.
From tower.
Frosty's had to drop. Cycle gets the kill though.
Legend.
In there.
He's in it. He's in it. He's in it. He dies. Oh my god.
Everybody calm down for just a second. Shopify.
What the hell? Bro, imagine.
Oh, they're gonna kill me, these two teams.
And we go to Kali TS Game 5. I'm sick to my stomach.
Man, am I ever here for it? I don't know if my heart is. My cardiologist.
I mean, what else do we think was going to
I
happen,
don't
bro?
have one of those, but if I did,
but I might have one by the end of the series.
We need
Oh
one.
my
If you have
god,
any
bro.
cardiologist recommendations, I think the entirety of the Halo
This shit is
community would be
crazy.
appreciative.
Plays no music.
Man, oh man.
Okay, 2-1, Rebellion. They win the game, which,
Wow.
surprise, surprise, means we're going to a game 5 here. Goodness.
Cycle goes 18 and
What
10.
are we watching, dude? Like,
We are watching an unbelievable level of competitive Halo in a bonus year that no one was ready for.
A bonus year,
18
bro.
and 10 from Cycle in the end. 19 and 12 from Frosty.
Jesus.
All players on 5k damage, by the way, on Rebellion. No players on Optic on 5k damage, and that tells the story of the game. It's a 2-1 King of the Hill recharge win once again, a low-scoring one due to, I mean, just the map control prioritization there, and my God, was that ever down to the wire. You had to be sure that Legend was going to get those ticks as they send the final 2 on a control Hydro C-plat flank, and somehow they don't get the very last millisecond tick. I don't know if I've ever seen it that close on progress in a down-to-the-wire scenario like that. And of course, we are going to a game number 5, and these two teams have history on Slayer Origin.
yeah, I was going to say, I think those final moments, you made a great call, because I don't think we really give a team a chance in that situation. Having not watched these two teams play so much so far, right? Every game is so close, you were like, wait a minute, there's actually like a mathematical possibility this can happen if they get across the map. And I'm like, you know what, you're right. And then it almost does happen. So great shout from you in those final moments. But yeah, now Slayer Origin. I mean, statistically, these two did play at the K-Sound Invitational, and Shopify won it 50 to 44.
Yep.
However, in this tournament, Shopify played C9, they lost it.
Exactly. So when you think you have the story figured out, as we take a look, here's the final moments, by the way. 40 seconds left. Of course, Shopify at this stage just playing time. Huge, enormous triple kill. And a blocking this one. Here's Renegade flying
So
in.
sick.
Renegade dies right away. Take a look at this.
I'm getting
Legend
close to the pixels.
jumps in, and somehow in that last...
God.
We're talking frames. Frames away. Not seconds, not milliseconds, but frames away. Unbelievable. Just could not believe it.
Ha! The
As
reaction.
you can tell by the reaction.
We go
on
to
our
game
faces.
5.
You're probably talking, you know, this game is spitting out a whole lot of frames. per
Yo,
second.
what's good,
So
Ron?
say it in terms
Welcome
of
back to
240
the party,
hertz
brother.
but you are looking at just
The Optic series you're
milliseconds,
talking about,
seconds away from
I
Legend
believe,
closing out that hill and sending
you're
this
talking about
series
the one that
potentially
wasn't
a
finished from
very,
last night.
very different direction.
Optic
As you
lost
said,
that one,
Shopify
3-1.
taking down, by the way, this is a rematch, Game 7 at the K-Stan Showdown. Shopify wins the tournament.
So
on this
that
exact
set up a
game,
winners
50 to
round 1
44.
matchup.
However, not
or
only did
what should
Shopify
probably
lose
be
to
our
C9,
winners
they
bracket
lost to
final.
C9 50 to 40, and I got to talk to Frosty and
And now we have Optic versus Shopify round 1.
Back at the hotel, I asked them to walk me through it, and specifically they said they really prioritize certain places on the
Cinema.
map, certain angles, and we even heard Sensor say it on C9. Do not let Frosty go off with the snipe. And I was talking to Shopify about C9 playing quite squirrely. They were playing angles where they would fly two players out rocket elbow, get a quick kill, and then run back in the base. And now with everything riding on this, let's not forget all of the drama in the offseason. all of the drama of the case on Showdown and the format discussions.
All of the drama.
Bring us now to a winners quarterfinal.
All of the shit talk.
Matchup between these two. And Game 5 to decide who stays alive in the winners bracket.
Game 5, baby, come on.
Down to the elimination bracket as well. Origin
I'm locked.
is where we find ourselves. The first time we see one of the new maps in this series, and it's going to be the one to decide who wins the Game 5 and stays
Come on, baby.
alive in the winners bracket here in Arlington. This series never disappoints.
Oh my God.
Frosty is going old school by sliding in for that sniper rifle.
Oh!
My God, he just does it again!
It's a change-up. Last shot grabbing snipe yesterday for them on this map. Frosty's up to his usual tricks, and somehow the man runs different mathematics on this map. His geometry is on point, and of course, as he does, opens up with an absolute banger. 4-2, Shopify lead.
Absolutely, it's illegal what he does with this weapon. Sometimes
Renegade picks his fight so carefully there and ends up with the rockets, bro. Gets 2. Oh my God.
Goodbye, Renegade.
If I can't have it, you can't either. Burns a lot of extra ammo there.
Frosty's going
Exactly
fucking
where the sniper
insane,
is,
bro.
and of course, that there's only one shot left in the weapon. Unfortunately,
He leaves one though.
line to cycle. He's taken down, and just like that, Optic Gaming takes an early lead here.
Oh, good live. That's such a good thrust. Buys another second. Oh, and Royal 2 doesn't check that. Inbound lives and gets another kill on Royal 2.
The opening moments of this game, 10-6, they have a 4-kill advantage, and that is a full team wipe.
Oh my God.
The
The cheese.
Up at Catwalk will make sure he does not take any grenade damage from the ensuing grenades at the BR. They need to slow things down just a bit as they have lost a man. Still up by 3, however. Here
Oh my God, they're right next to you.
Scary moments. Jump scare as 2 players from Shopify Rebellion just appear on his screen.
Oh, you do not have to shell that.
Just how many 1v1s over the years? Those big ones, he just wins them.
How about that? A 4-kill lead for Optic, and they have top cat control.
Oh my God, everybody's one shot. Everybody on the map is one shot.
And just like that, now they're up by 2, 13-11. What a response from Shopify after trailing 10-6.
I mean, the seesaw continues to tip one way, and then the other is counterpunch. And counterpunch from these 2 teams. On the Optic side, Renegade.
Shopify's starting to build a lead. Up 5 now.
His first kill of this game.
One more got no kills.
No surprise, Mr.
My
Frosty,
goat.
the Oracle here on Origin, 6-3 to start this game.
What a swing from Shopify. And moments ago, you would have bet that Optic Gaming was poised and likely to go on an absolute tear, leading by 4 at one point.
My God, Optic is going to get rinsed right here. Optic does not get a single trade. And Renegade spawns by himself.
Start to stack up, because then you give yourself so much to do, such a deep hole to dig out of. But they've proven they can dig out of those holes. They've proven that they can make it happen. But how many times can you go to that well and expect to have that result?
And Shopify knows the game is far from over. Frosty about to have all the goodies. Leaves the snipe for just a second because he has 1 rocket left to play with. But they're up 21-14. Formal still yet to register a kill on the game.
He's last alive though.
Damn.
Oh, this is big.
You were talking about his mathematics and his geometry. They're gonna have
Oh, the timing, bro. Holy shit.
on the snipe side with the angles that Optic Gaming are taking. Royal 2 and Cycle get kills though. Legend's last alive. Legend does get a kill himself. Frosty's still with this rocket. The trigger's busted.
Such good discipline from him. The question is, where's the snipe at right now? Good trade in the end. It's a killing spree for him. He'll take down Renegade. That's going to now be 3 dead, 4 dead, staggered.
Shopify up 10.
And surely they managed to pick up that sniper rifle, you would imagine, as well, that was sitting on that spawn for quite some time. Last shot, though, just playing angles. Shopify Rebellion completely slowing.
I think somebody grabbed it and died with it, so unless somebody has it right now, it might have despawned.
From last shot.
Beautifully done cross map as well, and just like that, it's 3 dead.
Somebody even could have thrown it off.
Bound is your first spawner, and it's only right.
It don't matter, bro.
With Shopify Rebellion at 32
They're getting fucking ran.
Red cave and hiding in the back. In the back. Right, back 1 shot. Back blue elbow spawn. At grade 1A to your right. Blue elbow spawn, Wyatt. Top rockets, guys. Another. Top rockets, Wyatt.
Matt on me, Matt, help me, red cave.
Blue elbow. Dead.
Red trench. Yeah, red trench. Red trench. Kill red trench. 3 shots red trench.
Holy shit.
Right now, he's going. So red trench 1 in. Red maze, 1 shot.
minus 15. One guy maze.
Haha, that live.
Blue maze right now. Kill this guy. Wait. I'm hitting watch out the search tree. I'm here, Preston.
Yo, Rocket's guys. Rocket's 5.
Nice fight. Yo, we're helping you white.
Oh my god. And they're up damn near 20, bro.
And it's all Shopify Rebellion from the listening. 42 to 25. Optic are reeling.
Unbelievable comms there from Shopify. The second we
Oh my god, he dodges the rocket.
here from them to lead this way, even
Three
with
dead.
a kill lead like they have here at 42 to 28, they find themselves 3 dead, but extreme intensity on their comms. It sounds amazing, and man, are they ever looking good here on the home stretch. 8 kills to go.
Last shot, 12 and 7, 10 assists, shooting anything that moves.
Down 12
And I
now.
mentioned how Optic have an ability.
Optic gets a couple
somehow to
waves.
dig themselves out of holes.
Don't you dare.
42 to 31. Shopify Rebellion with a 3 and a 4 dead.
Snipe popping now.
Just saying. Want it.
Let's see how these next few kills go then. They come back.
They
to
kind
it.
of
Snipe
halt
up
their
right
momentum
now.
a little bit.
4v4 on the map. Game not over just yet.
Trades.
Get two dead.
Optic only down 10.
Stays alive. Where did that sniper rifle go?
Still there.
To the hands of Renegade.
Oh boy.
Renegade gets a snipe.
Now here's the question, right? Is it once again the same?
I'm not saying they're finna do it,
Too late for
but
Optic Gaming. Have they let this game get out of hand?
ah.
10 kills the difference.
Oh!
How difficult was that shot to hit? Last shot gets taken down.
Trades.
But Optic lose 2.
Rebellion gets
It's a good
kills.
hold inside of their
All right, that
base,
should
and
be game.
Renegade finds
This
himself
shit should be
last
over.
alive. It's 4 to go. For Shopify Rebellion, even
Yeah.
with the body onto Frosty, they move closer and closer to closing out game 5.
Such a smart play to isolate Renegade to not be a factor there. Then they turn around. Now only 2 more kills to go.
2 to go. Formals, no shields. Last shot gets 1.
Oh
Last
my
shot gets
god.
2. And last shot
And
pops
Shopify
up.
wins
Game 5 will belong
in
to
winners
Shopify
round 1.
Rebellion. They send Optic Gaming down to the elimination bracket.
And I think the game 5 or the game 7 that they beat them in last time was also a Kali Slayer.
We just didn't know we would see it this early in the bracket. Once again, all the way to game 5. In what is undeniably already the rivalry of the season. Shopify Rebellion will close out game number 5, 50 to 36.
Damn.
An unbelievable
What a
mid-game
series.
run. And not to mention
What a series.
trailing early yet again by 4 kills and running away.
Yeah.
Game 5 Slayer.
A little bit of a struggle out of Formal and Bound those last couple games. But damn, bro, what a series. What a fucking series. And now Optic got to make the run at their major.
What was already there. The new game types gives us this exciting new element. But we are seeing games being decided by moments of brilliance. One insane shot. And it's now like the bar has been raised so much that certain shots get hit. We're like, yeah, we expect that now. And it takes something so unbelievable to move you in these kind of series that are so close.
Hey, sounds good, Ron.
But a 50 to 36,
Much love, brother.
That moment, that mid-game, that's the difference maker. It was disgusting from
I hope
Shopify.
you have a good day at work, bro.
How about this? How about Frosty off the opening?
Yeah, why
Damage
not?
from 3 players and hits a brainer like that to kick the game off. And then this shot.
Renegade was sliding.
And you start to think, maybe we should have seen what was coming if that's how Frosty decided to open the game. It was 10 to 6, then it was 20 to 11. It's perfect gameplay coming in from Shopify. These shots, like you said, the fadeaway to thread those needle shots across the map. Unbelievable. We were during the listening here. Just unbelievable. Look at the shot about. Finishes that kill because of perfect comms. Look at the pop-off from last shot.
My favorite bit about that pop-off, by the way, is that Royal 2 looked like he wanted to, and then he was beaten to it.
Yeah.
So he's like, you know what, you got this one.
What did we say? And what did Optic Gaming say themselves in the Optic Halo podcast? We need to work on our Slayers. Look at this series layout. Yeah. If Optic Gaming takes not just a Slayer, but if they get one final kill in a Slayer, they win the series. Do not forget it, 3-0. Instead, they let this thing go the distance and then get blown out in game number 5. There is clearly still Slayer work to do for Optic Gaming, and the rivalry is alive and well.
Well, Absolutely incredible series. An amazing performance from Shopify Rebellion in game number 5. But again, Shopify versus Optic delivers for Halo fans. However you look at it, it's another incredible series. I think we've got Blaze on our main stage right now, ready for an interview with someone from Shopify Rebellion. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's got last shot.
Nope, I got Royal 2 with me on the main stage. Make some noise for him and Shopify Rebellion as they win winners round 1, okay? Royal 2, I know you was probably not expecting to have that series so early on, but just what are your initial thoughts being able to get that win in a Game 5 in the fashion which y'all did off the start?
I mean, that's supposed to be like a winner's bracket finals, like a finals match, and we're playing round 1. So, I mean, it's just such an insane win with the team, and I mean, I'm just so proud of them for showing up in a winner's round 1 like that.
There you go, okay? Because that's a team that you guys been preparing for. We saw the matchups at the previous LAN as well, and we saw how close it was, and that was indicative in this series. Every single map, like the Slayer, 50-49. What was going on through your head? Did you feel it looked like a little bit of relief on that side of the stage when you guys won that one and even out the series 1-1?
Yeah, it was. I think we had a couple kill lead, and then I saw it was 49-49, and Cycle slid up bottom mid, and I was like, all right, we definitely lost. And then a guy was randomly one shot, and I cleaned him up, and we ended up winning. And I was like, I don't know, thank God that just happened. But it was looking grim, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, a lucky team, Nate. Okay, maybe a 5th player over there in the wings for you guys. And then coming around to that Game 5 Slayer, it looked so much easier than it did on the
You said there's a double agent, bro.
On Frosty's favorite map on Origin. He hit some 6 snipes to kick it off. How did it feel? The comms were immaculate as well. How did it feel on that Game 5 for you?
I just felt really good. I know, like, previous at the Kson tournament, we kind of blew some leads, and even like this, we had a good, comfortable lead, and I'm just happy that we closed it out because, we kind of been struggling in that aspect, but I think, we played great and we actually finished strong, so I'm just super proud.
There you go, okay, and I know the fans out here are super proud of you guys as well. One more time, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion on the stage. That's gonna do it for me and Royal 2. It's just winners round 1, everybody. Lot, take us away.
You're right about that, Blaze. Just winners round 1. My goodness, it's blowing my socks off up here on this stage. My goodness me, what an incredible matchup. I think we all knew what we were in for when it comes down to Optic versus Shopify, in any situation, but especially the first major. They're coming out guns blazing, and blazing they were for sure. I will say I want to get one thing out of the way. I think it was Onset that mentioned, this was decided on moments of brilliance. Truly, if we're being real, this was decided, map 2, on a moment of absolute utter chaos that unfortunately just did not pan out, whether it was miscommunication, whether it was just a decision that had gone bad, whatever it was, but that team nade was the absolute catalyst in this series of Optic Gaming, and it was very
unbelievable team nade.
To really kind of, I think, see it through after that. It could have been a 3-0 clutch.
Yeah, it could have been a 3-0, but it wasn't. And that one moment, the opportunity that Shopify was able to get some energy in this series, kept them in it a little bit too long for Optic. That game 2 was absolutely insane at the end, and a team nade from Optic costs a player his shields, and then an easy cleanup for Royal 2 in the midst of the chaos makes
They gonna let him hear about that one.
I mean, nobody knew who won and lost when the bodies
or what just happened
started dropping
in
at the
the
very end. But that's what Shopify needed. They needed a spark. It was a very
what just happened in the Nuggets
like
Clippers game,
I
man?
mean, you saw Cycle doing his thing, but everybody else was fairly quiet throughout game 1. Game 2, Frosty starts making plays. There was a life from Frosty where he got knocked to no shield 4 or 5 times in one life and played his life so perfectly. That came down to a 50-49. If Frosty dies at any point in time throughout that one life, Optic probably win that game. But because they stayed in this series a little bit longer, I mean, even the Recharge King of the Hill game, good God, to be able to play time from like 2
good
minutes
God.
Flat Hill is insane. Yeah. And they played perfect Halo for like 2 straight minutes to keep Optic out of the hill. This series could not have been any closer. Optic, unfortunate, they go to the elimination bracket, but they need to keep their heads up because I expect we see these 2 teams once again come Sunday.
I'm actually so happy that we highlighted both Frosty and Renegade on that graphic because although maybe some of the stats like the damage and maybe average life is not going to show up, what did show to me was that they were the players of the series. Renegade and his slaying ability with his efficiency and his aggressiveness cleaning up his teammates' kills were absolutely incredible all series long. Frosty, and not only what he did on the stat sheet, but the intangibles. the IGLing, the anticipating his opponent's movements on that game number 2, that yes, Renegade got team grenaded where they probably should have won, but what did Frosty do when they were down by 1 kill, 40-41? He stays alive while one shot, while out of ammo, from top dip all the way to S4, kills, damage. By the time he died, it was 48-45. Just both of those players were absolutely phenomenal this entire series, and it's not just the stat sheet, it's the full package that they brought throughout the series.
I mean, something we got to talk about, a player that was quiet for the first half of the series, his last shot, not leaving a lasting impression for the first few games, maybe not playing bad Halo by any means, but not his best. He left this series playing his best. That map 5. Yep. Last shot took over. We saw a lot of Frosty point of view. We saw some World 2 point of view, but last shot throughout that entire game, a 1.56, 5K damage in a Slayer, a most least from the rising superstar, the kid you gave a chance if you're World 2 and Frosty. We need you. We need you here in game 5. He gave them everything you wanted to see from the young superstar, and he is making his name known and a right to be on the #1 team in the world.
He certainly did indeed. I've got to say, you know, something that I had noted down was that he was very quiet, untypically quiet in the entire series up until that map 5. And I think just going back to some of the earlier gameplay, something that was missing from Last Shot was just the way that he is able to never let the team back in. He's always that guy who's last player alive. He's always playing his life so incredibly well, getting that pick off spawn, keeping them in an uncomfortable situation, never ever allowing them to have the upper hand. It is something that Shopify excels on, and it straight up comes down to Last Shot. That was missing in the first few games. Yes, very lucky stuff on that map number 2, and looking at Shopify Rebellion taking that, but it was certainly missing in that series. I'm so glad that we found that from Last Shot once and for all in that map 5. I truly do believe it was the difference maker of why it was such a blowout.
I mean, as we take a look at the stats, Last Shot having the worst KD ratio on his team, yeah. We could talk about like the early in the series, but look at his damage. His damage is the most on the team. How often do you see the worst KD fall with the most damage? His impact is felt so strong and so immense throughout games that he is taking over, and he straight up took over in that.
All right,
game
hang on, y'all.
5.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
With phenomenal stats,
and then when I get back, we're gonna keep watching the matches. So give me just a second.
Yeah. For that game 4, to not be able to break that blue setup as well, that's got to be a very frustrating come together. What the heck happened? It got way too chaotic at the end of that recharge game, especially when all you need is 1 round of slays and toes in the hill, and you're going to at least tie this game up and push it to the next hill, which is what Optic needed to do. There's a lot that they can learn from that series. When things are getting chaotic, Optic have got to find better ways of slowing it down and doing the basics.
For some reason, it always feels like there's some kind of controversy or some type of something that leaves us wanting more whenever Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming go at it. And for me, this time, it has to be that game number 2. They mentioned it on the stage, literally 1 team grenade on Renegade, who had Cycle 1 shot on bottom mid. Could have been the difference of them ultimately getting 50-49 and then Shopify Rebellion coming back, or them winning 3-0. There's always something that happens that makes me want to see more.
I completely agree with you. I think, do you know what it is? I think bar that map 5, it's how close things get. I mean, you mentioned recharge there, and I won't go into it, but how close that was at the very end. Again, it just leaves you wanting more. You're on the edge of your seat. You're almost having to unpack in your brain what you just witnessed and why it was so close. It is unbelievably exciting, exhilarating up here. What a wonderful match that we saw on that main stage. What an incredible series. Can't wait for more of it, and there will be plenty more, because coming up next on the main stage, we do have our first elimination round. It's going to be Optic Gaming versus TSM. We'll see who stays here, who goes home, and we'll see you guys right after the break. Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS 2025. Can't even speak. Actually, just to be perfectly real with you, I just ran to the bathroom as fast as I possibly could. And yeah, I got small legs, so I couldn't really breathe very well coming back on the desk, but just keeping it real with you because we're human beings up here delivering you this show, and very, very blessed to be up here doing it. But we saw an absolutely incredible series, which I clearly couldn't take my eyes away from, eating into my bathroom break. But I have Goofy and Tony, and while I do get some oxygen in my lungs, Goofy, how you feeling?
I'm feeling hyped up after that series. I mean, these two juggernauts, I could watch them play Halo Infinite all day. Literally, I mean, y'all talked about it on the desk, but one team nade away from a potential 3-0 sweep for Optic. You know, I saw Formal on Twitter saying that one stings, but they're going to regain. There's a lot of tournament left to be played. So watch out if you're playing Optic in the elimination bracket because they are angry.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Lot. I didn't know you moved that fast. You were moving like Legend running a flag. I'm actually impressed. That was crazy.
I nearly had it, and then I was like, no, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I'm better now, guys. I'm here. Yeah, you're right. Just unbelievably small margins. And I think it's funny because we're going to see so much more of that as the tournament progresses and the weekend goes on. I feel like at this point in Halo Infinite, you know, year 4, we've had a definite shuffle of teams, lots of different teams just eager to get that edge upon each other, right? And seeing what works, what chemistry-wise, what dynamic-wise works. And it's always down to those moments, those decisions, one kill, one moment, one slide the wrong way. I mean, it's funny we talk about that, you know, map 2 and that situation that we were kind of given from both sides, but Cycle also messed up too. He slid out bottom mid. You heard Royal 2 up there. I thought it was over. I thought, oh, GG's, we lost that one. You know, it's just those moments of situations and how you finesse in them, right? How do you remedy those problems, those mistakes? And Royal 2 knew exactly what he needed to do, which is what he does best. He just shoots straight.
Yep.
Shoot straight, hope for the best, and that's exactly what happened. But beautiful scenes, and I can't wait to see more of that. And as we get into more of the action, we of course have Optic on the chopping block now, going up against TSM. They have quite the road ahead of them. I'm not too worried about this journey in the elimination bracket yet. I think going up against a roster like TSM, who, quite frankly, just haven't been pushing themselves up to the plate. They just haven't met the challenge right now. And Goofy, I think they're going to need to dig incredibly deep, and I'm a little bit worried in this series.
Yeah, I was talking to Gaskin in the green room, and you know, I agree, Lottie. I think Optic should be feeling confident going into the elimination bracket, but TSM, even though they've had a difficult start to their tournament, they're still a roster that can pop off at any given time. So Optic, you got to be really careful, and then obviously goes without saying, there's not any room for error anymore, right? There's no more losses. This isn't pool play, not even the winner's bracket. You're in the elimination bracket, so you got to come out strong because TSM, they've been hearing all the noise as well, right? Everyone is kind of letting them know that they've been disappointing so far this season, and you know they want to prove the haters wrong, but Optic is on the other side, and that's a tall order.
It certainly is a tall order. Tony, you know, looking at numbers, looking at things that they have managed to do, is there anything that you can pull kind of out of the depths of yesterday and into today for TSM that they can kind of lean on just ever so slightly?
In yesterday's performance, you know, honestly, not so much. You know, I'm just being realistic. I feel like, you know, I've personally been hard on this TSM roster, you know, leading up into this tournament. And I kind of give them the benefit of the doubt because I'm like, okay, well, maybe they're a land team. You know, last time we saw this trio together, they got 3rd place in Worlds. So I will say, as far as this tournament, not really so much. But as far as their body of work together, they still are an amazing trio. You know, Cherish still adds a ton of value to this roster. So I know what their ceiling is, but we got to see it. And now you got to see it, what, in one series or you're out of the tournament. It's against Optic Gaming, who are angry.
An angry Optic. It's a scary Optic.
It certainly is. They're going to want to prove a point. I think they're going to want to do it in front of their home crowd here who are cheering them on. I mean, let's be real. They gave us a show on that main stage. Their heads really shouldn't be down too low right now. I know that final Slayer was a bit of a blowout. We also know it's a little bit of a rough section when it comes to their map and mode combos. You know, and to be perfectly honest, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion's bread and butter. I mean, Frosty on Origin, previously Coliseum, it's going to be difficult. That's to say the least. But I think Optic can really take something from that series and know they are right there. It was in their hands and it was so close. They get potentially another go at this. TSM stands in their way. This should be something that they can really have fun with.
Yeah, like I said, use this series, use last series as motivation, come into this series hot and take care of business. I mean, that's been the name, you know, Optic story so far when it comes to this roster is just getting so close, but they never seem to come on the winning side of those situations against Shopify Rebellion. But against TSM, I like their odds, and in their entire elimination bracket, I expect them to really catch fire and potentially see Shopify Rebellions in the grand finals. I don't want to speak too soon because there's a lot of tough teams to go through before we get there, but right now is the elimination bracket run for Optic. It needs to start right here.
If there's one thing we can say about this Optic Gaming roster, I feel like we did see their formula for success. I feel like when Optic Gaming ultimately are at their best is when Renegade is leading in the Slays department, and not even necessarily the damage department, but just being efficient with his kills. We saw Bound being that main aggressive damage dealer, even Formal playing that anchor position. So I feel like we saw their recipe for success, and obviously they weren't able to get it done against Shopify Rebellion, but as we mentioned so many times, this could have been an Optic win. And if Optic continue to play like that throughout the lower bracket, they may find themselves back in the grand finals. It will be a long journey, though.
I think it's a story of two different scenarios here, right? I think on one side you got Optic Gaming, and for me, some of the big keys for both teams, but in different senses, are going to be power weapons and powers, but mainly power weapons. Optic are going to try and get power weapons and have fun and get a bit of dopamine here. They definitely need a little bit of a lift of spirit. I think on the other side, TSM are going to have to get the power weapons to literally stop anything from happening to them. I think they need the power weapons to feel a little bit more confident, secure, that it's out of the hands of their opponent. And then I want to know what you can do with it. Put it to use. Show me what control that you can create. Don't hesitate. I think we see situations where teams often do get these, and they have the toys to work with, but they don't really do anything with them. They kind of, you know, mosey around top tower and a live fire, and they're just kind of checking their angles and seeing what's happening. Then you get the likes of someone like Renegade. With a sniper in his hands, he is hunting. He is out for blood. He is looking for that kill, like literally just as if he's got some kind of thermal no-scope, like scope on this sniper. He just knows where someone is, and he will go and search for it. I think that's a big difference here, and I want to see some aggression out of TSM. What have they got to lose at this point?
Yeah, I agree. I think power weapon control is a big talking point for both teams. Honestly, if I'm TSM, I just don't want Optic to have the power.
I returned.
I'd rather them play the weapons, waste the
what
ammo,
have I
like
missed?
TSM, they're run and gun. They kind of thrive off of that teamwork. So
a little bit of Optic TSM. Losers round one.
Power weapons aren't as much of a factor, but that you need to keep them
I see that right?
someone like Renegade, someone like Formal, because when we see Renegade catch fire with a sniper rifle, or if he has rockets, then it's just bad news for the other team.
I feel like one thing that doesn't get talked about enough that the best teams in the world do against Optic Gaming is, on top of taking advantage of the power weapons, when they know they're about to die with it, they make sure they either waste the ammo or throwing it off the map consistently. I want to make sure that TSM do that. Like, it's not the end of the world if you don't go on a killing frenzy with a sniper. It's the end of the world if you drop that sniper and allow Renegade to grab it off of your dead body and then use it against you. So I will say, if you're going to go down fighting or throw it off.
Indeed. I mean, I've got to ask you, Goofy, when was that actually implemented into Halo? Because I remember talking to somebody, I can't remember if it was Clutch or Walshy maybe, about when wasting snipe ammo started happening and how much of a shock it was. I don't know if it was in that kind of like Optic or CLG era when those guys together on that kind of like crazy roster started doing it and people were like, what is happening? Or does it go back way further?
I think it goes back really far. I mean, my first ever Halo event was Meadowlands 2009, just a young Goofy in the AM bracket, in the open bracket, and even back then, you know, on maps like Guardian or I mean, on the pit, you couldn't throw off the weapon, but as far as playing the snipers, playing the power weapons, that's been in play for a while, but I think it's become a lot more strategic with wasting ammo, and then maybe only have one or two left in the chamber, and then you go for the no-scope, or then you go for that crazy play because you know the other team won't pick up a fully stacked sniper rifle. So the strategy goes far back, but we've definitely seen it refined in these newer Halos.
For sure, or even just throwing it off the map into the drink. Just we love to see that. Just an entire sniper rifle. Kind of hurts me inside when I see that.
I hate to see that. I was gonna say I don't love to see it at all.
But when you're playing against Renegade, I mean, I understand. I would do the same thing.
Sometimes you've just got to give yourself the best chance that you possibly can, and if it's in the drink, it's in the drink. I want to have a look right now, though, as we're waiting for things to get set up on stage. At the bracket, we've only had really one glance at it so far today, and I want to see a little bit more. I know we're in the elimination bracket right now, but I want to look at the winner side of things because there's another team here that really is standing out to me, and we actually do already have an update. FaZe Clan, 3-0 Complexity. My goodness me, what has been happening behind the scenes? Okay, I literally, you know, my homework now, while I watch this, I want to find out exactly what happened in this matchup because I'm a little bit shook at the outcome of that. I really thought Complexity were going to kind of bring it to FaZe Clan. We'd see something a little bit closer. Tony, you shocked by this result?
I can't say I am, to be honest with you. Like, coming into this tournament, I really wasn't that high on Complexity based on their Open Series events. I will say I thought their win against Luminosity was really impressive, but then think about it. Luminosity came in as the number 5 seed, and they're not even in championship bracket right now. So I like FaZe a lot. I think Complexity have a lot to prove, and yeah, FaZe, they want to make it to the winners bracket finals. Complexity was just in their way.
All right, well, Tony, with that being said, Nemesis Cloud9 either will meet FaZe. Who do you think has a better chance at taking FaZe on and really eliminating this gatekeeper here?
It's funny because I had seen Nemesis as my dark horse squad going into this tournament, but stylistically, FaZe have been really working on their defense and they're not getting staggered. Like, they've literally put an extra emphasis where they go 1 down, they play their life. They wait for that spawner to come up. They go 2 down, they are not throwing away their lives. And a team like Nemesis, they like to bully teams, especially with Wutum's amount of damage that he puts down. But I feel like you're not going to catch FaZe staggering. So that's why I look at a team like Cloud9, and I feel like a team that can slow the game down with FaZe and look comfortable while doing it. I actually like Cloud9 a little bit better against FaZe, just a little bit.
Just a little bit better. Okay, and Goofy, do you share the same sentiments here, or is it different for you?
No, absolutely not. In my opinion, I mean, we got to give Nemesis the respect they deserve so far this tournament, right? Beating a team like Optic Gaming, getting first in their pools, being set up to be in this kind of bottom half of the bracket where that top half was stacked. You had SSG, Optic, and Shopify Rebellion on the bottom half. FaZe obviously showing us what they're all about. They've been dominating this whole tournament, but they really, in my opinion, haven't been fully
I'm done eating my food.
just yet.
Right.
And a team like Nemesis
She
could
did
do
smack,
that,
though.
right? I do give them the edge over either.
Hopefully we
of
get
those
another game
teams,
started here
but
soon.
I got to show respect to Nemesis and the way they've been playing this tournament. If they go up, if they take out Cloud9, they're going up against FaZe. I would be a little nervous if I'm FaZe Clan.
Yeah, certainly would indeed. I think honestly both have a great kind of shout when it comes to potentially causing an upset here. I got to say for sure, Nemesis for me is the one that's taking the ticket, I think, when it comes to FaZe. But I do completely understand what you're saying stylistically about Cloud9. I totally get that. And sometimes you do find that it's hard to not put respect on what Nemesis have done. But then you can often see even some of the top 3 teams not actually match up well against one another. And it just depends on exactly how you play the game and how they like to do things. And I think personally when it comes to a team like Space Station Gaming, for example, I think they match up a little bit better against Optic Gaming than they do Shopify Rebellion. And that's just stylistically. And I think they would probably say the same thing. And it's interesting to kind of get the opinions to see where you guys are at and kind of how it works out, I think, in terms of who will be facing here. But let's take a look at the elimination bracket and just remind ourselves who's in here fighting for their lives. And believe it or not, Optic Gaming, there they are, elimination round 1 against TSM. And then we also got Infamous as well, who have dropped down. We haven't seen much of Infamous right now. Tony, you know, this team put together last minute, we kind of mentioned that yesterday. And haven't quite had the run I think that they wanted to come out and kind of surprise people with maybe a little bit of honeymooning, you could say. How are you feeling about their tournament and how far they might be able to go in this bracket, knowing Optics lurking around the corner?
I mean, I think no matter what, it's going to be a rough road for Infamous. But I will say, leading up to this event, I was watching a lot of their scrims. I was watching a lot of their open series. I even got the chance to cast over a lot of the online tournaments. And I've been very impressed with Descendant. I think not a lot of people are talking about what he's been able to do in the Slay department. Like, this man has been absolutely flying. So if there is one player that I want to watch out for on Infamous, it's definitely Descendant. He's that good.
Do you know what? I'm just going to pause right here on the elimination bracket. We'll pick it back up in 1 second, but I did just have an update from the Shurs himself. He actually let me know that Nemesis beat C9 3-1. So it has happened. We now know who will be facing FaZe. They will be playing FaZe. So not to just put a bow on it, but Goof, you kind of called it in a sense. I mean, they did manage to beat C9 and Nemesis will go on. I think based on the way that they have rounded that series out 3-1, I think we're in for a pretty exciting series out of them with FaZe.
Definitely. I mean, don't ever underestimate that. There's always that one team at every tournament, it seems like, that when they catch fire, they just cause a problem no matter who they're playing. And Nemesis has got to be that team this event, right? Specifically, I shouted them out at the start of the broadcast yesterday, but Wutum, man, I'm growing to become more and more of a fan of Wutum. I got to start playing mouse and keyboard or something because, you know, you look at his screen and he just does so much damage. He does so much positive for his team, and we're seeing it right now. We're seeing Nemesis really be that story of the weekend so far. Imagine they go into this FaZe series and take them down. Like, how big of a storyline would that be for the EU scene and just for the Halo scene in general?
I mean, how much kind of, I think, similarities, I guess is probably the best word to use, could you pull from them and the likes of Quadrant and what we watched happen?
I mean, you pull a lot, honestly. I mean, you look at SLG. I mean, SLG, he's a master with the power weapons.
Yeah.
And when you have a mouse and keyboard player on your team, lots of times you try to feed him the sniper. But dude, SLG, he's the one going after those snipers in the beginning of games. He's the one making sure he secures rockets a lot as well. I actually really like what he brings to the table specifically. And then of course, if Wutum picks it up, we saw what he did to Optic. It was a bit scary. I had Team Nemesis as my dark horse squad for a reason. I think they're that good. They've been boot camping. They've been doing their thing. We get to see if they can beat FaZe.
Well, I'll tell you what, they are striding strong right now up in that upper bracket. But back down in the elimination bracket, things are kind of bleak here. You know, we're fighting for our life in the tournaments. Day number 2, haven't even made it to Champ Sunday yet. So there is so much to play for and so much pressure on the line as well. Coming back to the series that we have on main stage, which is Optic Gaming versus TSM Elimination Round 1, folks, just to remind you at home. You know, I'm wondering with TSM here how much they can hold on. What have they got in this series to really kind of go by? And it's going to be difficult. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of mental ability, believing that you can do this. And it's like, well, we can either hit them while they're down and try and capitalize on that. Or what have we got in the tank? What are some of our strengths that we haven't shown this weekend? So with that being said, Goofy, when it comes down to this roster, who have you got a spotlight on? Who do you want to see have a pop-off game where it matters most?
I'm going to have to go, I mean, just using the graphics here, we have Druck and Talik on our screen, but honestly, I'm going to have to go with Cherished, right? The newer addition to this group of 3 that we've been seeing going all the way back to Halo 5 Money 8s at 4 a.m. in the morning, right? Talik, Druck, Soul Snipe, these guys have been together for so long. Cherished is that player that they're hoping can help them put the pieces together, but so far this event that hasn't been the case. In this series specifically, if I'm TSM, I always say this when you're the underdog playing against a juggernaut, like, Game 1 tells me so much about what the series can potentially be, right? Trying to win an objective game against a team that is favored in the series can be such a confidence booster, and then against a team like Optic, when they're honestly can be weak in Slayers at time, right? So if you can steal a Game 1 if you're TSM going into Game 2 of a Slayer, you never know, right? So TSM really need to come out strong, win their opening starts in Game 1, potentially steal a Game 1. That's really going to bode well for them.
It certainly will indeed. I'm also very excited to see Talik play as well. I think you're totally right there about the rest of the team here, and I think Talik, if he can have a really big game, I've seen what he can do with the sniper, Tony. Actually, I can't remember exactly who it was. I think it was Livefire, potentially, and he had the most disgusting snipe across map. But Talik can do it with some of the best of them.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the more underrated Slayers that we've had in our league for a very long time. Like, he was topping KD leaderboards, even going back since Season 1. And a lot of people weren't talking about him enough. For me, I'm glad that you mentioned that map number 1, but for me, I think it's that map number 4, because I want to say map 4 is a stronghold, and that's going to be a bread and butter of TSM. Okay. So you got to get to map 4, obviously, against Optic Gaming. And I saw Origin. I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's one of Optic's weaker maps. But then I saw with CTF on Origin Game 3. And the last time we saw Optic and TSM go at it on that very map, they beat them 3-0 in a minute and 30 seconds. Like, that was one of the more memorable CTF Origins that we saw. So if you can get to Game 4, on that stronghold, that's TSM's win condition.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, I can probably hear you guys yelling at home right now from your couch. Start the game, start the game. My gosh, why are you talking so much? This is awful, start the game. Well, trust me, I would also like to stop talking and start the game, but you know, things happen, guys. And on the main stage right now, we're having a couple of technical difficulties. We've been through quite a lot so far this weekend. We're getting it all sorted so that all of the gameplay is absolutely perfect for our pros. So with that being said, this is your chance to stop hearing us talk. Go get a beverage, go get some food. We're gonna
Son
have
of a
break
bitch.
when everything is ready, set, and The main stage is ready to go. We'll be right back. So we'll see you guys for Optic versus TSM right after this.
Well, time to hit the Pine Park, man. Damn. We could have been playing games or something this whole time.
Oh my God, Lucid. Where do we start?
There is no doubt about it. Lucid is the star of Halo Infinite. Every single time his POV is on the screen, in an arena, in a home, people go wild.
He is what most players aspire to be. When people think of Halo pros, I'm sure he's one of the first people that comes to your mind.
He is incredible at his craft.
The level that he plays at is so high. It's MVP form, but he does it every single time.
You know, if you think about some of the sickest plays in which you've seen in Halo Infinite, it's probably came from the thumbs of Lucid.
Oh my goodness, Lucid! Doing the job, we'll see each other again in a moment. Lucid! Look at these nice donuts. Lucid, maybe put a shot down to them. I feel like it was with a nasty double kill. No idea.
Jesus.
Lucid, take one.
So getting into video games for me was really easy. Like, I think I was just competitive. I've always been competitive. I was just watching the Halo 2 tournaments were being broadcasted, and they had like these highlight reels, and I knew of the names, you know, like Snipe Down, Ola, Final Boss, Ogres. That kind of started out early on with those types of things, but the feeling was that I just wanted to get better at Halo. That is distinctly the only feeling that I have, was just the love for the game. I just want to get better at something. I want to get better at Halo even more than I already felt like I was pretty good at.
I think he's hungry for more. I think you can see that in his eye when he's on stage.
For him, it's all about winning titles. He has the opportunity to go on and win more titles than most could ever dream of.
When I think of Lucid's personality, it's actually a very particular personality where he's not your normal superstar in esports that's like cocky and arrogant and like showboating. Lucid's rather quiet and he's rather reserved to himself.
He really does have a calm, collective arrogance to him, which you kind of need to be one of the best players in the world in terms of confidence. He's very humble, but the fans go wild for it every time he's on the stage. It's exactly what you need to be one of the fan favorites.
He's very relaxed. He doesn't raise his voice very often. He's very calm and controlled.
I think the quote is, you shouldn't be afraid of the loudest guy in the room, you're afraid of the quietest guy in the room, and I think Lucid carries himself in that manner.
I would say he has the most famous posture in all of Halo that also summarizes a lot about his personality. A lot of players will be seen like right up at their screen, you know, locked in completely, and Tommy's just like this.
Which one? Let's see. Yeah. This one? There. That was on your knees looking out.
Get out of your way. Give me a second here.
You're part of the content
That,
too.
yeah, right there.
One more row back.
This one?
Yeah, that's fucking hard.
I have known Tommy Lucid for about, since about 2016, so a little over 7-8 years now.
All right, you gotta come back, Joey. You were supposed to walk.
Tom and I came up as amateurs together, and we've pretty much been together almost our whole careers.
I mean, Lucid and Trippy have been playing together for years and years and years. They've been a really, really solid duo together.
They play off of each other really well. You often do see that on Halo Infinite rosters. Different players can feed off of each other. Well, Lucid and Trippy, that's a duo you need to watch out for.
Needs Trippy. Ooh, does he get the fight? He catches it! He catches it! From the mid-map, it's a huge...
This shit was so sick,
He and I
man.
have been like the rocks for each other, because I think he's very similar to me.
That event was
We
so
can normally
fire,
comfortably
Charlotte.
talk to each other in the team surrounding us about how we need to improve and what we need to improve on, and not necessarily feeling like scared to just be honest. I think that's why we've had a lot of success over the years.
Lucid almost broke a little smile there.
Lucid was the front runner of everything that was Halo Infinite at the very beginning of the game, and I think that if you are the pioneer of a playstyle, that says enough.
He became a master of so many things before anyone else even realized they existed.
If people want to be you, if people want to play like you, that describes how good of a player you actually are.
It is his perfection that he comes onto the table with, and it is so incredible to watch.
That ability to kind of put in the work and absorb the knowledge and work out a game so quickly, I think speaks a lot to his
What's up, Wayne Diddle?
as a player.
What's going on, bro?
And from there, he really was separating
How
himself
we
as,
doing
like,
tonight?
being in the conversations for one of the best in the game.
I think for me, the Halo community,
Yeah, I can say
it means
tonight.
a lot, because I think it's just when you
It's
have
the
that
evening.
passion for something, you just want to see it succeed, you want to see it continue, you want to see it blossom. And I think that's something that, for me, that runs very deep.
That star power, that leadership translates so well into the community. People love to hear from him. They love to watch him stream. They love the interviews post-game. He really does give a lot.
He understands his role as a leader in the eyes of many in the community. I think that Lucid is a great kind of archetype for how a Halo player should be away from the game, as well as their behavior within it.
He's kind of a good voice for everyone. I think a lot of people in the community agree with what he says, so it's very good for him to like very vocal and try to make Halo better.
Tommy's gonna be one of my best friends forever. Like, we have been through literally everything together.
So I remember it was Worlds 2022. It was my highest placement and I got third. And I talked to Tommy in the after party and I was upset that I couldn't win because he won. And I remember he told me, like, you know, he put like his hand on my shoulder and he was like, dude, at the end of Halo 5, I got second several times and I could never win. And he was like, you have to fall so many times and learn so many times what happens when you lose in order to go out there and win. And like, that kind of goes to show that he's like supportive to like his cast and like the rest of the Halo scene.
360s for style points at this point.
Oh. What's up, Noatus?
He
How you going,
already
bro?
has the support, the love from
Playing
the
some
fans.
Halo? Hell yeah.
He already has
How's that
that
going?
stardom. If he could get the
We're
accolades
just
to go
watching some
along
of the
with
tournament
that,
over here.
he will end up being
Just
one
watched a
of the greatest
crazy Optic versus Shopify series. And now I think we're about to watch Optic and TSM. But they had tech issues. So we are waiting and watching this. Or this is what they're showing. Anyway.
Hello, folks, and
Well,
welcome
are we
back
ready?
to the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming.
Hey, I'm glad, Noetus.
Now, the tech
I'm also
masterminds
doing
have
well,
been
brother.
quick at work on
Chilling.
that main stage, making sure everything is picture perfect for our
Watching
pros.
some
Let's
Halo.
Go head to head. I mean, after all, this is a really big deal. This is elimination round 1, and it's our hometown team, Optic Gaming, versus TSM. A last-ditch effort from TSM to get things done when it matters most, and for Optic to stay alive. Goofy, excited about this?
I cannot wait. The crowd is getting filled up. The hometown heroes are here to make a statement. No more room for error. It's now or never for Optic Gaming and for TSM, right? Win or go home. This is what it's all about.
Tony, we've had some electric series so far. Excuse the pun about the electric problems on stage and all weekend, to be perfectly honest. Had to do it, had to say it. Tony, but how exciting is this? Optic Gaming in front of their home crowd, once again, having to keep their tournament alive and show us exactly what they're made of.
It really is so exciting. Both of these teams have so much to prove. It's lower bracket round number 1, literally do or die. And something tells me Optic, they don't want to go home this early.
All right, well, that's enough from us. We want more for you on the main stage. We have Optic versus TSM. Let's meet the teams.
Let's go! Bro, these are two fast-ass teams. Give me some banger maps. Some good game types. Some good map sets. Let's go, man.
everybody. Welcome to the elimination bracket. We're about to kick it off here in round one, and in shocking fashion, Optic Gaming have found themselves deep in the hole. I'm joined by Dave Walsh, I'm Clutch, and we have TSM on the other side of the stage as well, Dave. So two teams that are not customary in the elimination bracket this early, but specifically speaking from Optic's point of view, what the hell happened to get here?
I mean, you looked at their match record so far this event, they're 9-6 in maps. I mean, it's kind of odd to think that they've lost once in pool play, they've lost once in bracket play, and they only have one more loss against them so far this event. Clearly the favorites going into this next match, but TSM is a scary roster to run into at this point. Those players can catch fire any moment, and their tournament life could be over early or mid-Saturday.
Yeah, let's talk about TSM's perspective when you're sitting on that side of the stage and you are entering the elimination bracket round one. You're capable of going on a run. Are you gonna have an opportunity is the big question. The opportunity in front of you doesn't feel like it's a big one because Optic Gaming is the one, this is the first team that's in line of your bracket play.
Yeah, I mean, TSM can obviously complain and say this is a very unfortunate elimination round one, but the fact is their pool play put them here to this position right now. They took a couple losses in pool play, and fate is now in their hands against Optic on their home turf here in this arena.
This is a high pressure match. Loser goes home. Lottie wouldn't start the game, so I will. As we kick off, it's gonna be King of the Hill Solitude for game one. And the green wall, if you can hear me, your team needs you now more than ever. They want to go on a historic run here this weekend, and they will kick it off against TSM, and we'll kick it off with Bounce point of view.
What an interesting break there by TSM. You saw how they pushed all the way out towards ledge, no one contesting towards yard. The yard contention's not too uncommon, but there is the start that Optic are looking for. Takes all four down, they get in the hill right away. You know they're tracking those spawns.
You may be hoping, if you were TSM, that Optic was gonna start slow, maybe a little diminished. After losing in the winner's bracket, will Optic come out slaying 4 straight kills, perfect camo control from Formal, more slays going in their favor, and early progression in the hill is exactly what the green wall wanted to see.
Just doing it methodically. They got that camo, they got shock rifle, and they can just trade out a few kills before they decide to go back in this hill. They do have 2 down though. One more pick, and time is certainly gonna tick up for Optic.
Not sure how that one didn't hit, but Formal still working on knocking down Tog. The respawners from TSM are going to be towards the snipe side. That hill still controlled by Optic Gaming. It's perfect Halo being played right now by all of Optic to control not only this current hill, but Formal rotating towards the yard is going to give his team an opportunity to potentially jump in that second hill if they're able to get one round of slays.
And Optic taking potentially the most challenging hill here on Solitude King of the Hill, with only 4 deaths total throughout this entire time. I spoke a little too early as kills are traded back and forth, but showing the level of dominance that Optic has off of the start of this game.
So Optic are going to lose that map control that I was speaking of for Formal rotating in the yard right there, as they are forced to get one more round of slays, but this hill is almost guaranteed to go in their favor, Dave.
Also, Wes, what do you think about what's your choice here? If you are TSM, and you know it's almost inevitable for Optic at this hill, are you setting up for the next hill at this point, or are you trying to scrap this up and put a little pressure on them?
I think you have to play towards the next hill, and if you can try to create a miracle, then like great, but at most, you want to control loop, you want to control back BR, but unfortunately, it's going to be Bound that's already back here. He's going to win his piv, or at least trade it out, and the rotations are going to favor Optic, so not only do you lose that first point, you don't have map control in order to play towards the second point, and this second point goes very quickly because if it's in an enclosed area like yard.
Yeah, not going to be a challenge to the yard as easily. Got travel very far across the map. Formal getting the trade out against Soul Snipe. More credit to Soul Snipe in that engagement.
3 go down for Optic, it's 2 up for TSM, but Optic work.
My brother in Christ, every time I start something, game 1 of every series, I get a phone call.
It's going to be what's going to really dictate who gets a significant amount of time.
What did I miss?
In this second hill, it's going to be
Optic up 1-0.
Renegade distracted by a player on truck, but you got to think Formal's going to be on that side of the map with the
Bro,
hill.
people
and that's
just,
gonna favor
I
Optic
swear
Gaming
people
here
hate
early.
me.
Slane's the name of the game here, but neither team willing to step in this hill and yard. They want to make sure they get all those
They don't know
surrounding
he's
areas
here.
under control first.
Formal's behind them. Formal's behind the truck. They don't know he's here. They don't check their corners, and because of it, Formal's getting free damage. It allows Optic to go 2-0. Formal and Legend pick up 2 kills. A third player goes down. Formal picks up the new shock rifle. It's Optic slaughtering them in the loop area as TSM all go on respawn. Optic Gaming are getting so much time here in Hill 2.
Yeah, just going to be super comfortable for them now. After they get those kills, they no longer pressured from both sides. They're no longer worried about glass and worried about people coming over from yard side or from ledge. They know it's just going to be coming from one angle at a time.
A massive play by Formal to hide behind that truck. It's allowed his team the perfect level of control to go up 2-0, and Optic does just that. The hill will move towards dip for hill number 3. Camo will be coming up, but shock rifle in the hands of Formal. 3 go down for TSM without Formal even having to shoot it.
That's not good for TSM.
The last player alive, it's actually a respawner, is lifting up Snipe.
And Formal drop shock for Renegade, who has camo shock now.
Shock rifle and camo in the hands of Renegade as well.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
Ugh.
We've just seen Optic control this, and methodically, every single time, they seem to just take a little slow as this new hill comes up.
Hey, holy shit.
And then they go in the hill.
That was
but
nasty.
also, Optic now has a choice. If they just want to slay out the rest of this game, I still think there's almost too much time on the clock to consider slaying out for 2.5 minutes, but it is an option if this hill goes on for too long.
And I do think if you're Optic Gaming, you don't want to play time anymore. You want to leave statements along the elimination bracket run you're about to go on, the one you plan on going on. And who's making a statement? It's Renegade.
Yeah, you got to get hot and you got to stay hot if you're
right now.
Optic.
Shock rifle might be out of ammo,
You got to
but
start
Renegade,
pissing.
a massive amount of presence here at this top snipe. This hill will guarantee go to Optic as well as we look at the progression nearly ending.
Optic goes up 3-0 fast
I
as
like
shit.
This rotation back and forth. Renegade's going to check the stairs and then instantly put his focus.
This is also kind of a shit break for TSM, who has a rough go of it in pools, ends up starting in losers, and then due to some other bullshit, some circumstances out of their control, Optic fucks around and loses a pool play match, plays Shopify round 1 and loses. And now, instead of having a reasonably hard match, you gotta play an Optic, losers round 1. It's just a shit spot to be in if you're TSM.
That was perfect. Halo once again. Optic
Because now if they lose, they what? They get top 12?
Going against a team like Shopify, Dave. Let's talk about it in the middle of this game. It's 3-0. When you play such a high-intensity, high-level match of Halo like they did against Shopify, it just makes you feel like warmed up to the point where when you play anybody else, it just feels easy.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to, you know, get away with some of your individual mistakes or errors. You're able to roll those advantages even harder compared to a previous series. And they're just coming out with a vengeance right now. About to see what, is that the 4th camo in a row going in the hands of Optic?
Yeah, it feels like every camo, every shock rifle has been Optic Gaming.
Damn.
And every perfect kill has been Renegade so far. A double kill for Renegade, spots the player top glass.
Oh my god.
Cherish won't quite give him the headshot for the triple. It could have been an O with Soul Snipe, but Renegade going to play his life here with this camouflage. And this is when Optic Gaming have chosen to start playing time. You can see about
Oh my god, he's going apeshit, man. Oh my god. 17-6 for Renegade.
To go 17-7-6, Optic Gaming wants to slay out for the next 1 minute and 15 seconds, and I mean,
Almost spinning in circles, doesn't give a fuck. 14-4, looking for nades to spawn.
Also, just very smart on the Optic side. Sure, they technically could have won quicker if they jumped this
Damn,
hill. And
these brothers are bored.
But also, that's the one way that you can open up the door, open up a window of opportunity for TSM to get back in this game. It's going to be very challenging for TSM.
Oh my god.
Outslay, grab 4 hills.
Shit's not even competitive.
Tied up with only 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, when you're up 3-0, your win condition is also part of the clock, right? Every second is a win condition out the door for TSM. And speaking of outdoors, it's a very difficult time getting out this door for TSM as they spawn back blue. Multiple players trying to get through, but it's Formal laying down tons of damage throughout that combat in order to just deny any kind of space. TSM looking like they are ready for game 2 at this point, because even these kills, yeah, maybe they can boost some confidence, but in reality, Optic Gaming came and dominated game 1.
Jesus.
That jiggle peak, Renegade still
20-8.
that fight, and we're just counting down the last 10 seconds here. You even see TSM not fully desperate in it. They realize the severity of the situation. They're going to try to just get a kill or two, trade it out and say roll on into game number
20-8 for Renegade.
Dominating fashion there by Optic Gaming.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Swifty. Like, obviously TSM kind of put themselves in this position because
was perfect from Optic Gaming here so far in the elimination bracket.
you know you don't win your pool play matches or whatever, but it is not their fault that Optic fucked around and lost a pool play match, and then you have to play either an Optic or a Shopify round one. You have to play one of the two arguable best teams in the world in losers round one. That shit sucks.
In the kills department, 20 kills, 7 assists, 8 deaths, leaving pretty much right where he left off from game 1 of the Shopify series.
Yeah, I mean, he was
Because TSM's probably a pretty good team. You know, they're probably top 6, top 8. You know,
like when he's playing extremely well and he's
they're better than top 12, top 16.
It's tough for his team to lose. I mean, when Renegade
That's all I'm
is doing
saying.
so
It's
much
kind of a
across the map,
it's kind of a tough
like,
break.
It's not just the kills. It's like he's creating so many distractions. He's in difficult spots. He's not just hiding.
But it's not over yet.
In the back of a map somewhere.
You know, I'm saying that after a tough map 1, but it's a best of 5, bro.
And the more of a distraction you can be, the more free roam your teammates like Bound and Legend will have.
You gotta win 3 maps.
And now, the big question is how does TSM get any momentum, if they can, before their weekend's already over, Dave? The map 2 is going to be Aquarius Slayer.
Ooh, it might be over. I'm
maybe
sorry.
Quick pace, maybe you can gain some advantages. What are we looking from TSM to potentially try and get their feet on the ground before the tournament's over?
Well, compared to Solitude, Aquarius Slayer, they're going to be able to charge out and get some more angles much easier. On Solitude, you have to, like, all right, we're going to, you know, if you all spawn yard, you have to send some people towards Glass, send someone towards Legend.
Almost isolated.
It almost has to be, yeah, there's a lot of isolated lines of sight and fights, and also just the timing. It's like, all right, if you go to Ledge 2 seconds early before someone pops out from LR or Glass, you get melted and you're at no shield. Whereas you're not going to have that same sort of precision needed on something like Aquarius.
This is a fast map set, bro. Aqua Slayer, Kali Flag, Recharge Holds, and Live Fire Slayer, bro. Those are fast-ass maps right there.
All of Halo Infinite, a lot of these guys have been together in pairs of 3s across several different seasons. You think that team.
If you're TSM, you got to try really hard not to get 3-0'd out of this tournament fast as hell in like
it's got to pop out
in
now,
like
or
14
they get
minutes.
A long time to think about before the next event. One thing is scary about that very first match, though, is we were talking down the side as we were waiting for this game to load up. And we're like, hey, I mean, I think TSM's going to look good on that game number 1 Solitude. I mean, that's a Halo 5 map. They got a lot of practice in Halo 5. They're great players in that game, but did not show up there in that case.
Formal does not care about how good you were at Halo 5. He was a little busy during that time, but he is back, and he and the boys on Optic looked amazing there in game 1, Solitude King of the Hill.
He was a little busy during that
Optic
time.
won up 1-0 here in the series, and we're
He's
going into
not
game
wrong.
2. It's Aqua Slayer, and let's kick it off with the big dog himself. It's H4F.
H4F.
Battling up towards Pink. Every death here is going
You said horny for me on broadcast.
And off the start again, 2 members of TSM falling. All 4 members of Optic staying alive.
That's not good, Dave.
You got Legend.
It's not good, Dave.
Right in the front of their base. How are they going to pick that player off? And Talik going down. That's just going to be a few players going back and forth and at least able to give themselves some breathing room. At least taking off Legend and Renegade off the map for a moment in time.
You get
so they aren't just getting crushed off spawn.
You get some breathing room, but a lot of information from Formal here. I was going to say this camo play could be something that just snowballs, but they're able to take him down with maybe just a kill and an assist. So you got at least Formal with camo off the map, a much better solution than going down 1-0 in a Hill game. Still 7-3 right now, 8-3, a big 1 from Soul Snipe there on the Bound. It does get traded out, and trades are big time for TSM to stay in this game until they get some map control themselves. It's 10-5. Not necessarily trading as efficiently as you would like, but at least it's not a blowout just yet.
Yeah, you can't let it spiral out of control. And there's sometimes it's difficult to know what to do when you have players off of Optic who are just playing so high.
He just like perfectly couldn't see that guy.
Action. You don't know whether it's, hey, do we sit back and let them fall into one of our traps, or do we fight fire with fire?
Bro, that melted DMR actually looks kind of fire, bro.
Both are viable, but
like pun not intended.
Yeah, easier said.
She looks kind of dope. He's getting back smacked.
When the fire is Optic Gaming, the firepower on Optic Gaming continuing to prove strong, although a couple of kills in TSM's favor, reset the map, and now for the first time, maybe we have something to play with. We're on board with Cherish now. He's got information that Optic will be spawning pink side. He's kind of on an island here. There is a player in his window, but needs to make sure he doesn't lose his shields too far, because here comes Optic Gaming into his base.
Yeah, just like that, Optic fighting out the bridge, getting a couple picks, and that's 3 down for TSM. Druck gonna fight this one-on-one, gets the reversal on the bound. That's gonna be huge to create a little space for his team, but while that's going down, Renegade's gonna grab the camo, and eventually Druck's also gonna be taken out.
Yeah, just still a 5-kill game, but moments like that, you want TSM to be able to capitalize in when you get a certain number down. Camo's coming up in about 10 seconds. They actually lose numbers advantage, lose another camo. It's perfect power-up control so far throughout the series for Optic, and Renegade now.
My God. They're just falling into his trap.
Shots from Renegade again.
Oh my God.
Renegade's the fastest melee.
They're lucky they stuck him.
I feel like he goes in from melee
Wow.
a little quicker than I expect, and it catches even the best players in the world off guard. He's getting some of those situations where I'm seeing him get the kill.
Optic by
and
7.
Melee traded back, and so Renegade's going to the next fight with half shield or more.
Definitely a quality to have, and definitely an enhanced quality that's on land. Even it's a buff, right? When I feel like when you're advancing with the melee on land, you get that extra additional opportunity to just quickly deal such a significant amount of damage. And Renegade, obviously, at 8, 4, and 5, showing you close up and personal is how he wants to fight against TSM. 25-19, still a 6-kill game, but nothing TSM has done has really made a margin into this deficit. It still remains 6, as Renegade once again able to play his life now up to 9.
And I feel like that's one common theme we're seeing here out of Optic is I do feel like these players are playing their lives just a little bit better. Yes, they're being aggressive. Yes, they're making certain challenges. But almost any single time that I'm seeing some from TSM,
Oh, that jab step.
Get a kill like Talik right there. I don't see Talik staying alive after that engagement, after that 1v1 win.
Yeah, he's dead to rights anyways. Even if Renegade wins or loses his fight, it's getting printed out.
Yeah,
no matter what.
It seems like another player from Optic's ready to follow up that damage.
And that's the pace that when you looked at this Optic team, 3 go down for Optic, and as we've been chatting, TSM finally starting to throw some punches themselves.
And the
they
first
have
camo.
A first camo. This is the moment, Cherished. What kind of a play can you make here?
Oh, we're shooting.
Obviously on the caster desk, it's easy for us to say they need to get more power-ups and power weapons. But in a case like this, they finally had enough map control that they could grab a camo without just forfeiting it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it comes with map control, right? It comes with the numbers advantage that allow you the space in order to acquire it and not just burn it, in all honesty.
Wow, patient by Legend.
Just great bait and switch there. And that's a pace change that you were wondering if this Optic was really going to be capable of.
Those are such
and
good
Legend
shots.
showing you that that's going to be a massive change.
Oh, and somebody lags out.
In the observer mode, and what a casual time to lose a player.
Damn.
Just got a few kills in their favor. I'm sure we'll have a reset here, and we'll figure out what the actual score difference is going to be between these two teams when we get back in. But there's definitely an opportunity for at least TSM to catch a breath here and reset. That was a moment that looked like a massive opportunity. It really felt like it fell apart. Was it due to the player lagging out, or was it due to a great bait and switch from Optic paired with a couple other things that allowed them to get map control immediately back on the green wall side?
Yeah, we'll let the TOs make that difficult decision and inform us on what the call is there. But regardless, I'm still so impressed by Optic and how well they've been playing there. The one
Optic
thing I
said, "Shit, we finna take a bathroom break."
Got lagged out there was that bait and switch by Legend. How long he waited? He waited.
Did not care about his teammates.
His teammates like just assuming that that player's gonna come out any time, or maybe he's worked with like Formal to say, hey, I'm not just coming out after you get the first bullet. I want you to get 2 or 3 bullets. That way I can get this finish and then roll into that next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of lull them to a false sense of security.
So often I feel like you see that situation in matchmaking or something, and you're going after the first bullet, and all of a sudden that first bullet didn't even hit. Now you're in a one-on-one where you like lazily went into it thinking you had the advantage, and you're coming through a doorway, so now he all of a sudden gets an opportunity to have a chance on you. You got to trust your teammate there, as Legend did, to make sure, hey, you're not supposed to die in this long-range combat. Back out when you need to. I'll be there at all times.
It's just so impressive, and yeah, just some learns that people can take, because I think all the different scenarios of how that could have played out, if there was a second player there, Legend now wouldn't walk out into that 2v1. If someone from TSM decided to get aggressive and push in from their gen across, He could potentially get that back smack and then finish off that initial fight. There's just so many ways that could play out. And so just so smart from Legend not just say, all right, the second that you're shooting, I'm going out that exact instant. He trusts his teammates to stay alive and bait and switch that perfectly.
Maybe in a year 1, you would have seen a little jump of the gun there, but in year 4, the game is evolving. The importance of how much shield that I'm going to have after I kill this first guy, when I'm the one advanced on the map, it's important. Your ability to continue these kills is important. So just a minor situation that really shows the complexity of the level of Halo being played.
And also just showing which team is choosing the smarter battles. That was a very smart battle for Optic to choose across the map because they had somebody in position to help finish it off. Whereas that wasn't triggering. That was not clicking there for the TSM roster. They're just saying, all right, well, I guess I'm going to do something rather than doing nothing. And that doing something led to a death.
Yes, Cherish had camo in that situation. It's usually frowned upon to shoot across the map with camo, especially on a kill where you probably know the guy's not going to give it to you. Unless you're just getting ego challenged and disrespected. And the level Optic's playing at, yes, they might ego chow sometimes and disrespect sometimes, but there's no room for that. I think that they're locked in on their Q's and P's here to be able to really go on an elimination bracket round. So far, we've seen a game and a half, we'll call it, 1.5. What do you like that you're seeing out of Optic? Do you think they have what it takes to go all the way through this elimination bracket run and maybe even create history?
I'm seeing glimmers of that. I'm not convinced just yet that I'm seeing this team that I'm saying, wow, they're playing out their minds. They're going to absolutely win this event because, to be frank, they have their work cut out for them. They got a lot of good teams that they have to fight in the elimination bracket, and you don't even know who they have to fight that's dropping from the upper bracket
dropping down there.
Exactly. It's just a lot of tough teams in front of them, and so they have to get one game at a time. And no, I'm not convinced yet that I'm seeing them play perfect Halo and that they are going to guarantee dominate this shit. But they have to take it one game here and there. They have to keep impressing us, get a 3-0 victory, get those 2-0 victories, get a steak dinner maybe here or there.
Can I talk about what I want to happen? And no offense to Nemesis fans, but FaZe will play Nemesis later on today in the winners bracket round 2. How fun would it be if FaZe were able to beat Nemesis and then Optic Gaming go on a little bit of an elimination bracket run, and then they get to square up once again with the team that kind of put them in this situation. If they were to go on a run, erasing all the errors that they've made throughout this weekend, they would have to go through Nemesis and Shopify. In order to play Shopify, I'm assuming you're going to have to find yourself pretty far back into the bracket.
I don't know how I would fear for Optic in that situation, just because you had an actual reset opportunity for Optic to come back and they say, all right, what are Nemesis doing? Well, let's forget about that. It looks like it's a 3-kill difference before we went into that player
We're done
dropping
killing
out.
time. It's 32 to 29, just a 3-kill separation like you said. The first kill will go to Optic Gaming.
My
and
God.
Cherish. Okay, there we go. We're starting to shoot, son. As he picks up one, he'll make it a 4-kill game. Spots another player, Pink one, no shield, but his eyes are set on getting top Pink controls. They want this camouflage. You can tell that the game started to maybe shift towards their favor. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down. A little bit of an overextension on his end, but kills are traded out in their behalf. Still a 3-kill game, and they may have camo to play around as well.
Yeah, and Formal also getting a nice flank there. Bottom car just with the sliver of health. Barely living there, but like you said, that camo's up, and it's not going to be easy for the taking. There's going to be a lot of eyes on that, so I don't know if Formal's going to snag this. He is going to get the touch on it, and somehow doesn't receive a single bullet from TSM.
Well, Formal's key right there is he sees Tog go down. He also is getting comms from his teammate Top Pink, basically saying, I've got another one. That was his key to go. And if you're Formal, yeah, you want more from that camo, but getting it off the map with a 7-kill lead is just fine as well.
I love that little back and forth there from Legend. Legend gets a back smack, kind of looks around and says, all right, Renegade's over here. Where are they at? And then receives a back smack of his own. Just you can tell his fighting sense right there. When you see a little back and forth from players like go and say, wait, where's the action going on? Because they're calculating so many factors at once. They're saying, teammates are saying this. I see somebody over here. So historically players would be in these positions.
That usually means you want to turn around. If you're not seeing any action in front of you, it's probably coming from behind. Yeah. Right now, though, Legend top pick with some dangerous shots on the Druk. Druk's going to be thinking about that one in his sleep if he gets it home tonight. 46-39 now. Optic Gaming need 4 kills to go up 2-0 in the series. Tog spotted car 1. He's going to get taken down as well. Optic's teamwork shining through and allowing them to close this game out in dominant fashion. 49 now, 39, 1 kill to go, and Optic Gaming want to end this one and get on with the day. They're going to do just that. It's a 2-0 lead now here in the elimination bracket for the Green Wall, who came out of that reset and immediately went back to work.
Yeah, they just started crushing once again. I mean, they were up by a 3-kill lead and then ended it with a 7-kill lead to close out that game. So Optic looking stronger and stronger as this goes on. But you know, every single team here that's going to be playing them has studied them. They've watched their gameplay. They're going to know some of these players' tendencies. Whereas I would argue that Optic, most of the teams that they're going to be playing throughout this run, they haven't done as much studying on. They've been looking at Shopify, let's be real. They've been looking at FaZe. They've been looking at SSG.
Yeah, they're worried about who they would be playing in the finals, and unfortunately, that's got to get put away for at least just a little bit. We're in elimination bracket round 1. It's TSM. You're up 2-0. You have looked dominant so far. And if you want to punch your ticket to elimination round 2, it's going to be through CTF Origin, at least for game 3. And CTF Origin, a map remade from Halo 5 Coliseum. And when I look at this TSM roster, and we were talking about the benefits that maybe TSM could rely on to try and extend this series, you look at CTF Origin and you think, hey, Druk, Talik, Soul Snipe, these guys really started to improve and make names for themselves at the end of Halo 5. Is this going to be an opportunity? We said maybe at the start, but after watching Solitude and the domination that Optic and the beatdown that Optic put down on them in that remake from Halo 5, does this game 3 give you any hope if you're a TSM fan?
It's tough to say because we saw a game mode that played a little slower, took a little more coordination on Solitude. That didn't pan out well for TSM.
That did not pan out well.
You saw Aquarius Slayer, where it got to go more of a medium pace, and that didn't go great either. And so, I mean, sometimes I try to find those opportunities and those positives as I look at a match, and I'm not really seeing a great light or path ahead here for TSM. At some point, I think you might have to go back to basics. It's, hey, they need to get some kills and they need to stay alive, because I'm seeing most every single time that they get a kill on someone from Optic, their players are getting cleaned up, whether they're challenging or whether someone from Optic is just flying in towards that finish.
I would say even when it feels like they get weak, like it's almost guaranteed somebody on Optic is intentionally going out of their way to kill them, right? It's not like they're ever getting an opportunity to play their life, to get their shield back, to play like smart, like technical Halo. It's like the second you choose the wrong fight and you get past half shield, somebody on Optic is on their way, or has an angle on you that you're getting finished up. A very frustrating feeling, a swarming feeling. TSM feels like they can probably do no right at this point throughout this series. But these are players that have had so much success to have some kind of hope. It's now or never in this game 3. You literally, your first event of the season, your first major, ends in tragedy if you can't figure it out here on Coliseum CTF, Origin CTF, sorry.
Yeah, and taking a quick look here at some of the flag steal leaders here at Arlington. Renegade top of the charts with 8 flag grabs. So you know he's going to be moving into the TSM base. You know he's going to be a nuisance. And he is so tough to kill on this map.
Yeah, when he's in your base, it is a problem. And Renegade made a name for himself on Origin as well back in Halo 5 with that Splice roster that ended up winning a world championship. And you know Renegade, he grins from ear to ear when we make a Halo 5 remade map and we throw it into competitive, as happy as he is. Let's kick it off with Renegade. I do want to see this because it's been Origin Slayer that's kind of haunted this Optic team in 2 different events so far against Shopify. They're not playing Shopify right now, but you do want to start to see them have success on these new map modes.
And kicking off, Renegade actually going all the way towards top rockets and not hitting as many shots. A lot of times this rocket area has been a death trap for players to go too early. And he somehow gets that first initial pick
almost gets the second kill in the trench, and that's
Four
the
dead,
last
flag on
one
the move
down.
already.
All 4 down, flags moving, sniper in the hands of Formal. This is almost certainly a free cap for Optic.
We're going for a new world record here as Optic running the flag, and we'll cap this flag in the first 35 seconds of the game. TSM, the blood is starting to spill out. We have no way of stopping this one. Optic Gaming are in motion with another flagpole, and I mean, TSM, we've got to figure out a way to take down Formal, because I'm sure this flag's gonna get about halfway, and if Formal can find some kills, they're gonna go down 2-0 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that's the opposite of the hot start that you're looking for if you're on TSM. You start talking across the map saying, hey, I didn't get sniped. Did you guys get rockets? Like, well, we didn't get rockets. Did you get sniped? And then all of a sudden, you're all on the respawn screen and try and talk about, let's just leave this to only 1 cap. But that flag is actually still well and alive. If the kills fall in favor of Optic, expect them to get that touch and continue it.
Yeah, Talk's got to be careful. That flag runner is now choosing to pick up the pace once again, and all of TSM towards the snipe side had no intention of going for that return or competing for this fight. They tried to overwhelm the snipe side, but Bound able to stagger them off, push them off, and that's going to allow Legend to punch this one in. We've had 2 caps in less than 2 minutes now from Optic Gaming.
I'm not gonna lie, TSM needs to get this counter cap. They need to get something on the board, show some life inside this game. But Renegade somehow never missing no scopes. Gets that ping onto Talik.
TSM need God to raise it a day early here. Legend is in their base and running the flag. It's not Easter Sunday yet, and Legend does not care about what TSM needs.
But look at this, playing his life. He's not desperate in it. You see a little more panic coming out the TSM side. 2 down, it's gonna be Formal. Last one alive here for Optic. Even if he gets a pick, I don't think he's gonna desperate this, but who knows? Look at this, just knowing that's free Cub, tries to go in for the hero shot / ninja. But Renegade saves his teammate for a short bit in time.
Formal's going for trick shots now, all right. That's where we are in the elimination bracket. Very comfortable.
Like, we got some sponsored deliverables here on the Optic side. Need to deliver some montage shots for Razor, for Scuff.
Whatever it is, Optic starting to play with their food a little bit, but as I say that, somehow Talk's gotten into the base of Optic Gaming. They've got a flagpole of their own, so Optic needs to be careful with everything going on. The flag is going to be across halfway, but immediately, as I say that, a glimpse of hope, a glimmer of hope, I should say, shut down and covered by Formal. He's going to hop on that return, put the fight back into their base, and continue with map control for Optic Gaming.
That Cherish doing everything he can to bounce around, but continues to fall inside these Optic traps. Druck trying to stay alive, running desperately over towards the courtyard. But so many eyes on him. Renegade picking him off from his own base. Legend hunting him down over towards the oven. All these members from TSM, when they get weak, Optic are finding these angles and have these angles prepped ahead of time. Let's see what Soul Snipe can do with the weapon inside his own name. He has a full clip here. Can he help get some entry kills for his team to get a flagpole?
Big kill on the Formal, nice 1-1. Body, head, with the snipe there. He's gonna opt to back out. Knows somebody's gotta be overextending towards Rockets, but did not quite spot Renegade, who's going to be in his Rocket corner right now. It does land the body on Legend in the cave, and now he wants to be aggressive. A dangerous play with Snipe, but Soul Snipe's gonna do it himself, he says. He finds himself a double, spots a player, throwing nades from the elbow. Can't quite find an angle to hit that head, but once this flag pulled, that's going to be the rest of TSM's job as Soul Snipe anchoring this cave position, needs to find some kills. Unfortunately, as he starts to take damage, he's not able to hit that quick scope. And this is a tricky situation, Dave. Your tournament life on the line, and it's about to be a stalemate flag, both out on both sides, I should say, decision. And Legend picks up a double while all of this is going on.
Yeah, and the panic ensues there. Soul Snipe pushing towards the flag, gives up the sniper. That's going to be the perfect cover for this third and final flag to enter into the Optic base. Soul Snipe jumping out through the court. Not much you can do. Druck over the trench, but it's over. Optic gonna go up 3-0 in flag and close out the series 3-0. First of many victories that they're hoping for to get themselves all the way back deeper in this bracket.
The green wall's hoping for a
GG's.
Saturday night.
And there it is.
For Optic Gaming's elimination bracket round or run. And
sorry, I've been kind of muted for a second, but I'm here. I'm still locked in.
Performance from Optic Gaming. You gotta love where you are right now, but all you can think about is who's next if you're the green wall.
Yeah, at this point, Optic
You don't see them celebrating too cheerfully.
No, they're not happy to be here.
They don't want to be here. This is business for them right now. You will not be seeing many smiles cracked out of this roster until they're much deeper into this event.
It's going to be a long time before those guys are content with where they are, and I think that ends with the grand finals on Sunday. But until we get there, and until every step is taken in order to get there, we'll be along for the journey for the Green Wall here. It's at their home event. You know they want to make these fans proud. They've done maybe one step in the right direction for what feels like everything that's gone wrong so far.
Yeah. We also got to give it to TSM there. They battled, but in the end, just Optic playing a little bit better kind of every step of the way. I mean, the Origin was just all Optic all day. But it kind of started off even with that Solitude. Felt like the start of kind of every match, you saw 2 to 4 members of TSM just kind of falling. So even when you're hoping to get that strong start against a squad like Optic, which is what you're hoping for, especially as a lower seeded team, you want to get that good start. Just never given to them at all at any point throughout the series.
Yeah, I think if you're TSM and you're leaving this event, you can be pretty frustrated with how the cards kind of fell as far as landing Optic in round 1, but you had some job to do in pool play that you didn't do yourself. So you blame yourself for that. You understand that maybe we didn't lose. We lost to some strong teams along this tournament run, Complexity being better than what everyone thought they were going to be, but still a frustrating weekend. If you're TSM and you put yourself in the headspace, you've had frustrating events where things didn't go according to plan. How do you rebound throughout the next period of time before the next major?
Yeah, I mean, they got some time to talk about it. In fact, they got time to talk about it here today on Saturday and on Sunday. So that's one of the unfortunate realities of these brutal tournaments. But enough about TSM. I actually want to hear from Blaze, who's on the stage with Lunchbox. Blaze, take it away.
Yeah, I got your old teammate Walsh. Here's Lunchbox on the stage. Make some noise for the home team, Optic Gaming, as they get a big win, as they have a long losers bracket run. And I got Coach with me on the stage. And Coach, how you feeling right now? You get a 3-0 victory, but you know, as we talked about, it's a long road for you guys so far.
Yeah, we had a tough series against Shopify, lost game 5, and quite a few close games, and the losers bracket begins now. You know, we got 4 world champions on our team, so it's nothing that they can't do.
Exactly, it's nothing they can't do. And that's kind of going into my next question is that, you know, it's not the game plan that you wanted, not the path that you guys saw, but what's the focus here going forward? It doesn't matter who's in your way, focusing on Slan. Like, what type of mindset are you guys in right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just got to build momentum after each series. We got more series than we expected to play this event, but, you know, it's more practice for us, and I think a lot of teams are going to fear us here in losers bracket.
Yeah, I think they're going to be hot if they get on a run, Texas, on this losers bracket. Now, you got all these amazing fans in the venue. You got a lot of amazing fans in the watch parties out there as well. What do you want them fans to know as you guys get ready to make one of the most epic runs we've ever seen here in Texas?
Yeah, we appreciate the Green Wall. They show up every time, and we're going to need you guys this whole event.
They need you guys, all right? That's going to do it for me and Lunchbox on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Putting the fear of the Green Wall in the elimination bracket, 1 series at a time. That is Optic Gaming on the main stage, done and dusted, sending TSM home packing. Wow, that was a lot faster than I had anticipated. I thought it was going to be a pretty significant win for Optic Gaming, but Goofy, that was just lights out action. Often we don't see kind of like, I would say, quote unquote, poor stat results coming out of the last map when it is such a blowout like that on Origin. But, you know, you have one player, which is Formal, just absolutely gunning. And the others were kind of like, well, there's not enough bodies on this map for me to pick up. So we'll just, I guess we'll do the heavy lifting, do the dirty work, and get the job done as fast as possible. Stellar all around, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, big win out of Optic Gaming, and really to start the losers bracket run, they needed a win like that, right, Tony? Optic really kind of, you know, having a tough loss against Shopify Rebellions. I don't want to go back on it too much, but this is where their run needs to start, and this is how it needed to start. A dominating, quick 3-0 against a formidable opponent in TSM as far as on paper. They didn't have the best weekend. Unfortunately, they'll be going home, but Optic Gaming, you heard it from Lunchbox. They are here. They're going to need the Green Wall to support them, and they have a long road ahead.
They certainly do. I believe they have 3 matches ahead of them, which is incredible. That's what happens when you go down elimination round 1 and have to get it done time and time again. And I really do see them kind of breezing through this elimination bracket until they finally get to maybe somebody with a little bit more grit. And Tony, how do you feel like they're playing right now with backs against the wall in front of their hometown? Do you feel like they have that grit that needs to carry them through?
I mean, against TSM, you gotta say for sure. I mean, you outslayed them by 50 kills. You out-assisted them, the damage, everything, you know. And TSM were a good squad, but, you know, it's hard to be objective efficient when you're dead. McWin once said that, and it came true. I mean, dude, Optic, they're angry right now. They're looking to make a deep run, and I would hate to be in their way.
I certainly would indeed too. We talked a little bit about power weapon control, power up control. How do you feel like that fed in terms of the ratio and how those were utilized or used on either side?
It went exactly how we thought it might go, where Optic Gaming was just controlling all the power weapons, controlling the power-ups, and that's really when they're at their best. You have players like Formal, Bound, Legend, Renegade. These guys are players that thrive off of that momentum. They thrive off of having like these power weapons, these skill weapons in their hands, and we saw them put them to work in that series.
They certainly did. I mean, it's about controlling exactly where your opponent is going and having them on the respawn screen time and time again, pushing them right back into their spawn. Can't do anything. You can't get control, can't gain anywhere on the map. And that is something that we kind of saw here on this series. It was a clinic from Optic Gaming. It's really difficult, I feel like, when we are doing analysis and it is so one-sided because, you know, I don't want to just go down on TSM. It's a difficult one to pull anything really positive from, Tony.
Well, I mean, I think the good thing about TSM is that your makeup is a roster that, you know, you walk like champions, you act like champions, you also prepare like champions as well. So obviously there was some series that didn't go your way, but I know how much film review this squad does, and they're going to break down every last bit of those close losses, even those blowouts as well, and they're going to come back better from this. Like, obviously, right now, they're not looking at the bright side. I mean, this is upsetting, but eventually, they're going to hit the film review, they're going to figure things out, and we might see a new TSM at our next LAN.
Very one-sided story here, statistically. I don't think there is too much to kind of cover other than the absolutely crazy KD ratio of Renegade there with a 1.88 and significantly high damage across the board from Optic Gaming there as well. I will say when it comes to TSM, I do have questions coming out of this event. And unfortunately, that does stem from the fact that before Arlington, we were seeing TSM getting bullied in scrims. And that is a problem to me. I was thinking, okay, maybe it's just an online thing. Maybe they just need to kind of find their flow on LAN. And, you know, there were some mistakes and some problems happening online that are causing them to not be able to, I don't know, pull something together, pull something out of the bag when it comes to scrims. It just wasn't the case here in Arlington. I do kind of question where they go from here. Goofy, do you see a potential roster change on the cards when it comes to down to these 4 young men here?
You would have to think that a roster change is in the cards for TSM, right? I mean, when you're not performing well online and then you come to LAN and it's the same story, something's got to change, right? On the other side, you see Complexity, a team like Complexity, who was also struggling online, but they had some success on LAN. You know, they're giving some of these top teams a run for their money. TSM just really couldn't find their footing this whole weekend. They couldn't find their footing online coming into this weekend. If I'm on that team or if I'm on TSM, you might need to change something up.
Yeah, I think so too. Lots of questions for sure that need to be answered. By the way, just a moment ago, we saw an absolute legend of a watch party happening and occurring. Quite a few legends actually on the sofa there. Maniac is actually running right now a BTH watch party, and if you aren't on our broadcast, I please do urge you to go to his and watch the BTH watch party because it's so fun. Commentary's amazing as usual. But yeah, we love you, Maniac, over here.
And APG.
And APG. Yeah, APG is also streaming as well. That's right. Oh my gosh, how terrible of me. That is a bad friend that I am. APG is also streaming. Make sure you go show them love. They're co-streaming all weekend long through thick and thin. They will be there, so make sure you open an extra tab if you are tuning into this broadcast as well. But that's going to do it for this main stage action. I mean, Optic, they live to fight another series. I would say another day, but the day is certainly not over for them. They have a long road to go, and we have lots of action coming our way up next as well. So, folks, with that being said, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we have plenty more action coming your way. Stay tuned for more HCS Arlington here, 2025 major happening right now. We'll see you right after this.
more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory. Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Hello folks and welcome back to HCS Arlington, our first major of the season here for the 2025.
I mean, it's got to be like the slowest moving major of all time, with all due respect.
Long, and it's been a blast so far. We have had some crazy series occurring, including our hometown team having to fight for their life in the elimination bracket already. But don't worry, so far so good. They've actually just managed to take that series pretty handedly against TSM, sending them home packing. But Optic Gaming, they will fight to win another series later on tonight. Now, joining me on the desk, I have Goofy and Tony. Gents, lovely to see you once again up here with me. And we have a really exciting series on our hands. One that honestly I have been looking forward to all day long, willing it to happen, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know if I'm cursing people by saying that or whatever, if I'm really putting myself in the mix here, but I'm very excited about FaZe versus Nemesis. I think this is going to be a really interesting one, and I do think I would say Nemesis' first test. It's not obviously Optic Gaming taking them down, but I really do think this is a stamp, right? I think if Nemesis are able to do this thing up on the main stage once again, I do think it kind of solidifies them as a team to watch out
I'm
for
not
in the future,
sure
you know,
what channel
challenges,
SSG and
tournament
Rebellion's going to be
series.
on.
I do think
If it's
that
not
could
on
be the
main,
real
I would
deal. How are you
assume.
feeling about this series
I don't know what the Bravo
I'm
stream
really
is, or
excited
if there
to
is
watch
one.
this series. On one side,
I don't
you
know. I
got
would check
FaZe
LVT
Clan.
maybe.
They are undefeated so far this weekend, 12-0, haven't dropped a single map. And on the other side, you have the story of the event, as I'm calling them, in Nemesis We see them take down Optic in pool play, now going up against FaZe Clan. Both teams have a lot to prove. Both teams want to take this series and move on in the winner's bracket. I can't wait to watch this one go down.
Me too. Should we kick things off with Nemesis and talk about them? Because they really have been that Cinderella story for me so far. And goodness me, what a distance they have gone. They really have Europe's hopes and dreams on their shoulders.
Yes.
And to be honest, they are following in Quadrant's shadow, right? But they want to overcome that shadow. They want to put their own mark on things themselves in the history books of Europe's greatest and best teams to come out of it. And Tony, when you're looking across the board here, what has been special about them so far? What has been that star factor for them?
I mean, they really have been the ultimate wildcard team. And when we did our predictions, I thought I was being creative by putting Team Nemesis in my wildcard. Almost all the talent as the wildcard. It really has been. I mean, you're talking about a great group of guys. Snipedrill might be the baddest man in the EU. If he challenged you, you better back down.
We gonna watch the main? Yeah.
For us, Savant, and then Wootum, who's changing up the game with the mouse and keyboard.
Hey, I appreciate that, Coffee. And I hope I'm saying that right. But thank you very much.
Was brought to PC,
I appreciate the kind of words.
He's been so creative. I mean, a win here puts you in the winner's bracket finals. Guaranteed top 3 in this tournament, no matter what happens at that point. That's what's on the line right now.
I appreciate it very much.
You're so right. There is so much pressure on this series right now, and I know Nemesis are going to be feeling it for sure. We're looking right now from Europe with love. I absolutely love that. That's a fantastic graphic name for sure. But they have been lights out all tournament long, only dropping a map here and there, and it really has been a formidable kind of series out of them every single time. And honestly, I just can't help but look at that Optic, that match too. I mean, that 3-1, the fact that not only were they doing it the night before, got kind of called off short, unfortunately, but then had to do it in the morning after, it speaks volumes about this team and how they're able to get cut short on momentum, right? And then just have to fire it back up again and do it. And they did it so beautifully. And then the other one for me is Cloud9. Cloud9 are no joke either. We've seen exactly what they're capable of. The fact that they 3-1 Cloud9, again, it just bodes very well for the series, Goofy.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the graphic, even Gen G right now, I'm trying to keep up with some of these lower bracket matches, and Gen G actually just knocked out Complexity for top 8, right? So Gen G is playing pretty well, and we saw Nemesis make quick work of them. 3-1, Optic 3-1, 3-0 against SWAT, and to your point, Ladia, a solid Cloud9 team that's having a pretty good event. They took them out with some ease as well. So going up against FaZe, though, this is going to be a big challenge for this Nemesis team, and to Tony's point, a possibility for a top 3 through the winner's bracket. That would be so big for this roster, and I'm excited to see what they can do against FaZe.
They're called the gatekeepers for a reason, and FaZe are looking clean right now. They have a perfect record. They have not dropped a map. They are looking so good, and the question is, where is that road bump? Does that road bump come in the form of Nemesis? Does it come in the form of Europe? You're looking at some incredible players here. And to be honest, when this was first formed, I wasn't sure how this would look dynamically. I wasn't sure if the cohesion would be there, who would be stepping up to the plate, who would be stepping up to the mark, any superstar potential, but I'm really seeing that come in the form of Suppress. I'm seeing Suppress really look so good on this team. Alongside every single one of them, they are doing their part, Tony. And I think it is really boding well for them here, but can they come out to play against a team like Nemesis, who right now are feeling themselves? They're heating up.
I love the fact that you use the phrase step up, because when you look at this entire roster, you have players that literally any one of them can pop off. Any one of them could step up or phase up, I guess they would probably rather me say. Like, they all can pop off at any given moment. And look at the top 2 in the KD leaderboard. Look at the top 3 in the KD leaderboard. FaZe are the real deal, I promise you. I know there's a lot of other teams that put a target on their back saying, hey, we can beat them, we can take that top 4 placing, but you know what? They could also beat anybody. That includes the big 3, big 2, again, whatever y'all want to call it.
I will say, you do see Falcated on your screen here, and he was at the top of the KD leaderboard there for his team. And I got to say, that was a big thing that I wondered about this roster. Falcated, I know he's a good slayer, but it was about the impact those slays made, right? You can get cleanup kills across the map, or even go and seek out kills kills that might not actually matter towards the map control. It was about the impact of those kills, and if you're getting them in the right place at the right time, I really think that has come forward for his gameplay in comparison to other years here. So I'm seeing a step up from Fel too, and I'm really, really excited about it. Well, folks, without further ado, it is time to get into this main stage match. You're seeing two absolute powerhouses here, FaZe versus Nemesis. Let's meet your teams.
It is North America's dark horses up against Europeans' noble steed. Nemesis against FaZe Clan. Both teams just one game away from a championship Sunday.
Yeah, this is a very exciting one. I think FaZe have been quietly going about their business, haven't dropped a map yet. They are the silent assassins, it seems, but now maybe this is going to be a true test against a Nemesis roster that seems to be out for North American blood right now. They want to take down everyone. They want to repeat some history that man on your screen has already seen once. A top 3 placement for Europeans could be on the horizon here.
And you have to ask the question, right? Both these teams find themselves sitting across from one another. They've both really meshed well in the offseason and now see results going their way. FaZe Clan, their expectations would have been they will be here. But for Nemesis, ambitions, of course, they would be here. But to have beaten Optic Gaming and find themselves now one win away from a grand finals, or excuse me, not grand finals, from Championship Sunday, Nemesis have an opportunity to do what Quadrant did a couple of years ago.
And they're going up against a FaZe Clan roster that they know very well because they've played them in scrims recently, and you see the series layout on your screens. We start with Assault Fortress. Very excited to see how that one's going to pan out.
This is a milky-ass map set.
At home as well. Slayer Livefire, Oddball Streets, Strongholds Recharge, and Slayer Aquarius. Now, 3 of these 5 did feature in the scrims that were played just a few days ago between these two teams, and actually Nemesis took 2 of those maps and FaZe took 1. I'll lead into those a little bit later when we get to them.
Well, with Assault Fortress being game number 1, Dan, is there something you can tell me about it that leans your favor either side? Before we get into that, let's look at the stats here. We talked about them not dropping a single map, Dan. They've gone flawless so far.
Yeah, they've been incredible, FaZe are, and I think that going up against Nemesis, they're not going to be particularly worried. I think they're a very calm team. When you look at what happened, the likes of Optic, when they're going up against Nemesis, you have to think about the history between those two teams. Being in this arena, for example, there was a lot to lose, whereas I think FaZe, they know what Nemesis are capable of. They know the possibility that they could lose this series and drop to the elimination bracket, and I think that's a good mindset to have. Respect for your opponents, and I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe are more than prepared for this Nemesis team. They would have done their research, they would have done their preparation, and they will be eager to get into this first game.
Research, preparation, all leading to this series. They face across against one another. FaZe Clan up against Nemesis. Europe's shining light, and FaZe Clan once more trying to cause a little bit of an upset. Nemesis on the back of such good work, beating the likes of Optic Gaming, finding themselves here. And for FaZe Clan quietly going about their business. Shields up, weapons hot, on board with Suppressed. He's got Snipe going towards tower.
Snipe Drone's already been able to rip a face off of Trippy, and another one off of Suppressed. That's how you want to start if your Snipe Drone tries to line up a third, but FaZe Clan just make sure they get out of dodge there. The snipers are, of course, going to be so important here on this map.
Consistency is key, and that's exactly what FaZe Clan have had up until this point. You speak about going perfect in the tournament. It's a lot of teams' ambitions. Few can very rarely ever do it. You think about a perfect tournament, Dan.
Jesus. Somebody stop this guy.
Like the final boss. That's what's on the cards here for FaZe Clan. If they can keep
Alright, yo,
going the
give
way
me
they
just a
have
minute, y'all. I'm having some trouble with my setup.
been,
I'm also going to run downstairs and grab something real quick, so give me just a second. Holy
Now,
fuck.
Assault and Fortress was one of the maps and modes that Nemesis
But yeah,
did
stream
beat
should
FaZe on
still
in the
be
scrims
good.
just a few days ago. They won it 2-0, so being able to plant that bomb successfully twice is very
Yeah, I
good
think it's
because it's
okay.
difficult to even
Okay,
get it
I'll be right
once.
back.
Sometimes this map can become a little bit of a standoff between the two. It can be quite a long-winded game if you're not playing it correctly, or even if both teams are playing it correctly, you can have that kind of mesh of two play styles, which might end for a bit of a standstill as well.
You've seen a lot of teams finding success planting the bomb when they bring it towards the armory side and force the team to spawn on the opposite side and just watch staircases, pre-nades, and wait for spawners to pop back up. That's the position you really want to put your opposition into. Glory looks to turn his attention towards Penguin, but he gets shut down immediately.
So a little bit of quiet across the battlefield as everyone was just assessing, is that bomb going to be resetting? Is anyone actually going to go for it and try and make a play? Oh, as Wootum falls to Penguin sniper rifle, and now the bomb will be reset, and actually it's going to be in favor of FaZe Clan here. They're going to be in a position where they can start to move this one if they would like, but what Nemesis have done very well, the last remaining player goes a little bit unknown for a while, distracts them enough so that Nemesis off spawn can get into a position to at least do something.
Here's the press then with that overshield, driving forward. Gets it into Nemesis basement. Surveying the land, weighing up his options. Would have heard Glory there, would have got the information just now. Overshield down to just half. Can still take a little bit of extra damage to face with two members of Nemesis. Still has a little bit of shield to play with, but it's going to be about to meet his maker. The answer is no. Suppressed on a double kill. Bomb is still in enemy territory. This is great work with 3 dead for Nemesis.
2 died on the side of FaZe though, and we will see temporarily 4 down for Nemesis, but no one really in a position to plant it right now. And you know, Suppress was very eager to get that bomb towards the base because he had the overshield, but he also then gave away the position of the bomb, and it made it quite easy for Nemesis to really assess the situation, how they wanted to defend it. Sometimes I just want to see players grab onto that bomb and walk it in unknown as it just about resets as Nemesis go all 4 down, but FaZe were not quite quick enough. And again, this is another reason why sometimes this map can come to a bit of a standstill. So difficult to get that plant.
And it's the risk you make if you're suppressed, okay? You take the bomb to the basement, you think, I'm going to kill some players, I'm going to take them off spawn. But the issue is, he then presses the spawns in which he wants them to spawn. They end up over the other side, exactly where the bomb was. So you make these decisions, you make these errors, and what happens is the good work you put in, you can't bear any fruit. But the bomb is still in a pretty precarious position if you're Nemesis. SLG tries to scarper and scurry away, but unfortunately he's cut down by Suppressed once more.
You almost have to batter your opponents over and over again, bully them into submission, and then eventually get that plant. But you have to have someone keeping tabs on the bomb, either touching it or trying to think about planting it. And again, it gets planted, so it gets reset, excuse me. So for all this hard work, for all these kills, FaZe still have nothing to show for it, apart from a little bit of map control, which, yes, could still lead to a first plant. But at the moment, Nemesis are holding on.
Overshield's going to be so important now. Just popped up, SLG.
No, he didn't get it.
Had some equipment already in his pocket. That made it was a bit of a fumble for him. Falcade picks up 2, scoops up the bomb and drives it forward as well. Wootum's just going to overextend and hope to be an issue and an irritation elsewhere. That extra shield coming in handy for Falcade, but eventually he does go down. And Nemesis are just about surviving right now.
It's difficult to track sometimes where that bomb is. Just keep an eye on that grey icon, and you will see where it's moving, and also you'll see a little counter of when that's going to be resetting as well. I know there's some new viewers who have not watched Assault before in Halo, and especially Halo Infinite. But both teams struggling really to get that bomb into the plant position within the opposition base, as SLG though has his hands on a sniper rifle, and this will now to start pushing FaZe back. So FaZe, all that dominance, all that time on Nemesis' side of the base, do not get a plant, and perhaps Nemesis can have the opportunity to try and regain some control here and maybe go for a plant of their own.
Nemesis now will look to punish. All that early pressure amounts to nothing. Falcated though, in the tower, pushes forward. Information coming his way. Penguin's gonna fall. Glory doesn't know shields, an easy kill, an easy cleanup. He will get taken down though. Both teams still just jostling for position right now.
It's so scrappy at the moment, and now Wootum will grab the ball. Again, it's gonna be a drop situation just for speed, and he's gonna launch that one over as well with a repulse. I think no one's really going to be in a position to get it from Nemesis at the moment, so it will be a continued battle in the middle just for a little bit of presence.
So many sidelines, so many angles to have to deal with when you're pushing forward with the bomb. Players can just be in any kind of nook and cranny. Ring 3 is always a position of power. As SLG looks to pick up the position, pick up tabs. Now player that sits on ring 3 again. He's in hot pursuit.
Nemesis did get a touch on the bomb, so it isn't going to reset just yet, and SLG with the perfect also will distract FaZe, but it's another overshield going in favor of FaZe Clan. And that has really been the thorn in the side of Nemesis. Had those overshields not gone that way, maybe Nemesis would have had a little bit more comfortable situation of actually pushing out of their base.
Suppress does now have control of Armory.
Yeah, this could be their best chance.
A little bit of overshield to play with as well. Loses a teammate along the way, and that's probably going to dent the hopes, the aspirations of putting that bomb in. But a lot of work still to do as Suppress ventures forward, ventures backwards, excuse me, and ultimately that pressure again amounts to nothing.
Well, I mean, FaZe were looking for Nemesis off spawn, but Nemesis got across and out of the map so fast, and actually Snipe Drone had been able to get to the entire opposite side of the map, and then Glory found himself a sniper rifle. I think something we saw from Nemesis on Fortress Flag, they're both very good at sniping. Both Glory and Snipe Drone, when they get the sniper on this map, it's just something they're able to achieve. The angles they take, they are such a nuisance. Whether it's body shot, headshots, they are just doing damage. Glory is excellent right now.
And something you remember as well from the Optic series that Nemesis played on this map, of course it was Flag, they sent a lot of overextenders. We haven't seen that just yet, so they're not maybe seeing the success that they would like. But Glory slowly starting to find his feet here. 10, 4, and 12. A couple of body shots were connected, so maybe building in confidence. Good touch. Penguin applying a lot of pressure here, and a triple kill. The overkill was right in front of him, but he goes down. Trippy's there. 4 are dead for Nemesis, and now it's tick-tock away. Anybody in position to get the stop? The answer's no. FaZe finally take the lead.
So much pressure, so much suffocation, and eventually they squeeze the life out of Nemesis, and they are able to put that first plant in and take the lead. Tried as they might did Nemesis to hold on, but it was a great touch from Penguin to make sure that bomb stayed alive and to get the triple. Probably could have been more if he hadn't gone for the bomb again, but that's the objective-minded player that he is, always thinking about the win.
Triple kill and a bomb plant is better on my cards than any overkill, any clip you might see on the socials. Wootum though, looking to answer back immediately, taking control. 3 dead for FaZe Clan, overshield for SLG, pushing the ball forward now. He's gotten into the danger zone. FaZe have got a real issue here. Trippy's trying to do as much damage as he can. SLG looks like he might have lost the bomb for a second. A fumble on the 1 yard line, Dan.
Yeah, he couldn't quite find it, but he is still going to be in a position. But Snipe Drone really is battling with Trippy, but long-range fights are Snipe Drone's bread and butter as the bomb continues to arm here, and it looks like Nemesis are trying their best to tie this one up, but great nades as again FaZe Clan are holding on.
Penguin tosses it out, playing goalkeeper right now. Ball down in the bonfire. There's no marshmallows being cooked for now. Snipe Drone again getting engaged in another long-range fight with Penguin. Penguin's quite happy to sit here and stay.
It's going to be a very interesting last few minutes for FaZe because they've had dominant presence throughout the entirety of this game, but now for this 3 minutes they could just sit back, defend, and try and be a nuisance to Nemesis here. But then that will of course open things up for Nemesis to try and play the game they want to play and maybe get some of map presence of their own with these sniper rifles.
SLG's really hitting some shots here. It was a flaner onto Penguin, turns his attention towards Suppress and hits the body as well. Expect Suppress to be down this direction, but unfortunately for him, Kleiman's against him. Suppress has been taken care of. The bomb hasn't reset, it's over the bonfire, so there's a chance here as they start to move it in. SLG will push that bomb forward. SLG with snipe in hand. What can Nemesis do? Cover fire is here. He continues to find the body. So much pressure being applied. All 4 dead for FaZe Clan. We're all tied up 1-1.
That is such a good push from Nemesis and SLG in particular. He knew he had to hit shots, but first he had to deal with Suppress behind him. And yes, he didn't do the damage in the end. He didn't get that kill, but he was quick to make sure there was no one going to be behind him before he started to push up to help. It is a team effort from Nemesis to get that plant, and we're all tied up 1-1.
2 minutes and 15 on the clock. Nemesis starting to show that pressure's just for tires. As much as FaZe Clan have really been putting it on them, they've managed to withstand it. They've managed to tie it up once more. SLG with hands on the bomb, throws it forward once more, just so they can keep tabs on it, just to ensure it doesn't come back their way.
Trippy's 25 and 13 at the moment. There's been so many kills going in favor of FaZe Clan, but again, it's difficult to try and actually capitalize on those kills and turn them into a bomb plan. Trippy gets another one onto Glory, but Snipe Drone's doing work on the other side. Again, Snipe Drone is just weaseling his way out of the base and then finding kills on the other side, just making it so tough for FaZe to do anything, as Trippy's going to get a touch before this one resets.
Shots ring out around the arena. Press gets 2. He will fall. 3 dead for Nemesis. An opportunity for Trippy to get the bomb up the L stairs. Takes control of Armory. Has help from some teammates. SLG is going to put some damage down. Here comes the Nemesis spawners. Trippy needs a lot of help here. The bomb will fall. But Falcade is there. 4 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe retake the lead.
So good as well there from Trippy. Just a little bit of movement, the little shimmy and shake when he's planting that bomb to avoid the sightlines of Nemesis. It's a 2-1 lead with 1 minute left. And Nemesis are really going to have to dig deep now if they want to get back into this one, because it's a killing spree for Falcade. 3 went down for Nemesis again, and FaZe just have to try and pin them back.
Trippy and Penguin deem surplus to requirements of Optic Gaming. They joined FaZe Clan, and it's been shake and bake ever since. 45 seconds and closing now on a Game 1 victory. Nemesis have got to respond here.
Has to be fast as well. Need to try and get these kills quickly and start moving and grooving. Big 1v1 here. Does manage to get the shots, but Wootem and Glory have gone down. It's a 2v2 on the map. Overshield does pop. This could be an opportunity, though. You've got to go if you're SLG, and you need to be communicating to Snipe Drone so you work together.
One last chance, but out of nowhere, Penguin with some huge plasma grenades take down the Overshield player. The bomb is exactly where Nemesis needed, but Penguin continues to hit these cross-map shots.
Not sure there's going to be enough time to even get that bomb to the base now. Penguin falls, but the rest of the team are up. The ball is going to be moved, the bomb, excuse me, but I think it's just going to be too little, too late here for Nemesis. Try as they might, but now they're going to be watched, and here's their opportunity. Can you take it down? Yes, you can. FaZe Clan put the first map on the board. It was a difficult and hard-working effort they had to put in to get that bomb victory, but they get the job done in the end.
It was a battle.
It was a war.
The war's not over yet. Game 1 goes towards the black and red of FaZe Clan. And for Nemesis, so close, but a little too late, like you said. 2-1 the score. What a performance that was for Trippy.
Yeah, Trippy putting up 27 kills, I think it was, in the end. And we saw something similar from SLG on the other side, but I think that ultimately it was the control that FaZe Clan had for the majority of the game. They were just able to bully Nemesis a little bit off spawn over and over again, where eventually a mistake had to happen, or someone stepped out of place, or someone lost a 1v1 on the side of Nemesis, and it just gave FaZe that opportunity to get that plan. But I also want to talk about, Trippy with the plan, also with the repulse to make sure that the bomb stayed in next to the wall. There was just a lot of things that happened in a short space of time, but they were all very thought out.
Halo really is a game of nuance. You see Penguin, Trippy hitting those shots, applying that pressure from so far away, and it just makes it such a difficult task for Nemesis to not only get into the base, but then armor. You're already half shields, and your teammates are spawning up. It's so difficult to get the arm and get the plant. But FaZe Clan, with all that pressure, they finally reaped the rewards. 2-1 the score in the end. Live Fire Slayer now on the horizon, Dan. Do you think Nemesis' confidence is a little bit dented after that game 1?
I don't think Nemesis are going to be affected by it. I think that Fortress Assault is always going to be a difficult game type. A lot of teams aren't going to be as practiced as they would like on this game, just because it's one of the newer maps and modes. So it is kind of a 50-50 game type, and you just have to accept it for what it is and focus on some of the games that you're a little bit better at. And we know that Nemesis have the capability on Slayer, Livefire, and Scrims. They've showed they can stake some of the biggest and best teams in the world. So I don't think they'll be too downhearted, but maybe a little frustrated that they weren't able to play their own game. But that's what FaZe does to you. FaZe are one of these teams that they just play good, solid Halo. They know how to play it. It's very methodical, very thoughtful of how they approach things. And sadly for Nemesis, they just outdid them there.
And you speak about Scrim results, now they've staked some teams in the past, but it's almost difficult to put credence in, particularly in online Scrim results in Slayers, because you just cannot replicate the conditions that you see on LAN. The stakes just aren't as high. Even in an online cup, you don't get the real stakes until you hit LAN.
Yeah, I mean, half the time they don't even scrim the Slayers, but they do crop up every now and then just to get that little bit of practice. But Slayer Livefire is where we're going to be heading. So FaZe strike first, but can Nemesis answer back? Remember, at the moment, Nemesis have always been 3-1 in their victories, aside from 1-3-0. So it's not like they are scared of losing one map, they'll know how to respond. But for FaZe Clan, they also have yet to drop a map. So this is a feeling they're very used to, taking that 1-0 lead and then just rolling through the next two.
And it's crazy when you talk about comparing teams. You think Nemesis beat Optic. Optic have traditionally beaten FaZe, so that means therefore Nemesis beat FaZe Clan. It just doesn't work that way with matchups. It just doesn't work that way stylistically.
It's not quite rock, paper, scissors. It's very different when it comes to the styles of these teams and what they can do, and also the series layout. I mean, we always harp on about how important a series layout can be for a team and how it can affect your tournament. You might have one of the best series layouts in front of you and you win it, and then the next is an awful one for you. There are quite a lot of different maps and mode combinations that you have to try and practice. There are always going to be weaker ones, and that being one of the newest, there's always going to be those teams that struggle a little bit on it. But I think that we had a good display from both teams there, albeit a struggle at times for Nemesis just to keep FaZe away.
Just goes to prove when it comes to map mode combinations, you have got to try and have as deep a playbook as possible. Your quiver has got to be full of arrows. You've got to be able to take down any team that's put in front of you on any map and mode combination, because you never know on what side Lady Luck you might lie. Looking at the stats on front of us, Suppressed with a 1.71 KD. You'd expect that when they haven't dropped the map all tournament long.
The number one, the leading Slayer in the tournament so far here on Saturday in Arlington. Can he carry on that fine form and maybe put that first nail in the coffin here for Nemesis and their chances in this winner's bracket? Remember, winner of this goes to the winner's final and will be guaranteed top 3. Loser drops down to the elimination bracket, but both these teams have already achieved top 6.
Really doesn't surprise me with Suppressed stats as well. He was putting up numbers last season on that Shopify Rebellion roster, as Penguin peels one and threatened to peel a second as well. 4-1 to score, early lead. What is Nemesis' response? Some work to do, but they've got all the toys now to FaZe Clan. Sniper rifle, and indeed the camouflage. That's a good teammate in Penguin. Dropping it over to Trippy. You know he can have a much larger influence on the map here. G slides forward, hits the body, hits the face of Snipe Drone as well. All 4 dead for Nemesis.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit at that one. 8-1 now in favor of FaZe Clan, and Camouflage and Sniper Rifle still in the hands, and they are ripe for the picking at green. All the information you could possibly want, and now the collapse can come through. Trippy leads the charge, gets the damage, and the rest will follow!
Goodness! Overkill for Trippy. You don't want to pick bananas when they're green, but it's okay when it's Nemesis at green.
My is Trippy firing. And Nemesis just need to slow down this train, because otherwise it's going to start a chugging. Wootum will take down Trippy finally, but it is a 10-kill lead now in favor of FaZe Clan. It's just one of those unfortunate situations when you get stuck in green and the knowledge is there. It's just inevitable the collapse is going to happen, and it's so difficult to fight your way out of it.
Confidence, momentum, we harp on them all the time. They're so important. They must be flowing through Trippy's veins right now. He just doesn't seem to be able to miss in this current vein of form. Falcade gets a killing spree. Nemesis have got to find an answer here.
Yeah, they just need that moment. They need that triple kill. They need that little bit of hype, someone to pop off just to get them back into this one. But that grenade is naughty from Trippy as well. Takes down SLG and continues this lead to be 8. At the moment, Glory still yet to find a kill. Nemesis struggling to find any sort of rhythm on this map, but it can very quickly turn around on Livefire once you get a bit of map presence. You can't allow Trippy to have the free roaming capability he's had so far. It's another camouflage as well.
Trippy plays that one perfectly, puts a couple of shots into SLG, knows he's got nowhere else to go, clambers top tower, avoids the nades, avoids the damage. Penguin puts some shots down, Trippy drops back down and gets the kill. The bait and switch is perfect, the teamwork is on point.
They just double check green again to see is there 4 more players we can take down one by one. There's a house spawn this time, but again, it's another camouflage that can be used to their advantage to try and get the jump. Oh. Wow, that is an unfortunate timing for Glory to be pushing out to try and just check some angles and try and make some space for his team. And sadly, it means Penguin's going to be in a spot now where he can be an absolute thorn in the side.
Whenever there's an insta-explode, you always know Dave Walsh is shedding a tear of joy. Suppressed now with Snipe, top tower. Nobody in his crosshairs for the moment, but you know that will soon change. A lot of ammunition to play with. 4 in the magazine and 2 in the pocket to play with. But you can see Nemesis just not interested in showing too much. Rutum showed a little pixel more than he would like to. Suppressed almost ripped his face off. But this benefits FaZe Clan. If they slow it down to a standoff, you've got to make moves to Nemesis. And the more you do, the more mistakes you open the door for. 27 to 15, body shot, Trippy there to find the kill. They played this one perfectly so far.
And Nemesis are trying to do something, but sadly it's kind of been a 2-2 split as they've been pushing out, and as soon as that one player goes down, it leaves the other vulnerable, and then the other two get swarmed afterwards as well. And not only that, you're walking into a sniper rifle. Nemesis really need to shut down the sniper, but I think just lack of bullets might do that for them. But again, Glory gets caught out. Woot up the next to fall, and now it's going to be another collapse with a 4 versus 2. It just seems to be on repeat. It's like Groundhog Day at the moment for Nemesis. Cannot escape.
We have seen some big comebacks in the past. It's got to start sooner rather than later. Penguin combines with Trippy once more. I feel like I'm saying that all too much. Nemesis haven't had an answer. They haven't had a reply. It's a huge lead. They look no move to throw it away either.
Nemesis trying to avoid those sight lines that make them a little bit vulnerable from long range, but FaZe Clan say, actually, we've got such a lead. We can afford to be a little bit aggressive here. We can start to get in their face. Svalkated tries to go for something a little bit different for the triple, but it is pushed away. 15 kills behind a Nemesis, and again, it's another camouflage, and I think that has been one of the big differences as well. There's been so much control here for FaZe shows that they've been able to walk away with these camouflages almost untouched.
Feels like every player that we're on the POV of Penguin, every player he looks at is half shields, he's one shot. Teamwork really paying dividends here. SLG isolated all alone over towards the window. He's got 2 members of FaZe running at him. He's not long for the world, he goes down. Isolated, alone, solo, and even when they're all together, they seem to be turtled up, and they just haven't been able to respond.
I mean, the more I see this FaZe roster, the more I like it, and the more I start to think, well, you know, actually, maybe they aren't counted out as some might have thought, compared to the likes of Shopify Rebellion and Optic. But as we've already seen so far this tournament, anything can happen. Nemesis knock down Optic from pool play, and then Shopify Rebellion only just beat them 3-2 as well. Could FaZe be that team that's just gone under the radar and maybe pulls off something special in this tournament? It all could start here, as Penguin, just so much confidence at the moment as they go up to 47.
3 more then. You spoke about at the start how they've staked some of the biggest and best on this map. It's not quite going to be that just yet, it would seem, but it's close enough. It's been dominant.
Yeah, when you're at this point as FaZe Clan, you know you've won this game. You don't lose this from this point, and I think I can confidently say that, and they probably can as well. It really would be the best comeback of all time in Halo history if it were to happen, but it's not going to. FaZe have been far too good at breaking down Nemesis and also stopping them from breaking out themselves.
Trade for Sniper Drone and Trippy. Glory caught unaware, he goes down. 1 more kill needed then. SLG will hit the body and prolong this game for just another moment or so. Trippy traversing over top middle. And they know they can just run at them now. There's not a chance they'll lose this game. Root them down to no shields, no longer an issue. FaZe Clan double their series advantage.
FaZe Clan looking to try and continue their undefeated streak in this tournament as they find a second map on board, and Nemesis never really looked like they had an opportunity to get back into that one after the early start. I think after the overkill from Trippy, a difficult one to come back from, checked as some may say. When you see players on the opposition team doing stuff like that, you're like, how do we compete with that? And if no one is immediately answering back, you're always going to struggle.
There is that moment when the overkill gets hit. Do you think, what was the communication like? Was there a moment of silence as they all just looked at their death screens?
Look up to the heavens.
He's not going to help you either, I don't think. Looking at the stats though, Trippy, 15, 8 and 8, continuing his fine form after game number 1. Joining him up there, Falcade on the podium with 14, 8 and 7. And Penguin not too far behind, 12, 7 and 7 respectively as well. The KDA looking pretty sharp for those boys on FaZe Clan.
I mean, I think FaZe Clan looking pretty sharp in general, across the board. Very impressed at the moment, and I'm sure Nemesis is probably thinking the same thing, saying, you know, in scrims, we were doing all right, going toe-to-toe with them, but now we've just got absolutely battered in Slayer Livefire, to put it nicely.
That's nicely.
That is nicely.
Okay.
That's how much of a one-sided game it felt, really, at times. I mean, it all started here, 8-1 lead, and then it gets turned into an overkill. Sure, a few one-shots to clean up, but he caused a lot of those one-shots, and it was just the collapse after the grenades that happened, and I mean, the way you just whip out that sniper as well. I mean, beautiful from Trippy.
Map number 3 on the horizon. You told me map records and scrims and how you talk about it a little bit later on. Tell me these next 3 are good for Nemesis.
I mean, Oddball Streets, we've already seen them find success so far this tournament against the Optic Gaming roster, and they have been able to take down FaZe Clan in scrims as well. Nemesis actually did win it 2-0 in their most recent scrim, but they've done the same on Assault Fortress, so take from that what you will. I always take these scrim stats with a pinch of salt, especially if they're online, but I think this might have been a boot camp series from Nemesis. But now you're 2-0 down against such experience on the other side of the stage. And remember, for Nemesis, this is a big moment. Whilst we talk about European history, we talk about teams getting all the way to top 3, it was only SLG on this roster that has achieved that. The other 3 have not been this far before, have not made it to a winner's bracket final on an international competition. So they are maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure, so maybe a little bit of a bathroom break may do them good as we look at the untouchables on our screen. FaZe Clan still yet to drop a map, and I just wonder how long that can go on.
They've been undefeated up until this point. Absolutely formidable. Like you say, for Nemesis, just taking this quick break to maybe mentally reset after what we've seen. Total annihilation. But still a chance. The series not done just yet. And we've seen Nemesis be put in tough spots before. We've seen them show composure, resilience. That's exactly what's required now.
I mean, I will say, Nemesis having the composure after what happened yesterday and be able to come back with a 2-0 lead and come back the next day and still win that series against Optic showed something that I didn't know if I expected from that roster. I think a lot of people would have struggled in that situation, but they were able to lock it down, and they need to maybe dig as deep as they did then in those moments. But it's a very different one when you're leading 2-0 to now being down 2-0 and having to reverse sweep a team that is still yet to lose a map. You know it's going to have to be something special. I mean, Ball Streets, the fact it is a good game type for Nemesis, the perfect way to start. But then you go into Stronghold's Recharge, which I would argue is better for FaZe Clan as well. So it's not exactly the easiest scenario here for Nemesis. But if they can get to that game 5, I think anything can happen at this point. These teams, these players, they have been on the stage in these places. They know how to be in these moments now. And someone just has to step up. But it looks more likely like FaZe Clan have those players that are stepping up in this series.
And if I could play devil's advocate.
Please do.
Oddball Streets, it was Nemesis against Optic Gaming.
Yes.
Wonderboy assured us that it was only the second time Optic Gaming had dropped that map. They were like something like 14-1, something crazy.
I think it was double that.
Possibly.
Yes.
With how good Optic Gaming are. But I think there's something to be said that if they can take down Optic Gaming on a relatively strong map to them, there's a chance here that they can go all the way.
They could. I mean, I think the confidence that you get from taking them down on that map, I think you're going to be in such a good position and you're going to have so much momentum behind you, especially after a little reset like this. But again, is it a stretch? Yes, it's a good game type. Yes, Nemesis know how to get the win, but also FaZe just look untouchable at the moment. They don't look like they're skipping a beat. They look like they're all on the same wavelength. The chemistry seems to be excellent. I'm regretting not putting them in my predictions, and here we are.
Well, I think it's important to note as well, while Nemesis take that break, all 4 players on FaZe had continued to remain in their chairs. Those chairs are hot right now and they're not moving.
No, they don't want to move. They're glued to them. Actually, I think that they are literally glued to them. So we have to be careful and make sure that they're going to be all right when they come back. They've also changed their chairs as well. Have you noticed that? There's some players like to go for the more traditional chair, whereas some like to keep the gaming chair. What are you, Shurs?
I do like having no armrests because I feel a little bit more mobile. I don't like having wheels sometimes because you can start rolling around the place.
Well, they're back. The boys in purple and white with a big job to do here against the FaZe Clan that have still yet to drop a map. They know there is a heavy task at hand.
Say it lower until they put their headsets on.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Wait till their headsets are on so they don't hear us. Right? Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Now, Dan,
the boys in purple and white with a big task to do.
That's better.
And they have it's just such a journey they've got to go on here. This is going to be bigger than Bilbo Baggins and Frodo Baggins trying to get that ring back into Mordor, because you've really got to find something else. You probably have to go into a little bit of fantasy here to even believe that you can do it. But at the same time, Nemesis have always been that team that is filled with confidence. You can speak to Wonderboy and the rest of the team at every event and they say, yeah, we feel like we could win the whole thing. Here is your best chance to demonstrate why. When you are 2-0 down, when you're facing against this wall of FaZe and having the chance to maybe do a reverse sweep.
And for FaZe, it's about showing killer instinct. Put Nemesis away here and now. Don't give them any sort of reason for optimism. Put them away here and now. And whether it's a trip to Mordor or Outball Streets, either way, Nemesis do have a pretty tough task.
Very similar, actually. I've seen them two compared quite often, but fist bumps are starting to be passed around on the side of FaZe. You know what that means. We're going to be beginning to load into this map. Is it going to be FaZe Clan 3-0ing yet again, or are Nemesis going to try and make a series of this one and think of the historic moments that have happened on this stage for European teams? Well, we're only going to find out one way, and it's going to be on Oddball Streets. Nemesis have done it already this tournament against Optic Gaming, but now they've got to try and do it against FaZe Clan, who just seem unbeatable right now.
Something very interesting to me, actually, is yesterday FaZe Clan didn't have a coach. They seemed to just pull somebody off the street. There's somebody sitting behind. They handed them a watch and said, listen, tell me every 2 minutes if there's a camouflage coming up.
Turns out there's resumes all around being passed. Someone has to be the coach. But can FaZe Clan make it yet another 3-0, as the battle rifle is going to be the first weapon to be picked up here for Trippy. But Oddball is the name of the game. But Nemesis and FaZe Clan both have players that are very objectively minded, so this could be an interesting one.
Speak about resumes. Nobody on FaZe Clan any stranger to a championship Sunday. And that's where their ambitions lie. They're thinking about championships, hoping to get rid of the European riffraff as quick as they possibly can. Suppress picks up 2, Falcated another, Camouflage pops up, and that's now on the chest and control of FaZe Clan. So something to build upon. 4 dead for a very brief moment as Glory spawn back up again, but they can now move this ball over towards Tram and think about setting up.
Falcated doesn't even try and go for playing the sneaky way with the camouflage. He just says, I need to get damage out. I don't want to risk them seeing me because I'm in a vulnerable position. Speaking of vulnerable positions, he still is, but he is firing with his back against the wall. He's done so much damage. Glory last remaining. He's taken down. It's another triple for Trippy. And FaZe Clan will be having that ball all the way up towards Tram, and they're going to be able to score here.
It's Trippy. It's Trippy. It's Trippy.
Enemy has the ball.
11 seconds apiece here. Suppressed with ball in hand, back Tram. See how quickly I can transition from funny to business time.
You have me laughing, so that's all that matters to me. 15-15 now, as Nemesis have been able to somehow break that setup whilst you were rapping. I don't know what was happening.
I don't know what it was doing either.
Now they're going to have their own control here, and Wootum's got Red Gun. It's going to be a good spot for him as well. Wootum has been outstanding, by the way. Not just this series. I think maybe this series he hasn't had the chance to really shine, but this tournament in general. And again, he has a chance to make history of his own. He was the highest placing mouse and keyboard player, getting top 6. Could he better that at this tournament? If not here against FaZe Clan, of course, they'll still have the opportunity in the elimination bracket to go one step further as well.
I get wrist pain, hand cramps, just from watching Wootum.
Right.
Such as the speed in which he whips his camera around. He'd be forgiven for even getting motion sickness. But Trippy with the camouflage. Talk about silent assassins. That's exactly what Trippy has been all series long. Continue to put down damage, getting kills for his team, Wootum down to no shields, but Trippy forced to back away, if only for a moment.
His survival instinct is very impressive, is Trippy. Doesn't matter if he's holding a ball, a bomb, or a weapon, just taking the fight. He knows those angles and knows how to just avoid that little bit of damage before he re-engages.
See him quarterback in there as well, telling Falcade exactly where to stand. SLG clears it, it's going to be a trade, but that's good enough for Trippy. He can continue to hold this ball pretty comfortably for now. Penguin's down to no shields, so Trippy a little bit vulnerable here from the push coming towards Tram. You can see that's exactly why he's going to toss the bomb out. Tosses the ball over towards the L, keeps it far away from Nemesis. 53-30, still a chance for Nemesis if they can get a set of
ball, bomb, dance,
they're all round and shapes, circles.
Too many things to carry. But it was a good hold from FaZe Clan, but Nemesis have done very well at breaking yet again. And actually, I really liked it from Trippy to throw the ball out and help doing damage rather than just sitting there to just get that little bit of extra time. He said actually the bigger play here is to join in on the damage and we could result in more time on the other side of it. And that's exactly what did follow up. Now, Suppressed, it's a big kill on the other side of the map now, and he's actually on the roam. This is a really good position for him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I returned. Apologies for my extended break, but I was getting up, walking around for a minute, talking to the family.
Suppressed, really been told. Just wander around the place.
Now I'm back and we're locking back in. But it was a much needed little break for a second there. What did I miss? FaZe just running their shit?
Trippy though remains alive. I seem to be thinking about that all the time.
Snipedrone's been able to pick up a camouflage. I wonder if FaZe know where he is. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's jump into a listening with FaZe Clan.
Yo, Camo's back A, back A. Shut him twice. Tires in heaven. Tires, going tires in. 2 tires. Tires is sitting there. He went under tires in, going planners.
And then PD as well.
You're right.
PD as well. Could be up A. I'm running
I spawn C, guys.
I'm running a B.
Absolutely. I don't see shit.
They're gonna be on me. Look at back tower.
Yeah, B, babe.
Look at blue gen. I'm watching blue gen. Look at back tower. Hey, back tower. Top tower now. Top tower read. 2 shot above you.
2 shot green gen.
And top tower read.
Back A.
Watch fire.
Still back A.
No, dead end read. PD 2 shot. PD 2 shot.
Shotty with it.
Okay, 1 shot.
I see you. I have a
blue gen. 1 shot towers, Mike. He's blue gen. Blue gen to bottom mid side. Dead.
Yo,
top tower and PD. Flowers. 1 shot dead end. 1 shot dead end. Running away. PD 1 shot. 2 dead. PD 1 shot.
Yo, ATM and PD then.
On ball right now.
On ball going purple.
He's
going 1 shot front C. 1 shot front C.
Yeah, about 20. 20 guys.
Ball maybe. Nice. 2 dead.
Nice.
2 dead. Come here, Mike. Yo, last 2 on ball. 2 dead.
Watch out, I can't.
Just live down. That's fine.
Top C.
I have sharp again.
Yo, Ivy half. He's going top C.
Damn.
Watch the C-Balk. C-Balk 1 dead.
Scam.
Yo, beer. 1 tires.
One shot back C. Going Mando.
Okay, my 1 shot. I can't burn it. 1 shot. I'm dead. You have it?
That's spot. I don't know where it is.
Come on.
Yo, Commando, kill me. Yeah, Stalker going Ivy.
You'll live. You're the one alive.
You guys.
I there for that? Okay, get out. Just get out.
We got to start kill.
He said run, bro.
Just 1 shot. I'll kill tires.
Do that.
All got 1 being 2 shot. Go for ball.
We cuts.
You can nib him maybe?
Yo, I'm walking right. There's a spawn PD.
Yeah, spawn PD. Spawn far.
I'm out. Yeah. 10 seconds.
All those?
That's round.
Alright, I'm needing driver right here.
100 and FaZe Clan put the first round on the board and put themselves 1 round away from 3-0ing Nemesis here. They have been so
Who's coaching FaZe?
so flawless so far this tournament, shows.
Just 1 round away then from a clean sweep on a team that's really upset a few of the top teams already. FaZe Clan do not want to fall victim the same way Optic Gaming did. It's been so professional from FaZe. Not taking Nemesis lightly. You can even hear in the comms. It's calm, it's relaxed, you can tell the small talk is really there.
All 4 dead yet again for Nemesis as the double kill comes through from Suppressed, and I wonder if Nemesis are falling victim to the age-old, well, we've played these game types against FaZe recently, and they've been able to work on them. FaZe look like they have a plan, and they are executing it perfectly. Perhaps slightly different when, for example, Nemesis go up against Optic Gaming. They hadn't scrimmed for 2 weeks. Maybe they'd scrimmed recently, I don't know, but they hadn't scrimmed for a 2-week period.
You said
So they've been
screamed?
able to go over and change things themselves. And perhaps it's again just one of those playstyle things where Nemesis just don't seem to match up well here against FaZe Clan because they haven't really been in this one.
Stock Rifle doing so much damage from Suppressed. As he waits for his teammates to spawn
They're
back
about to
up.
get 3-0'd if they're not careful.
Not even interested in taking the fight. They take the ball and get themselves out of dodge. SLG down to no shields. Killing spree locked in for Suppressed now. Balls tossed out bottom middle. Wootum will get the kill. 3 dead for
I don't know about
FaZe.
that,
This is the
Joe.
chance. This is the opportunity for Nemesis to put some score on the board.
Yeah, Nemesis need something and they need it fast, but they're just trying to hurl themselves towards that ball because they desperately want to win a round, and they know that the ball is going to be the key to winning said round, but at times they maybe expose themselves a little bit too much. Snipe Drone, 6 and 15, not the typical stats you'd see from him. Hasn't really had that chance to kind of anchor or flank, has maybe just got caught in the mix of some of those spawn traps that we've seen from FaZe.
Easy kill for Snipe Drone. Information came his way, player sitting towards Styles. Patiently waits for his shields to pop back up before he re-engages. Face to face with Penguin. Falcate, excuse me. Strippy takes the ball over towards Trap. Here comes the collapse.
Slippery.
Behind enemy lines though, being a nuisance. They know exactly where he's positioned. Ball's been tossed out, and it seems like every single time Nemesis break is set up, FaZe Clan put the ball in a really difficult position.
The ball management has been impressive from FaZe. But maybe this is going to be the first opportunity for Nemesis to get a real setup on the go. The nades might affect it. It's a big push, it's a quick push that's happening, but it has been answered back by Glory quickly. But elsewhere, I think Luton went down, and he's their anchor in this moment, so it's going to be tough to hold. But the ball does get thrown out in response.
SLG got hands on. Where the spawn's going to come from. Wooten's calling for a rotation. SLG obliges here. Spawned over towards red. Now they're in tram as well. So they should have that information. Penguin's going to be the first pick, so that's going to force FaZe Clan to slow down, if only for a moment. They can't go while they're a man down because they just don't have the manpower. They get SLG's shield stripped away, and he's forced to rotate over towards PD.
Uh-oh.
A quick turn. Oh, I thought he was maybe going to do it. But it's 4 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe Clan again, this time they'll get the chance to set up over towards tower side.
That's not good for Nemesis.
That's going to be even better for them, especially with Trippy's position in here at Arcade. He can be a little bit sneaky, does give his position away, but the perfect timing on the grenade.
And he still kind of fucks it up almost.
It's a 2-second ball game. Penguin tosses the ball down bottom middle. Glory continues to do damage. Falcated down to no shields. Just about gets away with his life as well, does Falcated. And FaZe, 2 down. Trippy's last man in the respawn screen. Suppress will fall as well. They're trading left and right. This is a much more scrappy round for FaZe Clan. Nemesis is doing a much better job. Wooten with camouflage, but he's got no teammates to play with.
Yeah, maybe Nemesis want it to be a little bit scrappy. Try and take some of the more traditional methods out of FaZe Clan's approach to this game, but Wooten gets spotted out with the camo. He looks a little bit dejected after it as well. It's always frustrating when you feel like you try everything, but there seems to be an answer around every single corner, and I think that's exactly what would explain FaZe Clan's tournament so far. They have an answer for everyone, and they have an answer for everything. Now they find themselves on the brink here of going another 3-0 and continuing their undefeated record.
4 dead for FaZe.
Enemy has the ball.
Ball thrown out towards garbage, delaying just a few final seconds for Nemesis. They have to go and retrieve the ball and bring it back to where they need it, and that will just delay long enough for this FaZe Clan team to spawn back up again and ensure that they make this hold as difficult as it possibly can be. Penguin gets the opening pick onto SLG, and that could mean that this collapse on really weak foundations.
Big fight.
They fall down. 3 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe have got their hands on the ball.
They get
this could be the final
1,
setup.
maybe
Nemesis
2 cracks
one
at
last
this.
Chance to break, maybe 2 if they are quick. The Penguin's going to be in a position that makes
Thank
it
you,
hard for
Gaskin.
them. Ashley's going to combine with Suppress. Wootem's already
What I
gone
just
down,
said.
does trade with Falcated though. So it's going to be 3 versus 3 to push.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta go or they're fucking 3-0'd. That's not a good start.
Cut them off, but flies into 3 guns. A little bit ill-advised, and plays like that. You spoke about desperation. That's exactly what that was.
Yeah, Nemesis really now throwing their bodies quite literally at the ball and at FaZe Clan, but it has been able to halt them just temporarily. Glory
Bro,
sends
what are we
himself in as
doing,
well.
baby?
Just sends himself right into the middle of the fray again. I asked myself, why are you sending yourself that way? But perhaps they needed something, someone to break that gap initially. But sadly, it's FaZe Clan who come out on top yet again, and now it's just 10 seconds required here, Shurs.
Glory said, shoot me, and FaZe Clan said, okay.
FaZe is trolling though,
Sure.
okay.
They put him away. 10 seconds required, like you say. Glory now off the respawn with the camouflage. He's venturing over towards PD. Snipe Drone gets the kill. Falcate over towards L, down to half shields. Still some time to play with. Has to be perfect Halo. And unfortunately for Nemesis, 3 go down. Woodham's the last man standing. Ball is in a pretty decent position if you're a FaZe Clan fan as well. Woodham's not really in a position to be a threat.
Sadly, when a commentator says it has to be perfect Halo, the game's probably over, and that's usually the sad
What are we looking at?
for the Nemesis roster here, but they do manage to get the kill onto Suppressed, but the ball is in the hands of Trippy yet again.
5 seconds.
Jeez.
Down. Nobody in a position right now to put a stop to this. Trippy holds the ball. He secures map number 3 and a clean sweep for FaZe Clan. It was as easy as
Not even really that competitive
They
of a series,
continue to
respectfully.
be undefeated here in Arlington, have not dropped a map, have not looked even a second off the pace when it comes to
I
their
mean,
games.
okay, I didn't see the game too,
As
to
for
be fair.
Nemesis, they will have to look at that elimination bracket. They've already secured top 6, which is still pretty much, I would expect their aim to be, but they want to be going that one step further, but they're going to have to look elsewhere, because it's FaZe Clan who secure top 3 here in Arlington, and will be waiting in the winners bracket finals for potentially a Shopify Rebellion or an SSG.
FaZe Clan wait their opponents. And for Nemesis, it's going back to the drawing board, perhaps heading back to the hotel, getting some food, putting on the VOD, and recognizing where the mistakes were made, where the errors came from, and patching that up. But they might even still have a game to play tonight, so they might not even get that opportunity.
They will have another game tonight before they can even think about Championship Sunday. If they want to get to Championship Sunday, it will have to be another series victory for them. But it's FaZe Clan who will be able to relax. They'll be able to go back to the hotel and chill until Championship Sunday. It is Sunday secured for an unbeaten FaZe Clan. Just to look at the statistics from that game, a very successful one on the side of FaZe. I mean, it doesn't matter who you look at on FaZe's side. They were all dominant. They all went positive, and they all looked brilliant.
Stats absolutely jumping off the page, and it was a reason why they had so many members in that top KDA leaderboard. For reasons just like that. They have beaten every single team put in front of them, and they've done it without dropping a map. Absolutely flawless.
Just looking back at some of the highlights of that game as well, I mean, there was moments where Nemesis had the chance to maybe get back into the game, but as soon as they tried something different, FaZe Clan had yet another answer. It didn't matter where the ball was, it didn't matter where the push was happening. FaZe were always there, and some individual moments as well, but ultimately, the chemistry on this FaZe roster seems to be coming together even more from the Invitational that we saw a couple of weeks ago. They look that one step better, but arguably, some may say, well, you know, where's the test against one of those other top 4 teams? Where's the SSG? Where's the Optic? Where's going to be the Shopify Rebellion? Well, they're going to have to wait until the winners final before that question is posed in front of them.
FaZe Clan came into this tournament as the number 3 seed, and they have proven well and truly the value of that seed, already guaranteed a top 3 placement. Incredible work from the boys. All that hard work and graft they put in over the pre-season. Blaze has got an interview with Trippy off the back of a very impressive series. Take it away.
Main stage, make some noise for FaZe Clan. They make their way all the way to the winners finals.
Hey, what up, Fiber?
Man, I swear
That's a good question.
been flying under the radar this tournament.
That's a good
so
question.
far.
I got nothing for you.
The main stage to kick off the event, but now
Why Trippy
talking to
standing
you
like
guys,
that?
seeing you win again, you are
Why he
now
look like a
in the
Lego
winners
guy?
finals. How does that feel?
It feels great, considering the boot camp or the case online didn't go the way we wanted to. So coming here and playing extremely well and just being in flow state as a team, just playing really good Halo as a team, it's honestly really refreshing, and we're loving it so far. It's been great.
Hey, man, it's definitely been looking good up here. You guys have been in your flow state, and then you guys just went up against another team that was in their flow state.
He said he got a poop.
A lot of top teams before they ran up against you guys.
He trying to speed run the interview because he got to take his shit.
Because I know you guys got a chance to watch a lot of their matches.
Yeah. So Optic fucked around and lost a match in pool play.
We actually scrimmed them.
So they had to play Rebellion round 1. So it was Optic Rebellion and winners 1. And Rebellion beat them in game 5.
They're great teams. We just didn't take them lightly.
So Optic went to losers 1. Optic beat TSM, I think, in losers 1. We watched that an hour or two ago.
Now, my next question is,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just the FaZe gas or what it is, but have you always been that damn good with Snipe? Because you was popping off on his main
FaZe
stage
gas.
All right, what is it, okay?
I mean, before, I didn't really get sniped that much, to be honest, you know. Consider my last teammates, you guys all know, but
you guys all know.
Everyone shares everything equally, and I just so happened to have snipe and hit some shots, so yeah, it just ended up working out.
Well, we want to see more of that on the main stage, okay? Make some more noise for Trip and FaZe Clan, everybody. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some really exciting things actually coming out of that interview that I really do want to dive a bit deeper into, but I've got to say there is so much to look forward to with this FaZe roster. They're the real deal. I know in one sense they probably did have the easier side of the bracket to kind of get through here, but Nemesis wasn't an easy opponent, to say the least. They were very, very good. Showed us that
that was fun. That was fun. All right, what next?
Fell short, unfortunately, in that series. But FaZe, I think it
What
told
next,
us a
bro?
lot more about this
Do we
team
have more
and
Halo,
how
or am I on college football? What's going on here?
they are in terms of their teamwork. That was just phenomenal. I did like the comment from Trippy about the sniper. You got to share the love with the sniper if you want to see some pop-off shots from teammates with the sniper rifle, which is probably why we haven't seen clips like that overkill, and honestly all of the kills before that overkill on live fire from Trippy.
Oh, I missed an overkill. Damn.
What do you make of FaZe right now, Wes?
I love where FaZe is. They look fantastic. They look buttoned up, and they are handling anybody that has been put.
Fuck up Fiber. Well, what do you know?
They're sitting in the top 3.
What do you know?
And they have found flow state. I loved every single answer Trippy gave were things that I wanted to talk about. It was flow state. It was the opportunity that he's going to have on a team like FaZe that he didn't get on Optic Gaming. It's the comfortability and kind of like the underdog mentality, as well as we didn't perform how we wanted to at the case on LAN. Like, that wasn't the showing that we know that our team is capable of. And they've come out here and they've already
That red ass venue, goddamn.
made themselves a threat to this championship. People have been putting them outside of the top 4. Have been
All right, bro.
dancing
I have to
around with
defend my
this
honor
big
this
3.
evening, it
FaZe
appears.
are here to play, and if they're playing that level of Halo, they are going to be a tough out.
We got to go crazy on the field tonight.
And it's about time we start taking them a little bit more serious.
100%. I think you know, certain things are earned, and that for sure earned me. I think a namesake in this top 4 conversation for sure, to be perfectly honest with you. I do think that series was very exciting. There were some incredible moments, and we kind of mentioned it earlier on. Blaze mentioned it on the main stage. We saw it in the highlight reel again. Let's just see it one more time. Goofy looking at Trippy here.
This is an overkill?
This was
Let me
just
see.
so well executed. I believe snipe was dropped for him. Yes, it was indeed. And off he goes. The first passage of play here is also beautiful, but what continues going around Ness, just working his way around live fire towards back green, it was magical.
Yeah, Trippy was dominating every single game of this series. Seems like you just put him on a highlight reel anytime we're on his point of view. He got a triple kill in each of the 3 games and an overkill in game 2. Just absolutely dominating any competition put in front of him. And the same could be said for his whole team. I absolutely love
Was that not the overkill?
Like,
did we just miss it? What was that?
Been kind of flying under the radar, which is crazy to say because it's FaZe and look at their
HCS ain't the same without Lottie. Really, I mean, what you mean? She right there.
They're clicking and firing on all cylinders.
She ain't going nowhere.
They find themselves guaranteed top 3.
Are you saying like it wouldn't be the same without Lottie?
They haven't dropped a single map, Lottie. They're 15-0. What an absolute dominating performance so far out of this FaZe clan.
She not.
It certainly was indeed.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say she's not going nowhere. As far as I know.
To go with that series, just unbelievable amounts of damage. The KD speaks for itself. But you know, we talked about Trippy a little bit, and obviously
look, Falcated looks so happy, bro. He looked like it's the first day of school.
That we saw before that overkill at Ness, you know,
he got like a brand new shirt.
Lined up, not getting ahead of himself, using his nades. He got everybody so weak in order to get that off. I mean, it's really difficult. You are literally 1v4 there. It's pretty hard to do that. So great stuff from Trippy. But Falcated, let's talk about this guy. I said before the series I was looking for Fel to be intentional with his kills. We know he's a really good slayer, but it was about how you kill somebody and what that does for your team. How does it change the game in your favor? And I think that is something that Fel has worked on, and it's clearly working.
Yeah, as much damage as Trippy was doing throughout the series, and it was on his point of view a lot, Falcated out-damaged him. And Falcated is one of those players that I said on Friday, this is by far his best team coming into year 4 of Halo Infinite. Like, this is his best team all of Halo Infinite. This is his opportunity to really show that we talk about Falcated like he can slay with the big dogs.
I mean, yeah, it probably is his best. I don't know. His Sentinels team was pretty good. And his FaZe team on paper at the beginning of Infinite was pretty good.
Falcated to now perform well at and also get to reap the benefits
On
of
paper.
the accolades that come with that. So I'm stoked to see him playing at a high level next to a team that he's finally on that is also playing at that same level.
Well, they are on a fantastic path right now. FaZe, well-deserved on the main stage, making a huge statement against Nemesis, the European powerhouses there. They will drop down to the elimination bracket, but it is not over for them. They still have a ways to go. Can they climb back up to the top? I think that's my biggest question right now. I don't think they were probably expecting a 3-0 sweep against FaZe. I think they were probably hoping to come out with something, if not maybe the series win, Goofy. So I'm sure they're a little bit shocked right now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, playing so hot all weekend, running into a red-hot FaZe clan, getting 3-0 swept is never a good feeling. But honestly, if I'm Nemesis, I'm still feeling good. The only teams that really would be scaring me is, even though you've already beaten Optic, I would be scared to play Optic in the elimination bracket.
Down there somewhere.
Yeah, and same with SSG, right? Whenever we see SSG and Shopify, one of those two teams, potentially we're going to have to drop to the elimination bracket as well. So aside from that big four, if I'm Nemesis, I'm feeling confident against any roster, and even against the big four, you got to feel confident, right? So definitely an unfortunate series for Nemesis, but you're going up against a FaZe Clan team, and I wanted to say this as well. You know, the dynamics of everyone on this FaZe Clan team allows this roster to play at their full potential. You mentioned it with Falcated. I agree. I think this is by far his best team. Going into the opener of Year 4 of Halo Infinite, he's got to be feeling good. Penguin, Trippy. I haven't seen Trippy really play this comfortable in so long on the Optic Gaming roster. Obviously, they were a dynastic team, and they made history in their own right, but Trippy has been around the block for a long time, and in my perspective, he's always been like this dominating, like Slayer type of player, and we kind of saw him take a step back from that role in the previous couple of years, and now I feel like he's super comfortable along with everyone on this roster. They trust each other, and you got someone like Suppress, who's that X factor, so to say, and I just love the dynamic of this FaZe team.
Me too. I think that's just what happens sometimes. You kind of get in a system and you kind of put into a role or a situation where that's just how you have to adapt to make it work.
You saying, imagine if they lose like early?
Others who work in a certain way and it plays to their strengths. Well, now Trippy gets to play to his. He has that.
Because okay, so they won one round in losers.
He's one of the guys
so at this point, if they lose losers round 2, I don't know who they play, but if they lost in losers round 2,
I'd love to see that. I think seeing a switch up like
that would be
awesome,
top
and
8,
coming
right?
into his own once again is something beautiful to watch unfold as well, folks. We've got to move
Because
on
if you make it out of pools, you're top 12.
And up next, we do have winners round 2. And these two
So if you win one round and losers round 1, I'm pretty sure you go from top 12 to top 8.
Against the powerhouse.
I think that's how that works.
Rebellion. In the K-Sun event, things weren't looking too good for Space Station. Have they improved
I could be
enough
incorrect,
to give
but
this one a
I
really
think that's
good
how that
go?
works.
We'll have to find out right after the break.
Can I actually see the overkill this time? There it is. It's a nice over too. I think SSG can beat Rebellion? Nah. I don't even know if Optic can beat Rebellion. I think Rebellion's pretty clearly the best team. I mean, I think any of the like other top 3, top 4 teams can beat. Like, I think they are capable of beating Rebellion. If you're asking me, do I think it will happen? No. Yes, I think SSG is capable of beating them. I think Optic's capable of beating them. I think FaZe is capable of beating them. I think even, you know, Cloud9 on the right day is capable of winning and having a crazy run against some of these teams. 8 or 9 times out of 10, though, I'm taking Rebellion over really any of those teams. So, if we're talking about this match in particular, I gotta go Rebellion. I'm still calling Optic for Worlds. I mean, that was my way too early prediction. Like, I said that before I had watched any of them play. So I'm gonna stick to my guns on that one.
Want more Halo action?
Like that was my way too early
Halo
prediction.
Esports channel for official
But
HCS highlights, behind the scenes content, and player
to tell you the
spotlights
truth,
that
I
take
have
you
no idea
closer to
what'll
the
actually
pros.
happen.
Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Because right now it looks like Shopify is like unbeatable, but I don't know. Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We gotta see what happens.
I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas, and we're here to bring
I'll be here. I'll be at this event. I was also at the last one.
Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D
Hey y'all, what's going
the
on?
newest competitive mode
Clutch
on
here
the
with a
Halo
new game
Infinite
mode for the
players.
HCS.
S&D Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode.
I'm sorry, I'm just fucking
Here's
around.
how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps.
Yeah.
With one team starting on offense and the other
Me too,
on
but
defense.
just life in general.
Your goal on offense
Fiber.
is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news. You don't have to worry about carrying a
Gotta
bomb.
see if I can
Once
make
you
it work
get to a
first.
site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted,
Initiate
defense will
the
have 1
extraction.
minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone
I
will
buy
start with the
AVP.
Bandit Evo,
I
but
buy
at the beginning
AVP.
of each round, you'll have 30
Good
seconds
up,
to
me
purchase
AVP.
your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and
I
movement
buy
abilities
AVP.
with you for every round. S&D Extraction
Spartan
is a one-life
ass.
mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts.
That'd be a good gamer
That is
tag, low
unless
key.
you've got
Just
enough credits
Spartan
in the bank
ass.
to buy back into the round to support your team.
Spartan ass.
It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet.
One shot bottom middle Spartan ass.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to
That's
announce
gonna be my
that
new
we
Smurf.
partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for S&D Extraction. Both
Also-
parties have contributed
okay.
$10,000 to give this contest
This is winners
a
round
whopping
2.
$20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking.
What's the schedule
when
for
S&D
today?
Extraction launches later this year. Head to forgehub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on S&D Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
Okay, there's either 2 or 3. I think there's 2 more matches. I think it's this match and 1 more. I think there's a losers match. I think there's a losers round 3 match after this.
We're back at the HCS Arlington Major live from Texas, hosted of
It is a
course
nice
by
little spot, I'm not gonna lie.
Big Gaming, and it is showtime.
I've been there. It's a nice little area. See, it's pretty.
lined up for you on the main stage.
They're just kind of ain't shit out there, bro. It's kind of it's kind of just like
lights out. A couple fallen
parking
short,
lots
couple
and shit.
upsets, but we love a bit of drama up in here, especially on the first weekend of the season. Welcome
I like
back to Stadium Arlington, and welcome to your winners round.
I like
2.
events where it's kind of like
Shopify
in the middle of the
Rebellion
city.
versus Space
Like if
Station
you walk out of the
Gaming.
venue, you
I've
can
got
walk
Griffey
to
and
like
Tony on the desk
you can
with
walk
me.
to the bars, you
Gentlemen,
can walk
we're in for a treat
to
here. I'm I'm excited. You know,
like different
I think on one
restaurants
hand,
and
if I
different
could talk
like
about this
food
matchup
spots and
just
stuff.
overall,
There's
it
stuff
would
to
be,
do. You can walk to everybody's
the
hotel.
running gunners, right? They have come straight out the gates.
I think it's kind of
lights
unfortunate
out,
whenever you
not
have
a
an event
hitch,
where
not a
like
problem.
you walk out
They
and
haven't
everybody's got to
really
like
been
Uber back
touched,
to their
okay? Apart from Optic
different
Gaming,
places.
It has just been smooth sailing. What more could you ask?
That's my only complaint
On the other
about
hand,
this venue and this
Space Station
location.
Gaming,
Other than that,
they've had
it's
to
like
keep
it's a
up,
nice
they've had
stadium.
to progress, they've had to work really,
It's
really
right next
hard
to
find
the
that
Rangers
flow
Stadium and all
and
that
hope for
shit
that,
in Arlington.
You know, that illustrious Halo click that we like to talk about. Has that click happened
It's
yet?
just
I don't
unfortunate.
think it has, but I think it's getting there, Goofy. What about Space Station Gaming is that you're really looking for in this series to really find out how much they've really progressed, especially when it comes down to Shopify Rebellion?
Yeah, we're talking about this Space Station Gaming roster, and like, they've been described as like a slow burn, right? People are saying, oh, this roster, they're going to only get better as time goes on. They're only going to get better as these events continue. In my opinion, they are here right now, right? Look at this roster. We have Eco, Stellar, Snakebite, and Lucid, 4 world champions. On paper, to me, this roster is... You can say this is the best roster on paper, right? I think the dynamics on this team, we talked about it with FaZe.
How many rings they got all together? 8?
A solid roster on all fronts. You have
They got 8
Eco,
rings all together?
Snakebite, Lucid, these big brain
Because Eco and
players.
Stellar got
Stellar
2,
in a
right?
given game can be the
Snakebite
best
got
player
3
in
and
the
Tommy
game.
Lucid got
I think
1.
in order to win this series
My
against
number's right
Shopify
on that?
Rebellion, who has been that spotlighted team. They have the #1 seed coming into this event, winning all these online.
That's a decorated-ass
winning
team.
FaZe Case on Invitational. SSG's got something to say about that, though. The way they're playing so far at this event, at this tournament, it looks like they might finally be clicking on all cylinders, and I'm going to be looking for Stellar to really step up. In the scrims leading up to this tournament, when Stellar was popping off, this
They
team
haven't
was
really
popping off.
played
He is
a
that
great
player. He is
team
that
yet,
player,
though, so we'll
Stellar's
see.
gonna be my X factor in this series.
100%.
Rebellion is going to be SSG's first real test here. Alright, I'm going to go pee real quick before the series starts. Oh, shit. And Stellar got his pores all the way open, bro. He breathing straight oxygen, bro. Rebellion's fucked. Alright, I'll be back.
I can't help but notice certain statistics, especially going against Shopify Rebellion. I know we're going to go back to the Ksan event. I know it's an invitational. But I can't help but feel like there are some personal things there as well. I think when you're looking like somebody like Snakebite, for example, the personal things that he has had with this, you know, his previous teammates, it must be hard to play against them. You have had 15 years playing with Royal 2, and now you're telling me that you have no problem playing against him? I don't think so. I think it's going to be difficult no matter what you say or no matter how much you kind of put your measures on business only. It's tough, right? And I think that's actually kind of been showing through his gameplay. He hasn't had the best showings so far against Shopify Rebellion, whether that's in scrims, whether that's in the Ksan tournament, and I think it's time that we see Snakebite really step up and kind of shake off the kind of jitters of playing with old teammates and playing against them, and that personal thing, put it to the side. I think this is where we really see a big step up from him, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we talk about, you know, the twos game, the baiting and switching. Well, you know, Eco and Stellar have been very comfortable with each other, but it feels like Snakebite and Lucid are still trying to figure out how exactly do they fit into this winning roster, this winning role, and I feel like they're slowly starting to figure that out, and it must be really difficult to like separate from a duo and join this roster, be the underdogs one of the first times, but Shopify Rebellion, they're on screen, and we definitely got to talk about them too.
We certainly do indeed. I think something that they do so well, amongst many things, their hot starts, that really solid starting strat comes forward every single time, and it gives them so much room in that series. It makes the others doubt themselves and their competitors. So I love the hot starts that they seem to have. What do you make of them, Goofy, overall, and just the way that they play the game, because they've set precedents?
I love the way Shopify Rebellion plays Halo. In my opinion, they play Halo the perfect way, right? They are the type of team where they always press their advantages. They play so efficient, so effective. When you're on the way I describe it is when you're playing against Shopify Rebellion and you're in a vulnerable position on the map, you're like, I really hope they don't push. They will always push that play when you're hoping they don't. They're always on top of the efficiency, and the Shopify Rebellion team, really, you know, you have Frosty, who in my opinion, at this point in time, is the best player in the game. I think Frosty is the best player in the game coming into this tournament. He's been showing it so far this tournament, and then you have someone like the Last Shot and Cycle, right? These two up-and-coming players, they're established as two of the best players in the game, but Frosty and Royal 2, the world champions, they're never gonna go down without a fight, and if I'm, you know, SSG, you got a tall order.
Yeah, I've got to say, I have to agree that Frosty has found a whole new lease of life in Halo Infinite. I think coming on board with this team, he just looks so comfortable right from the beginning. And I often do think that is because when you put him on a roster with somebody like Renegade, they just clash a little bit too much. I know they did manage to get the job done in one of the years, but those two are such heavy hitters, it's almost like too difficult to share
Rebellion running the
toys.
gauntlet.
It's like having two kids who are just gunning for the same thing, and it's just almost impossible to share that love around and kind of work around that dynamic. I do think that Frosty being able to kind of
They had kind of a tough pool that they swept.
as the commander, and then obviously having the young guns in Cycle and Last Shot.
Played Optic
it's
round
really
1,
produced just
SSG
such
round
a
2.
Wonderful dynamic where they are all completely on the same page, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, I did a power ranking video, and I still had Stellar as like my #2 player in the game right now. But as far as #1 and #3,
I hear
had
Optic
Last
chants in the
Shot being into
background.
this
Are they
tournament as my
playing
#1 player, and
on
had Frosty as #3.
Side Station or
Been
on
so
Bravo
impressed with
stream,
what Last
rather?
Shot has done online, on land. The combination of accuracy and damage, the pressure he puts on the map is real, and it's felt by his opponents. And then Frosty, he's had an MVP tournament so far. Like it's been that good.
Oh yeah, Optic's
Outside
playing
stats,
Infamous
the
right now.
IGL, like the staying alive. I think he really has been the full package so far. So Shopify Rebellion are a dangerous team. They really look at the favorites right now.
They
Oh fuck,
certainly
I don't know
are,
what
and
he's
you know
wearing.
They certainly were, even back at the Ksan event. They were the team that everybody wanted to beat. And looking right now at this score, when they did play Space Station Gaming, excuse me, it didn't look pretty. Although I will say, things did get awfully close at times, and there was definite signs of progress from Space Station Gaming when coming up against Shopify Rebellion. Sometimes the 3-0 doesn't always reflect what happened. However, it has been 3-0s across the board ever since. Scrims already very difficult for Space Station Gaming against Shopify Rebellion.
Optic and
the same thing
Infamous
happened on LAN.
are
You know,
playing.
the
They are
progress
in
is
game
progressing,
1.
and we know Space Station Gaming is starting to find their flow. Is that flow enough, do you think, Goofy, right now in this series?
It can be, right? Looking
It
at
is a
when I see
fortress
Eco and
bomb.
Snakebite, 0.61 KD for Snakebite, 0.77 for Eagle. That's not what their standard is. That's not what they expect out of themselves. So yes, this graphic tells us it was a 3-0, and of course, Shopify Rebellion dominated the Ksan and won the event, right? The Invitational. But Eco and Snakebite, they're not going to be going 0.6 KD, 0.7 KD. So I'm expecting this to be a much closer series. In no way in hell is this going to be a 3-0. I think this is going the distance to a Game 5.
I love that from you, Goofy. We want a good series out of both
And
of
the
these
Wolves
two
and the
teams.
Lakers
Tony,
are
how are you
playing.
feeling about his prediction?
Oh, I agree 100%. I would bet that there's not going to be no 3-0 here. In fact, I would love to see a Game 5. I think it's very possible. I think Stellar's been fantastic. I think Lucid has really stepped it up and been this X factor. I've been just impressed with this SSG roster. And imagine a win against Shopify Rebellion. That would be impressive. That would be a statement. Why not do it here in the first event, the first major of the year?
That would be huge. Well, I'll tell you what, I think we're about to be seeing a brand new Space Station Gaming, feeling an awful lot more comfortable than we saw them on the last LAN. Folks, it's about that time. Let's get into the matchup. It's Space Station Gaming
Let's go.
versus Shopify Rebellion.
I got all the shit up right now, bro. I got the SSG and the Shopify. I got the Optic and the Infamous. And I got the Lakers and the Wolves. Can't nobody fuck with me right now. Can't nobody fuck with me right now. Yeah, I got the picture-in-picture going, bro. I love the year 2025. I got all my screens showing different games.
Winner semi-final time here in Arlington, and we've got two huge
Arlington!
teams on stage right now. Two teams with things to prove. Shopify Rebellion, who came through that
Come on,
series
baby.
a little bit earlier against Optic Gaming. Well, now on the other side of the
Onset
stage, you've got
struggling.
Space Station.
It's been a long
Space Station
day.
come into this event with so
No
much to
judgment here.
prove. Beating Shopify Rebellion here
makes it very interesting. It would be massive. Of course, you heard it on the desk just how much this team has been talked about in the off, Steven, and easy.
All right, man, I'm gonna hit the pine part, and then we're locking in. Let's go, man.
Maybe in this exact
Let's go.
for good reason. They found themselves falling to space. It says Shopify Rebellion 3-0 back-to-back series. Not just the LM final, but their first series as well.
Oh, what is up with all these map sets, bro? Fortress Bomb Game 1, stop.
Assault Fortress, not Shopify's best bomb game type. Slayer Live Fire, not their best Slayer. Also Stronghold Recharge, maybe a game that will go in their favor, but also Oddball Streets, not their best oddball map. So when you put all that together, plus Game 5, let's not forget, SSG has beaten Shopify before in that exact game type. This one could get interesting indeed. The question is, what work has SSG done over the past 2 weeks since facing
Chad,
Shopify
who's locked?
online for the
Who else
first
is
time?
locked?
What
I'm
reps
locked.
have they put in? How will they get ready for this game number 1?
One interesting thing for me as well is this is a slightly different looking and feeling space station from what we saw at that K-Sun event. This is a space station that looks like they're ready to win series. They're ready to send these big series deep, and there's just a little bit more to them when they come into these series. There's a little bit more weight to how they are performing and working together, and the biggest test of all, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion. They are the bar at the moment in this year of Halo Infinite. We'll have to see where Space Station are if they can cause the upset here against Shopify.
All right, underway, of course, 2 teams that we expected to also see and hoped that we would see play, but playing even earlier than maybe, once again, some might have expected here based on the results so far. And right away, it's Lashon trying to get into his opponent's spiral, and it will be battles for the spiral all game long. 2 dead for Shopify off of the opening.
I mean, the movement from Snake right there in that fight was absolutely phenomenal. Just made himself such a difficult kill. Stella now under the base already, a little bit of pressure onto the Shopify side, but Royal 2 set up on his tower with a sniper rifle and should have a pretty comfortable kill onto Eco here. 2 dead on the side of SSG. Shopify and Royal 2 fly forward, and I love this angle that Royal 2 is taking.
Just going to hold this down, and like you say, impossible for really anyone to challenge him. He's going to have a safe passage here from A1 up into the spiral, and now be able to take new angles as well. Takes down.
Bro, this map in general is just some cheese, though.
Bodies another player as well. That bomb will be moving very soon, you would imagine. Stella
Just some cheese, man.
Narrowly avoids the chunky missiles coming his way from the sniper rifle of Royal 2.
Chunky missiles?
This is just such a nuisance position to try and flush out. Royal 2 has found this as one of his preferred positions on this map, and you can see exactly why. So many angles to play around and so many escape routes for him to play as well.
Yeah, it might only be flushed out purely because of running out of ammo in this case. He's going to stay alive still. It was 2 dead. And now 2 spawners on the elbow side once again. And there's a reason we call this the modern day hut. It feels a lot like Sanctuary, just holding down your opponent's hut and raining down damage at the spawners.
Oh, that one felt like
He just got fucking clotheslined. Oh my god.
Sniper rifle bullet received unwillingly.
Oh my god.
Man, Frosty helps Cycle stay alive. Is 2 dead again, and finally the bomb will go in towards the base. Shopify Rebellion with 3 members.
That's an arm.
Screen from Space Station, and that will be 1-0. That is efficiency personified.
Wow, beautifully done. And also the first spawner also falls, which means it should be an overshield grab here for last shot. Nade comes through. No, he hesitates, says not grab right away. Will it cost them? 2 dead for each side.
It was a momentary 3 dead for SSG, so you would imagine the access is still going to be there towards that overshield. Quicker off the respawn here for Shopify Rebellion. They should be at least able to fight for it. Players from SSG have snuck into Ring 1 though. It's going to be interesting to see if
It's Sanctuary, but
maybe
bullshit.
They get away with it. It's actually Lucid who gets away with it. Moves that bomb straight in towards the arm zone.
Gets
Getting lit up. Oh my god.
Right now.
Melted by 2 players, had all of that overshield getting onto the porch, but you could tell that was a team shot. That overshield got ripped off so fast. It's a really nice piece of work from Shopify to stop the arm.
Snakebite under the base though, here at A1, just trying to see if he can find some angles and do some more damage and essentially pin Shopify Rebellion into their base. Cycle flies in. Cycle with a couple of uncycle-like shots, but finally does get the job done. But this is more like Cycle, staying alive, being a nuisance. Eco and Lucid trying to flush him out, and almost forgot about him for a second there.
Eventually taken down, as you said. Snakebite also with some good damage in that sequence. 2 dead here for Shopify.
Bomb is in the courtyard as well. Lucid went for a little touch on that, but it is going to be reset. So back to bottom middle, that bomb will go. The objective neutralized by Shopify Rebellion. Good defensive players on their end, just to make sure that pressure didn't turn into that bomb being advanced and potentially armed once more.
See what Snakebite can do here. Things slow down for just a moment to breathe here with just under 9 left. And SSG knows they've got a lot of time on the clock. However, things can go pretty quickly if you fail to grab the right bit of control on this game type.
These obnoxious corners that Shopify Rebellion are playing. Like, they know that they've got a sniper rifle going against them. They don't want to give any easy shots. They want to try and waste this ammo, just shoulder peek. Force Snakebite to make a play. Hit a big shot. as the overshield is popping in 3 seconds time. Snakebite is in the perfect place to get it, but he's going to have to deal with Cycle.
Oh, man.
And Cycle hits the body. And Frosty collects that overshield.
Wow. Oh, wait, back though. Stellar gets the back whack there. The Achilles heel will come through, which is big. It was 3 dead. They neutralized the overshield. Here comes Stellar.
Such a good play from Stellar. The timing on that from SSG. Immaculate. 3 players have respawned, but one of them's back in the respawn screen already. Nade's going in towards that snipe side. I like what I'm seeing from SSG. It's a double kill here for Stellar. A killing spree for him, and they are trapping Shopify on that snipe side, but they just can't link these kills together and get all of Shopify falling consecutively. It feels like a 2, and then fight another 2, and then another 2. They just can't get this clean 4 that they're looking for.
Interesting trade coming in there in the end with Melee. Instead, it will be now Cycle advancing the bomb, and as you said, they kept things chaotic. They also maintain a lead here as they start to bring the bomb all the way across. An important 1v1 bottom of the base. Both players will disengage and agree to fight later on. In the end, it's Snakebite who comes in and helps to clean up that Cycle kill A1, which of course was an ever important kill in that situation.
Frosty last alive momentarily for Shopify Rebellion at the top tower, just playing his life. Snakebite's looking to take
Luca got 16 in the first, man.
But Frosty again just being such a difficult kill. Somehow he gets out of that with a double kill there as he whips his reticle to the player who was
Shit, PJ.
around the fences outside of the ring. 3 dead again for Shopify.
Yeah, Fiber, this map is
we
goofy,
were
bro.
discussing in the build-up to this game is if SSG want to have success, they have to win those individual fights they find themselves in. They have to match slay for slay what Shopify Rebellion are doing. And to be fair, doing quite a good job of it so far.
Yeah, so far so good. Snakebite gonna try to stay alive as the last alive. Gets some good damage, but it will be a staggered 4 dead for SSG, which means last shot will stay alive here in the spiral. But really, we need to look back to bottom mid once again. Overshield popping in just a few seconds.
1 dead on either side at the moment. It's a bit of a stalemate around bottom middle. That overshield is now up. Snakebite does some damage, but it's exchanged by Frosty, and there's a player who's pushing through somewhere behind enemy lines here. It's going to mean that Frosty can get the overshield. It means that now Shopify Rebellion can push forward, and even though Stella's just grabbed that sniper, he's already taken damage. He's under pressure, and Frosty will collect the SSG sniper now and can start to go to work.
Ooh. A few shots coming from the elbow, which he knows means he needs to turn about face. Actually getting challenged from
Brother
3
just got
angles
beat
there.
the
So
fuck
really good
up.
prioritization from SSG of Frosty with
Real
the snipe.
2-14 and 6
Stellar
though.
is the last player alive because 3 were dead for SSG. Cycle's going to start.
Uh-oh.
Difficult call
They're
for
gonna
SSG
hold.
to deal with, but Lucid will come off the respawn on the armory side. And managed to get that bomb once again back to a neutral position. Both teams playing fantastic defense so far. Just that one opportunity that was taken by Shopify Rebellion. A lot of it off the heavy lifting that Royal 2 was doing on the armory side. Creating those opportunities, creating those numbers advantages. SSG have had that bomb inside of the arming zone of Shopify Rebellion a couple of times, but just not able to back those slays up and create that time needed to get that arm.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, the game type plays a lot like 3 dead once again for SSG, by the way. The game type is a lot like Sanctuary of old. It's really about control, then you poke, then you prod, and then based on the spawns and the damage, you decide if this is, okay, this is the time we go. Or do we need 1 to 2 more slays? And do we need to keep them at bay here? Do we need to force a split spawn? You're constantly making those types of decisions. And really, sometimes you might have to control the enemy base for 90 seconds before you actually decide to go.
I like what Shopify Rebellion actually did. I think it was Cycle who just brought the bomb out and threw it actually on the side that Frosty was watching, trying to make a space station member overextend to get eyes on that bomb and potentially train into the reticle of this man. It's going to be a triple kill.
Where is it?
Oh,
he slipped. He's slipping and sliding.
He peeks and he gets his shields ripped off as well.
Wow. The amount of damage from Frosty here. And
Imagine, bro.
We'll revisit that in a moment because Overshield popping bottom mid. This should once again be a Frosty grab, and it will be a clean one. He just dodges each of the pre-nades and instead will come away with the Overshield after all of that damage as well. He's 17 and 10.
And it feels like at the moment that Shopify are prioritizing just keeping Space Station on their side of the map. They don't want to really
Frosty's going fucking insane this event, bro.
Doing, and they've earned the right to do that due to the fact that they have that 1-0 lead in this game.
Good awareness
Playing
from Frosty
so
as well.
well.
Notice he kept checking ring 1 and Bond. He knows Snakebite.
What do I think of the MVPs of the tourney so far? Frosty.
Well, mid-map's open at the moment.
Undoubtedly.
Stella finds one onto Frosty to clear him out the base. Shopify should manage to hold ring control for now, but
Frosty's been unbelievable.
it's a problem for them because Space Station have got to clear this bomb out of their base. You see Cycle
Not
now
just
looking to move
statistically,
towards it,
but
touch
also
on this, and
like
it turns the attention back towards their base instead of progressing
just
the bomb out
like
towards the Shopify
eye
base.
test.
So SSG once again having to
He's
play
playing. He's playing in peak form. Like he's doing all that freaky shit, like the extra clean shit with the movement. He's doing all the snappy shit with his reticle.
Wonder if SSG have any lines of sight, to be honest with you. There's one player
Like he doing all the extra little shit that's like, all right, bro.
second, but that fuse is lit, and now it's just about maybe finishing it off, but the toss comes in to get it out of the base, but it's 4 dead for SSG, and we know how sticky that arm is. Look how much progress is already here. Last shot moves in, and it will be armed. It will be 2-0 to Shopify Rebellion.
Sticky arm was the name of the game indeed. Last shot decides to just say, you know what, I'm going to go down with the ship. Circles back, gets taken down, will respawn back at his base. But as you said, the sticky arm really being a factor
Brother
there.
just
You
spawned
can't
into
just
a
toss the
shot,
bomb
bro.
out. You need to actually, if you really want to get out of your base, you need to hold it for a split second as well to start to disarm the bomb before just throwing it out. 2-0 with 2 minutes left.
Royal 2 is so at home. By the way, Royal 2 is 24-8. 24-9 as he gets taken down.
Caster curse.
I had to double take on that. I was like, is that 24 kills, 9
By the way, let's get house.
Like, nope, it's 2 9s.
How we doing?
He's such a nuisance on this map.
Lucid trying to make something happen, finds one, also knows the players on the BR, but getting challenged now from all 3 remaining players. Does very well to make sure to isolate those 2, and he knows where the last 2 are as well.
But where's that bomb? Where's that bomb progressing? It looks like SSG have got it in towards the armory. Frosty's down, it's 4 dead.
Wow.
It's 4 dead.
Hang on a second. Show me some, SSG.
Consecutively, you would expect this to be a bomb arm here, and indeed
Show me some.
SSG have life in this game. It's now 2-1.
Not over just yet, and look at the clinical way in which they did it. By the way, Psycho spawned way out. They didn't even have to worry about him. He's still alive on the map.
Vibing, hey, I'm glad to hear it.
Him at bottom arches.
Doing a lot of the same.
2-1.
Staying busy these days.
Everything to play for in this game.
It's off the back of the
And moving, and trying to get new jobs, and starting new jobs, and traveling.
Much rather be in his opposition spiral than his own as he gets taken
All
down by
types
Lucid.
of shit.
Finally, it looks like Shopify have picked up enough slays here just to progress up the map.
But it's been good busy.
About 60 seconds of struggle for them. 1 minute 30 left in this game.
It's definitely been good busy.
Was 3 dead here. Snakebite was your last player alive, and he has a big role here to make sure he continues dealing damage for his spawners.
Bomb is down in the courtyard of Space Station Gaming. 1 minute 20.
Hell yeah.
On that game clock. Eco does manage to move that bomb to a neutral position once more. Frosty at the moment is trying to decide.
That's a vibey ass lineup right there, I'm not gonna lie.
Am I looking to pin SSG or am I just making sure that that bomb...
I got 2 Halo streams and the NBA playoffs going on my shit right now. Good, Jake.
Absolutely. Wants to stay alive here at all costs. You can just tell by the
Good, brother.
Disengages right away. Like, as you say, they only need to slay here for another 55, and shots like that will make the job even easier.
Well, it was 3 dead momentarily. Cycle will just even the numbers as Shopify do respawn on the map. And Cycle actually done a really good job of just not staying alive, but picking up some damage and some kills, which allows Royal 2 to move to bottom mid. Gets that next overshield, and that might be the thing that hurts Space Station the most in these final moments. Fighting against this lineup is tough, but when they've got the overshield and you have to advance that bomb, it's very tough. But Royal 2 is last alive.
He's last in the wrong base here. Let's see if he tries to rotate this back. This is interesting here. He finds himself way out. He had the overshield, but it's taken off. And they're going to start to make something happen on the opposite side.
Lucid gets one inside of the other base.
Oh no! What a nade!
Has eyes on that bomb.
He stops the arm from the other base. Oh my god.
Across map with this bow rifle causing so many problems.
Wow.
Royal 2 unbelievable.
Played here. He knew he had to work with the spawners, but here comes down the push.
They do get a touch on it, but it's not going to be enough.
From the other side of the map.
Actually might have saved the game.
That is so cheese.
Keep it at 2-1. 2 important kills.
That is so cheese.
Looking to arm the bomb, but when it is all said and done, 2-1 will be your final score here in map number 1. Shopify Rebellion will got one in the series.
You got to say, a lot of times when you look at that, if you have overshield in your opponent's cave as they're about to start arming, that is a dicey scenario. But when you have a player like Royal 2 who knew exactly how to angle himself away from Snakebite on the porch, then go flag, pick up 2 kills, obviously the comms would have been on point there to make sure they're prioritizing whoever was arming. As you say, not only that, but he goes 30 and 11 in game number 1 to make a statement. They take the game 2-1.
Not bad. Not bad from Royal 2. Looks so comfortable on that map. It's one of those
30 and 13, holy.
30 and 13. But My point still stands here. 13. He's so comfortable when he has a map where there's spawn points which he can look at and he gets good LOSs on, right? He can always put himself in a good position to output damage. I always think back to Halo Reach Sanctuary. He was an absolute demon when he was playing the car bridges, when he was playing ring angles and shooting into the rocks, into the courtyard, wherever it might be with that snipe. And it looks very natural for him, the way that Fortress plays, and it kind of just fits into his natural playstyle.
It really does, and also you just get the feeling that with these new game types, Shopify just has them dialed in, not only in terms of the matchup against SSG, but also with the way that they approach each of the new game types in the suite, whether it was the case on Invitational or Scrims, or here in their first few series. Just playing.
Yeah, just great plays.
Feels like everyone, as we've said previously, on the same page. Really good game management throughout the entire
Optic
game.
is up 2-0 over Infamous, and they are winning the Game 3 oddball as well.
Bomb on the board, but
it's a recharge ball.
Too strong.
Yeah, you just wonder about that last overshield. You know, Royal 2 gets away with it as last alive.
Yeah.
If they manage to neutralize that, or even
looking like Optic should probably comfortably 3-0 that series.
Control of the Shopify base, and all eyes can look forward.
Oh, and he slipped off the fucking thing. Imagine he stays on.
Ifs and buts, and you don't really get the opportunity to make those decisions and think about that if you don't secure the power-ups yourself. I mean, you're looking at the top
yeah, go ahead.
Shopify certainly dominated that.
Without a doubt. And
I can watch it, but I can't pull it up on stream because I'm on my laptop.
Away with that overshield as last player alive because
I'm at my parents' house right now.
Rotation. And as you saw, he was nearly completely uncontested in ring 1 with that grab. So he's then able to kind of weave away, even though he loses teammates. He puts himself in the right place, as you just saw. That will secure the game 2-1 on Fortress Bomb. And as we said, that is not even Shopify's best bomb. They'll now move into Slayer Livefire, which at
Wait, what the fuck?
was only narrow wins. They were winning games about 50-47 on this game type. So an opportunity certainly for SSG to get right.
Oh, is that him eating
SSG,
shit?
I feel like Livefire is a little bit more natural for them. It feels like a map that they've done some work on. They feel somewhat comfortable in comparison to some of the early performances that we saw from them. And I think Lucid is going to be the man to watch.
What the hell?
Got to put that snipe to use. We say it a lot now, but it's in this game type in particular, that is what swings this game. That is the difference maker. If you can get it, usually the camo's coming up while you've still got some ammo in the weapon itself, and you can just lock down that lane, make it so difficult to contest that camo without taking damage. So first thing first, get it in his hands. Second thing, put it to work.
Without a doubt, and I think they're going to continue to look to the veterans here. It feels like with Royal 2 or Frosty, as long as you have one of them kind of putting up big numbers, Shopify seems unbeatable in that game. Goes without saying, it's Royal 2 that goes more than double positive to close out that game number 1, and that is not easy for this SSG side to fight against.
So some stern looks on the faces of SSG. I think they would have known coming into this series, it's not going to be an easy one. It's going to be a long series. A lot of oxygen flowing into Stella.
That's why you bring the nasal. That's why you bring the nasal strip.
That's right.
The distance. I feel like I need one right now.
It's very true.
I feel like I came unprepared, comparatively.
Maybe next to it. Maybe we can get a deal struck with. I don't know who makes those.
Nosestrips.com.
But for SSG, they would have known coming into this series, it's not likely going to be a 3-0 if they want to come out of it as the victors. It's going to be a couple of games that go against them due to the quality of the opposition that sat across on the stage from them. And I'd say BMAT looks very comfortable right now, very happy.
Yeah, look at that big smile on his face. Also, we didn't get to talk about it because that game was so non-stop. I didn't want to interrupt the action, but I got to talk to Frosty, the man on your screen, after the series that we casted earlier, and I said, man, it was so interesting hearing you say, in the listen-in live, let's stop team shooting. Let's stop firing together. You guys need to win your ones. He's like, when I came off, the reason I said that, as we take a look at the top slayers here between Royal 2 and Stellar, he said the reason I said that was because I kept seeing teammates spawn and look towards teammates instead of the direction they needed to be looking at. And guess what? That was a Game 5 Slayer call in the middle of the game. And it wins them the game because they focus on their own individual battles. And you could say that we saw that in game number 1 as well, right? That's an amazing ability to say, hey, I actually don't think we should help each other at all, and I expect you to win your 1v1s. That's the level that we're at in Halo Infinite, and that's the level that Shopify Rebellion is playing at.
We're going to have to see if Stella can match the level that we've seen from Royal 2 since he joined this Shopify Rebellion lineup. He has been reborn, it feels like, Royal 2, a new sense of endeavor in his gameplay and the way that he's approaching these games and these series. And for Stella, he was the man of last year, I think, for a lot of people. He was the one who would match anyone when it came to the numbers at the end of a big game, at the end of a big series, and when it came to big moments as well. And I think for SSG, they're going to look towards him as well. alongside Lucid to be that X factor in this series, and especially in this next game type where we know how dominant that rifle can be.
Big moment here for SSG, you think, with the whole week, in terms of this entire weekend, to be able to tie this series 1-1, take a breath, and get ready for the depths of this series instead of finding themselves a 2-0 deficit heading into game number 3. You know, see Lucid on your screen, you know these players are going to be aware of just how much is on the line in this game number 2.
Well, we're almost ready to go here into game number 2. Shopify Rebellion with a 2-1 win on Fortress Bomb.
You think so?
Sells up 1 in the series, but I've got a little bit of a feeling there might be a few extra games in this series than just the 3 that we've seen in some of our series earlier today. We'll have to find out if we're going to go at least to game 4 here.
Finally, game 2.
Answer back to Shopify Rebellion in that win in game number 1 by taking Slayer here on Livefire.
The question is, what speed is this game played at, right? I think both of these teams we've seen, they like at times to slow games down, and they're very, very good at it. They understand the dynamics that you need to hit when you're striking, the balance between the two. As we get ready to get into game number 2 here to see which one's going to come out on top.
Stella's going to be the POV that we watch off the rip here, and he's moving immediately towards
Oh
that
my
sniper
God.
rifle. So an opportunity for him to be the X factor. Body
And
shot
he's got the
comes in.
Norn
Lucid will
ping.
get his second of the game, third of the game, I should say. As he will clean it up. It's a great
Look at him,
start
bro.
here
He's
for
got the Norn
SSG. They're
ping.
up 3-1, but most importantly, I think not just the lead, they have that sniper rifle in the hands of the man they want it in.
What happened on Lucid's POV?
Yeah, Frosty's been absolutely pissing
15 seconds of the game.
this event.
We'll have to go ahead and find out later.
We were just talking about that.
Frosty does get the camo in the end, though, even though they trail
Brother's been
by
playing
3 here. So this
amazing
is a big
this event.
opportunity to keep the game close for Frosty early on.
2 dead for Shopify, though, which means that Frosty's just going to have to buy some time. And the more time that he has to buy, the more time disappears from him being effective with this camo. Stella also picked up another kill with that sniper rifle somewhere along the lines. And as Frosty jumps in to find one, Snakebite takes to the skies with that repulse and makes him back down.
Well handled by Snakebite there. Not easy when you have a camo player jumping up. And
Oh, pissed on horribly. Let's go, PJ.
Teammate that really he shouldn't have won in that scenario. That keeps SSG's lead here by 2.
You wonder what the pace is going to be of this game. Well, it seems like it's very deliberate. Very tactical almost in the way that these teams are kind of surgically just tiptoeing forward or looking for angles. It's 2 dead for Shopify. But still the 2 kill advantage here, making 3 kills as Eco picks up a beatdown. And everybody just knows their role, just knows how dangerous it is. I think everyone's just very aware of how dangerous it is on either side to go 2 or 3 dead here.
Exactly. They know they do not want to be just giving away any free kills or any free leads early on in this game, and that's why we're tied here essentially right at the 12 kill mark. But I couldn't agree more. I think with these 2 teams, you're not going to see them play this game type crazy fast unless a game gets open. It's going to be a
Whoa!
Speaking of tactical,
And he screams at him.
big 1v1 win against Lucid.
Oh, he just murdered Lucid in that individual fight. Royal 2
Holy
pick
shit.
up another, and those moments are the ones that maybe send a few tremors through Space Station. If you don't see Lucid lose those. But this is Frosty, and this is just a Frosty that is the Frosty we have talked about for so many years.
2 dead here, needs to play this slowly with camo coming up, and has a little bit of help from last shot on scoreboard as he gets taken down. However, this should be a camo for SSG to try to bring this back.
Frosty's
And there
running.
he is.
Frosty kills him. It's 3 dead.
Executes the camo
Space Station,
guy.
they get the camo, it's 4 dead.
Oh my God,
Space
he's playing
Station is
perfect,
Frosty.
bro.
Does not care if you get that power up, he sees you anyway.
And despite SSG leading really all the way until the 12 kill mark, it's now Shopify heating up in the game and the series. Let's get into a listen in with Shopify Rebellion.
Spawning mud, double back, Preston, Preston. They're gonna spawn there, right in front of you. Preston dummies, 2 on my ping dummies. I see cuts. They're hitting me. I see that. Yo, can you guys tell Keter to jail? Bottom mid running away. Why? To dummies. Can you go? Stop chasing. Pillars out. I'll be, by the way. Push. Top tower sniping. I got melee. One shot top tower. Absolute top tower. One got mud. Nice. I straightened. One more top tower. One got elbow sniping. Top tower. Watch out.
Ugh, what the fuck?
Yo, top mid. Finesse. Top mid, dice. Yo, spawn. man. Nice one, nice. He dropped.
I can hit top mid.
He went top mid already. And top tower, sorry.
Top mid in vent. Going bottom mid weak. Bottom mid weak. Top tower sniping. Top tower sniping. Yo, tires. One shot, tires. Oh my god! Top tower weak, sniping. Top towers. Still top tower.
Elbow, he's sniping. He's weak. Elbow, weak. One shot. Nice.
One's up.
Oh, she's just fucking screaming at him.
They're green.
I need your swatter care.
Gonna plant. They just picked up
Ah.
Gonna be big, man. Gonna be big, man. Don't be small. Hey, plant. On me.
In, man. I'm jumping up. Yeah, one in jail.
Could be out, rat. Could be out. One on me.
One jail.
What's elbow me, guys?
Oh my god.
Camo 12.
Hold on.
Yo, Wyatt, I'm following you.
Camo 5, guys.
Oh my god. He's going into jail. Let's stay plant. Nice. Hey, pot as well. That means one shot, guys. One guy keto right now. One on me, guys. One cuts. One hit cuts going dummies. One guy was bottom mid. One's dummies, guys.
He'll be behind you.
Well, you can hear the emotion in the comms from Shopify Rebellion. They're getting all sorts of fired up. There's been some big individual battles being won by members across the board from Shopify, and it leaves us at 42 to 35.
Gotta love the intensity
Beautiful.
and listening the entire time. Just to a lot of people who maybe haven't played or watched a lot of professional Halo, it might sound like chaos, but my goodness, is it ever organized chaos? A lot of stressing of the most important callouts. You heard specific players, like the players in Mud, like the players in Pillars. They're making sure they get these kills, and the team is really on the same page communication-wise.
The SSG were trapped to the back of tower here. A lot of damage has been done, but
Oh
somehow
my
they come out of
god.
that with a couple of kills to their name. With
How did they live that?
Royal 2's last alive here. And at 39 to 45.
Not over.
Oh, what a nade!
Maybe, just maybe, they could do something, but Royal 2 with just one extra
Right on
kill
PJ's head.
has made this within a win condition now. And within a few for Shopify to go up by 2.
A big kill indeed. Let's see, no combat involved with the sniper there. Instead, it's going to sit top middle. Thought they might try to blow that to A bags. But as you say, 47-41, this should be pretty comfortable. They're going to look to slow the game down just a bit and find these last few kills. Last shot with QT as well is going to mean a free push.
Yeah, really good just to not get sucked into the situation there by Larshot. Goes back, takes a little moment to get the QT, and now he can be aggressive. Now he can push in, and Eco importantly hits the no-scope. Lucid will find one as well to keep this interesting, but Larshot using that QT keeps himself alive. Lucid is bottom middle, he'll be the last, but it's Royal 2 who beats him
Rebellion 2-0.
to the punch, and Shopify Rebellion find themselves up by 2.
50-42, your final score after a really strong start from SSG, but it felt like even when SSG was looking their best right around that 10 kill
And I
mark,
believe
Shopify
we have an
Rebellion
oddball
keeping
game
the
3.
game close throughout all of it. Very good power up control, and I'm so glad we got that extended listening as well to hear the Shopify side, not just to hear
I think it might have been like a recharge or something.
But also just to hear, I think, as we talked about, you and I talked about a lot before this tournament, this is a vibey, energetic squad.
Like a recharge
right?
or a
In the
streets.
comms, you just heard it. Even when they have something like an 8+ kill lead, they're not only stressing the correct callouts, but you could just tell there's this intensity and excitement about finding that last kill. Let's rotate, let's collapse again. There's a hunger for it in the comms, and it's amazing to listen to. They take game number 2, 50-42.
That's that man, Frosty again, 14 and 9, leading the lobby in assists as well. The only player to break double digits on assists, the least deaths in the game, and apart from Lucid, the most kills in the game as well. It's the perfect Slayer stat line.
I think Optic and Infamous are still in
He goes off, if he puts up big
at game
numbers,
3 oddball.
they usually win games, and that's
I
exactly
think they're in
the
a
case here.
round
On the other
3.
side of things, a little bit
Yo,
slower for
Swifty, are you
Eco,
still in the
7-14
chat?
for him, but you mentioned the good start. I think there was one turning moment that, just a couple of moments in that game. The one that sticks
Are we
out to me is the
still
last
down
shot
to
play
run
bottom
some
middle.
Destiny after this?
Eco comes round the corner, responds to the call out in the way
I
that
don't know
he
if
should.
you're still here or not.
Last shot's half shields, but somehow last shot not only
That was
trades
sick.
in that
And then he
situation,
fucking
which he's gotta be
screamed at him.
frustrated with. Doesn't even trade.
Frosty
Here's the repulse
is
stick, he stays alive.
fucking
And those
running
kind of
pockets
things,
this
those
event.
swings, those kills are the ones that swings are made off the back of, and I think
That brother is
they're
playing
also
so
the ones
well.
that hurt so much if you're on the receiving end of it. You go Rats on, you're like, I got a kill here. We're thinking about next, but before you know it, you're down numbers. Before you know it, he's still alive. He's fighting someone else. All of these things start to just snowball, and 50-42 is your final score. And we always say that's at this level between the best teams in the world, pretty convincing.
Yeah, not a close game in the end. Oddball Streets will be the battleground for number 3. And
Oddball Streets.
I agree. I think
that's
Shopify,
what it is.
one thing I just want to keep highlighting is they are winning their ones, right? And it's amazing how much they are relying on each other simply to win their ones, even as the last player alive, making sure, as you said, you trade or better. You get extra damage on a third player as well, and how the team responds to that. And that right now is one of the most difficult things about Shopify, and there's only 2 ways really that a team can handle that. They can try to send numbers a certain direction to outnumber that 1v1, or they can make sure they win their corresponding 1v1s, right? Both easier said than done, but I think both tonight and tomorrow, you're going to need to see the only way that Shopify is going to get taken down is that the Pivs are starting to be won by the opponents, or as we saw, for example, when Shopify lost their Origin Slayer, it was because C9 was sending multiple players to each angle at once and then isolating the corresponding player. So it's doable, but you have to find the right recipe to take down these Shopify players one by one.
Yeah, going back to the talk we had with Royal 2, is he was saying that now that with the game of the state it is, the meta the state it is, the bandit the way it is, like winning individual fights now is such a big component of Halo Infinite, and it sounds very simple to say, but previously you would be able to team shot someone very, very quickly, but now you get those isolated 1v1 moments a lot more, and he's winning all of them. Like every time you see Royal 2 on your screen, it's like he just wins the Piv, and you can say that about so many, all of Shopify Rebellion. Like it's very rare that you see them lose one, and it's almost freakish when you see them in those situations. They have the I hate to use the word, but the aura about them. When you're in that individual fight, if you're up against them and you know you miss a bullet, you know that's going to cost you your life.
Yeah, it does feel like it. When you're watching it from the opponent's POV, it feels like Shopify players are flying at you, and whether it's just simply that flying at you and winning a 1v1, or they have QT in hand, etc. It just feels like the pressure is too much, and that is exactly what it has been for SSG so far this series, as we get ready to head into game number 3 Oddball.
Well, Oddball has not been a great game type for SSG. We'll have to see if the work has been put in to make this one maybe the start of something special for them in this series. Stella looks extremely focused. All of SSG look extremely focused. They want to try and find the answers. It's not like they're rolling over here. Everybody just took a moment to step off stage as well, maybe just have a conversation about how we approach these next 3 games. And you've got to look at it as a 3-game series now.
Yeah.
It's, otherwise they are headed down to that elimination bracket, and we know who's waiting there.
Yeah. Some serious opponents without a doubt. Take a look at the intensity here from Elamite.
I love that from him. Get them fired up. I think they need that.
Exactly. And this is something you and I talked about, is how is this team going to be intensity-wise, right? There are 4 collected and calm players, stoic you could even say. And do they have a player really that is their fire and their intensity? And you could say Elamite is that voice on the side. The question is, can he get the team back in this? For SSG fans, this is a big opportunity, because let's not forget, we did see on Oddball Streets not the best performances from Shopify on LAN at the Kson Invitational. We saw them lose this game type to Optic, and maybe an opening, maybe an opportunity for SSG to get back in this series and send us into the later games.
I need to see more from SSG though. They haven't shown me enough in those first 2 games to convince me that this is going to be a different story. You're looking at the damage dealer here in Oddball, plus 93 damage per minute. That's not per game, that's per minute. Think about that.
It's a whole lot of damage.
That over a game of Oddball.
I'm extrapolating, and I'm terrified.
Well, here we go then. We'll start off with the man who just outputs damage. The human turret, last shot. Who has quickly made himself a household name here in the Halo Championship
Oh, it was
Series.
just a second early.
And we've got to remember that him and Cycle still don't have a major championship to their name. And off the rip here, Space Station do win the opening battle. So it's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Snakebite's going to rotate that ball towards his teammates. And a little bit of positivity here off the break.
They do lose a player, though, all the way at tires, and there's also a red gun just beaming. So they're going to need to hope that they get the right spawns here. Let's see. They're going to have players on Commando as well as Driveway. And I think they're going to get the spawns they needed.
Oh, big kills.
That sucks.
Big kills. That's not just the camo. That was the red gun down as well.
Yeah, House Brother's shooting.
Put pressure onto that Oddball. And that's synonymous.
Brother is a shooter.
With how Shopify approach certain moments. They're shoulder to shoulder. 2 guns are better than 1 when you're facing a lane.
Without a doubt, now 2 dead each side. Let's see how this push goes. Snakebite, once again, just laning. Might get sandwiched here in pinch. You expect the assist to come in, and it does. Still 2 dead for SSG.
Oh my god.
2 dead once more.
The fucking moves.
Gets the numbers on the map here, SSG, and the last 2 players you can see just trapped in tires. The Oddball has reset. It's a 3-second advantage here for oddball hold time for SSG, but I mean, it might as well be 0-0 as it will essentially be tied up in the next few moments. Shopify Rebellion do get their hands on that oddball, but SSG are fighting here. They're being aggressive, and they look like they're just picking up the pace a bit here.
3 dead, Royal 2, last player alive, man, on your screen. Might even get one here, and that's what I'm talking about. How often do we say it about players, how important it is to get that, at least that trade as the last player alive, and that essentially keeps them off the ball once again. You could just tell by the total game time elapsed and the lack of time on the scoreboard. Once again, these teams are tactical teams. They want to get all the pieces right before they go for a hold, and already one of the lowest scoring balls we've seen in quite some time.
2v2 right now, the battle for the camo is going down. Frosty's going to win it, and not only that, somehow win a fight to get away with it. That's got to be frustrating for SSG. As Royal 2 puts damage alongside Frosty onto 2 members of SSG who are just trying to survive on the driveway. But the oddball, most importantly here, is in the hands of Shopify back towards the tower.
Finally gets rotated away. Love that from Frosty as well.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately there, the
Imagine.
sidekick at that range is a little bit tricky to finish. And finally, as you said, a little bit of points on the board here, but SSG with some good pressure, they get 2 dead from Shopify, make it a staggered 3 dead.
Seems like notably for me that SSG are just trying to pick the pace up a little bit here, and they're trying to recognize their advantages a little bit quicker on the map. You see, as soon as they get a kill, as soon as they get some damage, it's multiple players who are starting to progress up the map to try and engage a little bit more.
Whoa, what the fuck?
They've run the ball at
Rusty just drops out of the sky.
This ball was going to come, or if they wanted to bring this fight, you would think that maybe they want to rotate it back, and yes, indeed, they will. I think maybe they were anticipating a little bit of a different set of spawns. In the end, though, they will maintain control for now.
Lucid will clean up Royal 2 after the damage is done. Last shot, no shields. Snakebite just recognizes he's got the window here to grab that oddball and rotate it away from that lane that is consistently being pressurized by Shopify Rebellion. Frosty with the red gun, though, is going to create an opening over on the arcade side of the map, and Cycle with the second is going to force a potential play ball. Yes, indeed, it's going to be Snakebite who sends that one down to bottom middle. But who's there to catch it? Bring it back? Name Cycle.
Important wins here for Snakebite. Picks up these 2 and might even stay alive here.
Come on, PJ.
Alive as well.
Oh my.
Oh.
Not sure how Snakebite just survived as long as he did. That's some experience. That's some brilliant play from him, and Stella converts a couple of those shots that were from the Bandit of Snakebite into kills here for SSG. 26 points on the board for them now, and all of a sudden, SSG look like they're finding something here, finding a little bit of that elusive rhythm that they talk about so much.
Elusive rhythm.
Camo here. Royal 2 probably won't get that stick.
I don't know why that shit sounds villainous.
Do a very nice job to safely pop that. He makes sure he doesn't pop that early just in case he had gotten stuck. And now he's going to have all the info and all the damage.
Oh, that's
this tram
not a
spawner
good
that catches
play.
him out. So in the end, not as much as they would have wanted out of that camo, but still a decent amount of points on the board.
Also good to do, just at least keep the camo out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Last shot just destroys Stella in the individual. And if you're wondering what we're talking about with these 1v1 battles, that's Stella that last shot has just put on his back.
Saw him getting excited as well. If you were watching his player cam,
He's
he was
the MVP 2 years ago.
For good reason, as you say, it's not an easy 1v1 to win.
You just walked him down.
He's been doing it this series, to say the least. Here comes Royal 2 on the flank.
Shopify with the ball in their hands as well. And we essentially have a tie game, just 8 points the difference between the 2 squads.
Oh my God, dude.
Throwing all sorts of sticky bombs. He's going to repulse Snakebite back as well, but Snakebite will hold ground, and it will be Cycle's last alive, and he'll grab that bomb ball as well, passed off by his teammate. Spawns come in over on the tram side for Eco. That means that Snakebite's going to bring this one back to the protection of his spawner and his teammates, and Lucid, he's going to be the one furthest forward on the map for SSG here, looking to pick up kills, and he found one already on last shot.
Great rotation work from Snakebite there, doesn't waste any time. Take a look, already 53 points on the board, but right now, because of how low scoring and tactical this game has been, we only have 1:15 on the game clock. Stellar with a very nice pair of kills as well with the red gun. Make it
He finds a triple kill. There's another player in front of him. He didn't see him.
Oh my God, he jumped over him. Come on, man.
Triple is enough, and Stella is
Come on, man.
maybe to wake up a little bit in this series.
Literally had the overkill and we're jumping over him.
Shot has just said, hey, I'm not going to let that happen again.
Stellar moving so fast, he's accidentally G-sliding past the overkill, which is a good sign for them. 66-33 with just 60 seconds left.
Camo off as well. Red gun here. Good trade coming in from Lucid. That means Royal 2 is the only one alive, and Eco has the oddball in his hands, and Stella has a camo in his chest. SSG showing life here. 50 seconds left in this game. They can play the clock. They can force Shopify to come to them.
Absolutely. They're going to hold for right now. We'll have to see if they start to play. the clock. Certainly, depending on how the gameplay goes, there are a lot of scenarios in which they would start to play the clock. Now 41 seconds left.
Somehow Stella got away. Just felt like he was going to die about 3 or 4 times in that situation. Frosty slides in to try and get the trade, but no. Stella holds his crown, keeps that distance, and keeps the numbers in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. Really big, important fight about to go down at the back of Tramp.
It was 3 dead. Stays alive long enough for all of his teammates to spawn, which is part 1. However, Lucid is the first to fall, but that's a big 1v1 win. As they're now going to have an opportunity to collapse on B. 2v2 on the map.
And then Ichu Cycle's going to run this ball away. Cycle's out of there, but he gets
Oh.
cut down. And it's Stellar again with another important kill. A vital kill here for SSG.
That was a big kill by Stellar.
Put Royal 2. He's got that ball in his hands.
Oh, but they still get it. Hang on.
Here they come. Shopify's going to have split spawn.
They're about to get nuked. Yeah.
Somehow the ends of the perfect insta.
That's the round.
And 2 dead. 1 second left on the clock. A beautiful finish to the round. What a collapse
Wow.
for Space Station Gaming. And they have woken up, as you say, in the series. They'll take round number 1 of Game 3.
If you want to beat Shopify, you have to match them in kills. You have to beat them in kills. Look at the stats on the side of SSG right now. Snakebite, 16 and 8 for him with 43 seconds of ball time. Stella,
Just insta-grabbing ball is an interesting play call.
having incredible performances in that first round and just not allowing Shopify to get the numbers they're so dangerous with. It's been brilliant. This reset from SSG.
That's what I love about the matchups this season.
Camo.
Just when you think this series might be over, SSG comes out with a round 1 like that. Like you said,
PJ
look at
17
these
and 9,
stats.
good start.
To see Snakebite 17 and 9, Stellar 20 and 12. An amazing first round, and really taking advantage of their
Stellar's
prowess
getting
in this
activated,
game type.
or
Cycle
Lucid's
left
getting
player on
activated,
the
excuse me.
actually means free camo here, almost. As Lucid will grab the camo here. Space Station off to a nice early lead once again. And they're back in this series in a big way. Can they do it again?
Well, 2 grenades going to be exchanged. Frosty and Eco both stuck each other then. Cycle, no idea. Does get the beat down though, and that could be frustrating here for Lucid as he's taken down. 2v2 on the map for now, but losing out on that Stalker and the camo in that situation where you feel like you got a guaranteed kill in front of you isn't the most efficient way to get through those moments of the game. 37 points on the board though for SSG, and Shopify kind of chasing their tails a little bit here.
Yeah, this is a bit transitional here. They need to make sure that if they're going to get taken down, they get taken down. It's finally 3 dead. It was a bit of a delayed hold there. Snakebite's able to stay alive at PD for a very long time though, so they're able to get an early 30-point lead, but that is being cut down now. How does Eco play this?
Eco's playing this so well because I think he's going to get spawns on Cafe for them as well, but now have seen that and recognized that. Look how quickly Shopify are out there. They were waiting for that info, they get that info, and then they immediately rotate away.
Oh, good damage here already coming in from Eco. 3v3 on the map. As SSG has a minor hold here and an opportunity to break. I think they're going to get this. Well, let's get into a listening now with the SSG side.
He's one shot on ball, going front trash. Kill this guy. He's going top trash. He's still trash. He's on it.
He's trash. He's always been trash. He's still trash.
One B back.
Yo, B steps.
Nice. Frosty, guys. Let's see,
I'm trying to cover Tommy for ball. B-row.
B steps, weak. Going tires.
Tommy, get ready to bring it back, okay? Yep, still B-row.
Going trash. Stuck me, Frosty, drag gun, stalker.
One B pillars. It's one shot driveway. Bottom driveway.
2 shot B, right, maybe?
He has stuff.
Bomb me B pillars. That guy going.
I think he's tires.
Yeah, he's plants. He's to front. He's sitting behind plants.
I hear that.
Going B pillars. 2 B steps.
Alright, Joe, I think we might watch this last series with Eli.
Steps to P1.
Should be weak.
One shot benches,
Hear that. Still there. In arcade. Arcade benches.
We might hop in and watch with some of the homies.
I'm one hit, Kevin. I'm walking through.
We should be going fast.
Balls half. I think they're both here.
Yes.
I'm coming.
Let's see back maybe?
No, Frosty's hiding.
Last guy's P probably.
Yo, laundry and P1, I think. Laundry and P1.
Laundry's weak.
Yo, laundry's half.
P1 killed me, guys. C-stairs, I think. Last shot.
He's a bullet on spikes.
2 spikes.
2 on spikes.
I'm gonna die.
Yo, go. Yo, already trash. Already there.
Jump it up. He has a shot. It's arcade, Frosty. B-stairs as well. B-stairs and then Frosty.
B steps the ball.
Ball guys really weak. Ice cream.
He's
P1. Going arcade.
Spikes on you, Tommy. Spikes on you.
Hit on this side, One spikes,
Back down, back down, back down.
120.
Yo, arcade and top. I'm one shot, guys. I'm one shot, Brandon.
I'm on benches, guys. So you go to tires. Ivy weak. There's two there.
Two one shots on me. Too weak. Pushing. I'm here.
Back.
There's 2 1-shots top Ivy. 2 1-shots top Ivy.
Camo now. I traded to be close. Last guy. Slip up. I'm trying to find camo guy. Yo, he's on camo now. One on camo at least. Cycle. And then ball guy.
Yeah, I spawn B.
Yeah, you should get to Mando, Tommy. Get to Mando.
We are out of the listening as the game is tied up and Shopify now go into a lead. And he's so fascinating.
Shopify came back, bro.
Communication for both teams.
Yeah, it really is there. You heard from SSG, and I think it's what a lot of people are expecting. It's so calm, and I think there's huge pros and cons to that. I think you have to wonder, are they stressing the call-outs they need to, right? Are things too calm? We'll have to see throughout the rest of the event, but in the end, throughout the entirety of the listening, they do forfeit the lead. Now they trail by 10.
2 dead hit for SSG. Oddball is down. Last shot with a nice double kill. Royal 2 finally has to get his hands dirty and grab that oddball himself. 3 dead for SSG. Eco last alive, and you can see where he is positioned on the observer mode as well. He is a long way away, and Cycle has already chopped him down. So the hunt begins for Shopify Rebellion to find these respawners as Royal 2 just stands in and watches his teammates go to work, and go to work they are.
They do get 2 dead here. SSG's trying to make this push happen tonight by trying to stay alive on C stairs. Gonna try to fly through, but cannot. Get stuck by Royal 2. Big damage.
Damn.
Shot just pop with a red gun from bottom mid. Continuing to patrol around Tram. He's got help as well.
It's going to be 3 dead though for Shopify Rebellion. 4 dead momentarily for Shopify Rebellion as the break will come in. Royal 2 got a little bit of a fortunate spot.
How is he
on the red room on the arcade side? Immediately keeping pressure on.
4 players fall, and all of a sudden Royal 2's just at the back door, just popping shots. Imagine that's nightmare fuel. Don't want to wake up to that. However, though, SSG does hold the base for now, and the game is still within 20.
Big kill from Snakebite though. Red gun is still in the hands of SSG, I believe, as well. Last shot finds one. But the damage has been done, and the ball is still in the hands of Stellar here. Look at that score at the
Good game out of PJ.
It's creeping up for SSG here.
I mean, good game out of Stellar, but good game out of PJ as well.
For the first time in this series, are feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to have to make this happen here. All 8 players up on the map. Watch the damage. Watch this first pick.
Look at the flank coming in. Somehow they break through. I'm not sure if it was a breakdown in communication or something there from SSG, but that felt too easy.
I think somebody pizza jumped. And it was a good play indeed, and they get behind him on commando, and Stellar gets taken down as well. 99-100. Shopify will tie the game with a very, very impressive round.
Cycle's webcam broke.
A game-deciding and potentially series-deciding round number 3.
I need to watch the end of that game back because it felt like Space Station had numbers and they had some semblance of at least a transitional setup in Tram. And like you say, a pizza jump happens, someone maybe takes damage, has to back down, but then just walk through so comfortably to get that break. And I think that Space Station might be a little bit frustrated with the way that round actually ended for them.
SSG definitely needs to find ice up. Focused on exactly how they played that first round so well. And by the way, 4 dead. It's 2 players alive here. Should be a grab of the ball and probably a rotate back A based on the spawns we're seeing. And they will have early time on the board. It was a great opening as we take a look at the numbers. Stellar is still 33-24 here, leading the game by far, and they're going to look to close it out, of course, in this round, not just to win the game, but also to stay alive.
Well, Frosty's going to get this camo. Everyone else from his team had pushed past the camo to create some space for him. Now he's going to find multiple members. Lucid, he's got a Stalker rifle. He's going to back up smartly, knowing that this takes time off that camo once more. But look at SSG. They're trying to hunt at the moment. They're trying to play some corners. They're trying to be obnoxious. They're trying to hunt down this camo. Eco finds one.
Oh, what the fuck?
Manages to get the beat
He
down.
just force pushed him, like actually force pushed him.
And SSG find themselves 2 dead, and Frosty's still alive with his camo, and now starting to backstab.
Yeah, this is devastating here. Still alive and still going to help top A. 3 dead. Lucid is your last player alive. He's all the way at driveway, separate by the way from Stellar, who's top C stairs. So this is going to be a staggered push, and Eco's going to have to try to make something happen on B solo.
Frosty with the 1v1 win again. Takes the 1v1, wins the 1v1. Royal 2 just being a nuisance once more. It somehow gets a stick. It's 3 dead for SSG. But they do, most importantly, even though the kills aren't going their way, still have a slender lead.
Amazing shots from last shot. Not easy to fly up the L and challenge someone in Cafe who has also the option to back down. Of course, with the cover of the Cafe pillars. In the end, he'll win that battle. And still an early lead for Space Station, but it has dwindled now to just 10 points.
It's a really scrappy start to this 3rd round. On both sides, 2 dead here for SSG. Camo was picked up, but it's
Oh, what a nade.
the flank from Frosty.
And he gets camo off that.
Members of SSG, but takes the power up away from them as well.
Just going to take his time here now. Even though they still trail by a few, they can play this slow. And just going to get info. You're going to see pings from Frosty here, and he's waiting for help. Help is on the way, and here they go.
EK finds the first pick, though. Lucid finds another, and now they're going to give the position away from Frosty. So SSG do a good job of actually focusing on everything else but Frosty. And even if they do finally turn their attention to him,
Frosty is playing flawlessly. Well, okay, that was kind of scammy. Never mind.
the score still, but
But other than that,
look like they've stolen that ball away, preventing those kills turning into time here for SSG.
You can tell Shopify not worried about the score right now. They've been slaying out for really the past, feels like 2 minutes.
It's just a really good nap.
Enemy has the ball.
But as you say, it might cost them here. Now they have to push up. They do get the first pick, however. Here comes the push and the break.
So it's a really smart play from SSG there, actually. They saw they had numbers, and they were like, you know, we don't need to kill these players.
Damn.
Let's move the odd ball away. We run away.
Get the
We've
fuck
done
out of him.
damage. He's not going to challenge two of us. Instead, he's going to challenge one and get a trade. It's 2 dead on either side. It's actually 3 dead, excuse me, for Space Station. And finally, Shopify will break enough to get the odd ball back in their hands.
Tank by New, he had to wait. He does get eco-spawning music, though. Thank goodness.
He thought he was going to team nade him.
Make this push happen from B side, but they're a little bit split here. They need to be careful. They still have players over at Tram, and last
He was
shot's
scared he was
going
to team nade him.
Tram to be an absolute destroyer of dreams. 4 dead for Space Station.
Destroyer of dreams. Nice one, Bravo.
The split spawns, identifying the
I like
players
those.
all the way at caution, which means he had a free push into C. That's going to buy them even more time. It's a big lead change. Shopify now leading by more than 10.
Look how much map is controlled by Shopify as well. They are so far up on the map on the spawns. It's going to be 2 dead. Camo's up as well. That's just been dealt with. It's down bottom middle. Last shot's going to get away with it. And with 54 points on the board and the odd ball in their hands, he actually leaves it from Frosty. Or maybe just didn't quite realize it was there. Frosty recognizes staying alive with the camo here.
What the hell, son?
How about also from the heavens? The
What the
Shroud
hell,
just comes out
son?
of
This is
nowhere.
chaos.
They've got every single piece of the puzzle just clicking. 60 to 33.
Frosty trying to wait to that camo to come back every time he challenges. So smart from him. Royal
Oh
2
my
with another
God,
stick. I
dude.
want to see how many sticky kills he's got in this game. And that's 3 dead for SSG. It's 67 points on the board. SSG need to find some steal here, otherwise this series is done.
And wild to see Stellar still leading the game in kills, however trailing now and maybe moments away from losing this game in a little mini reverse sweep here in oddball. 79 points on the board, only 20 to go for Shopify.
Frosty's behind enemy lines once more.
He just quick flanks.
Just walked into Tram, but he's last alive. He gets taken down, and Stella's got that odd ball in his hands. SSG do show us some life. SSG
Alright.
do show us.
Show me some,
that they can
SSG.
match them in these kill fights, and now Shopify Rebellion have got to break themselves.
Last shot with the red room spawn is going to help these commando battles, and they've got to isolate first of all this battle cycle. Picks up the first one, and now, even though we see more ball time here, it's 3v3 on the map. These next kills will determine where the game goes.
Stella gets 2, and he has that odd ball in his hands, by the way. Stella 39 and 33 with 104 seconds of ball time as well, and he gets the ball into Tram. Stella is trying to drag Space Station Gaming into a game 4 here. Snakebite gets taken down by Royal 2, and now you can see Frosty flying forward.
Let's see how this plays out. 2 dead. This should be an easy collapse now for Shopify.
Stella, oh my god, those shots from Royal 2. Crispy as you like. And Cycle will bring that ball back in towards the safe embrace of Royal 2. He flies forward to find another one. A trade here, and you get the feeling it might be done here. No stick this time around, as Lucian will get the kill, but he's last alive.
Last alive, and now he's traded
Should
out.
be
Eco's
it.
the last player alive. 91 points on the board. It's only Eco with the driveway push. 5 to go.
Gonna have to be a miracle
GG.
push here from Space Station, but last shot will get the first kill, and it won't happen. It will be Shopify Rebellion who sweep SSG aside. Space Station will be down in that elimination bracket, and Shopify Rebellion will continue their run in the winners.
And what felt like life from the side of Space Station Gaming in the end is shut down by
Shopify
who had different plans.
Still looking dominant.
For the series.
Absolutely
They will
dominant.
Go ahead and win the next 2 big games back-to-back. Rounds, excuse me, of
I'm not gonna lie, Elamite with the ring around his
game
neck, that's
number
kind of
3.
hard
We'll
as
take
fuck.
a look at the stats in just a second. Handshakes are exchanged on the Space Station side of the stage, and Shopify will
This
return
team
to their
is
side
dangerous.
with a perfect series, really. It's a 3-0 win, even though we saw some interesting moments in these games, and as we said, SSG starting to perform.
That's
It was
an
all Shopify
understatement.
all the way through. Your final score 238 to 207.
Yeah, Stellar with
collapsed.
40 and all the ball
They will
time
take
in the
the series
world
3-0.
cannot drag his team to a victory. You cannot 2018 LeBron them to a victory.
Whether it was game number 1 Fortress,
Crazy.
Whether it was game
All
number
right,
2 where we saw
I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna run and grab a drink and hit the Pine Park with my brother real quick. And then when I get back, I think we're gonna hop in the Cord with Eli and watch the last series or two for the night. So give me like 4 or 5 minutes. I'll be back, and then we'll hop in with Eli and watch this next match. All right, I'll be right back, y'all.
Take a look at some highlights from that game as well. A fantastic game number 3 that went all the way down to the wire, and undoubtedly the closest game in the series. We gotta say, 9-0 map count, Shopify Rebellion versus SSG in 2025. This is now their third 3-0 after the Kson Invitational back-to-back 3-0s. And certainly in terms of this matchup, they've got every piece of the puzzle. One thing I noticed in this game, it felt like, especially as we were in the SSG listen, as they started to let that second round go, it felt like there was just a little bit of a timing gap. Here's Stellar just flying past the over, but it felt like Stellar would fly into Tram. We saw it happen. He would get 2 players weak, and Lucid would be, for example, just 1 second behind. And not necessarily Lucid's fault, it's just an overall timing picture on the team. What I mean is, each moment it felt like they had the items and the ingredients that they needed, but maybe just not the exact timing that they needed, and it feels like that sums up the series.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's something is going to click, you feel, with SSG at some point, and they will be very, very dangerous, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's later today, whether it's a couple of events down the line. You can see everything is there for success. You can see what they can do, but there's still these moments where it just starts to unravel in front of you and something isn't quite connecting. But for Shopify Rebellion, we really should be giving them the plaudits. You see how gassed they were, how hyped up they were in the just the listen-ins, the reactions. Yeah, exactly. They want this more than anyone. You can feel it in this Shopify team.
Yeah, you really can. I'm so glad we got to have those listen-ins with the team because, like we said, these guys are hype in-game. And it's such a contrast between what you heard on the SSG side, even when SSG was winning the oddball game. It's such a different communication style. Both can work, but it's clear that in this series, it was Shopify that did the work.
So Shopify Rebellion with the win, with a 3-0 win, I should say, in our winners semi-final. They will move on to our winners final, and I believe the Blaze is on the stage right now with Royal 2, and I'm sure it's Royal 2 because I've not only been told in my ear, I can see him.
Back-to-back interviews with Royal 2. Show some love to Shopify Rebellion, everybody. They move on to the winners finals. Royal 2, I know you're extremely happy to be going back to that winners finals, but to do that, you had to take down the Space Station Gaming team. You had to go up against old teammates. What was the game plan against them, and how you feel coming out with this win?
You know, we had a good runners round 1 versus Optic, and I think we just had to keep the momentum going. Just do what we do online, on land and scrims, and yeah, I think it just kind of translated and it showed.
It definitely did show, and it's been showing in all y'all matches, okay? We've seen you guys have some close objective game types, but other than that, you're closing them out, and you guys look confident. It's showing in the placings. It's showing as you guys are moving forward in this tournament, but your next task is going to be FaZe Clan, all right? Now, were you expecting to see FaZe Clan on that side in the winners finals, and if so, what's going to be the game plan tomorrow to go up against those boys?
I mean, I didn't expect Optic winners round 1, so I didn't really know what the other side of the bracket looked like, but I know we're going to go to War versus FaZe, especially that's like my ex-org/team, so yeah, it should be a good one, though.
It definitely is going to be a good one. Shopify versus FaZe. Make sure you guys put that in your calendars for tomorrow for our winners finals. Now, lastly, you know, you guys about to go back, get ready. Any shout-outs you want to give to the fans that's in this venue or the fans that's at home watching?
I just want to shout out to all the SR fans in the crowd. I know there's a lot of Optic fans, but I just appreciate everyone. Also, everyone online, Moist Critical. I know the chat, all the watch parties. And also give a shout out to my mom. It's her birthday, so shout out to Lena, my mom.
Shout out to Lena, Mama Royal 2. Show us some love, everybody in the chat and in the venue. That's going to do it for me and Royal 2 on the stage. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Well, Mum Lena must be named the queen, right? Royal 1, Royal 2, the queen has to be the mum. Happy birthday, Lena. And what a birthday present that is. A delivery of a 3-0 on the main stage against Space Station Gaming. I've got to say, Shopify Rebellion just looking so strong. I think that's the biggest word for them right now. I think something that separates them from the other teams is their comms and actually what they probably pick out of the comms, which is not a whole bunch. Like, let me just be real. Their comms are fast, hype. if anything, those comms are giving them every now and then a little indication of what's going on and where someone is one shot. But for the most part, it's vibes, it's energy, it's motivation. And to be honest, it has to be the fact that they are mind reading one another. They already know where they are, where they're going to be, where they're going. There is a fluidity of this roster that is so unmatched at the moment in the HCS, which honestly, Goofy, is why they can't be touched.
Yeah, you said the key word, Lottie, the energy. I love those type of comms. I've always been known to have, you know, those hype comms as well back when I competed. And is going into those listen-ins with Shopify Rebellion, that environment that they create for themselves, the confidence, the energy, it just breathes life into this team. And you're just seeing them win these pivs. We saw like Lucid and Stellar get like embarrassed in some fights, and you don't see that, right? You don't see that from players like Lucid, players like Stellar, and you hear Shopify Rebellion's comms, like they're just getting hyped up, they're hyping each other up, and what a dominating performance. I really didn't expect this to be a 3-0, but Shopify Rebellion are just looking different.
The one thing specifically I loved about the comms is that it was almost like an organized chaos, like, because you heard a lot of small talking and play calling within those comms. I remember specifically on one collapse over toward the A side, you heard, Matt, go big door, I'm coming over toward bottom mid and beat your rat tunnel. You heard also, I'm sorry, not why, excuse me, last shot, talking to Cycle saying, hey, don't push
Alright,
elbow,
motherfuckers,
double
I'm back.
Here. They're going to spawn on dummies, so like there was,
I'm
it's
back.
not just like
Alright,
them,
let's see what
like,
Eli
being
talking about.
chaotic. There's an organized chaos. There's a method to the madness.
Well said.
There certainly is method indeed. And I got to say, that final oddball, I mean, Space Station started to really keep up with Slays. They were really applying pressure, a lot of aggression. You could even hear Brav and Onset kind of mention they are trying to match that pace. They're trying to apply the pressure like Shopify would in those situations. But Shopify managing to always steal that away. It was impressive to say the least. What is it about Rebellion's gameplay for you, Goofy, that just has them, you know, in a league of their own in certain situations, always managing to close out close ones?
If I had to pick one thing to really focus on in this series that Shopify did much better than Space Station, it would be the power-up and power weapon control, right? I think every single camo, it seemed like in that Game 3 Frosty had, he had all the shroud screens. In Game 2, they had all the QT control, they had the sniper controls in Game 1 and Game 2. That's really what makes the difference in this high-level Halo competition is you have to control the power-ups, you have to control the power weapons, especially when you're playing against people like Royal 2 and Frosty that are just hitting these World Star 180 no-scopes, and they thrive off of those type of plays, right? So I think that's the biggest difference making in this series was the power weapon and power-up control.
100%. I will say you could say something for every single player on Shopify of what they did incredibly well. I will say Frosty, just based on that kind of camo control conversation we're on, his use of that, the way that he plays that camo, I mean, he had it 3 times in a row. It was just stunning. He's over A side, he's on tower, he's just bobbing and weaving, ducking down before even anybody gets a reticle on him, just controlling that entire PD side with that camo, and being able to play his life so well, to allow that camo to come back up so that he's just disguised once again and consistently moving and rotating around tower. Stunning. Just stunning gameplay from Frosty, and it has been all weekend long. He is just on a different level at the moment. Just absolutely amazing. I just wanted to give the flowers where it was due because it was just stunning, picture perfect Halo for sure. On the side of
What's
Space
good,
Station
brother?
Gaming,
What's
I
good?
think there
What's
is
good,
progress
homie?
there. I think it was closer than
How we
it has
doing?
been ever before against Shopify Rebellion. I
Oh,
thought for
you
a
know,
split second they might be
watching the
taking
tournament.
that oddball map. Tony,
Just
what
got
is
hit
your
by a
gameplay
bus.
and maybe some of the things that they can pick up on as they progress through the elimination bracket?
It's really unfortunate when you look at the side of SSG
Yeah, I've just been
within that oddball
watching
game because
for basically 12 fucking hours already.
Oh yeah. And getting the ball time
Yep,
at the
they
same
started that
time,
shit
doing it all.
early
And then on
today,
the
bro,
other side
because of
of
the
it,
power
they
outage.
The makeup for
Friday.
decent amount of kills, decent amount of
Yeah.
assists, and then we talked about the
Yeah, that shit
comms
was
of
crazy.
Shopify Rebellion. Let's talk about those comms from Space Station Gaming. I feel like one
You've
of their
been
weaknesses
watching
in the
all
past
the
was
pool
when
play
they're
today.
2 down or 3 down,
Pretty
allowing
much,
the
dude.
final player
I
to
won't
get
lie.
the
At one
funnest
point,
shit
I was
ever.
like,
and really
I was
throw
like
them
5
back
hours
down.
into stream,
Derek
and I
Alford,
realized we
very
were still doing
specific.
pool play matches, and
Where
I
is
was
this player? This
crashing
player's
out.
over here. I think
Just
I think
mild
Frosty's
crash out though.
hiding
Yeah,
next. Don't worry, I already
I
got him. I
conveniently
love that. I feel like
took
I've
a
heard
break
improvement with that.
until
So
bracket play
it's
started. I load
unfortunate. I
managed
think
until
SSG
bracket
played
play
well in
started.
that oddball, but
Ah,
Shopify Rebellion
smart
simply
man.
played
Yeah,
better.
I conserved my
certainly
energy.
did
You know what I'm saying?
indeed.
I
Great
waited
matchup,
for
Bros
great
playoffs.
aura
result there.
farming.
Shopify
Yeah.
Rebellion go on to the winners side of things, and just they're sitting pretty
I'm watching
right now.
this.
They're just
Are you
waiting to
watching
see
Gen
who
G
else
Cloud9 right now?
clobber on that main stage. We'll have to
No,
find out who it will be.
I was on the main
It's on
stream.
LVC
So I switch
Halo.
over to
I'm
that.
so excited
Yeah,
about this one.
I was
It's
watching the
game
mainstream,
2.
but
It's
I
gonna be
saw
Optic versus Nemesis
this match is the
on
one
main
that's like been a
stage.
little bit
This time
behind.
the lights will remain
Because
on,
like
I'm telling you
Optic
right
and
now, a
Nemesis are
big,
probably going to be on the
big
mainstream
rematch,
next. I'm assuming.
elimination round.
Bet,
Who's going to
bet,
go
bet.
hard? Who's going to go home? We'll find out right after the break.
And they're going to a break right now. All right. I'm gonna swap this shit.
Yes,
My setup
sir.
is so
Perfect
scuffed.
time.
I'm watching Twitch on my Xbox because I'm in my parents' house, so I'm streaming off my laptop.
Oh shit! I sent you a collab stream invite if you wanna.
Bet.
Squad up. Damn, bro, I gotta click in and see the setup now.
It's actually not that bad, low key. You might not even really be able to tell from like just from watching.
I think it's
But I literally have my Xbox and a monitor, and I have my laptop.
15 kills like you just mentioned.
And that's all I got on this table.
It's just a lot of defensive stand here by Gen G, and that's not the position you want to be in. It's not a
If it helps,
position.
if me
You're playing defense
screen
the
sharing
entire
at all,
game. It
let me
almost
know.
seems like
If
you're
that
too scared
helps,
to
let me
push
know,
up,
because I could just
finally
like
get-
screen
they get 4
share
down.
the stream that I'm watching.
This is a must-have opportunity. Not only did they get 4 down as Overshield.
I don't know if
I
that
will-
would be helpful or make it more complicated.
I will let you know, but so what I did that was that ended up being easier was
a little bit more height.
I'm just streaming. So I'm just using the Twitch app on my Xbox,
It's 3 down for Gen G,
and
but
I'm just
not
like,
being there and,
so I don't have to do
not
any sort of
having
like
pressure will make sure that bomb gets
messing with
reset.
my
And now it's of course
like
gonna be a play
scenes or worrying about what I'm screen sharing or anything.
Right.
If I was in Boo
This just seemed like the simplest way to do
I
it.
would have left. That sniper, I believe, still goes off the
Low-key,
map.
it hasn't been
day,
that
but
bad.
Still, great job by King Nick to delay as long as
Some of the
possible
stuff
there
like this
once
is
again.
kind of scuffed though. I'm trying
Great
to
shots go in from top
select
center, the top of tower.
1080p
Beautiful job
and
by
I can't do
Boo-Boo.
it.
He'll take out a couple.
Xbox app is like, we can't compute.
It doesn't let me. It'll let me report the channel, but not fucking. Alright, man. Lock in. It's recommending I watch Summit. Oh, that's nice.
Summit the GOAT.
The GOAT.
Wow, man, he's frying.
And so often in this game, but unfortunately not able to really cover some angles, gets sniped
Whatever.
across the map, and it's going to be 3 down for Cloud9.
Those are maybe bomb-saving snipes from Common at the moment. He got 2 massive kills for his team, and that will be a reset bomb because of those plays. Common coming up big.
Did I hear
with
right that Gen G beat
sniper rifle when it's
Complexity earlier?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they reverse swept.
No way.
Sab's going to go in for a very
Yeah.
aggressive
Did
play.
Rhino like beat
Common's
his
still
ass
with
or
the
something?
sniper, making it work. It's 2 bullets left. He goes down.
No, but Breaking Shot had a crazy pop off. But then, like, I think it was one of the players' girlfriends. Right after he finished popping off, they were like, "Shut the fuck up! You look like a fucking rat" or some shit. Like,
Oh no.
shit was crazy.
Yeah, you at least have a little bit of caution.
Yeah, you can't really do that.
We were throwing
type of thing on this
personals.
map. You saw Luce try to do it
Yeah.
earlier. You can't really push forward.
They shook hands at the end and were very
When you
polite.
have
Yeah,
overshield,
yeah.
There's just
for sure.
spawns on the left, spawns on the right. But wait a minute, Gen G.
Did he
they get
bitch
the
slap
bomb
him?
arm, and
Did
they
he
get
shoot
the
him in
first
the
one.
kneecap
Common
like
played that
Hudson?
really well. He flanked into the players that were looking back towards the bomb. Was essentially able to get 2 free kills, and that was enough for the arm. And
Bro, I'll tell you what,
Cloud9
like,
has been the team
in,
on the offensive most
I
of
mean
the
this,
game. Gen G,
not in
the
like a
only
talking
one
shit
to
way,
score
but
on
in like a,
Stands are good.
I don't know.
Chucks 2.
It was
gets
like a
the
nice
cleanup
surprise,
kill
I guess.
onto Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo.
But like,
And with that one,
it was really interesting to see TSM
score,
grab their
I think it's
team. It's
obviously
like,
a
oh shit,
very big weight
like
off
a big
their
org.
shoulders.
And it was
They
really interesting to
continue
see like
play that defense or we'll
Gen G
just
grab this team.
Make sure to play
It was
time.
like, oh,
Again, you know
fuck.
how divisive holding
It's
bomb
probably
to
the
bomb
Ryan
base
Noob
is.
connection,
People
bro.
do it very
Oh,
often to
definitely.
kill that time. You hold
Ryan
that bomb,
Noob's
no one
got
knows
the
where you are.
connection.
No,
so
it's
he's a vet.
dope, and shout out to these boys. It's just, it's interesting to see like actual orgs checking in
it's
in year 4 of
it's
this
just a
game.
great way to get lost, but
Yeah.
maybe
Is
a
all I'm
bit
getting
early
at.
for Gen G to think
Yeah,
about that.
two new orgs in year 4.
Because by this point in Halo 5, you know, all the good orgs were leaving, and then we were getting all the like bedroom orgs, you know, all the like random.
5 more bullets in the snipe of King Nick.
For sure.
He'll get a shot on the Manny. That's 3
It's
down for Cloud9.
It's been cool to see. I didn't realize how big of an org Gen G was until they made the announcement recently.
Oh yeah.
I
think they're
wonder
probably
the coach was talking
most
shit.
well known
That
for
was the
League.
Spanish team.
Sniper, he can do much more.
Yeah, League and
They've had good
Korean
teams.
Val teams.
This is the first
They've
overshow we've seen for Cloud9.
I know they're like they have a good Valorant team.
Boo immediately tries to put it to work. It's melted, but it was enough to get that bomb up into scoring position.
It's Slays, though. Where are they? That's traits. Not really what you want, especially with how horrible these slays are, or these spawns are, I should say, in terms of trying to plant a bomb.
He said with how horrible these slays are. He called them dog shit.
Tried to stay alive. Breaking shots nade will come out just in time. And oh no, this is bad. They're trapped.
That's a funny ass way to misspeak.
Hold off the storm, but Boo Dubu comes in for both. They just need to get the touch in the next couple seconds, but Cloud9 not able to get there in time. That would have been premium scoring opportunity.
Yeah, they put themselves in a position to try and get that. But
Fortress
Cloud9
Bomb
looks like
makes me
Gen G
want
were
a
off a spot
Final
and
Destination myself.
Continuously making sure that they couldn't get past that mark.
Did you just say it makes you want a Final Destination yourself?
Yeah.
Now, so time is a factor. Cloud9 needs to respond to
Damn, bro. That bad?
Great shots from Septify at the top, but
Nah, I feel you though.
Just get hit by like one of those neon signs or something. Crazy shit.
You must be in the arming zone as well. So a ton of work ahead of Cloud9.
Shit, diabolical.
That's dead as what this feels like as a game type does. You just ramming your head into the wall over and over again.
Yeah.
Nothing they can do to plant.
Hoping to break through one time, you know?
Yep.
Rechalling here. It's a kill and a
Fuck
trade.
around and get lucky.
The bomb gets reset once again, so you can basically eliminate.
Pretty sure here shortly they're gonna start up main stage Optic versus Nemesis, which is gonna be a crazy rematch.
Yeah.
Were you? So did you? You said you didn't really get to watch much on Friday?
No, I was busy doing boring shit.
Dude, the power outage was crazy.
Yeah, I did.
I was watching.
So I checked in. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good, man.
But I checked in for the last like 2 hours of the stream. So I locked in. I caught like the end of a match, and then like started watching the last match, and then like everything cut off, and I was like, I bet. And then I just like switched and went and played Destiny.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah,
okay.
Panda said that y'all were playing Destiny last night.
Yeah, we was grinding that shit.
Oh yeah.
You've been showing me the ropes.
That's what's up, bro.
These players are ready to go and determine.
Gen G takes game 1 over Cloud9. Main stage is getting set.
But I did see, I know obviously Nemesis beat Optic in pools, and I saw they were kind of trolling Optic a little bit on Twitter, like the org was.
Yeah.
But obviously, just the rematch for like for the actual marbles
I like this Cloud9
this time.
Yeah. So if Optic wins during bracket play, that's all that matters, you know?
Capitalize on them, I question why. You know, there's a lot of slays on the board that are just not being utilized, and it's tough on this map.
Also,
yeah.
Alternatively, if Optic goes out here at like,
you gotta remember that they
top
were,
8.
what, half a second,
I think if they let's see, let's look at this bracket. I think they'd be top 6 if they went out against Nemesis.
Well, next up we go to Origin at Slayer, and this is where things get a bit interesting, right? A lot of teams are either proficient on this map,
I was gonna say, if they go out early
when it comes to Cloud9, you can expect
at their own major, that would be shitty.
Some efficiency.
And top 6 would still be
a lot of
shitty, but
practice on the old
I don't know.
Coliseum
I was
as
thinking
well,
like,
so interested to see how
I was thinking this
Gen
would be
G
like top
roster
12 or
kinda
some
fights
shit.
up against Cloud9 in this
That would be
Yeah.
bad.
We talked about it multiple times today, but Cloud9
That would be
one of the
real
better
bad.
Slayer teams in the HCS.
Dude,
they have
FaZe
players that
was frying, bro.
I know, I saw that
Back-to-back
in
3-0s.
these big moments, and let's take a look at the stats.
I think they haven't dropped a map at all, including full play.
Here today,
They're like 15-0 on map count so far.
Yeah, I saw that.
1.19.
Also saw this brother Trippy was going fucking insane.
Yeah, that's a very high damage dealt per
That
life.
picture of Boo Boo, bro.
A lot of it for me
This
is
brother's a
when it comes to
maniac.
Septify is that Slayer that we talked about. That's been a factor I remember since last year. Very beginning of last year, we were saying the same thing. The guy's just good at Slayers, and you know, it's kind of crazy that he continues to be that.
Hey, look at Boo Boo, a 1.0 KD, but his KAD a 1.74, which is just 0.03 below Septify, and his damage dealt per life is about equal.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Boo Boo Doo Boo, that's a man doing some dirty work here today.
Yeah, again, a lot of that stuff does not show up on the stat sheet. You see it
Lock
right here,
all
you
of
see
them
his
up
stats,
for
you see a
life for
1.0
this
KD,
pick.
but you don't really
Damn, bro.
realize how much.
Alright, Origin Slayer is next for Cloud9 versus Gen G.
Really understand, watch a little bit of VOD and really see what they do in terms of making people.
Dude, Manny on Drewski's show, I forgot that fucking happened.
Some deaths are necessary.
Yeah, and then on the other side, right, Gen G, they haven't really been having those star performances.
Just instantly gets kicked off the show.
A survival test for them, really. Only one player on the team positive, and at a 1.04 thus far today. And look how much their damage dealt per life is significantly lower than Cloud9.
It's such an insane team.
Yeah, it's very interesting the efficiency difference here. I think like
King
doing
Nick,
doing
Ryan
damage
Noob,
per
common
life is
breaking
so
shot.
important, but you have I think very aggressive players on this end. Even Ryan Noob is a player that likes
This
to
brother
get in
breaking
the
shot
base
gotta be
or the
2018
enemy
LeBron
base,
with the
and
slays.
When you're in the enemy base, you can
This brother gotta kill everything.
When you're the front line like breaking shot, I don't think you can really do that. I think his objective
He's
is
actually been
He's playing with three motherfuckers that'll grab every shock nade, run every flag.
trends being seen here out of these stats. Interesting to see how that kind of pans out throughout this rest of the series.
That's
Of course,
crazy.
the Septify on your screen, the Team Slayer legend that everyone keeps talking about.
Septify, he's quickly becoming, I think, one of my favorite
This
players
Cloud9
to
team's
watch.
sneaky good
I
though.
feel like this tournament, he's figured out something new.
Okay.
As I feel like we're seeing a player hitting their
Let me know whenever you switch back to the main
It's been
broadcast.
so long
by the
too.
way.
He's been around for so long, and it's that's what
All right.
consistency
I'm
does,
just
right?
staying
Regardless
locked
of
on
how
this
long
shit for
you've been
now.
around, that next level comes with consistency, and we're seeing consistency out of Septify time and time again. See what he's able to do here. It is King Nick though that does get those rockets, and it's going to really turn things around if he can find where these players are routing towards. Get that very first kill. He has 2 in the chamber though, so he can get 2 if he's good, and if he's positioned correctly,
Damn.
he'll just get 1.
Yeah,
Shot him
sometimes
in the
you get caught
dick.
by surprise. You're like, let me just send a rocket into a Spartan. I'm going to take my life, but I'll take yours with me. Just a trade out, but right now every kill from Gen G has come from Breaking Shot or King Nick. They combined for 9 as they've been all of the offensive input.
Tied up at 10 now.
Ryan Noob creeping.
Septify's gonna play real slow on this snipe side. They've got this snipe side pretty
Ryan
much
Noob
locked
creeping.
down, but does he know that Ryan Noob is below him with
He's
the rockets?
just lurking down here, bro.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, Modesty still streams like every day, bro.
Shot out in the
He just doesn't compete.
Septify, unfortunately.
Oh, so nerdy. Did you see that?
It's
Oh
Okay,
shit.
Well, yeah.
He
Sap's
just
like,
turns
"Oh,
around
I'm
into a
nerdy
plasma
here."
grenade.
Where did that nade even come
No idea.
from?
No idea.
That's what Zap was on the other side of the map.
That's crazy too. Ryan Noob makes such a good play by jumping back there to avoid those shots from bottom center. Regardless, Cloud9 take that 2-kill lead now, and it's again slow play out of Common. This is very interesting on this map. I've never seen this map played this slow, in my opinion. So,
Yeah, honestly, it's shocking at how the pacing that we've seen thus far. And I expect it to increase at some point. I think that increase will directly relate to the slays of Cloud9. They just got a 4.
Yo, what DMR is that?
Down if King Nick joins them, and he
The
will.
King Nick
Weapon
has-
model?
Gen G not only
Oh, the
are
skin.
going into that respawn, but they're going to be scattered
I don't know.
and
I'll have to see
split
it again.
onto
was like
a
some-
cycle here. This
like some
is
shit
a
with some gold
dangerous
accent.
situation.
It actually looks like a
and he
Gen G skin.
wants to try and get that first initial kill, and he hears the call out of damage, but a bit aggressive there. And again, you do that 1-for-1 trade, but I wouldn't really be comfortable with that with the score this close.
Yeah, but with the Rockets coming up, they've been able to get them away. So definitely a position in which they're still feeling very strong, especially with the presence that they have across the map. They're trying to distract from both sides. Oh, Breaking Shot just got great timing. He got down got in the face of Rockets and essentially forced out a trade. Gen G opportunity arises as Ryan Noob gets the double kill, and they're starting to hunt down the weak players of Cloud9.
Timing is everything in this game. Goodness me. Hunt down the players of Cloud9 is right. Common's already up. Already got a kill. That lead has shrunk to only 2. Oh, the team nade. Yeah.
It was a 5-kill game just moments ago, and suddenly we're looking at a 1-kill differential. It just shows you how quick things can turn in the HCS.
I knew. Can he turn some heads with a snipe is my question. Got the fight, watch yourself. There it is. A couple shots there.
Brother,
That's going to be the snipe out of ammo now, but he'll get a double kill for his trouble, and that's exactly what they're looking for, especially because they just got the lead by 2.
Look, Cloud9 has stopped finding answers. There have been a plethora of untraded kills. Gen G not only came back into this game, but they've roared back. Just completely changing the momentum.
Oh, Pyramid's so annoying. You just stay alive so many different locations on that Pyramid, but Rhinoob does that. He'll live and continue to hold snipe side control. This is directly what you need if you're Gen G and you've already taken the lead. Still by 2 now. This is a big slay, but
damn, they sniffed him out.
Sav was very aware there. He pre-naded Rhinoob's position and worked with the teammate to take him down. Rhinoob thought he was in a sneaky position, but obviously called out by Cloud9, and they were perfect on their execution there.
Oh, Rhinoob loves Pyramid, man.
I know, bro. He loves to be in the annoying spots on the map. So.
Rhinoob is. That is an absolute player that got away.
4-kill lead
Gotta
now, though,
rename
for Gen
that
G,
shit
though.
Rhinoob
This
spot.
is where they can
For
really
real.
sail away with the wind on this one. It's gonna be tough to come back from. I feel like they're really hitting their stride. They're hitting lanes together. They're watching angles together as well. Rockets are up. They've had power weapons.
Oh,
that's not a good. That's actually real bad for them though. Septify gets that trade. He'll have rocket control potentially. Zap's gonna have to live and potentially help him in this situation. Where did Septify go? Oh, we died. Okay.
It's usually a question a lot of opponents ask, though.
Yeah.
Whenever they're playing against Septify, at that time the answer was easy. Rockets up for grabs, and you see Cloud9 having the favorable spawn. Septify going to be able to help secure this. And oh my, just completely caught him off guard. And
oh my God, the damage.
Hammering the players of Gen G. Free
I
rockets
thought
for
he scammed for a second.
Septify as Rhinoob's the only player alive, and the
38,
pings are coming
39.
out. Rockets are coming to a corner where there's 3 players.
Oh, they're trapped in there, bro.
Oh,
yeah, this is where I thought things would really turn. Is these rockets right here? I love that.
My God.
Rocket, pre-fire
Oh,
it's beautiful.
tie game.
Prediction rockets here out of Septify, tied up at 41 now.
Oh my God,
Prediction both of them prediction rockets. Fantastic from Septify as he's hit 13. Him and Boo Boo combining for 26 of their kills thus far. Gen
Holy
G
shit.
in danger in this back base with the spawners that split. We're finally able to get into action.
You had a Norn
and they
Fang.
swing in at just the right time. They're able to find multiple kills, and with
what a
Sav's position
nade.
being known and him being last. How does he trade?
I mean, it's just insane. You got to trade those kills, and we all know how that.
Oh, we're just trading. We're trading.
That might be the ugliest sidekick I've ever seen.
Still now tied up.
What is this BR?
Cloud9, 2 players.
What in the Destiny is that BR?
They're going to reinforce it. Didn't end up getting that first kill. Watch Cloud9 spring into action.
Uh-oh, 47, 48, bro.
Steampunk Bio Infinite or Bioshock Infinite looking ass.
There's no one here to be found.
Tie game.
Careful breaking shot. You're stuck over on
Oh
the snipe
my
side.
God.
If he gets
Holy
spotted,
shit,
it could be disaster.
48 all. Players no shields. I love the idea to not go for that.
Oh my God.
Basement now. It's breaking shot. You kill him. That's 49. It is of course.
Holy
Cloud9
fuck.
looking for one more at this point in time.
They're all 3 wide. They're overall. They're coming in. They spotted Ryanoob. The push should be coming soon from Cloud9.
Oh my God, Boo Boo Doo Boo got the kill. Holy shit.
Wow.
Clutch.
Right there, Cloud9 tie the series at 1.
Holy.
Staying icy as well in those Slayers. One of the best teams at executing and finishing the fight.
That was some shit.
One thing to note, Boo Boo Doo Boo.
That was
although
some
KD
crazy
hasn't
shit,
been
bro.
Fantastic here today. He ends that game with 17 kills to his name, coming up big in that spot. We also saw the common
Oddball
once again being a top performer.
Oddball recharge. All right, let's see. I'm checking in on the main stream.
We're gonna have a series here, but now we're
Yeah,
gonna
good
recharge
timing.
Oddball where things get even more crazy. This is gonna be
Good timing on that one. I think they're getting started.
Yep.
Hot. It's going to be Forbidden CTF, 2 snipes, and an OS
Loser of
top
this
middle, and
series
you
is
know
out of the tournament, bro.
every single one
Let's
of these
see.
players will get an
Crazy.
opportunity to change the outcome of this game with the
Here
S7.
we go.
We're going to start
I'm
with
locked.
Renegade.
today so far for
Absolutely
Renegade.
locked.
Renegade has been on a tear in this
What's up,
elimination
Zazer?
bracket. He's
Mouse and
been
key for the
playing
win?
can't quite get there as he's
Dude,
taking
seeing
shots
a
across
mouse
the
and
map.
key sniper
Gets
on
dropped
main
to no
stage
shield.
is special,
Gonna
that's for
passively
sure,
play
bro.
this situation. He loses 2 teammates. He pushes past the snipe, and now Nemesis might not know he's here, but they will have an
We need
overshot to
Wu-Tang
deal with.
POV. This is the rematch of all rematches, chat.
Snipe wasn't picked up. Look at this. Checking every single corner, saying, we don't know where Renegade's at. Let's make sure we find him before we overextend. But looks like Flag is going out. Renegade got a melee with a sniper drone, so my guess is that Renegade snuck
Hello?
through and got Nemesis a sniper.
Renegade had so much responsibility to
Thought
find
Glory was falling. Yeah, no, I thought Glory was falling asleep at the wheel there for a second.
He's lagging.
Snipe back in hand. That flag gets denied at its door. Right now, Optic Gaming being able to reset the map, and Renegade right where he wanted to be all along with the snipe in hand on his side of the map with every member of Nemesis in front of him.
Yeah, he knows that these players are going to be trying to take over towards this attic. Looking like he's trying to help secure the opposite snipe tower. That's going to be the #1 top spot that Optic and both these teams are going to be trying to control in order to get a flag push across the map. Nemesis doing a great job defending their snipe hut. But Renegade trying to take a sneaky angle. Let's see what he can do here.
He spots one in the snipe, gets caught off guard, can't quite hit the no-scope, the flicks, they're missing, and because of that, Renegade now under pressure from several members of Nemesis, left, right, center. Can he get a kill? No, he's not able to trade, and he's going to hand that snipe over to SLG. SLG does get traded, but it will be Nemesis.
The snipe should be
back.
stacked, too.
It's a 2-on-2 situation now with Bound and Legend.
Yeah,
the
snipe stacked for sure.
Out in order to step up. What can Legend give this Optic Green Wall squad?
It's good, but
felt like Renegade's conscious.
yeah, this
got
rematch
the
is going
you know,
crazy
I should
right
give the
now.
sniper back. I feel bad. I stole this from your base earlier. Let me drop it on back over at your hut. But now in the hands of Legend, he's just now going to create an opportunity for his teammates to get this pick and run this flag towards the sewer.
Second overshield coming up right now, top middle, and Legend creating some space for his
All
team.
right.
It's a killing
Oh my
spree.
God.
He hits the double no-scope onto an unsuspecting Nemesis player. Trades across the board will benefit Optic Gaming because Legend is at your snipe, blocking those spawns. The flag is going to get pulled, and this is going to be difficult for Nemesis. You see them spawning all towards the back ramp. They're not going to have the angle immediately on the flag carrier. Renegade will go down with the flag, however.
3 dead.
Forced to engage with the player back door, can't get the kill, and 3 members of Optic go down, so Nemesis defense stands strong.
Yeah, they had the right positions, but didn't have the snipe ammo to back it up. The fact that Legend got back down, didn't have a shield to even shoot a bandit across there, left Renegade out to dry, and that's why that flag did not make any progress.
And here comes Nemesis. You see multiple players of Optic.
Dude, Renegade's ultra aggressive with it.
Getting cheeks, bro.
Separate kills. Optic reset the map immediately, and with snipes coming up, Optic will have an advantage to try and take Nemesis snipe while also getting their own.
And he wants that
Optic
snipe.
going for the second snipe in a row here. Last time it was a nice flank by Renegade. This time just going to be right in front of them, snatch it in front of their eyes.
This is dangerous, Dave. Renegade has his snipe. Someone else has
They're fucked.
the other Optic Gaming snipe, and right now the flag being run, Renegade
And they got
their
2
snipe
kills.
is the first player you got to try and deal
40!
with.
And they got
Only
2
Wutum
snipes.
is the last player alive. Wutum's taken down. All 4 Nemesis players
This
go
is
down.
looking
That flag
grim.
hits the tunnel, and you can guarantee this flag is going in for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, right now, Nemesis aren't worried about 1 cap. They got to be worried about a double cap.
My
Because
God, Legend's the one with the other sniper.
You gotta be careful not to get double capped
Green
on.
wall chance start. The players start to
They're
get
about
hot.
to.
The power weapons all favoring Optic Gaming right now,
Oh
and it's
my
Legend who's
God.
found himself the Optic Gaming
Oh!
snipe. He's put it to one snipe zone.
Oh!
Also tries to stay alive, can't quite stay on the map with the thrust to the side. At least 1 snipe's off the map, but still,
Oh my
Renegade
God,
reigns
dude.
terror. A killing spree for Renegade, and he's still at the base. The
Bound
flag goes in, but
overslid.
goes
Oh
the other base. They may be able to get the return. It's an
Oh my
overextend.
God, he's dropped after this event.
And you pay for it, but not only that, you get a counter cap opportunity.
A rare miss G-slide there
Oh,
from Bound. I mean,
no.
you got to consider he's been here for countless hours today.
They're gonna have him in customs doing 50 flag runs, dude.
Oh God.
Nah, they're counter capping off of that, bro.
No way.
Full overshield.
Oh
He's
no.
running it with OS.
In the back, still has overshield to work with, and as he
Just
gets
to
it
be
up to this
extra
hump,
disrespectful.
he is going to lose 2 teammates. Pay
Holy shit, that went from 2-0 to tie game just like that, bro.
Oh no. Bound is gonna be on
All we need is a
complexity with
team
Sparty
nade
next
happen,
event, bro.
Dude, you saw that team nade earlier, bro?
Oh yeah, bro.
That that.
That was
I
me.
know. Well, listen, bro. I've been on for 12 hours. It's all blending.
Yeah, bro, it's all good, bro. You forgot.
That might on God be like that might on God be like the most consequential teammate of all time, though.
No, for real, bro. Because Renegade gets that kill no matter what if he was not teammated.
It all falls apart. This game gets tied up with the counter cap. A massive blunder from the Optic Gaming side.
I think it was Legend too.
The opportunity to find
Feels
someone
bad.
with that life. What do? They're pulling flag right now. Sniper
No
is finding
way.
kills. All of a sudden, you have numbers. Flag on the move through tunnel. It's
My
an
God,
untraditional
bro.
route, yeah, but it can work. With
No
Sniper
way.
Sniper trying to anchor his pistol. Knows that there's members of
Oh
Optic,
my.
having the wrong timing. He will be behind this player, and he's gonna get a free kill here. You would think.
At least the one pick there.
He's getting mixy. Oh, 3 dead.
Down just shits on Glory.
Optic to push in through attic
4.
or through sewer. There's only a couple different routes they can take to try to counteract this flag.
Somehow, in the meantime,
Bro,
Nemesis goes
SLG leaning back in his chair like you don't give a fuck, bro. That would piss me off if I was playing against him.
Madison actually said that earlier. She said, "How is he so chill?"
He's leaning back like you don't give a fuck, bro.
He's
To actually-
vibing, but still just destroying the
If I look
lobby.
across the stage and see that, I'm actually mad. Like,
He just got team-nated and it knocked him off the map. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Almost no move, no room.
What, bud?
To breathe for the players or the casters here, as these flags have been flying out left and right. But now we have just a pause in this action as these next snipe kills by SLG and crew are really going to determine, do they have an opening for Nemesis to push into the Optic base and grab a flag, or will Optic hold a strong defense here?
I like how Glory's playing this right now. It's got
Yeah, I think Formal team-nated him this time. Dude,
unbelievable, man.
whoever was saying that there could be a compilation of Renegade taking team damage was right, bro. Because that's like the 4th time I've seen him take team damage in a fight and die because
It makes sense, bro, because he always like he always just like running in a straight line at the enemy.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
That's where the nades are gonna be.
That's his playstyle.
He wants to deal with this position. It's an odd spot to be. He's like, all right, this flag should
But
really
crazy
go anywhere,
that
but at any
it should
moment,
happen
Oh my
in
God.
huge, dramatic ass ways like that.
Legend getting the
Yeah.
shutdown on his former teammate SLG, but he has 2
Oh, wait, why did he throw a nade? I bet if he shot his gun, he would have hit that.
Nah, you're glazing.
No way, they got the touch? Chill, chill, chill. He's MVP, buddy.
He just thrust 360.
He's MVP?
He's
MVP with the team?
He was last season.
He's ruling MVP right now, or reigning MVP, bro.
With the team?
He's
Team-nated all.
team-nade MVP.
In order to stop that flag from the move continuously. Still 2 down for Optic, so it's this very scrappy flag run still. There will be somebody to try and compete
Smart
for this
play.
cap.
But as these kills have been traded
Such a
out,
smart
that's gonna
play.
Oh my god, he almost pulled a bound.
as they're somebody close to their base. That's gonna be
He almost
flag
missed
number
it.
2 going in for Glory and the Nemesis squad.
And you wondered if Nemesis was kind of going to start slow after their series against FaZe, but they just didn't look like themselves
Oh my
so far throughout this
God.
weekend. They look like they are locked in for a series against Optic
Sheesh.
Gaming. They're giving them everything they can handle with the 2-1 lead right now. And a no
Legend 14 and 8, they're getting piss slammed.
There, you got lucky that didn't register. As unfortunately, Renegade
Dude, they're running the
Oh my
game-winning
God, they're about to
flag
lose.
right now, though,
Oh my
bro.
god, they're about to lose.
and the flag is on the move. If
Bro,
Renegade can get
they
this
lost.
kill, that would be
They're
massive.
about to lose, and Renegade's gonna join Falcons.
He's doing a great job delaying.
Formal got the touch. Formal got the touch.
Here comes Formal trying to
My
get
God.
You guys let him pull it?
touched by his teammates' time. But you gotta consider, wooed him with the West. You still have SLG back
Oh,
here.
no,
able to
Legends in
grab this.
cheeks.
Time is on Nemesis' side. They just have to buy time for their spawners.
It's
Uh-oh.
a tricky situation for the last 2 members of Optic.
Uh-oh.
A couple of kills. SLG, that's a solid trade.
My god. No one's getting that touch. That flag's dead.
What the hell, son?
It's not Glory's responsibility. He has no shield. He's got to play his life.
Wait!
Can't go for it either. The flag does not get
Oh.
touched. It actually returns, and now Optic Gaming, trying to get a touch of their own, are going to hit the G side to make this a little bit further past the Mohawk. Pay attention to the
Oh,
kill.
Renegade sees a snipe. Oh, he got greedy.
Can't pick it up.
Shield right in front of Renegade. If that flag
Is it bugged? Oh, Wutum got it. Holy shit.
I think he just,
What's
I
up,
think he
bud?
just missed it.
Wutum coming off spawn, getting
Like,
that
didn't
snipe.
strafe one step.
I mean, after you get team needed twice, you're kind of scared to even go for a snipe down on the ground, bro.
True, you're right.
Optic Gaming's respawn.
You tried to zigzag for that shit just in case a teammate was coming in.
Flag pull from Formal, what seemed like a desperation pull, ended up turning into the recovery. It had to be done, but most of the times when you see those last-second desperation pulls, it doesn't really amount to much.
Right, you're just delaying the inevitable.
Holy.
Member of Optic doing what they
I thought he was about to snipe his teammate.
Why was he lining it up so much on him, bro?
That's how you know you're locked when you start lining up teammates.
You just get bored and you want to kill something.
Just make sure your shit's just straight, bro.
Teed up.
On the rest of it, he hits a body after hitting
Nice.
the headshot here. As he tries to locate this player under him, he's going to have some help to be able to clean that one up, flush out his base, reset the map, and now they get to play with everything in front of them. Overshield just came up, so let's focus on it.
I was going to say this OS is probably Optic's best chance to get back in this
Wow.
game, get the second cap. Bound
He's
does snag it.
melted.
Insta melt.
But it gets melted near instantly.
Last guy has sniper though,
So quick.
On the move.
and he got a kill.
He sniped one.
Oh my god.
Don't fall off.
Quigley, imagine.
Shut this angle off. Snipe down, shuts down, bound right off.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Dude,
Wait,
ricochet that
Formal's
shit,
got an X,
ricochet.
Formal's got
Oh,
an
wait,
X
that's
over
not-
his head.
okay,
He's
it's not
already
it.
dead. Wait, SLG fell off the map.
Oh my god,
No
bro.
way.
Oh my god, bro.
Nah, he's way too
Glory's on
chill
the
in the
flank.
chair.
Glory's on the flank.
Oh my god. Sniper was waging war.
Oh my god. Oh, he pived.
Oh my god.
They got a melee.
Bound, get your shields this time, buddy. Don't miss the slide.
What is that European ass route?
European ass rush.
Oh, and he got
Holy
it.
shit.
Same mistake twice. Puts in that second flag for the tying flag.
Better in place from Optic Gaming to be patiently
Dad!
the spawns that are going
Wait, Formal fell off now. Dude, can we stay on the map?
that they were going to
Did
have
he?
the advantage. Then
Yeah, I saw him in the
God.
feed fall off the map.
This shit's
on the
scripted.
clock in regulation, but regulation is irrelevant. Its next cap wins here.
For
in
money
game
or views, not sure which.
Like, actually,
Sorry, just saw it live. Just saw it live, sorry.
Right now. Not committing though. Wants to make sure his team gets the kills. Doesn't want to set up some sort of rare counter cap circumstance. But still,
For
Oh my
money or
god,
for
he's
ratings.
milking.
here for if a couple kills go in their favor, Renegade is going to be running
What
that
the
straight
hell?
towards
Where is he running
Wow,
to?
he's just living.
right now. He's been no shield
Oh
forever
my
in the
god,
courtyard.
he's grabbed
Finds
the new
himself
one.
a double.
Grab the new flag.
The fight might not
Oh.
be there. Yeah, I mean,
Damn, he had, I'm not gonna lie, he had furniture and everything over there, bro. He was
Guy was
paying
beating ass. What did that say? 24 and 12? This
Yep.
brother's inevitable.
He had an air mattress at their fucking flag.
What else?
In this overtime.
I mean, just 2-3 seconds left in regulation.
Oh my
Add
god.
to it, and we're talking about an Optic
Holy
flag
shit, he's
run.
weak.
Please don't team nade, please.
Imagine off spawn, one of his teammates just naded him right away when he's going for snipe.
He just saying that shit in the comms. Yo, I'm getting sniped. Please don't team nade.
You can tell that's what's being prioritized. It is going to be about a 50-50 fight right now with both teams losing members.
OV. Alright, Legend got OV, I think.
For Optic Gaming to potentially get an overshield, which is very
That's a
rare for
green
them.
ass.
No, Bound got it. Oh shit.
First regulation of this game.
Go Bound?
That shit got the goblin mask on.
That's what I was literally just thinking, bro. That looked like some green goblin shit.
He does not want to risk potentially losing that sniper and give you all that ammo on over to Nemesis.
2-on-2, Wuzo, mouse and
Bro.
keyboard, Phenom.
I was gonna say, Formal might go. Can you do something?
Oh my god, what are we doing?
Unfortunately, Formal can't hit the thrust stick there, so he'll get traded out by SLG, and SLG will pitch.
Just
Yeah,
straight up
SLG's
matchmaking
way too chill, bro. Look at him.
Unless he was going to do
That's what I'm saying, bro. He doesn't even give a fuck.
one dream.
Like,
probably
bro,
didn't
lean
move when he fell
forward.
off
You
the
might have
map.
hit that.
He probably didn't even react when he fell off.
Nice try. I saw it.
Hey.
Hit the shot
We
for
saw the vision.
To be honest, he might have put his feet up when he fell off to really be comfy.
Bro, he gets knocked out of a tournament. He's like, whatever. I'm gonna go home and play WoW.
See what Snipe Drone can do. That's going to be all 4 down. How soon
Oh.
can they grab the flag? Renegade, of course. Flag leader
No team nade,
here
please.
in Arlington. Going to continue that trend. Moving this all the way across.
Holy shit! Oh, what a play! They thought he was gonna go for the
Oh
slide.
my god, and he goes high.
I don't think
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hit that shot.
With the green goblin snipe. Ah.
Last line of defense. But somehow Bound fell throughout this. and everyone from
Oh,
Nemesis is still
oh, this is no, this is bad, this is bad.
He's got the Mortal Kombat Quan Chi skulls on his snipe, dude.
Oh,
Watch
no,
out.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
no,
Bound got a kill,
bro.
Bound got a kill.
Wait, Glory's
gotta
getting the
kill.
West though. Glory's getting the West.
Oh, that's
He
curtains.
almost got melted, but he got it.
Curtains. That's
Might be a
game.
dagger right here. Might be a He's on MNK. Oh,
Wow.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, bro.
I blame the team, dude, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude,
the
the crazy thing to think is that with that
Damn,
one
why is he
tap
shaking
from
the
Bound.
bottle like that? Calm
Yeah,
down,
dude,
buddy.
what the fuck?
Like, damn. Doing max damn to the bottle.
Came into this event worried about all the top.
Oh, that's why he needed one of the metal shits, bro. And I beat the fuck out of the bottle.
Oh, nah, bro. If you take a loss and then someone's in your face taking picture of stats like that,
I'll smack the fuck out of him and I'll get a tag that right there, bro.
Yo, let me see stats. Scroll over. You were 10 and 23. All right, scroll over. Next one.
Go to accuracy next.
And imagine you did, dude. Imagine you did the worst on your team and you're the one that's getting the screenshot. And then imagine you look over and he has like the local like electricity company shirt on. Like, you know this motherfucker's just on some shit. He's like fresh out the, like he just fixed the transformer and now he's taking screenshots.
It's like literally the guy who fixed the transformer.
Yeah, the guy that fixed the transformer is taking
Literally, I mean, centimeters away, like 2 steps maybe.
Bro, I'd refuse to tab over, bro.
Was Renegade just fiddling with money? Yeah, he said I gotta touch this bread before the next game.
Imagine next game they just go to Bounds POV and it's just a guy in the that fixed the transformer playing. Like Bounds not even there anymore.
Who the fuck is that?
Bound just has the hoodie up in the background. He's coaching now. Lunchbox is just smoking a blunt on the backstage.
Dude, I'm pretty sure Lunchbox is actually an electrician. Like, actually.
He is. No, he probably was the one who fixed it.
They got him outside at the transformer.
No, I'm not joking.
No,
I bet that Lunchbox actually went and looked too, because of the kind of guy he is. He probably went and like,
They went
took a
down
look
2-0
at
and they said, "All right, buddy, we need you to use some of your other profession."
Dude, last night someone said Formal threw
at
a
the transformer with a
cigarette in the
fucking clipboard.
transformer, because dude, apparently Optic was on break when the power went out last night.
So get to work, buddy.
Dude, imagine you're at the event taking a piss and that shit just goes out.
Dude, nah,
How the fuck
imagine
you
you
get
were
out of
taking
there?
a shit in the bathroom and the
man.
power
Dude,
went out.
I would be.
You know there had to have been at least one person in the venue that was.
That's a
be
crazy
so
jump scare,
scared,
bro.
bro.
That'd be a crazy jump scare.
Especially because, bro, wasn't it like almost dark outside?
Dude, yeah.
I mean, like,
Dude, and you don't know like
bro.
the way the shit's set up. You're trying to get out the bathroom, you can't
know,
see
dude.
shit. You're running into the stalls.
Your phone's dead. You got no flashlight.
Nothing.
Middle of nowhere.
You gotta start, bro. You gotta start having lethal company comms where you have somebody like saying something to follow their voice. Like, how the fuck do I get out
Dude,
of this?
all of a
bitch?
sudden you're playing Repo. All of a sudden.
They went into that confidence. They
Follow my voice. You start doing the ABCs so you could like follow your shit.
Dude, it was funny as hell because the LVT Halo crew went live immediately, like from a mobile streaming, like some sort of like mobile camera setup there.
Trying to farm immediately.
No, it was funny as yeah, true, but yeah, it was funny as fuck. Like they were like walking around outside the venue and like they ran into Formal and they tried to talk to him and he said God bailed us out and then walked away.
My God.
He literally said God bailed us out and then walked away and didn't say anything else. Like, you could tell he did not want to talk to anyone, bro. Oh yeah, LVT News fucking Tools walked up to the policeman that was on the sidewalk. He's like, I'm from LVT News. Can you tell me what happened?
Bro,
here?"
I saw that. That was the last thing I saw before I checked out. I was like, bro, this motherfucker's an idiot. That's the funniest thing
Dude,
I've ever seen.
Tools is so dumb, but he's
my
funny as
God.
fuck.
I got secondhand embarrassment. I had to turn it off.
God being the cigarette he flicked into the generator. Yeah, that was the common.
He said, "I'm with LVT News. Can you tell me any information about the Transformer?"
I didn't even know Game 2 started, bro. I was still thinking about that shit.
I checked into the other stream for a second, but alright, 4-4. Formal's got camo.
Anytime he has camo and batters, you know, like
he's thinking about that.
You gotta remember that Royal 2
Kansas
shit.
City a couple years ago.
He said, you know, you gotta tip it, but why would he even try that?
What the fuck would he even try?
One thing I wanted to say is, when Formal's playing that slow, something to keep an account for the viewers is Camo being a
this is a matchmaking play.
He
Oh,
just took
team
team damage.
fortifies the other team, limits the other team's opportunity.
Bruh.
Melt.
I think that's a very important quality to keep. Like,
You know, if that situation happened to Formal and he's playing online, you'd say, what the fuck?
Rushing into a situation you don't want to be involved in. As we
Fuck was that
back
team
into the
name?
meantime,
Dude, why are we even
coming up
nading
in 30
there?
seconds, Renegade trying to get going on this map, hasn't been able to find a kill just yet. It is very early, 8-5, and he
Like,
finds
dude, how
two
come
members of
some
Nemesis
shit
in a
always
combo in
happens to
one of their
Optic,
hands.
bro? There's always some
As he
shit,
tries to push it
bro.
a long haul, he gets taken down.
Like the oddball, 1 second oddball shit that happened during the online event. The team nade for the 50-49.
Oh!
Glory on a killing spree.
He said, "Oh my god."
His entire
My
team never
god.
He's actually probably hoping they don't spawn with them at this moment. Trying to get a little bit more spread out across this map.
This guy's getting hit with streaks.
Both these two teams trying to fight for white control right now. Glory can't play his life, and a good job by Optic to get a couple of kills there. Formal with his second camo of the game, so you can tell already he's going to be one of the players prioritizing this to make sure they get those advantages here in game 2. Well done by him, but what can Formal do with this camo instead of the first?
Formal baiting out a couple
Nah,
of
someone
grenades,
do all
also
of it.
knowing that there's likely a death screen there. So not just going to charge right in towards bottom control and walk into a trap. Instead, traversing across the map, he knows that Legend was taken out over in the pipes. Does he want to engage over there?
Ugh, bro. T-Wolves are about to beat the Lakers in game 1.
Especially with his teammates all getting
Oh shit.
Unfortunately, not able to
NBA playoffs going on as well.
Here, NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, baseball season's in full swing.
Exactly, like what was Formal supposed to do there?
Easter 420 and championship
I was gonna
Sunday.
say,
And so Formal
What else?
to just play it slow,
fucking
get the
busy.
Apparently there's like a big Overwatch LAN going on in China this weekend too.
where the respawners from Optic were. They double team Formal, they double team his teammate, they trade out successfully, and that's a win for Nemesis once again. Now up 20-13, shock rifle in the hands of Glory, can't hit the player's top elevator, but the power weapon can do so much damage so quickly. He gets
Brother,
a big kill and an opportunity to create some space.
Bro, look
for
at
Legend there
Wutum's
before he
arm,
gets
bro.
traded out.
Bro, it looks so uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie, that shit looks hella uncomfortable.
I was gonna say, he gonna need goddamn Tommy John surgery in a year or two.
For both sides was it's Nemesis that slight bit. Anytime
You
you're
gonna fuck
in the
his
lead,
shit up.
you're fine to trade things out.
You're gonna hit an air Vox? Do it.
Late teens, early 20 range.
Do
Big
it.
kill by Renegade just to create some space and take over the elevator there. Now just a 4-kill game, and you could tell Nemesis in a very similar situation
Someone
where
said
Optic
turn
once
off the
were
lights.
moments ago, stuck in long haul. How do they get out of it? Without
Nemesis took a game off Optic.
Yeah, they're about
Bro,
to
they
take
literally,
two.
they fucking beat him in pool play or today.
They
Actually,
beat him. They beat him in a series. They're about to beat him in
So
2.
bad they had to turn the lights off. They didn't want no one to see this shit.
I was watching the Optic Halo podcast that they did, like a week or two before the event.
Yeah.
And dude, Formal was talking about Spartan the Dog's return to LAN, and at one point he was like, "Dude, he's gonna be blacked out," and I was like, "Bro, the foreshadowing is crazy." It's like, damn, bro.
Last 3 camos, and they're still down by 6, so you have to wonder what's going to happen if and when Nemesis gets their hands
Oh, he's chasing the fuck out of him.
It's one of those power-ups.
Oh yeah, he is.
Backseat, dead.
Doesn't necessarily transition into
God.
advantages all the time, similar to that. Overshoot almost guarantees you just being able to soak some damage that you're going to get.
Dude, usually I feel like mouse and key players have those like condensed, like really small keyboards, but Wutum's keyboard looks fucking huge, bro. Like, bro, it looks like he has a full-size keyboard.
Yeah, like a.
Flick on the nades. Wutum at 14-1-7 has given Nemesis everything they need to have this 3-kill lead.
Yeah, 3-kill lead, but when there wasn't camo on the board, maybe
You gotta unfold that shit is crazy.
straight up, and they were able to close that gap. No longer is it a 6-kill
It's a
lead,
2-part keyboard.
2-kill lead here for
Yeah, he
Nemesis.
got one of them like MMO keyboards. All the extra buttons. and shit.
You think he has the mouse with it that has like 10 side buttons?
Yeah.
Glory, although he hunted him for a while, is going to find that
That
kill
shit
on
got
the
one
bound.
button for the
I
power.
didn't expect anybody to be chasing them, and I like this by Glory. So much information being given by Glory here that hey, Optic White is clear,
Yeah.
so they got to
I
be
saw somebody said
taken up by Nemesis.
uh,
Right now they have to know.
somebody said he bought the wrong door, like in Zombies.
If not, Nemesis has a choice.
and
They
it
could
cut the
actually
power off.
collapse here towards elevator if they feel like they have the ground. Udom, unfortunately.
Oh my god, nuke.
Damn.
knowing that there's nobody
I got camo, I got camo.
That's the only spot people are going to be fighting right now.
100%.
I'm burning it, I'm burning
it.
it.
Be able to pick up the first camo for Nemesis. Formal couldn't go for it because he was no shield, and now Sniper trying to stay alive with this camouflage. Actually does get to stay alive, and we'll see how Optic try to spot him out, and how much success is Sniper able to have. Can he teach us?
Game kind of feels like a must-win for Optic. I'm not gonna lie.
We've seen, and all of a sudden he gets caught by Bound.
But during that time,
You gotta say it in a British accent. My bad, bro. My God. 4 dead, bruv.
So you know Bound is yelling out that call, and they're saying, I don't care about camo over at Needler right now.
Two guys
There's
in my
somebody
face.
meleeing me.
They got
over at
security at the
elevator."
transformer.
2 of them hit pipes in the meantime. That's a successful way to use camo, even if you just took Bound out of the play.
What the hell is that timing?
His teammates' fights. It's a 6-kill
Holy
lead
shit.
now for Nemesis, and all of a sudden Optics Gaming's opportunity to climb back, to make this deficit shorter and shorter, and actually try to win this game too. All the win conditions are starting to dwindle with their inability to trade successfully.
Yep, and we talked about trades not being really a big deal earlier when it was the early 20s when SLG and the Nemesis squad were 20 kills. Here's the exact opposite. Every single trade
Oh
here
my
that
God,
Nemesis
they're getting
gets
fucking
brings
fried.
them closer to victory. They will happily hide around corners, do a few shots in melee, and trade out for the rest of this game.
41-35, still up 6, so a good job to get those 2 kills before you lose 2 others. Bootum trying to catch somebody, or SLG, I'm sorry, trying to catch someone off guard, bottom middle. 2 players of Optic are no shield right now, and they're both able to stay alive for the moment until Bound finally gets taken down by Snipe Drone. And 42-37, a 5-kill lead. Dave, this is the moment where Optic Gaming have to step up and find ways to get kills that are unanswered.
This camo is going to be the opportunity. Both teams will have some eyes on it. Can you use that as bait? Secure a kill. I don't think anyone's just going to be able to sneak away with that camo without some blood being shed first.
Bound flies out of elevator, finds the angle on the long haul. Great teamwork out of Optic across the map, maybe.
Oh!
Response with a
Jesus.
Backs him up, gets camo. 4-kill game. Dude, Wutum has 17 already. 18.
Optic desperately wanted to have. Renegade hunting Glory down.
Wow.
Doesn't suspect him. It's going to be a free kill on the Renegade. You'd have to think. A trade.
Oh!
Damn! Holy
fuck?
shit!
He got nuked.
That kill on the Renegade pushes it to
Crime scene.
46-42. Now all you need is 1 teamwork.
Still, they know Snipe Drone's over towards blue tunnel. Gets
Get him
taken
out of here.
Now only a 3-kill lead. Still substantial at this point in the game. But at any point, if Optic get
Oh no.
or 2
Wait, they're getting solo picks.
try to roll that lead.
My God, Bound 1 shot.
Do they go flying right here? Bound,
Bound's probably dead.
My God, he juked him. Bound went bottom mid and juked him.
Tries to go after him,
My
but
God.
almost got his back.
How do you
Now
do
it's
it?
just a 1-kill
What is
game.
happening?
An overextension, a mistake.
How's Bound
After
Bound
a pick,
alive?
you decide to try and
Dude, Bound is living.
remember Nemesis goes, and because of it, Optic able to
Through a
isolate
radar
those
jammer.
2 and find the 2 kills unanswered. Exactly what the doctor ordered, but now
Mouse and key shock in a clutch situation like this. Renegade got another kill, tie game.
He's in MNK shock pass.
They have damage.
Can't hit the first couple of shots.
Oh! 49-48.
What the fuck?
Holy fuck.
49-48, Legend.
Imagine they shot
Second
the
blue. All of
sticky
Optic should be
grenades right there.
spawning back here. Nemesis across the map. They will have Optic trapped in white and blue.
Wait, do they have the
Where's the shock at, bro?
Did they? I think they got it. I think Optic might have got it.
How do Optic Gaming play this situation? They will get trapped, and
Somebody
eventually
pop
they will
a
have to make
Loba
the
ult
play.
and get a shock off that shit.
Dude, he has plasma nades. He can
the
play for a
fuck?
stick here.
Oh, he just went for it, just straight.
Camo?
Oh my God, we're just not looking.
Oh, fuck,
He's gonna
bro.
do the jump.
But nobody from Optic's
Damn.
watching it. Nobody.
Oh my God.
Player now. Everyone's got to be paranoid for Optic. SLG.
Oh. Wow.
What the fuck, man?
Holy shit.
Dude, my stream cut out.
He wasn't even leaning forward, bro. I'm so pissed.
The power.
Stream cut out.
And take the lead 2-0.
Wow.
That play by SLG,
Holy
let's
fuck,
review
brother.
that for a second.
That
If he
jump's
just
hard.
gets picked off right
All right,
away from
Cloud
someone
Nine.
plat or triple stacks, we just look at him and we say, you just
Cloud Nine's
What's
up
game 3?
1
Isn't it like
round.
live fire or something?
Instead,
I swear it's on live fire.
Probably live fire ball or recharge ball maybe.
they're not going to fall for the bait.
No, I'm pretty sure it's
Oh, we
live
just played
fire.
recharge. Yeah, you're right. Live fire king. Live
He
fireball.
knows that top controls can be watched, but
Oh,
no
it could be
one's watching the
strongholds too.
front jump to top control.
Yeah, and even if you do, you're not gonna 5 him before he throws those nades and, can drop out the front to safety either. A
Cloud9 won
SLG.
game
That
3.
was unbelievable.
They're up
And you
2-1
gotta
over
question
Gen
Optic's
G.
game plan there. Camo is coming up, and you're basically saying, screw it, we'll just give him camo?
You know,
Damn.
I don't hate it.
All right, I'm gonna start up a prediction for game 3, bruh.
You force a little action towards long haul, or force an action towards top catwalk or something. Try to catch someone else off guard on the perimeter of camo, and then you collapse on it. I think that's acceptable. But they didn't do either of those. They just hold up, they turtled up and says, hopefully one of us makes a good play.
A recipe for disaster, a strategy that will send you home on Saturday night.
Are there more series broadcasts after this? I think this is the last one of the night.
This is the last one, I'm pretty sure.
It's gonna be live fire strong.
Yeah. Yeah, because
at least that's what the desk said.
Oh no, actually, we still have to see the winner of Gen G and Cloud9 play against Space Station, so there could be another match broadcasted
Oh,
tonight.
for some reason, on the desk they said it was the last one. So I don't know. Maybe they meant the last one on main stage.
Yeah, it might be the last one on main stage because I think they had 2 winners matches and then 1 losers match on the official schedule.
Nemesis that have clutched up
Hell
in
yeah.
back-to-back games to gain this advantage here in elimination bracket round 3.
Yeah, you can't let off the gas here in the 2025 HCS circuit. These players are just too good, and if you make one
That
slight
jump up
mistake,
was devious,
you're
I
gonna lose
know,
games just
bro.
that fashion. You just barely missed that flag cap. You just missed that 1 kill in the Slayer.
And now Optic got a reverse sweep.
Those guys are pumped.
Dude, after you have to pull out a reverse sweep after losing 2 Gruelers, bro. 3-2, 50-48.
I know that fucker just went up to them and took a screenshot too after this game.
Yeah. You're gonna have to light somebody's setup on fire, bro.
Bro, the Nemesis socials guy already made a post, bro. Imagine.
Oh my god, bro.
They're not world champs.
I won't lie.
You got that
they've been
shit
popping
scheduled.
off.
These guys are the ones making the better decisions, clutching up in the moments where the game is being decided. And that has got to tell you about the
Time to hit that transformer again.
Yeah,
Okay,
Formal
buddy.
just looked at Hex, yo, transformer.
against the world's best. And
Yeah, can somebody call somebody?
You know, Legend right now, he's scratching his head right now. He has what they want to
Bro,
build
sorry.
as the God Squad here coming in the season.
Start yanking wires, bro. I don't know.
Do something, bro. Something's not right.
His countryman cross seas over in Europe and finds himself down 0-2. Gonna have to dig deep here in the rest
If
of the series.
Optic loses, what do they get? Top 6?
Top 6, yeah.
We've seen how Renegade was playing earlier today on Livefire. This could bring them right back in the series, get that momentum shift. But if you had to choose a spot to be in, I'm choosing Nemesis seat every
One.
single day
I'll
of the week.
take the 2-0 lead.
3.
You know what? That being said, I want to bring
Wow,
this back
look
to
at you.
Optic Gaming.
Go hit it.
When you look at this team, it's shooters, 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 gunners, 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 all-star, 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 all-star. But in a moment where you're down 2-0, Dave, someone's got to be that emotional leader. Someone's got to create some kind of motivation.
Is Optic
Gotta
taking their
either
break?
Through play or through vocalization or through just
I'm not sure.
pure mentality.
No,
you
they're
gotta
not.
figure out a way to uplift the entire team
Holy
and get
fuck.
you to at least a game 5.
Other side of our
where
misery.
You know you have an opportunity.
Here
to
we
win this series
go.
still. Who are you looking at on Optic Gaming?
All right.
To turn this ship around and to be that
Live
captain?
fire strongholds.
On any of those previous rosters, we're
My
highlighting
stream's
so
flickering,
many
bro.
members on that squad. We're saying that has to be Legend, that has to be Bound, that has to be Renegade. Here, you got all 3 of those options on this choice. Same with Formal. People are always highlighting Formal as being that person that can pick it up and
Wait,
carry that
ref, I
squad.
smell something burning.
So they have 4 options. But like you said, who is going to that player? And I think they're all waiting on the comp saying, all right, one of you give us a motivational speech. Just say, stay alive, I'll take care of the rest.
Yeah, and as much as I love Lunchbox, sometimes I think things have to come from one of the players.
All right,
Is
let's see
someone
what
gonna
happens
set
here.
an example, set a tone with their play. Here in
Damn.
Game 3 for Optic Gaming. We'll have to find
Yeah,
out.
noob.
He's playing. He got perks on his nades.
His team numbers advantage here early on.
He got danger close
We're
on.
We're hopping on board with Legend, and let's see what he can do. He's had a quiet series so far. Renegade with the snipe, however, is somebody I really want to see make a play.
GG's.
Yeah, Renegade has a snipe ammo, but
They
can't
started.
keep
They just
running
started.
without Green being captured. Now A and B
Oh my
under
god.
control.
Oh, nice shot. Nice shot.
Control for Nemesis. Nemesis. Gets a nice stop on that cam before it's grabbed. Luckily, also that camo's still on top of the silo. So Sniper's gonna have to jump up
And camo?
And it looks like
And the G slide
all
pop?
right, I'll take over this game if you have to choose someone.
It's my turn, Renegade says. Starting 3-0, camo snipe in the hill.
My God.
Nemesis coming off respawn. They're all spawning green, and Renegade has his eyes on the prize, sights on the enemy, and he finds the first pick. Now Nemesis with a player down. One tries to jump in A, he gets double teamed. Renegade on a killing spree in the first minute of game
2 rats, 2
3.
rats, 2 rats.
Kedor, one shot, Kedor, one shot.
For the rest of this series for Optic Gaming.
He's hunting.
Dead.
One down. Knows that Woodham's there. He's got to be on
Oh my God.
Making 7.
Oh, 3 cap.
Trip cap.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of this bandit model.
With the dragon on it and shit, or the flame or whatever.
Yeah, it just it looks weird.
Yeah.
It's all molten.
My God.
Bro. Shit melted.
Like that
That's
one
how the
fucking
Transformer looked.
H5 map, bro, molten.
Yeah.
That's exactly how the Transformer was looking.
Bro, that shit, low key, by the way, that shit was not a bad twos map.
It wasn't bad for snipes.
Molten?
Yeah.
Alright, yo, good night.
I just remember all the times where you accidentally thrust into the fucking lava fall thing. Mid-fight, you try to thrust
They have
away.
that in
and you
FFA.
just-
They have that map in FFA too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That what was the other ones like Tyrant or whatever the fuck? You remember that map?
Oh yeah,
Nova?
Tyrant.
Ideal one either, but they've at least stopped the bleeding without getting any more kills somehow. So Woodham finally putting a kill on the board, taking out Renegade, which if you had to choose one player to eliminate from the Optic roster, it's
Level
gotta
5
be him
was
right
that shit, man.
Gotta be him, but Legend's starting to heat up himself ever since.
Dude, imagine it if it came out during PC era, bro.
Oh my God.
Would have been insane.
He's not going down
Yeah, it
without
would have
taking
been.
SLG with him.
Would have gone crazy.
Will keep Optic scoring. Now 90-20. The second camouflage does go into the hands of Snipe Drone, but the hands of Snipe Drone go back.
Because
into
everybody
the dead
became
cam.
so
As
movement
Renegade
obsessed in
able to
like
get that kill, make sure that
2019,
camo doesn't
2020,
translate
I
to
feel
anything.
like.
Multiple players of Nemesis now spawning green. The collapse comes
It
through.
came out around then, bro, I swear to
Respawners getting
God.
fluctuated once again for Nemesis.
Put
And
a moon.
Optic Gaming are showing you why they believe Live Fire Stronghold
Don't have to worry
is a
about
game
no
type that
heavy.
They can come back in this series.
Snipe Drone almost taking out 3 members there, trying to get his team back in this game, but it's got to
Lightning.
be just a game of kills at this point for Nemesis. Yes, you have to stop the bleeding. Yes, you need to control the majority of the strongholds, but at some point, you need the kills to give yourself some breathing room to do
I
something.
think he's locked in on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Big push into A to get the reset.
Backs
Not
against
only
the
does
wall,
technical
bruh.
SLG, the reset on the A will keep Optic Gaming scoring and will flip
Yeah.
and stagger the respawners even more from Nemesis.
Yeah.
Nemesis
Formal
can
2, 9, and 2,
right now.
bro.
Glory with the snipe, however, can in that blunder
Yeah,
turn
you
it
got
up,
them
maybe.
assists
That's a
on deck.
crazy stat line.
For Nemesis. So far, they
Dude,
have
look at the
been
deaths
on
for
the bump
Optic
for about
compared
3
to
minutes now,
Nemesis,
as the
just in
score
general.
climbs
I
from
mean, outside of
122 to
Glory,
22.
he's only died
And as
5.
the kill count keeps going up, it's always Renegade on pace with the entire team of Nemesis. 14 kills for Renegade.
Damn.
Now 15 kills for Nemesis.
This is an angry Optic Gaming starting to wake up and find flow when they have map control and they stagger your respawns. They are the scariest team in the game. Continuing to do so. A and C.
Oh.
Renegade can't quite get C. A big kill for Wutum. Can Wutum win the one-on-one to bound? No, but he does get the reset on the C. So it will be Nemesis scoring with the B, A capture. As
Demon
Optic
mode.
Try to get back into C, transfer it over. They're not going to have a trip cap to work with Nemesis is, but they are going to have some space.
This Legend helping collapse on B. Like you said, they got the dub cap, but the kills just still going so heavily in Nemesis's favor. And I don't really have a good recipe or formula for this sometimes, because Stronghold games go too quick. At some point, you can't just say, hey, we need to slow it down a ton. The game just spirals out of control and points go too far away. It really does rely on a lot of great individual efforts on just getting kills, putting out more damage before you die, and hoping your teammates pick up the rest.
Yeah, fortunately, you're not in a trip cap if you're Nemesis, but you can't even get on the ground, it feels like. You spent more time in the respawn screen than you have on the actual map itself.
Oh my God, that 5.
Legend wants a big one-on-one in the tunnels. It's perfect shots as Legend starts to heat up once again.
And here's your daily reminder that Renegade has 20 kills and all
20 and
Nemesis
6
has
for
20 kills.
Renegade.
Keeping up
Holy
pace with the
piss,
entire
man.
team.
Has as many kills as the whole team, bro.
Oh!
Oh!
See what happens
Okay.
when you don't get teammated?
Formal.
I know, right?
The pressure on the tower. You see the recipe from Optic. They do not want you to cap the strong.
Good strafe, bro.
To pressure you off your spawn, and perfect shots from everyone now on Optic Gaming. Bound has found
Get her,
himself the
Seed.
camo. When it rains, it pours, and it's raining terror on Live Fire.
somehow, despite all these kills, you're seeing 2 strongholds flip on over towards Nemesis as soon as they get a couple kills on the board. They
Oh!
camo in the form of Bound.
Oh, he almost lives that.
And Bound trades it
That would've
out.
been crazy.
Take on the snipe drone. So.
I asked who it was going to be that stepped up from Optic Gaming. So far, every single player is making plays. This is the green wall that needs to show up if they plan to reverse sweep this Nemesis team.
They got a
game 3. We
reverse
got a lot of
sweep,
game
bro.
to go. It's not even over yet, but signs from Optic in their individual fights have got to be the best feeling
Legend
you have
shot
had
2 huge
throughout
kills.
this series so far.
Snipers up, snipers up. Formal has snipe, I'm pretty sure, bro.
He's gonna try to stop this.
Need formal
That was one of the
POV.
first chances we've really seen of Nemesis kind of step back into it, but they did have 2 deaths
Thank you.
just momentarily.
I'm gonna
so you
say
see
it's like
all
the
those
Chappelle meme,
strongholds
bro.
flip back towards Optic.
Like
So
scratching
even
my
though
neck.
it's a time for
Quantum
cap, you didn't
plus
really see the
snipe,
benefit
bro.
of it. You didn't really see a 40, 80-point run, anything like that. In fact, it was shut down within about
Nice.
5 to 15 points.
181 and climbing now. Optic Gaming score. There's multiple players trying to push
Okay.
into B from Nemesis right now. Formal
I like
and
this.
Bound are going to be back B. Formal hitting that
This is
body
good,
shot,
this is good.
taking out one of the players from Nemesis, trying to push into B. It's going to be last guy alive, taken down. I believe that was Snipe Drone. As all of Nemesis starting to come off respawn, this double cap for Optic Gaming stays strong, and when they cross the 200 point mark here, Nemesis will have no. They'll have no time to try and formulate a strategy. They will just have to try and hope and pray that they can fly into a stronghold and stop time.
Yeah, and you also notice Optic not forcing the trip caps right now. I like this play. They got their hot start
There's
that
a-
they needed.
Nice.
They got off to a big lead,
Okay,
and now
okay.
you're letting Nemesis
Oh!
make mistakes and
They
walk into
didn't-
your traps.
Wait, there's one left, one
But the
left.
Prey aren't working very well as they go 3 down once again. And
Alright,
Optic Gaming
here we go.
look like
They're
this
taking
game
C though, gotta
is
flip
all
A, we
but
flip
theirs
spawns.
with just 30 points to go.
Mud,
Now
mud!
looking like Optic might go for the temp trip.
Bro, we get the reset on B, my OCD, man.
Nemesis are spawning over at
Actually,
Easy,
Team
man.
nearing victory.
just the bait set up right here, knowing that somebody's coming through our garage, so I like this play. by
Dude, they're
Legend.
gonna cap now
As
'cause
close
you
as
didn't.
possible, and then
Imagine.
he's gonna bait this for a little bit, try to find out where this player exactly is.
Oh!
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Budo
what
having
Oh
the
my
fuck,
God,
dude?
bro.
That had
not
to have been
even knowing he was
gross
there
from his
until the
POV.
contest happened.
It's just
That's a
unlucky for
jump
Legend
scare
that
right
that
there.
player happened to be
Legend
the sniper.
scoped it out perfectly, checked out the mid side, checked the left side. It's like, all right, I got contested now unless I'm letting them actually flip this
Yeah,
stronghold.
you definitely don't want them to flip that, but unfortunately, Wutum, I think had maybe 1 bullet left in that sniper, as it seems to be empty now, and that 1 bullet put into Legend's dome, but still, so much of a comfortable lead here we have for Optic Gaming, as they are already transferring B back in their favor. That kill doesn't amount to much, and Optic Gaming will start to score once again with the BC hold.
Like this rotation, but
Oof.
has to
Oh, he's
be
going.
here from
He went
Taylor.
crackhead right there.
Yeah, he
Has to
was
be 2
fucking
members down, and
flying.
I don't know how Nemesis can really pull this one back. They have 3 members down. This last person alive has to not only hold on to the stronghold they have, but convert another.
Alright, there we go. Optic takes the game. Is this the start of a reverse sweep?
Over the break between
USA,
game 2 and 3,
USA.
I'm checking in on the
the
HCS stream right in between games.
Oh, heard.
Genji versus Cloud9, it's 3-2 King of the Hill right now.
Game 4?
Game 4, Cloud9's up 2-1 in the series.
As Nemesis did throughout about half of that game. Eventually you expect Nemesis to surpass that, but just setting the tone with gameplay alone, they needed everything from Renegade, and they got everything.
Boo Boo just got camo.
Renegade was doing it all. 5 defensive kills.
Listen,
I was
yeah,
looking
I
at
need
the
to picture them
screen.
stats.
Obviously, most kills, second least deaths. Just doing such an impressive
Just
play
1
there for
assist.
Renegade. Just 1 assist, but
We gotta-
actually, you know, I'll allow that. If you're going most kills or you have tied kills to the opposing team,
Oh,
you
the
can
audio
only
is
have 1
delayed.
assist.
No,
You
no.
got 26 and 10, and you have 1 assist. I won't be too upset, but we'll just ask for some more teamwork next game. I want to get the 26 kills.
But, Wes, more importantly, we got ourselves a series. This is what we wanted.
All right, here we go.
I didn't want a 3-0 either way.
Optic waking up here. That's what we needed to see.
3 dead.
Optic is here to play. They will not go silently in the night. Definitely not in their own venue, at their own hosted major to kick this year off. Expectations of trophies and only trophies is what Optic Gaming was put together to do. And they will still be able to compete.
Oh, they have to go.
at least for
Gotta contest,
one
gotta
more
contest, gotta
game.
contest.
That's all you're asking
Oh
yourself.
my
That's all you're
God.
telling yourself on that side. Aquarius Assault is going to be
Oh, Manny with the
game
triple
for game
to
4.
knock
We've
them
seen
out of the
Optic have
tournament.
success on this
Cloud9
map mode combination,
goes
so you
on
gotta
to
be
the losers
honestly
semifinal.
just brushing your hands
Damn.
together, ready to get started the way that game 3 went if you're an Optic Gaming member.
On the flip side, if you're a Nemesis fan, You're thinking, all right, Aquarius Assault, this game's going to go the distance. It's likely going to go the 12 minutes. It's generally a longer game.
All right, so Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming is that's another series that's happening tonight. I don't know if it'll happen on the main stream, but
that panic attack over on
yo, I'm about to drag Hayes in here. I thought he had permissions for this channel, but
get their own rhythm. Here on Aquarius, both teams will have opportunities where they're ahead or where they're behind, and so they get a chance to flex their own muscles,
yo, what up,
flex
Hayes?
their own strats, and try to play at a pace that's more comfortable.
Yep, yep.
That's something we talked
Good,
about
brother.
throughout this weekend. Neutral Bomb
Lit ass
Assault
tournament.
being newly added as a new mode into the HCS competitive
Fucking lit ass
settings
tournament
for
so
this
far.
year.
I know, bro.
One of the more
Shit's been
methodical
crazy.
game types we have in the scene. A lot of thought process needs to go into where is the bomb, when am I grabbing this, when am I throwing this in, when am I arming it, when am I dropping it to slay. Which team do you think that favors so far from what we've seen leading up to this in this series?
Man, that's a great question, because I also feel like Forbidden's also one of those maps where it's you got to grab that flag at the right time.
A lot of
whether
decisions
it's
were being made
counter
during
or a
that
lot
game.
of decisions, you know, leading up to when you're getting setups and control. However, I did feel like also in that CTF Forbidden, the majority of
All right, here we go. Game 4.
So
is this flag or bomb?
Bomb. Bomb.
Doing a setup
Damn.
Aqua Bomb Game 4.
So maybe I'd give them the.
What was the map for Game 5?
There, give them the advantage there. This was just too close to
I
the
didn't
ball. I just
see.
felt like almost that game 3 is more of an anomaly with how much.
Did they play Solitude or Origin
yet?
yet?
Same slaying prowess here in game number 4.
What was, I already forgot. It might be one of those two, because first game was for Win.
Is a bandit VR predominant map with just a camouflage up top.
Forbidden, and then it was Recharge, right? And then
Yeah, and then Live Fire and Novice.
Aqua. So yeah, I'm gonna say Origin or Solitude. It could be Streets. Yeah, it could be Streets. Yeah, true.
Now I've seen a lot of teams put the bomb in the the bomb in the camo player's hands in many cases as they bring that bomb up. We're gonna have to see if Optic decide to do that. It seems like they're opting to have Renegade just get some slays. There's the first backsmack. Make it another double for Renegade.
Easy double for Renegade. Patiently plays this.
Sick and bound. Imagine.
Couple members of Optic here to play around.
That's what it looks like he was doing right there. Arm that. Oh, he just teamnated. Imagine. He had to get him back like earlier.
I'm gonna get my one back. He said, "You fucking bitch."
Starting to overextend. The bomb is in your base.
Oh, October says it's Streets for Game 5.
Very early into this game.
Streets.
They said it was going to be a 12-minute game. Well, Optic Gaming have their
Good for Boo Boo. People were
Wait,
saying
they said it was
Warriors
Streets?
cooked, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we start off the last game talking about how Renegade was even in slays. How about Renegade having twice as many kills as Nemesis to start off this one?
He's one-upping his own stats at this point. Renegade, the man, the myth, the legend, the world champion, and looking to try and claim at least another Championship Sunday.
How is Renegade still alive?
Championship Sunday includes the likes
The
of
movement
Renegade.
is just
When's
crazy,
the
bro.
last Championship Sunday he wasn't a part of? That's a good question for me.
I'm not answering that one. I'm not at the source, Dave.
Oh, he hasn't even died.
But it's been a while, it feels. Renegade now still alive, still being a nuisance. Yeah, he left the enemy base, but he's controlling the objective here. Nobody's moving that bomb without Renegade saying something about it. He's going to have the flash missile in
Wow.
hand. Spots 2 with the location.
Oh!
Multiple players get knocked in.
Wow.
What the fuck, dude?
He baits, switches, plays his life.
What is this guy
bomb's
made
still
of?
in the utility of Nemesis. 3 go down. And this is another opportunity for Optic Gaming to potentially play perfect Halo once again and get a second arm early on. And Renegade cycling the
That's
first and
actually
second camo
crazy.
with the same life. I can't really say the last time I've seen that either.
Yeah, just doing a great job controlling these this entire time. But looks like they did get touch on the bomb and bring it in. But at this point, when that
Oh, what an aid.
toss it off. More importantly, who's getting these slays? If Optic get these
Oh my
slays,
God,
they're in
bro.
perfect position to arm this. They're gonna be one of the first
Dude,
players
oh, I
pressure
thought he was
from
gonna
Fake
live through
trying
that
to
somehow,
get
too.
Imagine.
He finally goes down, but at what cost? Multiple members of Nemesis are stuck their back bridge. Legend's able to find an assist onto one and also stay alive. That bomb's still at Nemesis' base, so each kill that goes down on Nemesis' side makes it even more of a high-pressure situation for the rest of the team that's alive. They get a touch on the bomb so it doesn't reset. The last player for Optic Gaming that's in the util finally flushed out, and Nemesis maybe can breathe for the first time this game.
honestly even move that bomb a little bit towards the Optic base, so they might have their first shot at it, but it is going to rely on these kills to start it off.
Big kill on the Formal clears out all of Optic space. They're going to force the pink spawns. This is exactly the strategy you want, but however,
Yeah, 2 camos in 1 life is crazy.
Wow. Still flanking around.
God
Bound doing God's work.
It's not even Easter Sunday yet.
I don't know how. First off, he got that kill. Great melee and great finish off there by Bound. But secondly, a little bit of, I guess, questioning strategy there from Nemesis. A lot of times you want them spawning over towards Fridge. Sure, you want to finish off the kills when they're weak, but you almost want a player to spawn there even after full shield.
100%. I would never have pushed that, I don't think. And Nemesis probably regretting that decision, especially after Bound put you on a highlight reel right there. The camouflage is going to be coming up here in a second. And it does look like Nemesis finally have an opportunity for some map control here. Formal's going to be competing for bottom middle right now. I don't know if anyone from Nemesis is even near that camo, but they are going to have a numbers advantage as Renegade goes down. Multiple members of Optic.
Dude, these one shots just, oh wow, the ego chow.
And that should be Nemesis being able to approach the map. Yes, it's SLG with the camouflage.
But yeah, the one shots just keep getting out.
Just getting spotted out right away. Needs to take up some more ground. But all these members of Nemesis, look at their positions. They're all low on the ground beside someone up high at their base. They need to use this to get some higher position. Get over towards top tank, get towards top car. And there it is. We now have top car and top center in control for Nemesis.
3 dead and Renegade was spotted.
SLG, lock the fuck in. Why are you lounging? Oh my god, they're arming. Oh my god, he got nuked.
That was Renegade.
Dude, so close.
Before it can go in.
Holy shit. Oh, he threw it out. He threw it out.
The members go down. Last player alive is on the fight, but SLG trying to fight at the back stairs takes the route that allows Optic to throw that bomb out. So that bomb arm should have
Kind of feels like a must run for Nemesis now.
thrown from the heavens have taken him down, and because they get that kill on the bomb carrier, they buy enough time to get that bomb thrown out, and what should have been an arm for Nemesis keeps this game a 1-0 lead for Optic.
That was great defense by Optic, and like you said, this should be a tie game at this point based on those positioning, how many people they had weak there.
Damn, he getting in his shit.
They don't have control of the base.
Oh!
He's going for whatever kills, whatever control he can get right now.
What the fuck?
The melee and gets taken out by SLG.
Got a little too crazy with it.
Optic, last player alive on the map. Bomb, not too much to worry about right now. Still just in your courtyard, not in your base, so you will have an opportunity to respawn. SLG is actually going to block pink corner. This is important. All members of Optic will be stuck in their base. Can Nemesis find a way to successfully get these kills without trading out?
Well, they know nobody's pushed out pink side, so anyone over on that car side right now is playing very cautiously. They're not trying to force in because they know they're likely walking into an outnumbered position.
The first kill comes through, but it is traded out. Renegade able to create space. His teammates able to find some kills.
So cheese.
That grenade from courtyard towards the front pillars of the base.
I don't have that in my artillery.
That one, I haven't unlocked that skill just yet.
I'm kind of just whipping it off the ceiling, praying. Formal was able to get the camo, but it's negated immediately.
Wow.
Good job, however. I mean, we talked about the stressful situation.
Bro, the way the late jump to go back up, then he reach out.
But the damage he dealt on car side
nice.
allowed his teammates to follow up and create space, which was so much needed. That denied a real opportunity for Nemesis.
17 and 9 for Bound.
Good defense by Optic, keeps them with the lead. 5.5 minutes on the clock could be important here as we continue on.
Gosh, Renegade's speed at which he plays the game is so incredible.
Oh!
He's able to run away when he's supposed to, turn around, retarget switch, finish off that player he originally weakened. It's just
Brothers are playing at 1,000 miles an hour.
Gory behind enemy lines. They're going to know he's here based off of death cam, you'd have to think. And a lot of Optic Gaming's progressed on the map right now. There's one respawning that's going to probably try to look for Glory, but Glory trying to come all the way back. It's eventually flanked by that respawner, and because of it, he's caught off guard. He does get a melee onto him, but a good job to get Glory out of your base to stop blocking those spawns. It's now Snipe Drone's job to try and block some of those spawns, but somehow Bound got to car 2 being unseen, and with that kill, it denies
I'll just scoot in a
any
little bit.
timing Nemesis would have had with that, the numbers advantage they just had.
Yeah, you gotta wonder when you get
They gotta lock in.
it has to pay out in the end.
Mounds inside his monitor, bro. He's playing virtual reality.
Lower gen or the car 2 if you know somebody's already there or they're weak, but it felt like he was kind of panicking, trying to rush and help his teammates as fast as possible without all the correct info.
Renegade getting some space on the map here. Bomb is going to be on his side, but with multiple members of Nemesis coming off respawn, Renegade's trying to apply some pressure. He knows the time is on his side. A win condition for Optic. A double kill opens up what is potentially A game-changing arm to make this a 2-0 lead would be massive for Optic Gaming. Wutum has snuck away with the camo, made it into the util, however. And Optic Gaming, three-man car side, just light
Not like a firework.
And he goes down. Camo gets burned. This bomb gets moved
4 dead.
barely before it gets taken
God.
down. 4 dead, and Optic Gaming are gonna
USA.
Oh my God, he already got a kill. He's doing the jump. Imagine.
Wutum somehow takes out Renegade.
Dude, they're doing the jump.
Yeah, I'm crowd cheating.
Why would they add that to the
game? That is huge for Nemesis. In fact, they almost made their last mistake last time, just tossed it in the courtyard. My guess is they're going to leave it in the back of their
Oh, wait.
Well, yeah, why didn't they throw it out?
Disastrous right there. Yeah, Renegade trying to push in and get a touch.
No chance we're letting this, like, we're waiting for this bomb to
reset. They've already committed? No?
No, somebody touched it.
Oh, shit.
Somebody touched it.
We didn't get that bomb out of our base. Are you kidding me? 3 down.
Someone on
Oh, my. Oh, he threw it out.
Now he's trying to throw it out, but oh my God,
They're still here.
The players are starting to spawn pink again, and Optic
Down,
Gaming have a
down
realistic
dead.
chance of trying to get another arm.
That was a weird
What the fuck just happened?
I felt like the bomb.
I don't know, bro.
Whole team's kind of through. Optic could have capitalized on that.
Stop one more touch and let it reset in the
Nemesis shouldn't even put themselves in that position.
After there's some pressure from Renegade, they tried to toss it down the stairs towards the shroom stairs.
They're playing with fire, and right now they are getting burned. Bomb still on their side of the map. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Pound still in your face, still jiggling, still wiggling. Eventually he's going to need every single nade from the respawners, and he gets taken down, but the bomb is not progressing at all. Nemesis are having such a hard time not only dealing with the slays, the pressure from Optic, but also juggling the objective anywhere away from their base to where they're not in an all-time threat at every single moment of the game.
Yeah, a few times that we have seen Nemesis moving across the neutral spot.
That little jab step was gross.
They're getting picked off from Hail their lives. It's such a disaster when you try to move that bomb across and you give it that first free death.
3 down for Optic. Nemesis is going to have 3 on the map. Bomb is bottom middle currently. Legend behind enemy lines once again.
Yo, what's up, Brandon? How's it going, bro?
We've seen this so often throughout this weekend where Legend gets into the enemy util, CTF, assault, whatever it may be, and he wreaks havoc in these moments. What can he get for us? As he jumps out of the car, he goes unnoticed, goes unspotted. Wutum or SLG not going to expect him here, and that ruins everything Nemesis tried to play.
Also, just the repositioning. Legend isn't a static target. He's not just going to sit over in the gen. He pushes out towards the front, hides towards one of the jump ups. Just it's so difficult that entire time. So if they send anyone to go look for him, they're wasting time. They're sometimes not finding that target. Sometimes Legends shoot one of the other teammates.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you have the right timing, Legend still creating chaos throughout this game. Knows that you don't need the arm. The arm would be great, though. 3 go down. Wutum last player alive. He's in the back flag. Teammates starting to fight him.
Oh, hell yeah, Brandon.
Solid damage off to not try and arm this. They're going to deal with Wutum first.
Well, the Halo games have been fucking cinema today.
Maybe doing the front jump. Legend trying to get to another player behind the pillar in their base. And that arm, I mean, there's a minute remaining. You're not worried about this bomb. You are slaying from here on out if you're Optic.
Love that play by Optic. They don't overcommit. They don't get themselves in a position where there's 3 down. Instead, they bait the bomb. They realize Nemesis can't afford to lose another arm, but at the same time.
Wow.
Holy shit.
What the fuck, dude?
A bit of a ninja there, Renegade. Getting that kill, but mostly that's not a trade for Glory, and because of it, I mean...
Another team nade. Add that to the list, man.
Didn't matter this time.
It's like number 5.
Holy shit, man.
Renegade is going crazy.
Nowhere is safe. Nemesis' only chance right now is
to just load up streets, bro. Just go ahead and load up streets.
Miraculous charge, but you have to
I think mathematically it's done, right?
I think we're looking at game 5.
All right.
I feel like we've been
game
looking
5.
At game 5 for the last 10 minutes, the way Optic is playing.
Oh my God.
3, Optic Gaming on the back of Renegade and Bound. Both
They trying to do it the hard way.
in game 4.
Yep.
We'll put this
yeah, Brandon, Optic fucked around and lost a pool play match.
I'm gonna start up a
because
prediction
this
for
team,
game 5,
Nemesis.
but I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. They're taking their break anyways, so we got time.
They're heading to the transformer.
So they had to play Shopify round 1 in winners. And so Optic lost winners round 1 to Shopify. And so they won losers round 1 against TSM, Now this is losers round 2 against Nemesis, the rematch. And Nemesis went up 2-0 in this series. So Optic, to stay alive in this tournament, their own major, has to reverse sweep in losers round 2 and make the run from losers round 1.
I mean, but 30 and 13 is downright disgusting.
Crazy.
Renegade has got to be the most positive player in the series.
SSG also just lost to Rebellion in winners.
And he has found his flow, and then to have someone like Bound join you along the way as your duo.
I think SSG is also in losers.
12. I mean, these kids are special. They're getting hot at the right time. They're getting hot at the last.
Yeah, I am also going to run to the bathroom before this game 5.
Sunday
So give me just a second.
for them tomorrow, and they are 50 kills away from doing so.
50 kills separating one team from bed and one team from Sunday dreams. We're going to have to find out here after this little bit. I know some players taking a bathroom break. Icing, strategic ice.
I'd be taking a mental reset right now if I'm
For sure.
Nemesis. Not to harp on them too much, but
those games 1 and 2 looked vastly different from game 3 and 4.
Yeah, even from the series yesterday or this morning, like there's individual fights that are just being dominated on the side of Optic, and in all honesty, it's like not a ton of missed shots or anything. It's just Optic Gaming are making plays. The nades are perfect, the movement is perfect, everything just feels right. Their positioning, Optic Gaming have found their flow here in this series, and you wondered if they were going to show up. Well, they showed up big time the last 2 games, 250 to 80 live fire strongholds. Aquarius Assault might have been 1-0, but it was an absolute dominant showing from Optic Gaming. They could have had several arms, but they had several kills instead. And with that, we transition over to Street Slayer for game 5, Dave. And I think something we called out early in this series, it felt like the power-ups were really going towards Nemesis and a lot of the success. Since then, I feel like the power weapons, the power-ups have all gone towards Optic. The name of the game is gain the advantages from the
this is a
sandbox
crazy
and
series.
use them to create opportunity for yourselves. Street Slayer is going to have a camouflage and a red gun on it that are seen as those power items.
The one,
go.
Yeah, I was gonna say the one thing that I think Nemesis can try to bank on, or hope that goes better here in this game 5, is when I look at games 3 and 4, I saw Renegade charge without fear, without repercussions. It's not Slayer. You can't just go die and not have any repercussions from that. But I could feel in this game 5, you're not going to see that exact same pace exactly out of Bound.
We go
and
to the
Renegade
streets.
when there's
Game
not
5.
any openings or not an advantage game. So some of those neutral scenarios, which we saw Nemesis really thrive in those situations on recharges. They slowed it down, set up a trap, get that first kill, and then push on out. I could see that being beneficial, but if the pace of this game picks up, Optic gets some sort of lead, and they're charging across the map, we could have a quick Slayer Streets on our hands.
If you're Optic Gaming going into this game 5, are you trying to push the pace immediately, or is this going to be one of those famous Street Slayers that we have seen across the last 3 years that turns into a snail's pace, that turns into a game of information and strategy? And if so, do you believe that Optic has what it takes to cook something up successfully? Because I feel like the only stalemate situation we've really seen was at the very end of that recharge game, and I couldn't be any more disgusted with the strategy.
Disgusted?
That tried to pursue, letting the camo go and turtling into white. I think that was a recipe for disaster. I do not want to see that same Optic Gaming decision making in a similar situation.
I'm guessing by the cheers that was them
think you have to
returning
figure
to
out
the
something in
stage.
between there. There's a difference between turtling up and just going all out and charging and forcing action. When I saw a lot of this action being created during those last couple games from the likes of Renegade and Bound, it wasn't forcing. It was taking great opportunities.
For good reason.
Yes, it was good reason, but it wasn't a do or die situation. They'd put themselves in an opportunity where they could back away from that fight if they'd like.
I think that might be a little bit
forcing a lot
better.
of times saying, hey, we're just gonna go charge around this corner and see what happens. Instead, I saw Renegade and crew doing a lot of information gathering, making smart choices, and then when it came down to a just straight up fight, just straight up winning.
Is there someone on Nemesis now that we're looking to step up? Losing the last 2 games has got to be heartbreaking, but you are still in this series. You still have an opportunity to punch your ticket to Championship Sunday. It's been pretty quiet on their side for a couple of games entirely across the board. Who are you looking at from Nemesis to get their team
Game
going
5, baby.
early in this game?
I would say Snipe Drone. I think Snipe Drone's been a little quieter than we've seen. There's been some of those games
All right,
where
I'm back.
Renegade and crew are going off, But I've seen
Game
Sniper
5, baby.
0-3, 0-5, and getting some slower starts. So I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
saying he has to just go off and go on a
Yes,
killing
sir.
spree or
Should
go
be
on a
starting
killing
at any
frenzy,
minute.
but he cannot have that slow start. He needs to be that leader on his roster. Secure a couple kills.
Alright, man.
keep
I'm
his team
absolutely
in this
locked,
game.
man.
Lock the fuck
Moments away from
in,
getting this
brother.
game 5 started. Arlington, Texas.
Hit the pen to that, brother.
I was gonna say I'm also blinking to
Hell
game
yeah.
5.
I just came off the Bongjamin.
Versus Nemesis,
Oh, heard.
the
Yeah.
revenge match that
Cloud
we
9
all
versus
been
Space
waiting for.
Station.
Double
is
blinking.
up.
Turn up.
Dude, do you think they're gonna force another series on the mainstream?
50 kills will decide
Who do I
whether
predict this game?
move on.
I want to see Optic win, but if Nemesis wins, it'll be a hell of a storyline, bro.
If it's gonna be, I don't know. They might broadcast it on the mainstream,
In the history of Halo,
but
Yeah.
maybe not main stage it.
Did they play a game in that series yet? Does anyone know?
there will be celebration. And
Nah, I only
there
have
will be
this,
cheers
the mainstream
on
and your
one
stream
side of the
open right now.
stage each.
What's like the second
HCS is at a
secondary stream, like
BRB stream.
LVT or something?
Gosh, it's hard not
Well, it's HCS, but LVT makes it so the HCS stream has casters because they like
two
cast
very
over.
close games back and forth. I would say,
I think it's gonna be on the
you know what?
HCS
Nemesis,
one,
they were able
right?
to clutch it up and
Yeah,
Yeah.
it says up
Let's
next.
see him do it again.
Cloud9's,
But
yeah.
those
So I
last
guess
two
they're gonna do it
games
over
were
there.
absolutely dominant.
Maybe
But
they are
sometimes-
waiting.
Like
They got
Hayes
mod
said
over
though,
there, bro.
sometimes
Why am I
like
not
on
mod
the
the mainstream, bro? I'm gonna fucking crash.
You be great.
sometimes
pull the
like
plug,
when
bro.
they go back to the desk after what's supposed to be the last series of the night, they'll show gameplay from the other series on the stream and stuff.
All
Alright, here we fucking go.
Game 5, baby.
Sheesh!
It's hot as
Game
shit in
5.
here. Holy fuck, I'm out of
Turn on the
rage.
fan, quick! Turn on the AC.
Nah, I can't miss the first couple
Oh
kills.
shit! Maniac has Frosty and Royal 2 watching it on the stream with them.
With Renegade Dave,
That shit's probably
the
lit.
way that he is playing right now, he is a man on a mission with something to prove.
That's pretty sick,
with
actually.
a team on his back that he made the right decision. Let's see it, let's believe it, and let's put the game in his hands.
see what
from our
happens here.
perspective.
And one thing we were talking about earlier is we
This
saw
needs to end. I'm out of Modelo.
Melted. Holy shit.
Fried. Oh my god, Nade?
Kentucky fried.
What can the rest of Optic do to bring them back into this? Because this game is already off to a good start here for Nemesis with only one kill.
It's a 2-kill lead now. Snipedron stuck, bottom spike stairs, able to take down.
Said I'm getting out of there.
Know where Snipedron is. He's going to get out of dodge. Camo will be coming up here shortly. I believe it's still up. And right now, the battle for Camo is going to be won by Nemesis.
nervous,
Score
bro?
gets the Camo. Can he get out?
Dude, it's a lot at stake here, bro.
You sounded like an Optic fan.
Nah, bro, I'm just thinking about the players on stage right now, like how much, bro, this shit means everything to them, bro. They've been through so much.
And all those members of Optic pushed away from Tram. They didn't want to be stuck there.
You sounded
They
like he had
felt
a parlay
they
on
had
this.
the numbers and the advantage to push on
Nah,
the
he
start.
sounded like he
I
just
don't
ripped
think
the
they
bomb.
realized that Glory got away from that camo initially.
I've been through so much, bro. Imagine.
You sound like
gonna
both.
say-
Like you ripped the bong and you got a parlay.
I was gonna say that's the most like life is crazy fucking esports shit I've ever heard. Whoa.
Listen, bro, I'm 13 hours in. Anything goes, alright?
Whoa, bro. Shit means everything to
crazy.
me.
Oh no, not the listening when they're down 4.
Okay, take a screenshot.
Fuck, guys, we're losing. The lights in my eyes.
Take a screenshot.
I can't lose my Optic jerseys in the
He's
mail.
GG's. What? This game's not real.
Ooh,
Oh
shit,
my
almost
god,
choked.
can you imagine? Oh my god!
You hit him with the French strafe. They don't have that shit
Dude,
over here, bro.
Formal's still alive, bro.
They don't have that shit over here. He's
Oh,
not used to
where's
it.
this help? Imagine.
You just hoed him, bro.
Oh, they hold themselves.
Here comes a team, Nate.
Now we got Camo.
Well, they got the camo too.
Oh, we still no camo for them, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What's up, guys?
Oh my god.
This shit's crazy.
Holy shit.
The games tonight have all been so fucking close, dude.
The whole weekend has just been crazy so far. Holy fuck. Only down 3.
He's just living front C, bro.
I'm trying to see a 50-49.
He jumped out and did that?
What the
Wow,
fuck?
no respect.
Bro, he fucking ego chowed the hell out of him. Uh-oh. Diabolical strafe. Jiggle peeking at ghosts. Oh my god.
We're G sliding out. We're just G sliding out.
Oh no!
Ooh, don't let him do it. That's that guy that's leaned back in his chair, bro. Don't let him do that.
Oh, bound with the dub.
Yeah.
Last two, last two.
No, these guys are all ego challenging. They don't care.
Dude.
Oh, by the way, another team did. Just
Oh my god.
letting you guys know.
Oh my god. Laundry week, laundry week.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. He did that shit on the
Oh
wooting.
my god.
Dude.
He's on the wooting. He's on the wooting keyboard, bro.
He's got those actuation switches.
Dude,
at
they
the
better
last.
give us a nemesis listening too. This is the longest listening of all fucking time.
Dude, this shit is scripted,
Bro,
bro.
I swear they've been listening in for like 20 kills.
Bro, we don't
Said
need
if
any
Optic going out of top
commentators.
6, they gonna get a goddamn documentary out of it. I swear to God.
The process.
Dude, they're up 1 now. Holy shit. I believe.
No, they gonna let it fly, bro. Watch.
Waiting for a heart rate noting from the Apple Watch. Dude, those new.
He got hit with a mortar strike.
Dude. Apple Watch is like.
That was a Black Ops 2 lightning strike.
Yeah, deadass. Pull out the iPad. What the hell
Every
is going
nade
on?
is pinpoint.
My god, they're up 3. They're starting to pull away.
I just saw Hex walk away from the transformer. We're good, guys.
God said, nah, everybody gets one.
Apparently everybody gets one.
Almost just called the play. He just called the fucking ISO.
This is a very nervous
1v1.
Quick, throw more
Ankle
nades.
breaker. Dude, team damage. Oh
Team
my.
damage?
Jeez.
Oh my.
Let's go, let's go. Oh my god, Renegade.
The play was
What
lit.
the hell?
He's got that chest piece on his shit.
The demon.
As he finds a double kill, he's able to find the Reckon. Can he stay
Lock
alive
in.
with this? Is it dangerous?
Oh shit, oh shit.
To try and take their shield.
Damn, wait, teammates got 2 kills in the meantime though.
In the meantime,
We got camo.
Oh no, they're up 7. And
This
they
is
got
good
camo.
for Optic.
7 camo and
for the green
red gun.
Starting to click for
Oh, we dropped him Stalker. Oh shit.
He's glazing his teammate.
Nah, he just gave him a +5 aura boost.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh my god. What? How's he not
What the fuck?
What armor? What armor is that he has on?
Slot armor.
Yeah, Optic, bro.
The process.
Yeah.
They do take down bounds, so they create a little bit of space here. But Formal still with camo.
Holy shit,
Here
holy
comes a
shit.
nade. A nade's coming any second. Watch,
Holy
watch,
shit,
watch.
holy shit. Formal is fucking finessing back here, bro.
Break GA, break GA, pick that shit up.
Honestly.
Oh my god! It's happening!
Oh my god,
dude.
bro.
Tires
Nemesis
Week
social
Day!
media manager is raging.
I had the post ready.
He just had to delete the fucking meme, bro. He's
Nah,
raging.
he's so next level. He has a post ready for win and
For-
loss
yeah.
every series.
Ooh, see what I'm saying?
10 kill lead.
The nades are insane.
They actually are, bro.
Back smack.
Ninja.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, 46. We need a pop off cam. We need a pop off cam.
Ooh, reverse.
Legend's already across the stage shaking hands right now.
Oh my god.
Triple over. Oh. Let's go.
GG's. Wow.
USA.
Damn. USA.
He got the reverse card.
Damn.
Come on, baby.
Bro's the biggest Optic fan I've ever seen. You see that guy?
Someone's about to do a backflip.
Protected heart rate.
Dude, they won when it mattered, bro. They won when it mattered.
Get him oxygen.
Beans and toast. Beans and toast.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
Reverse. He has the reversal card, bro. Did
They
you
have
see
multiple,
this?
bro. These guys just. They went to the Dollar Tree to get that shit.
Damn, Formal took the hat off. That's how you know that was a grueler. You never see him with the hat off, bro.
He said, damn, I almost had to go back to my apartment tonight.
He said, yo, cut that from the fucking process. Cut that.
I'm hearing a little bit of panic, a little bit of like hesitancy, a little bit of worry. But something clicked.
Edit that out.
LVT Halo is covering Space Station versus Cloud9. They're in game 1.
They're already playing?
SSG's up 2-1 on Forbidden CTF. Yeah, I want to see the interview and stuff though. I was just checking.
That was insane, dude.
A couple of players, and obviously
Damn, look at Blaze walking up on stage. He's got the swag walk.
Crazy.
So this one was a little personal, especially when you lose to him earlier in the day. You want revenge, especially.
They won when it mattered.
On the side of Legend, but
Mhm.
sigh of relief from Formal. Jesus Christ, guys, let's not do that.
Gotta give it to him. They fought for that.
Yeah, they did. Dude, the whole team came through clutch in game 5.
That shit is crazy.
Teammates and all. Smart.
Yeah.
Dude, Bound's call tag is God.
Yeah. Bro, his stream titles are always funny too. Formal was hitting up COD teams in his death screen. He was ready to switch games until they won that game 5.
Bound is so funny though.
Yeah, he is. He's probably got one of the funniest personalities in the Pro League and Royal too.
The one stream he's like, oh, you got a Prime membership on the 15th. Somebody reminded me to stream on that day.
He said that to you?
No, he said that to somebody like re-upped on their Prime.
That's hilarious.
And he's like, somebody marked that down. I need to stream on like, this is like in January. He's like, on February 15th. Yeah, he's like, 1 month I gotta stream. He's like, whatever the guy's name was, he goes, he has a Prime on that day.
No reason to hang your head because you showed the world
that
you can play with the best of the best.
Yeah, if anyone was overlooking Nemesis before,
Bound and Dashy playing Halo together would be comedy. I swear they're legit like the same person. I bet that would be trolly as fuck.
Played so well, and as you look at those scores, not reflective of how close that entire series was.
GG's.
Alright, but I need the Nemesis Twitter manager to get on this. I need a post.
Yeah.
Someone check on him, bro. Someone check on him.
He's gonna cook up something good.
Brick by brick, they climbed their way out that series, and I got Renegade with me on the stage.
So she
Man,
close
you
out
done
this
played
swag
them
in?
twice today, and you know throughout
Yeah,
6
30
matches, they
seconds
had y'all
left on the
number
flag
5-1.
game.
But here in this series is where it made the difference. You guys are down 2-0. Talk to me about where did this series flip? Is it something that you guys talked about? Was it a motivational speech after that map 3? When did you guys lock in to be able to close this out the way that y'all did?
I mean, first of all, that team is fucking gross.
Yeah, that team, dude. This
Tough
is
team indeed,
no
okay?
joke.
Shout out to those guys. But I don't know, we just got our footing. We knew that, like, as long as we got our kills,
Damn,
got the
dude,
weapons,
team nated
the,
and a
basic
fine?
Halo Infinite
Shit's
shit,
crazy.
we get the job done.
You guys definitely did, man. They were playing out of their minds, okay? You guys were sweating
SSG
over there, but
wins
managed
game
to
1
make it to a
in their
championship
series.
Sunday yet again. How important is that for you to be able to do that here in Texas in front of the home crowd, get back to Sunday?
Yeah, that's super important. I'm glad we made it to Sunday. You know, it would have sucked to have been out Saturday, but, you know, eyes forward to tomorrow.
Yes, sir, okay? And, you know, I don't know if they heard it in the chat at home, but this whole crowd
I could
chanted
definitely see
MVP
Renegade
for
winning
you
MVP this
in
season
series,
with how he's
being
been
able to
playing.
ice up the way that you did.
100%
You know,
really.
talk to me about how you feel about your own performance here today.
I feel like I'm playing pretty good, but, you know. Tournament. I want to win this tournament. You know, if I'm not winning, then it's like, it's not really worth it.
There you go. I agree. Okay, you're a winner at heart. All you want to do is get this dub. Now, lastly, what do you want to tell these people in the audience at home? I know you got your family here as well. It's been a tough day for you, but you got it done.
Shout out all you guys, especially my family and all you guys in the crowd in the green wall. I hear you guys, and thank you.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a thank you for Renegade and Optic Gaming here on the stage.
Bro, you know Optic is locked because Renegade's the last one after his interview, and his whole squad is gone already, bro. Everyone's gone. Not a single wire or headset was left at the setup.
They have the hotel lobby.
Did you guys get food already?
Lasting memories they have made on that main stage.
They're at the dinner. Yeah, they're at dinner.
Did you guys like already order?
Everything that they've managed to accomplish this weekend. It kind of sucks because of all the hard work and the brilliance coming across our screen.
Need those chicken nuggets, yeah, bro.
Sunday almost feels wrong to do that, but GG's, and I really do hope that they continue forward with this roster.
What a day, bro. And we still have one final series.
Well, one
Is
side
this still
of things,
going?
though,
What happened to the first game? Oh,
SSG
one?
SSG won game 1, yeah.
Nemesis shook everything up, bro. They came out of fucking nowhere.
Dude, yeah, they did shake everything up because they literally took Optic's bracket. That forced the Rebellion Optic winners round 1. Nemesis tweeted, "We chill though. Good luck at Optic," and their logos are like shaking hands.
Your uppies.
Your uppies. You gotta go for your uppies.
You're not lying. They definitely have that shit ready.
What are your uppies?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't know. I mean, I definitely abuse caffeine. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Coffee, energy drinks.
Holy
if I'm
fuck,
gaming,
bro.
I gotta have something. I'm getting older, man, but it's usually black coffee. I find that's like the cleanest, like energy.
I hype you up a little bit, right? I
Yeah.
transfer some
All
of my
right, I'll
energy into
get
you.
a prediction going
But
for
it's the black
game 2
coffee
of this
that I think does it more
series.
than Mac.
Yeah, I see
He adds a little bit on top.
I see a lot of coffee, a lot of
SSG
coffee in the chat. Beer, wine, whiskey. Somebody said, huh? They're probably not awake at this point.
Was that Maverick that said that? He's just
Let's see.
trolling. Yeah, it's Maverick.
Oh, Mama LVT driving. Drive safe,
Hey,
Mama LVT.
Don't Twitch
Wait,
chat and drive.
Wait,
She's at a red light, duh.
Of course, yeah. Or she's doing, speech to text. Yeah.
Shout out to
The other
Mama LVT. She was bringing us supplies all weekend.
She's
She was
awesome.
Driving us all over the place. I
Yeah.
mean,
Incredible.
what a joy to be around.
Both Miss LVT and Mama LVT taking on the merch table. And thank you everybody who came by, who has come by so far to our booth and said hi and picked up some merch for yourself. Thank you so much for all of the support. It is what's keeping us awake, guys. We want you to get the entertainment and the
Do
whatever's
The experience.
for a feed. Did you say?
We feed on the energy of Twitch chat.
Oh yes, we do. We had some hypes in the chat here from hello Jack Manstar with the little rave emotes.
Kill says Mikowski, bet on yourself in the predictions.
Lights out.
Wait,
What are we predicting?
who will take game
Who
2?
takes game 2?
Cloud9 historically.
Hold up. No. Here, let me show you what the options are.
Oh,
Yeah.
the third option is Mikowski.
Who takes game 2? C9, SSG, and Mikowski. Who bet 3,000 LVT channel points
someone
on me?
Bet 3,000 coins. Those coins aren't coming back, my friend. I'm
Dude,
sorry.
Joe is doing some
Sorry,
crazy
sorry.
shit.
I feel like
earlier.
I'm obligated
Who?
to go punch someone in the face
Drippy?
and steal their controller.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
dude.
do it.
He was playing
fine.
so
Can
good,
we
bro.
film
That sequence where
No,
Penguin
let's-
dropped him the
let's-
snipe
Let's go.
No,
to the
okay.
next.
when he had
We don't
camo.
condone violence here, no.
We wanna
Shit
make it
was
to Sunday.
fucking wild.
While we wait for the next series to start, I honestly want to get everybody's thoughts on the previous
Then
series.
followed
I'm
up with the
assuming
shots
everybody was
fired,
watching
bro.
it. That was a pretty scary moment there for Optic Gaming. How many of you thought Nemesis was going to take it? What do you see?
Jack says,
Oh.
damn, I didn't even see the third option. Like he would have taken it.
Yeah, come
You're
on, man.
faded.
Hold up,
This
I
is
see-
my chance to tell you, chat, you guys are faded.
I see some refunds in the chat. Sorry, guys, no refunds. You got a fan there. Oh my God, Eli.
Yo, it's Reed.
Yo,
I used to work with that guy recently.
Oh, I was ready for. Yeah, I used to coach that guy actually.
No.
Is the go- how many
probably
people
needs
have
a
you
coach.
coached so far? Can you keep
Damn,
count?
bro.
Do you
I
remember
think
them all?
I've done.
Lord Mustang went all in.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
And
so
I had
it's-
138.3K, bro.
I feel like
No.
1,000
Now's your
on
chance.
Cloud9 just to try to snag that shit.
You're trying to steal his points,
Out of
bro.
700 matches,
Someone's got to
have
do
you
it.
had like any, I don't know,
Somebody
matches
gotta do
that,
it.
or like
Coaching sessions?
coaching sessions that like stand out to you that just
There's
you
a
just
lot.
never forget?
There's a lot of those. For privacy reasons, I will not discuss those though, because
I don't share my client information
It's
with
okay.
others.
You can tell them that I'm 153 of those 700. It's fine. Put me on blast. Yeah, I purchased a session from Eli because
All
I
right,
suck.
so
Whatever,
tomorrow
dude.
the
Deal with
first
it.
match of the day is going to be
I don't know.
Optic
There's a
Gaming
lot of
versus
awesome people. I
whoever
do
wins
appreciate everyone
SSG Cloud9.
interested in
So
Optic first thing again, bro?
yeah, and then
It's
it'll
one
be
of the most
winners
fun
finals
things that
after
I
that,
have
then
in my
losers finals, then
And
grand
it's so cool
finals.
that we get to be here.
Apparently, the schedule they tweeted says there's like an Optic Pro-Am show match tomorrow as well. So
with
maybe
us, keeping us
it's like they're gonna have a bunch of the
You
Optic
guys
guys.
Does it tell you what
If Optic has a green
what
wall,
time the
what's-
last match is?
What's our audience then?
Twitch
Tomorrow?
Twitch, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's YouTube chat too.
Like when grand finals are.
The
let me
mumbled
check.
mess.
Whoa.
You are. I don't know.
I don't know.
You-
You guys come up with your name. What's your name? Eli, you are so hot. Hello, Kelly. That's my man Kelly.
I've been
He's
saying that for a long
Oh,
time.
he's a brilliant
Chat
streamer.
is asking for more ads. Okay, send it, Louis. More ads.
Run the ads.
Roll the ads. W ads.
This one's for all the ads. I mean the marbles here.
Billy Bob.
Imagine.
All right, the next game ready to begin. Game number 2, right? What day is it?
Yeah, that was
Slayer
Billy
Recharge.
Bob.
as good as mine.
Recharge Slayer. Will Space Station Gaming be able to take it, or will Cloud9 climb up and take Station Gaming?
Pull the Shannon Sharp, bro.
I think Cloud9 have a chance, but I think also Space Station are playing with a lot of fire right now, and they're looking better than we've seen them in a while, in my opinion. But Cloud9 are very good as well.
Slayer on recharge, and that's exactly what Cloud9 need to do here. Tie up the series at 1 for now. It's tied up at 1. Now Cloud9 taking a momentary edge in the opening break sequence. But after all is said and done, a couple of fists fly, a little bit of shrapnel hits the wall in the suits of these Spartans, and it's still Cloud9 on top, up by 1.
Lucid with the camo. This guy certainly knows what to
Oh.
do with it. Starting to
Red
see
zone.
Lucid start
Here we
to
go.
pick up his gameplay, playing a bit more aggressive. And that's what I like to see. He needs to start making some openings. Stellar can't be the only guy holding forward for this squad to be successful. I think Lucid's starting to figure that out.
No scope melee. Lucid lines it up again. I thought he had a good looking headshot there. Connects on the shoulder, which is enough to earn the assist. And 3 will go down for Cloud9, and it's a 3-kill lead for SSG.
3-kill lead. Pretty slow game so far. Already about a minute and a half in. Low kills per minute. By the way, Patty Slay, I think, with some subs. Thank you, Patty Slay.
Patty.
Late night subs start flowing.
Oh, that connected on 2. That was enough damage.
That team is
to push
gr-
in and clean up on
Had to
Eco
pay
as
respect,
the
you know.
call.
Nemesis
Luce let him know,
they're
hey,
a
man,
gross
I got
team.
collateral damage there. Let's push it and clean it up. He cleans it up himself. He says, screw it. I'll do it live.
He is in flow state. Shout out Active. I know he's smiling somewhere listening to this. Plasma pistol in hand of Lucid. He's been picking this thing up all weekend. I've seen him with plasma pistol in hand, especially on this map, more often than not.
Well, we talked about that on the Optic Watch Party with Nick and APG. Thanks again for having us on. And with the shotgun and even the disruptor here on a map like Recharge being GA'd, the plasma pistol kind of fills in and is the comp for weapons you can't use anymore. So not surprised to see Lucid. He's a master
Good
of the
trade.
sandbox, so he's going to take what he can get.
I think he got nerfed more than anybody when those GAs came through. And here we go, Cloud9 actually having a late resurgence. Septify, I want to say Toolset had the second best Slayer stats in the entire league last year, which is insane. Septify just straight up one of the best Slayer players. That's making Cloud9 one of the best Slayer teams. It's been that way for several seasons too, by the way. I feel like this guy drops more 20 bombs and Slayers than anybody.
Oh.
16 to 14 here. As Cloud9 take a 2-kill advantage, and 3 go down for SSG. Septify with the high ground control. They could trap these C-spawns for Space Station, and that might just be serving up a blender here.
It might be 9 minutes on the clock. This is a very slow-paced game. Could potentially slow down even further if this.
Oh my god,
scoreline
that
gets
insta.
tighter.
Wow.
But for now, it's a great push out of C from Space Station. A dead sticky
I'll hit the pen to
Zab
420. Oh
hits
yeah, it's
Stellar in the
technically
big toe,
420 here on
and
the East
Stellar
Coast
runs
now,
out
huh,
of
bro?
the way of his teammates to keep
Cheers,
him alive. Ends up play
gamers.
from Stellar.
Cheers,
Keeps him in the lead. Well, actually, sorry, keeps him close.
I didn't feel like Septify had enough help in tower there. It seemed like the call was to pinch and suffocate the spawns for Space Station, but he was really the only one taking it to him. He'll go down. He goes down twice in a row, but despite that, it's still a 2-kill advantage for Cloud9. Now they possess the C spawns and have to work their way out.
I really love the way Cloud9 just played that. Manny was trapped in the Mangler pit. And
Camo shock in the hands of Lucid at that, bro.
Throwing grenades and pushing Lucid back. And Lucid could not comfortably go for that kill. Look at the way Sab is getting kills in the kill feed. Lucid.
Yo, I kind of like that this happened because it gives Tony and even Goofy a chance to cast. And Lottie said she's just like joining in a little bit. She's like, I'm gonna kind of take a backseat to the you guys. I won't lie. She's probably tired as fuck too.
But they've pushed past the camo, and Lucid says, "Hey man,
they've been like, dude, the Halo broadcast has been going for like,
after it spawns to pick it up with the shot rifle.
14 hours pretty much.
Killing spree.
I was gonna say it probably started right at
couple bullets left of
10
the shot.
Yeah. Lucid, I don't know how much more room he has to grow. He's already at the top of his game, the top of HCS, but
Grueler.
It feels like we're seeing another gear being
absolute Grueler.
If he was in 7th, yeah, he's in the supercar now, fighting an 8th
Had me in
gear.
bed the first half, not gonna lie.
But Lucid, man, he is leading the way here, 9 and 4. He's brought SSG back.
Dude, Sab is so fucking good, bro.
Honestly.
I swear, like, he's on Cloud9, he's always that like standout performer in terms of like stats. They need a Sensu bean for real, bro. That's what we need to make a booth at HCS events where you hand out Sensu beans.
A full 360 like a motocross driver on the dirt rocks.
Dude, yeah, sketchy. I even said he took the hat off. That's how you know that shit was a Grueler,
That's one
bro.
way to shut down a spree.
Where did he throw that from?
I think inside of C, right next to the turbine.
That looks so strange. Either way, that's massive. That's going to keep the lead for Cloud9. They're actually building upon it once again, back to 4. 30 seconds away from the new camo, and they're not letting off the gas. I thought that maybe one of these teams would slow things down, but Cloud9 have no reason to slow it down when they have the lead and start to force trades. But maybe Sab pushing a little bit faster than his teammates, and that's going to not fully work out the way they intended.
36 to 33, Cloud9 still clinging to a narrow lead, and it's getting tighter. 2 kills now. Snake bite, charges up the plasma pistol, waiting for the push through the red pipes.
Shit.
But I think after the failed push from Cloud9 through the red pipes, they're not going to try it twice.
Yeah, also the shock rifles coming up. I thought maybe they would send some more players over there, but it looks like they're just opting to watch it from the C side of the map. Manny also prioritizing the camo for the time being, which also spawned at the 6-minute mark. And so far, Cloud9 are just playing their process very fluidly, and they've been able to maintain this lead throughout the game.
Shit, my money.
Manny gathering intel and enough damage to earn the double assist.
Oh,
now Lucid
shit.
is weak, and Manny has his back. He's chasing it out. Still has a little bit left of that camo, and Lucid with a little bit of shield, not going to be able to make it away as Manny cleans up on that. Protects his teammate, Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Oh my god, I thought he hit. Yeah, he did. Oh, okay.
Just in case.
He almost hit that though.
That spawn! Oh my god.
Manny gets one. That's actually big kill in this moment. I mean, honestly,
That's one of those firefight spawns where you get to pick your shit.
Here for Cloud9. Just need to keep doing that. Manny's still being a force on the map, and this is feeling like it might be too little, too late for Space Station, even if they start to come back.
Cloud9 have historically been such an
Lucid with the God flank.
Deja vu. Back to when Cloud9 failed in that Game 5 50-49.
Oh, yeah.
We might just have a second chance at redemption against the exact same team.
Skeptify just spawned right in front of Eco while Eco was already weak. I feel like that was kind of a lucky spawn when they were 4 dead, and that's highly consequential. Power weapons
well,
in the hands of what
you yoinked the points.
Space Station could have taken advantage of the game, and maybe Eco.
Let's go.
I mean, yo, sorry, Mustang.
That was hard.
Lucid
Sorry about that, Mustang.
Boo Boo's taking his break too.
With just 3 kills needed for Cloud9 to seal Game 2. Tommy now pushing up.
Me and Hayes both got a handful, bro.
Of the map, trying to spot the head of Boo Boo Doo Boo, and he gets the back of the headshot and killing spree. Making
Bet 1,500 and I got 62,000.
Like you said, Eli is a win condition for Cloud9. They must have heard you.
Cloud9 has tied this series against Space Station. Space Station Gaming.
Dude, yeah,
Hello,
Quibus. The
Cloud9
ricochets
has
getting
tied
added
this
back
series
in.
against Space Station
Gonna be crazy.
Gaming, and I think we have to talk about Manny. He had an incredible game.
Yeah, he just started flowing around the map at the end. Like I think he was just taking in communication from his teammates and kind of processing where he was in relation to their sight lines and just playing
prediction about to go up.
Guaranteed he would get at least a couple of kills before he died, and that's exactly what you have to do in that type of situation.
Now on the other side, we also had Lucid that was kind of on leash. You saw them playing differently, but it didn't work out for him in this time.
Hydrate, got you with the hydrate.
Hard to put your finger on it, right?
I think we all could use a little hydration after all this.
Bring the game back.
Yeah, I'm also about to drink.
All right, I'll down this whole beer.
Increased by 1 for Cloud9. So it can't just all come down to one. Halo is a team.
Bro's been waiting for any reason to say that.
One guy carrying the weight, carrying the load. It's all about playing your 25%. Lucid is seemingly playing the 40% for Space Station. Everybody else got to pick up the slack.
And who will that be?
I think Stellar. Stellar left the most to be desired in that one. Stellar is usually when Lucid starts playing like this, Eli, I'm thinking to myself, if I'm putting myself in the shoes of Stellar, it's like, oh, finally, someone's playing at my speed, my pace, and how I want to perform in this one.
I'll be right back 1 second, guys.
But he kind of slowed down in that one. It was a little topsy-turvy.
Has Boo Boo always just been a total goofball? I mean, look at this guy.
I was gonna say,
we love him.
Yeah, there's like nobody there.
We have to talk about.
Oh, I guess there's nobody.
What?
Yeah, no one's playing on the main
Jesse
stage.
is such just like a wholesome, just funny soul. I don't know.
He has the energy of the sensei from Napoleon Dynamite.
Is it just me, or is he starting to look a little bit more like Anakin?
Just move them mid-series.
I could see like a little braid on the side. Maybe not in this picture though, unless he's turning into.
When do you start rocking the headband?
I feel like that's just this event.
I think so.
I think it looks pretty cool.
We had a brief conversation with him in the back, and somebody like complimented his hair because he's been growing it out.
That was me.
Yeah, you did. Okay. And then he was like, "Yeah, I realized I have nice hair, so I thought I would just keep it." Like, what?
Fair.
Okay.
Fair to be honest.
I can't argue with that.
You do.
Let's take a look at some stats here on Sab's side. What's he been up to?
Man, he's been up to just doing Sab things, man. This guy is a force on the map always. I feel like he's like one of the most underrated players. Like, he's low-key one of the best slayers in the league, especially with the sniper. Like, people don't talk about him in the conversation of best snipers, but
top 5?
I feel like he's got to be in that conversation. Yeah, he's crazy.
Well, we didn't have a chance to actually talk about the entire team stats, so if we could bring that back up so that we can see what Cloud9 has been up to. Or
Do you guys prefer holding A and B or B and C on live fire strongholds?
Tommy's really, again, that game 2 is a perfect example. He's carrying too much of the weight. Now, Snakebite is close behind him at 1.1.
I like A and B.
Man, a guy like Stellar, it doesn't always come down to being positive.
I could do either.
To life
I
and
could
Halo than the
deal with
numbers.
either one, but I think I prefer the B.
That's a little too little.
Like holding Nest and Tower.
Especially in the damage for life for Stellar.
Yeah,
Dude,
I was gonna say I find myself wanting to stand bridge a lot.
10? That's like,
like someone rotating
is that
between
not
that
4
and
Spartans of life?
Someone holding down
worth
Nest,
of damage
someone holding
for
Tower.
every time that he's been alive
Ideally
on the
with
map.
Sniper.
I think that's the highest that we've
Another
seen
thing,
in all of
pillars,
these.
man.
So
I
by
need to stand
average,
pillars more.
every life he has, he's dealing enough damage to wipe the whole squad.
You
which
just
we
like
just
hold
said
them a
was
big
impossible
door,
to do in
keep them
Halo,
trapped
but
in air.
I don't know, maybe Lucid's
Scoreboard.
that dude.
At the level that they're playing, they're not just, headbutting each other and challenging to the death all the time. It's kind of a intimate dance. They're doing some damage and then backing up, doing some damage, backing up until they have an opening and then they hold forward. And I mean, Lucid's also not dying a lot, so that number is obviously going to be inflated. So if the deaths are low, then also that number is going to increase. And here's a comparison with Skeptify. His numbers look pretty
12,
close,
11
but
where
not
I'm at. I
quite
can't
Lucid's
make a
level.
wish.
He's got better damage efficiency.
Yeah, which I want to say is total damage dealt minus damage
taken. I would assume. Or maybe divided.
Hell yeah.
I'm dead, bro.
Damage dealt per life is also damage efficiency. How much damage? Oh, I think it's the difference. Okay, hold on. I think I know the formula.
Yeah.
Damage dealt minus damage taken divided by deaths.
Too late for math.
It's a lot of algorithmic.
You guys just both gave me this stank face, like, bro.
Yeah, we just looked at him like,
talking about?
Dude, we don't want to do math right now.
Gross. Damage dealt. Okay, Notorious Dre is our guy, so he would.
Yeah,
know.
that's HCS Fantasy. Shout out to them, man.
Damage dealt divided by kills plus assists. Okay, so it includes the assist element. Interesting.
So you got to rely on your teammates to clean up on your shots, but still impressive for
gonna
Septify
be
to be
crazy,
on top
dude.
of any of those categories over a guy like Lucid, who's been put up at MVP level slaying performance this weekend.
Well,
What
we're
a
talking
dream
a lot
hack
about
this
Slayer,
month.
but the
Nice.
next game will be Strongholds. We take a look at Lucid versus Snakebite.
Yeah,
what are
now
we seeing here?
What I want to mention about these is like this makes it look like Lucid's playing way better than Snakebite in some respects, but you got to remember that Snakebite's doing a lot of the OBJ while putting up pretty similar numbers, to be quite frank.
He's doing the majority of it. There's been often instances throughout this weekend where an objective gets grabbed, and they just look at Snakebite and they're like, hey man, you know what to do with this, I don't. I've seen that plenty of times in the oddball specifically.
I mean, to be fair, that's an exaggeration. These guys all know how to play the objective, but they trust him to make the big brain plays while they go out and kill things. That's what they're best at. So, yeah, I don't know. Very impressive stuff from Snakebite. And,
we back.
Got the whole lineup here once again, and
they still haven't started this shit up. We're
chilling. But this is crazy. Current series, Stellar's not doing quite as hot as usual.
That's what I was saying. I'm gonna go off a tangent here. We got HCS Fantasy on our minds. Shout out to Halo Data Hive and
this
HCS
might be one of the
Fantasy
all-time longest.
Dude, imagine you took
Halo
Snakebite
streams,
and Legend and paired them up with the top 2 Slayers in HCS. That's the God Squad right there, right?
That'd be scary.
Yeah, well, I love watching the HCS
don't
majors.
Give them any ideas, bro.
Me too, bro.
They already been cooking up these rosters, you know. Who knows
Let's
what the
see.
rosters are gonna look like by the
Dude,
end of the
isn't the
season? I feel like
qualifier for
much different.
fucking Dallas like
There's
next
the timer's
weekend?
still on, and then it has.
Yeah, I saw
Hey,
somebody
Alexa,
said can't
how
wait
much
for
time is
DreamHack in a month.
There are 4
Yeah,
majors
Saturday,
left after
literally
HCS
next weekend,
Something like
bro.
that.
4 majors left.
Or well,
Yeah.
not next weekend, but 2 weeks from now.
By the way, we got fantasy draft. Since we're talking about build your own roster.
But there is an
we got
open
the
series
fantasy
next
thing
weekend.
going on
though.
on the Twitter, right?
Holy
That's
fuck.
true.
Yeah, you can
What
like
is
build
it?
your roster.
1,000 credits or something.
Yeah, if
I
you
need to
win
look
it.
at the Twitter post.
Rip
But
out
A
that
lot of
sport.
Halo.
jump into our Twitter page and then check our posts. You can build your own squad on there and have a chance to enter to win a certain amount of credits. I can't remember exactly how much. I think it's 1,000. Don't quote me.
It's
but
1,000, and we're gonna have a special one tomorrow. We're gonna make a brand new one for Championship Sunday only.
Oh, that's cool.
I wanted to point out, guys, I'm building these stats in real time. This is the current series that we're watching. So this is game 1, game 2, what we've seen so far.
That's insane, man. We've been. I got to shout out Tools. There's been moments where he's like grabbing his laptop and he's pointing at stats for me and he's making me sound really smart, almost like I am an Eli the Ninja. But now I just got Tools. He's my little angel.
I mean, this is only across 2 games, so low sample size, but it's, you start to see some trends here. Skeptify still popping off, Sab popping off. Boo Boo has the highest, or he doesn't have the highest kills and assists over deaths, which is usually the case for him. It's usually the assist monster. Right now, that's Skeptify. By the way, I think I'm mixing Sep and Skeptify because he himself said he doesn't know what it is.
I know.
Yo, Dark Hopefully with the Prime. Thank you very much. Yo, sorry, I am muted out at the moment, but thank you very much.
His brother said it was Skep. So his brother was like, nah, it's Skep. And then
his
he was
brother
like,
could be trolling.
no, then he was like, I don't know, bro,
Strongholds.
just say whatever you want. So I was like,
I'll go. We'll go ask him later. Game number 3. Game number 3. Live fire. 250
Look
points
at they
to
are.
win. Strongholds. Popping over to objective, guys.
Strongholds live
My
fire,
God.
one of the fastest pace objective game modes here in Halo, and that's been one of the weaknesses for Space Station up to this point of Arlington. They
Oh, he
haven't
killed
pressed the
Camo,
gas
nice.
down. The moments where they need to, will they pick up the pace here in a game 3 tied 1-all?
I feel the tide's turning for the Space Station roster. I really do think the wheels have been turning, and they feel
Wolf.
different, even just from the
Wolf
eye
just
test.
sent me a
These guys
screenshot
are
of that
really working
Boo Boo
together,
dude.
pushing each other's limits. Boo Boo jump scared there. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get that kill. He's got the sniper.
Said the face I
and a lot of
make in
ammo,
an
so he's
Eli
gonna
X stream, and
prioritize
it's just the
regrouping with
fucking
his
Boo
squad
Boo
above
Doo
everything
picture.
else.
Bro,
Now he's
that
gonna
needs to be an
contest the
emote.
And he gets the body shot.
If
No
Boo Boo
scope
Doo
to
doesn't make that an emote,
Camo
he's
down.
slacking.
Wow, I was expecting Camo to make it out. Instead, it's Space Station making it out with a 25-second and rolling head start. B will go to Cloud9, but they need to secure C if they want some points.
Boo, that jump has haunted him, I feel like, for years. He sometimes hits it every time, sometimes not so much. Fortunately, in this case, it wasn't a do-or-die moment, but never feels good when you turn and look top center and there's 3 guys staring at your forehead.
Yeah, it looks like you're about to get mugged down an alleyway in the dark of the
The
night.
hell?
Here at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time, live from Arlington, Texas. As 2 are down on each side. Snakebite looking to stay alive from the box. Jumps up, but he's got 2 in front of him. Yeah, just the box. Made it up.
Just call it the wall sheet, man. Every map's got a wall sheet.
Everything I don't know, I just call the wall sheet.
Sounds about right.
Snakebite now with the MK sidekick. Goes down, but trades out. 2 go down on each side. Once again, that's kind of been a common theme throughout the last 60 seconds. It's the 60 seconds for Space Station, though, that are most impressive. They're starting to run away with it a little bit.
Oh!
Dude. That jiggle peak, really.
Nah, bro, him porting back and the guy just waiting to fucking melee him was diabolical.
Even if the other team starts to
Manny
come
was
back,
literally just
usually that
camping his portal.
early work that you've done
Sadie.
pays off in the end. See if that continues to be the case, or if Cloud9 can somehow get themselves back into this one.
Penny chasing out the damage. Lucid has to watch his back. He's going to start taking some shots from the behind. And it's the shots in front of him that are dangerous as well, but he cleans up on Septima. Wow, did you? Manny said, he almost like with the elevator music, he was just waiting there like a like an usher at the hotel looking to open the door for you.
The valet guy just
yeah. Sir, your chalet. Your chariot.
I mean, you see a portal, your teammate's fighting a guy that's glowing, you can probably know he's about to go through it.
Holy shit, trigger zoom,
They do
you can
take
tell.
advantage. They now are in scoring position.
Is that the middle?
Septify.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who play a
with the
controller
camo top
switch to
center,
trigger zoom.
rotating through, and he's got eyes on this next push.
Intel delivered.
I was telling Bryce once I hit hero, I might make a second account and just do a controller only run.
Enough to clean up the damage
Yeah.
on PJ. It was that, or he wanted to contest and pause the scoring.
Yeah, it's like he's not good playing controller, but
Buy some time, so
I have memories from Halo Reach that says otherwise.
Cloud9 bounce back with A and C.
There's a different time, bro.
Space Station's going to take what Cloud9 gives them, and they'll take C for free.
Yeah, I think they're totally fine with the outcome of this situation.
Sad with the
Holding
snipe on
it BC,
Lucid.
They got nest control, they have their pivot position, they got top tower. I mean, this looks like a space station setup if I've ever seen one. Cloud9 kind of just handed it to him here in this case.
Snakebite. Left, right, like a Contra cheat code. Works his way around the backside of B. Now hopping on board here with Lucid. He's got the high side positioning at the top of the snipe tower, but it's the snipe in the hands of Sab, and he sneaks a body shot into the hip. A hip pointer takes Lucid down.
That was a crazy angle. Lucid had to be like literally 1 pixel from rounding the corner.
He sniped his belt.
Something, man. The sword off the back of his Spartan armor.
Ricochet down into his back. Paralyzed him.
By the way, did you see Ricochet shots are coming back for the sniper rifle?
I did. I posted my best clip ever in Halo, which is a Ricochet overkill from Halo Reach. Check that out on my Twitter. Replied to Halo if you're interested. 3 go up of A, B, and C. Cloud9, as it's a trip cap. It's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, it's not going to maintain for long, as is typically the case, but points are points. Getting a few slays in the process means that they will continue to score up, still applying pressure. Eco trying to be cheeky here and buy some time before his teammates spawn, but when he gets spotted and body shotted, he'll be taken down. Not sure where this portal is. Okay, bottom of the training boxes here. But Sep not gonna have to use them. Misses the first shot, wisely backs out of that engagement. Wanted to shoot the plasmas, but unfortunately got picked up before he could.
It's an important time in the match for Space Station to regain control of AB and get back to scoring, because Cloud9 had just cut the lead in half. Now they're going to have to do a little bit more work to achieve that once again, as the goalposts have moved. Eco, the spot opponents pushing through the top middle portion of the map. Chase grenade goes out, but nobody from Cloud9's taking that bait. They're going to let Eco burn the remaining 10 seconds or so with that camo. He's not going to be able to do much with it unless he gets this slay onto Manny. But it looks like the camo going to be done and dusted.
And y'all real tired. Everybody locked in.
I mean, it's just
we're all locked in.
It's just crazy. Like
I'm not even
the
gonna lie,
fact
I'm
that one
tired
of
as
these, dude, same. I barely slept, and I've been on for like 14 fucking hours.
Forcing
Bro.
themselves into the unfortunate back A spawns. Even recently when they won map
24-hour stream.
they elected to take A without going
I mean,
for
if we
B.
get
You
rated
gotta
by
at least
Halo,
go for
yeah.
that, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Almost
That would
feels
go
like
crazy.
maybe they're overthinking some of these rotations a little bit. It's coming to bite them. But I also think Space Station just winning a lot of the fights that matter. That one right there, Stellar going to pick up the sniper, full snipe. It's not what you want to see in the hands of Stellar if you're a Cloud9 fan.
Well, A is what you want on the exam, but not on live fire strongholds, as it's B and C's that get degrees, as Space Station is on the verge of taking a 2-1 lead in the series.
If you're in school, please don't.
I think that's game, right?
Get A's, guys.
This is their final push right
Hey,
here.
what's up, Dev
Oh,
Cheney?
that's game. That's game.
I
Oh,
don't
249.
know. I don't know how to rewatch it yet, but it'll be in the VOD for Halo, like the mainstream. It'll be in my VOD.
Complete prediction.
It should be in the VOD for the Halo stream on YouTube. So there should be a few different places.
Lottie said that was something. She said, "I'm ready to get the fuck out of here."
This is such a strange game. I'm not even gonna like look at the kill disparity. There's not much of one at all. Yeah, Space Station got what?
Hopefully they get paid overtime.
Almost 200.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that they're getting paid extra for being here at the desk like this.
Very strange decisions this game, and
bro, is that Blaze? Is Blaze wearing a straw hat in the far left?
He's a big fan of One Piece, so
yeah, I know, bro. He's literally Guy D Blaze, bro.
And that's what we Chat and I have been talking about the entire.
Just guys being dudes.
They're just
you guys
Yes,
just
sir.
collectively water those, Eli?
They're just I don't know, bro. I bought this shit on Amazon.
They are Under Armour, to be fair.
Under Armour.
Oh, okay, okay. Is that better, guys? They were asking.
We're
who
not
had
even
the
sponsored,
coolest...
and I gotta show the logo to see.
Not only that, but feet for free.
Yeah,
Crazy.
that's true. Well, they wanted to know what Max Jordans were. What are they like?
Straw hat and the optic chain they showed earlier. Yes, sir.
Wizard Edition.
Wizard Edition.
I just made that up.
Oh.
They are
I
concrete
believe that
threes,
was-
though. I said
All right,
Wizard
this
'cause
could be
they're
the
green.
last game
You know,
of
like
the
my
night,
green
chat. If
There
SSG
you go, guys.
wins
You
game
happy?
4, that's it for the night. If Cloud9 wins, we get a game 5 to end the night.
On the game, while you were trying to
understandable.
roast me for my footwear.
It was really quiet, though, right? Like
It was a strange
How many
game.
game
It was just a
5s
nice
have we had
line
today?
up here from Stellar.
A lot, bro.
Ultimately, not of much consequence. It just,
The first series of the day was a game 5 when bracket play started. Optic versus Rebellion.
That series was so crazy. Optic could have easily won that.
Frosty was doing
Yep.
some crazy shit in that series. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he was, bro.
He was doing some Hall of Fame shit.
They were just saying
I honestly think Frosty's an MVP. Like he's just on a weird season, doing some weirdo shit.
Mistakes.
Yeah.
Play carefree. You know, if you go down, if you go 4 down, screw it. We all spawn up together again, and we're gonna make our next push.
He's in the
Earlier
code.
said 2016 Frosty.
We're gonna make it a confident call. We're gonna call it quickly off of spawn.
4. I
We're
think
gonna
there
take it
were
right back.
5 game 5s today,
we're
bro.
moving on to a
And multiple 3-1s as well.
Aquarius. I think the only map that people see.
And some of the 3-0s were like all close games, like a couple seconds or 1 kill.
Cap. At this game when it's not.
I think we're gonna get
Probably both. To be honest.
I was so locked in game 1, bro. I was standing. Ashley was like, "Didn't it just start?" I'm like, "God damn, I need to sit."
Probably favored
Standing on my chair.
I think that Cloud9 have to
Hype
really
as
take
hell,
over.
bro.
They're gonna rely on players like Sab.
I was at work watching it.
Behind them. Don't let Space Station get comfortable. Because I think that if Space Station get comfortable, they might run away.
Reclximer is right. Can you help me? I'm like,
Why do you
no.
think this map, Aquarius specifically, has been working the best for Bomb?
I mean, it's pretty cut and dry, to be honest. Get the slays, go into their utility, get in the back of their base, and
Game
spawn
3's
kill them
live.
when they spawn in the fridge. I think that's what most teams are.
Game 4 or
trying to
whatever
do
this is. I don't know.
Well, if everybody knows what they're trying to do, who's going to be the
Oh, it's
creative one
bomb,
to
dude.
either
Aqua bomb.
go outside the box or stick to the plan
Alright.
to win, or maybe they don't need to do that.
I think you bring up a good point, Ali, because when I think of outside the box, I think of Boo Boo, Doo Boo. Now, he's only got the camera
Lord
to work
Musco.
with. The Threat Seeker, not really a piece of utility equipment that allows you to play that
Mustang
unorthodox
the
playstyle
goat.
like a grappler or repulsor would, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's up to Boo Boo Doo Boo to learn some new tricks and play his unorthodox playstyle and rewrite the book on Aqua Assault.
Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming, game number 4 starts now.
I really do like the line of thinking and the thought to be creative, but
I think Aquarius is
it
my
feels like
favorite
the
map from this
mode
game.
that you just don't have that much room to be
Yeah,
more.
it's a really good map.
Yeah, you gotta just
This
win
is-
your
I
fights,
really like
gotta
Live
get those
Fire.
double kills.
It's
Live
kind of
Fire.
like
Yeah, I
a
like
glorified
Live Fire
Slayer,
too.
It
to be
is.
honest.
Oh,
It's a
I
Slayer
mean,
where you
this
gotta hunk this
Live
big
Fire Streets. I
object
mean, I
across
don't
the
think you
map,
can go wrong with any of
stuff
those
to the
3.
other team's base, whether they like it or not. Here we go. Boo Boo Doo Boo pushing out on the P side. Gotta have a lot of top presence here as well. If you get to P2 and Car 3, that would be the best way to manage it. Oops.
Dad Force Ones.
Body block, body block.
Is that what they called your shoes?
No, they said that's what they called your shoes.
Alright, SSG's up 1-0.
Maybe it's in your future.
Y'all are just haters, bro. All
Space
good.
Station. aggressively playing off the start. They've already got the bomb presence in the base of Cloud9. Eco with
We
the
made
head
it this
of
far.
doorstep.
Give me a game 5.
He's going down one shot, low shield,
Sleep,
HP, but he gets it right back. And they have the numbers
We don't need
advantage to start
sleep.
trying to
Sleep's
arm
for the
this,
weak.
and it's already at 50%.
I mean, Eco strong sighting to the
Facts.
front
I'm on
pillar.
Elden Ring. That's how you know
He
I'm not
seems
sleeping.
so aware. That looked like he had
You're
a
not
mental
streaming?
map in his brain.
Oh, there's about to be a game 5.
He was really imagining.
they can hold
Oh, no ammo for Snakebite? Oh, shit.
How long has he been alive? Oh, he hasn't died.
If this is what Space Station looks like, outside of a kind of a sketchy Slayer where it really felt like only
He's had
blue
2
circles
camos already?
on the sticks for that one.
Yep,
But
he
if
got
you
the
take
first
the
one,
ball
got a
forward,
killing spree, got the second
basic
one.
aggressive
That Snakebite, bro.
If they take the initiative
They
to
did.
the top 4 teams, they could find their ways into the grand final, man. I ain't crazy to say.
I feel like
I
all
think
the
you're
top
onto
teams
something.
are just
Optic
stacked with
have been
talent
shown to
this
lead,
year.
Although they did wake up with that
Oh,
reverse
yeah.
sweep over Nemesis, but
That's W Glaze.
I feel like if they end up running into a space station, space station could give them some trouble. I really like what I'm seeing from this roster. They've made some changes, and it's obvious.
And we even said against
Dude, I was dead
I'm
as
just
fuck
saying
the other
random
day.
shit at this point.
And he was like, what's the difference between a galaxy and a solar system? And I answered, he's like, he's glazing the space-time continuum.
He's on the fucking galaxy's dick.
Climbing the ladder.
It's on the galaxy's dick, bro. That shit was fucking hilarious.
Third game of this series. Send us all home.
Nah, but you deadass said in the beginning, you said it was a different color scheme. You didn't say anything about design.
Yeah, you're right. That's on me.
So I was like, oh, there's streets on it, but like it's a different color.
Guys, bear with us.
Nah, it's
This
that
is
That
planetary.
was some NASA shit. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah, bro.
They've been planted in the base of Cloud9. Finally, though.
All good though.
They've been cleared out.
All
of
good
the
though.
base of Cloud9.
W1Z.
Cloud9 have a chance to breathe.
Always tough to win a hard-fought team fight.
The whole point of that conversation, though, was think about wearing that onesie hoodie and walking around in the Atlanta heat and humidity.
And be okay with it.
Like,
as long
bro,
as
you're
the
built
one that
different.
possessed the
Yeah, you
objective
should be
capability.
I'm pretty sure you
Full-ass
can
solar
get.
system on you.
Up the space station, man. This is boding really well for the rest of their tournament.
That's 2 years
Think about it, though,
max.
the last player standing for now. Lucy just off the respawn screen. Eco and Stellar got to wait a little bit longer until they get back in the action. 2 down for Cloud9.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Snakebite clambers up to the top side of utility. Peeking across the map, only spawns the arm zone. Sab on the other side. It's 3 stack for Cloud9 on the car side. Only 2 for Space Station. They might still just win it. No, it's going to be an even 2v2.
Whenever, just so y'all know, whenever this series is over, my plan is to get on and shoot bots and see if I even have it in the tank to like
I think it's a
do
little
like a
bit of an
lobby or
overextension
whatever.
if you really had to get nerdy with it. Metafy
Sounds
like
good.
That'll be the plan. The series will end. I'll launch the game and
just
shoot
in the
bots.
sense
See how I'm
they've been way
feeling.
too passive. I'd rather see you
All
be
good.
too aggressive and
I
overextensive.
think I'm at it.
We gotta be back up tomorrow for this show. Yeah, yeah.
I was thinking about getting on, but bro, it's like 1
Moving forward in a fight
Yeah.
game,
Dude, and
position, the team,
imagine,
even if
imagine
you
this
die
goes to a
before
game
it's
5
next
also.
up, can sometimes
Yeah.
finish up that damage and you slowly
See y'all tomorrow.
start
That'd be
to chip
diabolical.
your way across the map.
It is
That's
tomorrow.
Exactly what they need to do if they're gonna ultimately
I'll see
score
y'all
this
later
bomb.
today.
I think that's a big part of bomb is
See you
just
Monday.
kind of relentlessly pushing ahead.
Yeah, Eco's reward for
When does it start tomorrow?
overextending
I
their
think
quote-unquote
1 p.m.
is a
Eastern.
fresh respawn, a new lease on life.
But
and a
they'll
camo
probably
now
make
in
a
his moment
post
armor,
about
and
it
now
or
he's
talk
pushing
about it
right
on
back
stream.
up. This is some of the most aggressive Halo we've seen from Eco all year, all of 2025. He's
Bro,
been
I
way too
died
passive
there.
online. He's
Yeah,
looking
it's
a little bit
11:30 over there.
bound
They're
right
just
now.
in a big ass
Yeah, I
room
mean,
playing
he's
Halo.
he's
Yeah.
definitely holding forward. And if you're
All
gonna
the
got the
guests have
the
left
highest
at this
level.
point
so
too.
follow up on his action.
Why can't that be
We talked
me?
to APG earlier on Maniac's coach
Yeah, everyone
stream.
else is already like going out
was
or
saying
going
that-
back to their,
or you
wherever they're
asked him,
staying
you
at.
said there's 3 IGLs on
Yeah.
the squad,
Passing
but if
out.
you were on this squad,
They're out
which
having
of these
parties.
3 would you consider the ultimate voice of reason?
Everyone's having
He
a
said
fucking
He said Eco is
rager
that
in the
guy that
hotel
just
lobby right now.
knows how to
Space
call things.
station
He can
party and
communicate so effectively with as
Space
few
station
words
not
as
even
possible.
fucking
Not to say the
watching
other
their team.
IGLs are bad, but he does it in a way that's very eloquent and simple to understand and really puts players into motion.
Yeah, Space Station from a
I don't know. I
composition
picture
standpoint,
Optic had to go to a spa after the match, bro.
Maniac still streaming?
Hopefully they had a blunt ready for him
They're probably
right outside the
hotboxing right
venue.
now.
2-2 King of the Hill at
Dude.
10 seconds left to make it 32. One guy has to be
With Snoop
Eco
Dogg, too.
to make the call. And it sounds like Eco is that guy on the phone. Stellar.
They're just that Ben
popping up with a
Affleck
double
meme.
kill. Could have been a
Him
triple,
smoking.
but Lucid steals it instead, and he's already moved past the 50-yard line with the bomb. Again, Eli, the emphasis on aggressiveness and objective efficiency. We talked about that on Friday.
Maniac and APG are still there. There's like nobody there.
Just got 3 down back to back, and they never even grabbed the ball once. It's like a whole new
They had
different
Shop
squad than we saw on
like
Friday.
Royal 2 and Frosty at
We
least.
were upset
Watching
with what we saw. They win back-to-back squad
the
wipes.
Nemesis Optic
Bomb's
matchup.
still exactly where it started. Like, come on.
Yeah,
man,
they've been
let's-
having a lot of people hang out with them. It's been awesome.
But right now they have been.
Wait, they're arming?
Keeping the bomb in the
Yo,
face
game
of
5.
Cloud9. Space Station really haven't even experienced a single threat of being armed on.
I was about to
Not
jump
once.
into bed, bro.
I have Cloud9
Oh
past
my
the
god.
50.
Maybe slightly. But now they finally are making some progress on it.
Uh-oh.
Melt
This might be
that
the instance
fucker.
to do just that.
Yeah,
The
now-
bomb will finally get into the space station base. This will be the first time Cloud9 could arm.
This is interesting. First 2 spawners go straight to P2. They want to get a
the
cross angle on the arming zone. Let's see if it pays off. Oh, no. Sab able to land it, and they've tied it up.
And 3 go down.
If SSG falls apart, I swear to God.
Back on the bomb, bottom mid, and keep presence inside of space station's
Full
base.
crash
This
out,
could be a
or-
2-for-1.
That reset is a lot longer than you realize until you're sitting there waiting for the bomb
Start
to
drinking.
respawn. I've been
They
there.
lose.
Said, oh, we got 4 dead and we armed it. Let me just chill here. But nope, 10 seconds later, the thing finally spawns. So unfortunately, they were not able to immediately grab it. They're going to have to earn another round of slays. Sab facing a lot of pressure here. He might get taken down. He does, and that's going to slow down Cloud9.
Manny staying alive in the generator. Now on his way towards what looks like Eco. He takes him down. The 1 shot, so he's got to be careful.
Boo Boo Doo
Express
Boo's
no
going right
danger
for that
chasing him
camo,
instead.
bro.
It's chase grenades going out for Manny. And he's going to stay alive. And this could be, if Manny can get online, Cloud9's tied it with Manny really not being Manny yet.
Could
So
be a game
what happens
decider
when
right
Manny
here.
starts to pop off in the end game, like Reese is seeing from him?
Where you get
so
shot
he
in the
can
back, that works
absolutely
too.
clutch up his stats. Don't look
You were
phenomenal right
saying.
now. He's got 10 assists. A lot of deaths.
Do the
but
skill jump.
Manny
Wait.
absolutely can come
Imagine.
to life here and make the difference for this squad. Septify, 18.
Wow.
It's really popping off.
Objective efficiency is strong for
Oh my God, I almost
Cloud9.
fell
It's quick math, -12.
My dog
So
just
3
snored so
team
loud,
life
he woke
advantage
the
for
other
Space
one up.
Station. And we're notched up at 1 with 4 minutes left. We've officially entered the end game. Who's going to ice up Cloud9's tournament life is on the line. Space
Two
Station's
shots on
opportunity to make
Stellar.
it back to another championship Sunday is right there before them. So too,
Or wait, no, that was
chance to
Septify.
score
I'm
here.
trolling.
It looks like instead, Eco's going to play for a slay here on Boobadoo. I thought he could have entered the attack zone there, Eli. What was he thinking?
I mean, his teammates were not even up at the 50 yet. He realized he was way too far forward. I think maybe his teammate probably called it out. I could read his Spartan's body language. It felt like...
Looked like he wanted to take it.
Yeah, someone else was calling
Here we
it
go.
back is what it
They're
felt
moving
like
it
to
up
me.
a little bit.
Also, maybe trying to
Oh,
juke
no,
them
they're
out. I
dying,
thought
they're
that
dying.
He was sprinting with the
They
bomb so
did.
the icon would display, but then he started walking with the bomb and went the other way to try to juke out what Cloud9 was expecting.
Oh, imagine.
Cloud9 get the reset despite losing 2. It'll be no worse for the wear. Manny
Imagine.
down to P1 has
Same
plenty
day
of score. It's a
delivered that bomb.
3-stack on the P stack. As the bomb inches closer towards the courtyard. Manny gonna pick it back up though.
Who won the
towards
tournament?
space
It's
station
not over
side.
yet,
He might just
Moose.
sneak through. No
Who won the
Championship
tournament
Sunday
is
tomorrow,
crazy, bro.
Stealth cap.
Is it over?
They know he's here. They have to. Wow. Great recognition to drop the bomb and follow up on his teammate's damage. Oh, that would have been disgusting. Snakebite lives by a sliver of HP. Could die to a frag toss. Oh, his nade unfortunately bounces in front of him, I think.
No, his nade
Bounce off
connected in
another
midair with another nade.
That's what it was.
It got sent back to him. Well, we just learned Halo Mythbusters. That myth got proof.
This physics engine is quite robust. I'll say that much. There's a lot of different interactions that you don't see very often.
Yeah, they're
but are
pushing
still
it
fun.
up, bro.
Lucid playing like a turret.
They gotta
Not
do slay
able to
out.
Do so with that camo.
We
He
should.
goes out Lucid, known for picking up weapons and items in the sandbox. He's got the plasma pistol in his
Oh,
back
they're
pocket. The
crumbling.
camo activated, but he goes down and burns it instead. 3 go down for Space Station. That bomb should be screaming towards SSG's base. Where are they? Boobadoo finally has it. Fridge spawn's coming out for SSG. It's a 4 push through that doorway. Watch out for the frags.
Frags on the way, but so are SSG. Gotten all the way through. Snakebite using this back pillar, but he's in danger of being naded out. Maybe feeling more comfortable to play here because he might be counting how many nades his opposition
Cloud9
has
said,
thrown.
nah, y'all sleeping in the
Bomb
venue.
is somehow all the way back up to this is shades of what we talked about before.
Oh, this is good. Oh, he's doing the jump with the bomb. Oh my god.
Let's think right back there.
Anyways, Snakebite now with it on the run.
There you go.
Two in base.
Wait,
bro.
What the fuck?
In total for SSG, it's just Eco up alive, and he's in the generator, so he's going to force those
No
spawns on the
damage
far
and
side
stuff
of
got
the
smacked.
map.
Bro.
The rest of his teammates are spawning car, though.
Why did he not start arming it to force them to come to him?
Sneaking out towards that door. He's got to watch out for the nades, and he
Why would he
has
even
to know his
try
plan. He's
that?
going to go for the sneaky jump, and he's going to start planting. Snakebite in the back of the base. Septify knows it. He needs to take Snakebite down, but Eco finds a way there as well.
He just kept holding it.
I think so too, right? Because then you would have drawn those two players out of their shadows.
They said they're making it as
Holy
long as
shit.
possible.
Bro, my shit is behind. Let me
I got
refresh.
camo. This is that's camo.
Does it go to overtime or does it end and restart?
Overtime?
I think
Yeah,
it
okay,
ends
good.
and restarts, right?
No, they just added the time on it.
What? I think he wants a refund.
I have no idea how he didn't get that trade, but Camo once again not making an impact on the bomb being armed. The last two camos, Tony, really haven't played as much of a factor as the first 4 or so.
Yeah, it was your
We're seeing
Cloud9
these teams
camo skin,
make
okay?
Make the player who picks up camo burn it right away.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we
Oh,
are in overtime.
He just threw that grenade and bounced
yeah,
back
it
up.
bounced right back at him.
Ultimately,
Hit him right in the face, bro.
beautiful nades come out of Eco. Snakebite
The teammate said they weren't done.
somehow gets his trade.
Yeah,
SSG
teammate on
Next level
myself.
team nading
opportunity to now
herself.
move this bomb up. Lucid getting awfully aggressive towards a center route with the green gun. A bit of a reposition, but SSG.
I don't know if
still
I've
on the
ever
base
seen
of
that before.
Cloud9.
Let's take it right back at him. That geometry
Wins
is
it. Who is it gonna
totally
be?
against
On
him.
one side, you got Stellar with 31 kills, and the other, you got Septify with 27. Both players trying their best. For
Already got him.
Cloud9, you want that game 5, and if you're SSG, you want to shut it down right here and lock yourself in for Sunday.
Looks like they're going to keep that bomb alive. We're just about to reset, but Eco with the touch, and then looking for the slays. As of right now, Cloud9 still find himself all 4 up, and what we're doing
Holy
with
shit,
some
bro.
damage toward the
He's
street
G-sliding
side.
out like
That's
me.
going to let them know exactly where he's at in Cloud9. They are literally trapped in their base.
This is really scary for a Cloud9 fan. You really have no room for error, and SSG playing their lives really perfect right here. Eco
Oh.
unfortunately goes down, so
Oh
it
wait,
might
Snakebite?
give Cloud9 some room to get out of here. If Eco had stayed alive, I feel like
Holy
this could have been really
shit.
scary for C9.
And it was so close and stuck in their base.
When does
They
Trunks
actually
play?
shot each other right
He's
there.
in
You saw
grand
them put the
finals, bro.
deep damage
He's waiting for tomorrow.
Visor there, but SSG do
I'm
not
at the bar
score.
right now on
Will they
Discord.
get the active camouflage instead? 'Cause you're starting to see Stellar and Lucid move into position.
Hello.
But oh my gosh, a huge double by Sav.
Big double by Sab. 3 members fall once again for SSG.
My God, bro.
Camo still on the map. Lucid trying his best.
Can't
to
let them
hold
get
off
camo
the
here,
members of
bro.
Cloud9 from picking up C9, or at least
Still a minute
buying
on the
enough time
clock.
for his team to spawn, and he's doing just that as members are dropping like flies for Cloud9, and the camouflage is still in play.
Less than a minute on the clock right now. It's a opportunity to either score this bomb or maybe we see a double overtime here. As of right now, it's Lucid and SSG that
my
once
God,
again
bro.
have the advantage. You have a camouflage and you
hell.
have the positioning of Septify.
Oh.
Come down to the low
Holy
ground to
shit.
make sure
Hydra.
you guarantee your kill.
Oh my God,
Shoot
wait.
down could
Heat
turn
wave,
to
heat
3. SSG running out
That's
of
too
time.
dead.
Break
This is it
GAs.
right here, Tony. Eagle gets
Oh,
Lucid has camo
nuked.
moving the bomb up right here, right now. No.
That's never good.
Members fall for both sides, and the bomb goes down once
That's
again.
never a good sign.
Normally you see the camouflage player walk that bomb over with the camo, but they didn't even have the time to do that. They had to run it. They had to let Cloud9 know where they were at.
Holy
And it was like
shit,
Cloud9
we're
should
getting
be
a
able to move this bomb over
reset.
toward the Utah side, and with time winding
Jeez.
down.
I told you, bro. They
Jesus
said you're
fucking
sleeping in the
script.
venue.
Double O.
Script
All this
sucks.
just to get a game.
And they're showing up right now. They
Script
do
is
not
longest
have
tournament ever.
What would
The
game
no
5
sleep
be?
script.
What map?
SSG still up 2-1 here in the series. It's up to Cloud9 to force
Game 5
this
is rock,
game
paper,
number
scissors.
5, and it's not going to be easy to do. SSG, we say it all the time.
They should do Husky Raid.
Versatile.
Oh man, I'd be in grand finals. That's all I
we
play.
saw Space Station do a great job of controlling
Grand
the
finals,
majority
double
of the
reset,
camos, but I think after
game
the
7.
first
I want
damage
more.
to Cloud9,
More
they kinda learned
Halo,
from their mistakes,
more.
and despite not getting more camos or as many
Yo, but real
camos,
talk, I
they
need
did a
that
good job
C9
negating
jersey.
it and taking down SSG as soon as they picked it up.
3-4 to this Cloud9 roster coming
That shit is
back
clean.
from last year.
Mhm.
They were impressive. I mean, we talk about their run back at SLC last year. They actually had SSG down elimination bracket round number 1. That same SSG.
I don't know. They were pointing out earlier, like Shopify, like Lucid's fit and their jersey is like really tough with like the skull candy on the shoulder.
Ended up C9ing a bit. I know some of y'all might know that term. But ended up C9ing just a little bit, and eventually had him again.
Feels like
in
soccer
game 5.
jerseys.
And once again, no matter how
You can
many
get them
times
online.
they
You
brought
can get them
the
without
top
like
teams to a game 5, they
the
couldn't
logos on them,
find
like the
a way
O2 or 9
to
and the
get
scuff and
over
all
the
that
hump.
shit.
So what do you do if you're C9?
Bro looks like a referee.
Wait,
how much is it?
Get that clutch ability
I forget. They're like 60, 70 at least.
Get through these deep games. I think Cloud9 have it in
Holy
them to get
shit,
through game 5 and maybe pull off.
There's like the jersey and then there's a hoodie
They
version.
certainly do. They said, I'm coming in. Why not? I'm just going to jump in with you boys as
I'm gonna
well.
real quick
said-
go to the bathroom. Be right back in a
Option
second.
to get your name on
I
the
will
back.
say that something that has changed.
They
I think,
said you a
drastically
fan,
in
right?
The nature of this particular game is they started winning pips. They started getting kills. That was the biggest thing, right? It's just that they needed
said
to
you
get
thought we were
numbers
fans.
across the
Fan,
board. That is
you
the name of the
fan.
game for Assault, and that's exactly what happened. I do also think Septify constantly going into the back of
Bro,
the base
Wolf
when they
posted
were
that
not
fucking
expecting
picture
it.
of
How
Boo
many
Boo, bro.
times did he manage to get in the back of their base when they had just pushed up ever so slightly, just above fridge, just above the util section, and they had no idea he was there? It was so frustrating, the damage he was able to do, how sneaky he was, not to mention the skill jumps as well, which was absolutely stunning to watch too. But it just made such a big difference in the second half of that Assault game, because what a difference that was from the beginning. I really thought we were going to see a second bomb plant from SSG. Just didn't happen. They just completely denied that from happening. You need those 2 rounds of slays. It's so important. And C9 stepping up to the mark slay-wise has really kept them in this. I'm excited for this next one. So we do a full reset? Is that what happens?
I don't know if it's a full reset. I would imagine to be first to 1, but I haven't brushed up on my rule book in a little bit. Normally in a situation, for example, I captured a
better
flag,
be a
normally
first
that'd
to
be
one.
First to 1. I believe in Open Series we do the same thing.
Yeah.
But again, I gotta brush up my.
I want to get
full
5
reset, bro.
No, same. Honestly, this really hasn't happened a whole bunch here in the HCS. So I'll have to double check with production. I'm sure they're probably figuring out exactly what happens and what's going on.
Yeah, if it's a full
which is
reset, I
probably why we're seeing
retire, bro.
conversations happening over on the side station as well. But very exciting.
Yeah, if it's
Cloud9,
a
they
full
don't really
reset,
have-
they
No,
lost a
they're
viewer for
scrappy.
tomorrow. bro.
Cloud9's a scrappy team, and really they're impressive, right, Tony? I know you were kind
Series
of singing
reset.
their prayers a little bit leading
Yep,
up to the
that's
event.
it.
You were the believer in Cloud9 in the talent group, and now they're proving you right, going up against a really strong SSG team and really holding their ground.
They certainly are.
Oh, the
indeed.
RGB computers.
I am still waiting for confirmation. Go on, Tony. You know it.
Oh yeah, actually I got confirmation. We do play to 1. It is 1 cap, just like it was in the off season as well.
There we go. That's what it's going to be. There's the rule book. Perfect. Our rule book's backstage with.
You think
Corey.
that's
So
Dragonite?
just making sure that we are sticking to the rules.
As the ref right there?
Although
You trying
on the desk,
to
rules
bait
all
us
out the
into a
window 'cause
joke or
it's
something?
past, it's
No,
past the
bro.
door
I'm
mark,
the
so
guy that works
we can do
for
whatever we want up here, that's what he told
HCS,
me.
bro.
Wait, we can?
Yeah.
Oh, truce, bro, truce.
For real.
It's a Wild Wild West.
I would step back, Goofy.
I wish I could see his face and see him panicking right now.
I'm trying to bait.
He's very cool, calm, collected. But no, very
I don't
excited to see
trust
how
him, bro.
this one
I don't
takes its
trust
turn. Do you see a game 5 on the horizon, Goofy, just with how much
Bro
Cloud9
came back and
started
asked
to
that
beat up
question,
here?
bro.
The
That's crazy.
Halo fan.
Oh my god, I'm
says
getting my
yes.
ass beat on this
The Halo
shit.
fan energy says yes. We're gonna see a game 5, and really the Cloud9 team,
At the
they
bar?
want this, right? They don't want to go home right now, and SSG
Yeah,
on
someone's
the
drunk
other
out
side,
here.
they might be feeling the
Drunk
pressure a little bit.
tripping.
I think they were the
I'm about to
expected
die.
winners of this series, and Cloud9 has given them more of a run for their money than maybe they expected.
Yeah, fellas, I'm seeing fist bumps flying out. That means one thing: we're heading
Even
into
Lucid
the
looks like
game.
he's
So
fed up with this
here we
shit,
go.
bro.
A little bit
They're
of
trying to go to
but
bed,
we're
bro.
playing till 1, so the first.
We're missing the
bomb
after party.
wins.
Yeah,
I
look
will
at how
hand it
straight
over to
he
you
sits
lads
in that
just
chair,
case it,
bro.
'cause, yeah, there we
You
go.
go to
There's
bed
the
at
game.
9
I can see
o'clock
it
and
on
he
the
get up
screen.
at 5 a.m.
I think one of the craziest things about a rule like this is like think how important a starting strategy
Me
is.
immediately
A
trying to
quick
fix my
forward
posture
down
after
turns into an
seeing
active
this.
Got his life
camouflage,
under
turns into
control, bro.
identifying where
Look
the
at that shit.
spawns are. You get a couple grenades over there, and boom,
Damn.
a starting strat could really dictate how that bomb goes off. It could be a gift and a curse. So
Those
you
chairs do
really
not look
gotta watch
comfortable
your
at all.
P's and Q's off of the rip, and with this game
But his
starting up,
kicks
is
do.
it going to be SSG or is it going to be Cloud9?
Couldn't agree more,
True.
Tony. I think that starting strats are so important in any Halo title, and that's why in overtime, when you restart the game, is so different than in overtime where the clock just extends. And now we're starting things off. As Stellar falls, 2 members go down for SSG.
Oh my god.
Make that 3.
Ooh, posture couldn't save him right there.
Once again.
Cloud9 pushes into a double overtime situation. They also put SSG 3 down. Sab takes this opportunity to advance this bomb forward just a little bit, but as we talk about time and time again, you need multiple rounds of slays. The Snakebite, the first one to go down in this one.
Sab down to one shot, but stays alive by the skin of his teeth, and he's got his teammate Septify in the util here with him. Got that green gun charged up, and all of SSG turtling a little bit, trying to stay alive, trying to work together. Great job by Ego to get out that green gun.
That's why I don't pick that shit up no more.
Game, it was Space Station Gaming that consistently
Did we just watch your screen right there?
It felt like it.
That base just like that. Well, SSG and unfamiliar to territory, but they were able to spawn up. They were able to defend their base.
Oh, me and the plasma pistol got beat.
Slays favored on the side of C9 right now, which we didn't see in the first time around in this game type. We saw SSG really kind of holding the higher ground in the Slays department, but right now we're seeing Cloud9 put some kills on the board.
Now it's
shit.
Only players alive,
he broke his ankle.
Kind of gets lost in the thrust.
That melee not connecting on land is crazy.
That was offensive pressure.
Crazy.
Going to be alleviated.
Posture shock therapy, bro. Nah, I would die.
Just like that, Cloud9 converting the defense into a bit of offense.
4 down momentarily for SSG, but like you said, Tony, there's got to be another round of slays if you're Cloud9, if you want to arm this.
Oh, the melee hit the plasma. That's true. That is
doing a great job playing some defense.
Lucy gonna get some reinforcements from Stellar here. The 2 MVPs of the squad putting down damage, but Stellar goes down. It's gonna be the same fate for Lucid, courtesy of Manny's double kill. Snakebite gonna try to replace him. He's trying to defend this util side.
Snakebite says fuck that shit, I'm out.
This is what SSG needs to clear, and you have camouflaged 3 members of Cloud9 and that bomb in the util closet.
This is really scary if you're SSG. You can't make any mistakes in these upcoming engagements. Like you said, Tony, camo in the hands of Cloud9. Bomb is right there in the util. Slays are going down though in favor of SSG, and we get 2 trades on each side.
A bit of indecisiveness coming out of Sab with that camouflage. Looked like he wanted to go mid, maybe towards the skill jump, but then doubled right back to where he came from, the util side, and maybe that lack of timing might have allowed SSG to get some critical kills in order to clear their base.
Yeah, it seems like this whole overtime SSG's kind of been playing on their heels. They haven't really even been able to push past that halfway point, and we're seeing Cloud9 just continue to push so much pressure on SSG. It's hard for them to even move around.
Sab moving that bomb, but now has to slay out. It's hard to do both at the same time, especially when you're staring down a Snakebite, and SSG sending 2 towards the bridge side of the map. Cloud9 having presence towards Fridge, yes, but they're also attacking the car side as well. Can SSG clear the entire map?
What a nade.
Now we see Snakebite moving the bomb. Eco there to try to help, but 2 members fall once again. 3 down actually for SSG, and that's going to be 4 down momentarily for Space Station. Once again, Cloud9 with their foot on the gas pedal.
He ain't getting left in the fridge. Stellar and Lucid. They got to work together here to clear out this base. All members of Space Station Gaming are up here, but Cloud9 are as well. They have perimeter side control.
Wow.
With Sab just staying alive on the fridge side. Boo Boo Doo get Sab going right after Snakebite. Now you're starting to see the snowball from here, but Cloud9, you have to attack.
Sab being an absolute thorn in the side of SSG, staying alive time and time again, and Fridge and Camouflage has spawned as well. I would imagine.
My God.
C9 must have picked that up.
Oh, these plays.
2 down. You allowed them to get 4 up.
No way. No fucking
It's a game 5, boys.
You can slay them twice. You can slay them 3
Oh, we gotta get her. Oh my God, they're gonna do the jump. They're gonna do the jump. They did it! Oh my God, game 5! Holy fuck!
Dude, who wrote this shit?
Holy fuck!
The scriptwriter's going hard right now.
Who wrote this?
Oh my God, bro! And they're taking a break.
Is this the most game 5s in Infinite's entire history?
It's got to be up there.
I don't know. There was one event where I felt like almost every single one was game 5.
Yeah. The overtime, and opening start is just as important in a game 5 Slayer, Tony. So this is getting dicey. I don't even know what to think right now.
Cloud9 You've bought yourself an amazing opportunity. You have pushed SSG into a Game 5 here
crazy.
for the rights to make
Pippin
it
right
to
there.
Championship Sunday. I promise you some wise words. My mother always used to tell me, you have to be great to
SSG's
start,
knocked
but you
out
have
if
to
they win
start
this,
to be
right? Or they go
It
to
doesn't
Yeah,
matter what happened
it's
on Friday,
elimination,
no matter
right?
what happened earlier on Saturday. What matters
go
is the
straight to
right
the airport
here,
after
right
this?
now. You have an opportunity to take
So
down
they kept
2
my ass up till 1
MVPs
just
and
to
one
send
of
me
the
home, bro.
favorites to make it into a grand finals before we get to Sunday. That's crazy.
Yeah, some insane scenes that are happening right now. And to be honest, I'm not particularly shocked. I think things like this can happen. It's late night. Who wants it more, right?
It's gotta be
That's
so
kind of the
surreal
question.
sitting
When
in
it
like
comes down to Halo Infinite,
the
it's a
crowd like
game of
that, just
margins at
chilling
this
with no
level.
one else in
And
there.
if you just aren't on your A game, if
Yeah,
you're not
just
bringing
guys
it,
being
you start
dudes.
Midnight.
stressing, have a bad death
Yeah,
here and
dude.
there, it starts to really
And then the
stack
game
up
ends, they
against you.
cut the lights
And
off before
Cloud9,
you're
well, they
even
went
out of the
into that
building. You
overtime
and the homies hit a
looking
pen
pristine.
sesh
They knew
outside.
exactly what they needed to do to adjust.
Someone goes,
The
hell,
two
let's
the
go
two
to the bar.
security guards that have to keep working until
Oh my
they
gosh.
finish everything up for the night. Bro.
You know they over there
So
talking
ever,
shit. They're like,
just
just
be
hurry the
seen on
fuck up, bro. Get
constantly
off the
chipping
property.
away, pushing up. It took a little bit of
I want to
time
say
to
that
get
they
so
probably made
perfectly.
everyone
This game
who's
kind of
not
nailed the word, I'm not gonna lie. I think
a
that, you know, we could be
like
seeing
employee or
anything
staff
happen at
member
this
leave by
point in
now,
time.
just because the
Have you seen
facility
enough Goofy
probably
from
has
Space
like
Station
business hours,
to
you know?
ice up here
Yeah,
on Slayer
probably.
Streets? How are you feeling
Heard that
about
this
this
point,
one? There's a lot
yeah.
of things to control. For
Wait,
sure, on
Callus.
streets, there's a lot
Oh,
of
wait,
things to
let me
play
start a
with.
prediction
Do
and
you
then
think
we'll
it's
check
gonna
out
be in
this
their
link. Hold
wheelhouse?
up, let's see.
Yeah, my head is
Looking
telling me that the
five.
experience
Game 5 prediction
of
going
Space
up.
Station will allow them to get this victory in Game 5. But my heart
Callus
is telling
link,
me
read
let's
that.
see.
red hot Cloud9 is going to
The
come out
longest
and
series
take
ever.
this game, and what a story that would be, right? I don't think anyone predicted
847
Cloud9 to make it to
hours and
Championship
17
Sunday,
minutes.
going up against this SSG roster, being down 2-1 in the series. Now they're in a Game 5, and honestly, anything can happen in a Game 5.
Yeah, anything can happen in a Game 5. Obviously, that power up right in the middle of the map is going to be huge, a massive game changer. And we kind of saw C9 in that assault really control that so well in their favor, time and time again, especially the second half of it. It was all theirs. We rarely saw that go to Space Station, and if we did, it was just kind of burnt almost immediately. There was nothing really.
Probably just a
came of
bug,
it. So
Sansky.
I'm looking at them to really try and push a little bit more for control and start to prioritize what they can use in order to get the job done. Honestly, on both sides, I think it's going to be
Some say they're
key
still
to the
playing to
victory
this
for
day.
either one of these teams. Do you see this going down to the wire, kind of like the first Slayer did, Tony?
I definitely do. I feel like, I mean, just in that that bomb, like, notice how that double overtime played night and day from regulation. SSG were the ones always having that bomb in the base of Cloud9, and Cloud9 were stuck in their base on defense.
Say the word and I'll take out the transformer so we can all go to bed.
Cloud9, I don't know. They hit another gear, and they were the ones, like you said, pressuring SSG over and over again. And now Cloud9 have SSG on their bread and butter. Cloud9 have been a great Slayer team, and most of the time it's in those game 2s. Now you brought Boo Boo Dubu on this roster. This is what you brought him for, to find a way to clutch the game 5s. This is crazy.
Yeah, I think it's two different mindsets going into this Slayer. On one side, you've got C9, who probably didn't have a huge expectation, especially with how the series was kind of going for them. I mean, that Strongholds was really a blowout. The fact that they were able to kind of come back from a pretty early lead in the assault from SSG as well, that momentum switch is huge from them. They need to ride that as much as they possibly can into this Slayer. You know, they're hoping for the best here. This would be a huge underdog win for them. I think on the other side, you got Space Station Gaming, who right now are probably pretty peed off. They're not very happy with this. This is not what
Way
they
past
intended.
Lucid's
They were
bedtime.
looking really strong in the series. Yes, they had a slip up.
Bro is
Slayer.
angry.
It happens to the best of us in a Slayer.
That's what I was saying,
but
bro.
to then go out to that Stronghold so strong, looking so powerful, so
Yeah,
dominant.
bro, and how early they gotta be there
then
tomorrow?
another
Like,
slip up in assault. This is not what you
They gotta be
want
there in
to
2
do
hours.
when you are fighting to head into tomorrow. So they're going to play
you
with
can't
a little
leave.
bit of a chip on their shoulder.
Bro, I can't believe
if you lose, you get to
Cloud9.
sleep in.
I think they're just like.
Damn, that might be a factor going into this
You get to
game
sleep on the
5.
plane, buddy.
Let's get our heads together. Let's start playing really sharp. You know, polish up that teamwork.
Said if
get
you
this
lose,
job
you get
done.
to sleep
It's
in.
strange,
I'm
isn't it, how
dead,
you
bro.
can have two different complete angles of each team, fighting for almost different reasons in a sense.
Yeah, and the way I describe this team is you have like 3 IGLs on one roster, right? You have Eco, you have Lucid, you have Snakebite. So use that to your advantage, right? Let's talk to the team together.
They gotta start this game 5 already, bro.
Let's get this done.
Actually,
right?
bro.
For real.
Big gap sesh.
Maybe we need another break.
Yeah, Cloud9 taking a team shit before game 5.
You definitely want to. That's exactly what attitude I think you have to have. I think there's going to be an element of respect there. They're going to be like, oh, okay, we can't just ego chill everything. I think, you know, if you're looking at Stella, he loves to just beeline for everything.
At this rate, they're gonna be calling out in sign language. Holy shit.
Could we get a real strong belief from everyone in the call? Real life Spartan.
Believe.
Just a little bit.
I believe. Thank you.
I believe I'm ready for bed, buddy. I'm gonna be
cannot lose that pit you're going into.
I believe I'm ready for bed.
117 believe.
That's when things start to kind of turn the tides. And you know, a lot of the
bed,
time we are seeing SSG with the timing lacking a touch. You know, people are going ahead of time and there's not anybody to help you out. That is also a problem that they've been having. Would you say that played into Assault for you? Were you looking at some of their timing, Tony, and thinking you're ahead of the others, you're not quite there? Is that what happened in the second half for you?
Yeah, I feel like timing could definitely be an issue, and timing was definitely on their side in regulation here. It was really at that double overtime where they just couldn't get on that same page, couldn't get on that same timing. So, I mean, the good thing about Space Station Gaming is that, and we're going to talk about it till we're blue in the face.
Yeah.
They've been there, done that, players. You know, you got 2 MVPs, and I say it all the time, 2 of some of the greatest minds to ever even touch the game of Halo. So, in some way, shape, or form, they should be able to figure it out. But Cloud9 Slayers, they are good. They are built to make it to that game 2, win that Slayer, then ultimately get to the game 5. This is exactly what they've been training for.
Yeah, it's often, we hear a lot of casters say, you got to win one objective and both the Slayers to get it done against a team that is a powerhouse. If you're an underdog, it's the 2 Slayers and 1 objective. If you can do that, I know it sounds crazy because it's the majority of the series. I know it sounds a bit nuts, but it is slightly different as to when you win majority of the objective games, essentially. It's a very different kind of situation, and underdogs often find themselves in that kind of dilemma and having to gruel past and just ice out one of the objectives and just
Alright, tell them to pinch it off. Let's go.
pull that rug.
Alright, it looks like they're
gearing up, and you know that this means
they're putting the headsets on.
the first major, folks. You know, this is the first
Damn,
weekend.
did he smell that,
This
Mike?
is where things get tested. And for a lot of these players,
yeah, he
where
gave it a
they're
little
hoping
sniff.
A change will not come. They are hoping
That's a matchmaking test right there.
It's a scratch and sniff microphone.
The most difficult times and get better with. So there's a lot of question marks I think coming out of this series. Just
In matchmaking, they test with Kinect mics though.
Bro, Tools, get out the fucking frame,
yeah,
buddy.
bro.
How are you feeling about Cloud9 if they don't manage to get this done after such an electrifying, you know, objective win on Assault there?
I mean,
He said, I'm with LVT News. Why the fuck y'all ain't
still
start the game
there.
yet?
I know that
He's in this frame too? How's he in both frames?
Tools is taking screenshots?
I guess we
Oh my god.
Central Time. But they know they can do it. So I know.
Imagine he like realized he was in frame, so he moved, and then they switched camera angles.
He's a damn.
I mean, look at where you're at right now. I think no matter what, I don't want to.
He said, "I'm getting the coverage for LVT Halo, buddy. No one's gonna fucking stop me."
He said, I'm gonna get this coverage by any means possible.
Right. I love that you said that, by the way. That's like a new terminology for us on the desk.
In-team interview, now I'm here with LVT News.
Before game 5? You can't wait till after game 5.
Pre-game
This
5
man just said
interview would
good
be
morning
that'd be
at
cool.
1 a.m.
Although slightly different, I don't think they
Like one side, Tools trying to interview, the other side, someone's trying to screenshot you shit.
they gotta listen in game 5. You just hear Tools asking questions.
Yo, why'd you guys chow that?
Game 5, baby. Street Slayer.
Finally, game 5. Let's go.
Finally, bro.
Tomorrow, game 5 Slayer. We're here on
What's up,
Streets.
Detroit
We
band?
found ourselves on Street Slayer many a times for a big.
Jeff, how do I
tournament like
pronounce?
this.
Is it Saiichi? Is that how you say it?
Let's
How do you
go,
pronounce his
Swifty. One
fucking
more game
username?
and then we
I
can
always
get on
fuck that up.
I just call him a stream sniper because that's what he does.
Bro.
Shopify Rebellion.
Is it possible for Slayer to go to overtime?
SSG and FaZe only one other team has made a top
If they die at the same time,
here in 2025.
it's gonna go into a reset.
Going after
Alright, here we go.
SSG right now here in the Game 5. Cloud9 already have a top 4 under their belt. Only 4 teams can move to a championship Sunday. It would be an incredible upset here. But SSG, they're built to win tournaments.
This is the player to watch for me in this game. Lucid, a former MVP. Will he step up and help lead his team to victory? And a great start if you're an SSG.
Put on my SSG
fan.
hoodie real quick.
3-0 and camo in the hands of Stellar.
4-1 start here, Lucid with the Stalker, and now you have Stellar here with the Camouflage. Cloud9 are going to really be tested. How do you respond when you're
melted.
Find Stellar over toward the head
Bro, this
side.
game's this game's great. Never mind.
I feel like camo gets you killed.
Oh, that's the Lucid special right there.
The repo sticky.
Yeah, just hold that shit low, bro.
And let's see if SSG can recover.
Manny Boo Boo Doo stuck over toward the PD side. Lucid and the rest of SSG gonna try to surround them here. Sam going right after Lucid, though, a huge kill. Reinforcements
GG, bro, it's over.
Cloud9 neutralize the situation just a bit. Manny survived.
Manny is Ego-chan hard as shit.
He just walks out bottom of the map.
Eco gets taken out. Would have been great if he could milk
Damn, bro.
and Septify gets one as well.
Damn, he just Ego-chan everything.
Snake in a compromised position. Stella gets the back.
Holy shit, this is crazy, bro.
Game nades.
Falls as well, and just like that, we're all tied up 9-9.
The self nades.
Took a direct route in order to take down SSG, and now with Septify going right after a perimeter. They're going
buddy
for
system,
back
buddy
and forth
system.
as they take space on Space Station Gaming.
And
couple seconds till that camo spawns. Kill right there on Septify. Sap trying to stay alive, plays live, down to 1 shot, and camo in the hands of Eco.
This will be a huge double push come out of Space Station Gaming. Septify is over toward the heaven side. You're going to have to identify that quickly.
hey, we're checking every inch of the map.
He's gonna run out of camo before they get over there, bro.
You about to pull out a shovel and start digging underground to check. Like, damn, bro.
My God.
Jumps on
oh, huge
oh!
place.
Oh!
Yeah, there goes.
Oh,
bro.
shit!
Booba Dooba clears them out. But SSG still hold on to a 4-kill advantage on board now with Snakebite, who finds an interesting angle towards Manny, and now identifying exactly where Cloud9 are looking to push. They want the strong
Oh, it's
side
also
of the map
420 now.
over
Good
towards
comps.
the top B side. SSG
Crazy.
covering every single other angle, and this is the collapse that SSG are known for as the damaged players from Cloud9 are being forced back. SSG clear things out and get a 7-kill advantage.
C9 dropping life flies, perfect execution,
depend on
perfect
that,
push
Lazarus.
out of
Wow.
SSG.
Is there
Wowzers.
Oh my God.
He's tweaking at 1 AM.
As well, making it look easy.
Stalker's
the
still in
hell,
the hands
Slime?
of Lucid. And this is bad. This is where bad turns to worse because you're just taking way too much
Lucid
damage.
said I had to stay up this late, bro.
Melting.
Down in every single one of
We
these
shot his teammate.
movements, and
Going
SSG
rogue.
are not going to allow you to escape. They smell blood in the water, and they're willing to strike right now.
Oh my God.
Cloud9, something has to change.
Great positioning out of Lucid, doing so much damage for his squad.
10-kill lead, bro.
Once again, that camo is going to be a factor. Great kill out of Lucid. Septify
I won't lie though,
finally
wasn't
taken down.
Optic down by 10 when they started going crazy?
Yo,
and
chill,
came
bro.
back?
Just let it play out.
Really it's already looking like that, down by 10.
Double-digit advantage here.
Bro's trying to curse the SSG, bro. Like,
I'm not trying to curse no one, bro.
Said,
bro,
wait,
I talked to
aren't
the
they
guy that did
pissed?
this.
Trade at 50
Don't they
reset.
choke?
Wait, doesn't the power reset in like 5 minutes?
Chill.
Here comes the Sneak King medal.
Looking really scary for Cloud9. This is that swing moment in the game.
About to get
Tony,
back
either
smacked,
you
bro.
close the deficit
Damn, bro's
and
looking
make this
everywhere.
game close, or this one's gonna get blown out of the water.
Don't they bribe the stage ref right here?
Nobody in
Looking like Metal Gear Solid.
For baiting. SSG looking to make no mistakes on this one. They have the lead and they're looking to be the ultimate front runners in this one. They're not trying to blow it. 29 kills. 30 kill mark has been reached, at least for one of these squads.
31-18 as Lucid takes down Manny. Eco just getting some free shots. And total map control in the favor of Space Station right now as you're seeing Manny trying to rotate over Arcade. And Eco once again
Come back for the 50-50 tie. Shut up, dude. No, man.
Finds Sab, goes
Damn.
down by a flank. Great job by Manny getting his way behind the whole Space Station team.
Yeah, that's a big kill coming out of Mandy right there. But what do you do after it? Was there any
Where is everybody,
to
man?
those plays? Because right now you need multiple round of slays that go your way, and you allow
They're sitting in
Eco
corners.
to
They're trying to win.
Septify across the map here, and now Cloud9 forcibly having to back down again. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the space. And Space Station, they will take it.
Once again, Camo is going to be something to play for in about 15 seconds. If Cloud9 can get their hands on it, maybe they can close this deficit, turn it into a single-digit kill game, but
Oh, what a
you know,
nade.
each kill that SSG
Oh,
gets,
he hits the split right there,
closer
man.
and closer to that 50 kill mark. Great grenade takes down Eco. Red
Team
Gun
nade.
straight, doing a lot of
Oh
damage.
my god.
Throws down the Shroud and
This
tries
is
to stay alive.
looking. This is looking real good for SSG.
And Stellar goes into the Shadow Realm in order to take him down. Active Camouflage sits towards that mid-map, but taking way too much damage there. And everywhere that Stellar's trying to find the exit route, there's a member of Cloud9 there. Eco somehow sneaks away with the Camouflage, which is crazy. This should have been Cloud9.
That's third camo.
Another camo for
Yeah.
Eco, makes his way over to
Damn.
Trash, now looping around. Boo Boo and Septify in his sights.
He might be spawning with this shit.
He's on his Splinter Cell shit. This fucking.
Yeah, seriously.
Great job as Stellar gets to clean
He
up
might be
the
spawning with a grapple right before it comes up.
Oh my!
Dude.
Oh, we're BMing. We're BMing.
Big double kill out of Lucid, looking with the tea bags and the confidence.
So you're going home,
Yeah,
buddy.
it's official. He's like, I want to go to bed.
Stay up for this shit.
Two championship Sunday. Lucid not
And they're
done
ratting
just
on
yet,
him.
but neither are Cloud9 as they find the
Uh-oh.
flank of Lucid.
Oh, he shot the
And a
spikes.
couple kills going their way, but they're going to need much more than that.
9 kills left to
They're
go
taking
for
trades at this
SSG,
point.
and they will punch their ticket to Championship Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Big deficit to come back for if you're Cloud9, but that's a
Does
start right there.
SSG play
Manny
Optic
takes
tomorrow?
down
Or
Lucid.
who does Optic play?
Yeah, the winner of this plays Optic.
There's a huge kill that goes their way, but you got to think to yourself, is
Wait,
it
what time does it
a little
start?
too late? You
I
find
think
yourself
1
down
p.m.
a dozen
Eastern, but
kills.
I'm sure they'll make a
Snake fighting
post.
this SSG roster do not blow leads, and it's because of plays like that. Putting
Damn.
down damage, but never chasing, allowing your teammates to come in for those cleanups. And every single trade that happens is one that favors Space Station Gaming, inching them closer and closer to not just a win, but to tomorrow.
What could be the final camo spawning in 5 seconds. If SSG gets their hands on this
Wow.
camo, it might as well be over. And Stellar with a
Eco
big
gets
win.
camo.
4 camos?
5 kills left to go.
Holy
Once
crap.
Again, Eco gets the camo. That's his 3rd
Oh.
camouflage in a row. 4 kills left to go for Space Station.
Ultimately, one squad wipe away from taking them down, and all dope back
Edit
to
that
back
out.
kills favor Cloud9 in Space Station
Two more.
Gaming,
Edit
that
that
are
shit out. Do
putting
not put that in the
down
highlights.
damage on the map. Manny goes down, bringing them
Sheesh.
just 2 kills away. Sap gonna sit in arcade. Can he bait this out?
2 kills left to go. Sab by himself in arcade. All 4 members of SSG in great positions to help each other out. They
God
know
damn.
they're 2 kills away from a ticket to Championship Sunday. Tony, 2 kills away from a guaranteed top 4 finish here at your opener.
Cloud9 know what's on the line, and they are so hesitant to push SSG. They know one false move is going to cost them this game, is going to cost them this series here. But Eco takes things into his own hands just a little bit, but hold on, both Lucid and Eco fall.
Last
With
one.
Snakebite coming in with a clutch kill onto
There.
Manny.
Damn, they're all dick riding.
1v2, so fine.
They were making sure he was
Actually,
dead.
bro, what the
Snakebite
fuck?
goes
They
down,
just
but
blew
look how
him.
much time he's able to buy. Eco is here.
Here we go, 1 kill left to go. It looks like Eco and Stellar want to play a little bit aggressive and close this one out, but Cloud9 sticking together. And we see Stellar trying to make his way in.
Uh-oh.
Nah, chill out, chill out.
Just one, man, so I can
Oh,
jump
he's
into bed,
chasing.
bro.
Chase
Chase him,
Oh
chase
my
him.
god.
Getting desperate.
Lucid gets it.
There it is.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
Space Station Gaming.
GG's.
Look at them all ready to go. They're already packing shit up, bro.
Wow,
Yep.
what a performance.
And he
out of
talk
SSG.
shit.
Let's go, Vox. That's the pack, bruh.
Wow. Cloud9. They fought tough.
That shit was crazy
They
right
put
there.
themselves
That was
in a
sick right
position
there.
few kills away from ultimately getting the upset on Space Station Gaming, but SSG, they had a lead, and they're not once to throw it away, and sadly, just
Dang,
like
bro.
Chick-fil-A, we ain't gonna be seeing C9 tomorrow.
Okay.
Alright.
Had a
Not the
fantastic
Chick-fil-A
run,
reference.
pushing SSG all the way to the brink. And after that
Okay,
game 4
buddy.
win in overtime, Tony, I really was thinking that Cloud9 might do the unthinkable and take down
Tony's
SSG.
fired.
But hey, that's what we talked about, right? You got the veterans on the side of SSG. They locked
Ultimate.
in and got the win when it matters
Dad
most.
joke.
And now they're going to be one of
GG's,
the
gentlemen.
looking at tomorrow.
It's getting a little bit nervous.
Nah, fuck that, bro.
They wanted it real bad.
Champ
and
Sunday,
they
bro.
were just like, we're just gonna go get it, whatever.
Starts at 1?
It's toxic.
I think so.
Mixy, and I've seen the most crazy stuff.
Damn, Sunday, it's already
in
here.
Situations like that where you just want to close it out. You're like, oh, we've done the hard
I'm
work,
gonna
we've had,
shoot some
what,
bots and see if I
nearly
have anything left in the
16
tank,
kill
and
lead at
if
one
I do,
point. I mean,
I'll start up a
one
lobby
little
and
kill,
stuff.
If you slip up,
Sounds good.
these teams will
Oh
go
shit,
crazy.
here we
I'm
go
outta here,
again.
gentlemen.
It was such a snowball.
Yeah,
I'm
ready, bro.
I'm not with that
If you're heading
playbook,
out,
bro. I'm going to sleep, bro.
Y'all have a good night, man.
I wonder what it
You
was.
too,
What
Clifford.
it
Take
GG.
care.
Appreciate
have
it.
that.
I can say stuff like that now. Wow, Space Station Gaming coming out the gates, looking a little cold at certain
Shout out
points.
to the homies.
You know, in that series, but the fact that they get it done, ice up. You know, you both said it best. They have that experience to get something like this done, where their back is against the wall, everything is on the line. It really is. You know, it's late at night and they either do this or they go home and they don't even see a Championship Sunday. Fantastic scenes from Space Station Gaming. They should be really, really proud. And I think it says something about their teamwork in general, right? You know, you have to have teamwork in order to get something like that done. Just before we close things out on the desk here, Goofy, takeaways from that series in particular for Space Station heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, for Space Station, honestly, as an ex-player, series like this, the nail biters going into like a Sunday, they are actually the best thing that could happen for a team like SSG, who we keep saying they're like a slow burn, but they've had Friday, they've had Saturday to kind of go through all their tough matches, and now they're going into a Championship Sunday with a lot of confidence coming out of such a nail-biting series. You got to be feeling good if you're SSG.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, you clutched it out, and I think you did fantastic in that you earned your right to make it to a Championship Sunday. But now I'm also looking forward to a Championship Sunday. And I'm thinking, like, if we copied and pasted that exact series and what happened there against the likes of who is in Championships, like the optics, the Shopifys, the phases, do you win that?
I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
SSG are probably still gonna do some.
I don't think I have any Destiny in me tonight.
Tweak some things a
I think I might. I think I might be on sleep scrims.
Cannot wait. Gentlemen, thank you so much for all your hard work today, tonight. It's been so much fun, especially getting a couple of extra series in there. Folks at home, I know yesterday was cut short, but I hope you are entertained. We threw in a couple of series for you guys and your good fortune. Amazing day 2 here in Arlington. I hope you guys get some rest. You're going to need it because tomorrow is Championship Sunday, and we'll see you bright and early for more HCS Arlington Major. It's #1 kickoff, and it's already amazing. See you guys tomorrow.
Woo! Damn. Well, the good news is I'm pretty sure your progress carries over, so even if you don't get it tonight, I'm pretty sure you just watch for a minute tomorrow, you'll probably get it. I know, Swifty, I know. I was trying to figure out if I had it in me to play any Destiny. It might be sleep scrims, but I don't know. When does the HCS stream end? Now. I mean, as soon as this highlight reel is over, like, it's pretty much over. Yeah, I mean, I assume tomorrow will not run as late, so... I'll be down to, I'll be down to run it up tomorrow for sure. You've been playing for like 18 hours? Holy fuck. Been grinding, bro. You actually like that. Yeah, no, I'm having a lot of fun playing Destiny 2. Like I'm really enjoying that shit. And yeah, I'm trying to get up on the on the title grind a little bit. Trying to play the new shit, and I'm trying to get that Vidmaster shit, and I'm trying to all the above. Yeah, the drop should be the same throughout the whole weekend. Unless there's one like tomorrow that's like specific to finals or something. Pretty much all the drops, it'll track your progress like from Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Alright, man. Actually, we were just talking about it over the past couple days, Abenex, because I quit playing like whenever Lightfall came out, and I've never really been that deep into it. But I just in the past like 2 or 3 days have hopped back on. Thank you for the follow as well, bro. But yeah, I only in the past couple days have like hopped back on that shit, and it's been a pretty good time. I got the final shape like on sale, and so I was gonna play through that shit as well. Yeah, fire day of Halo. Long ass day of Halo. I started late. Like, bro, this motherfucker Eli is crazy. I started late. Like, I skipped a lot of the pool play matches this morning and shit, and started late, and like just started when bracket play started. And I've been streaming for 8 hours, bro. I can't even imagine. Like, it's just a long ass day, man. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get off. I got shit to do tomorrow because it's Easter Sunday and I'm doing stuff with the family, and also it's Championship Sunday and we got to stream again tomorrow. So I think on top of watching the stuff tomorrow, I think we will also probably get some gaming in. But alright, y'all. Much love. Y'all have a dope rest of y'all's night. I'm out of here. I am exhausted and I gotta be up early tomorrow. Yeah. Much love, y'all. Y'all have a dope rest of y'all's night. Y'all be safe. And we'll catch y'all right back here tomorrow. Gang, gang. Good night, everybody.